Speak, Prosody, P. Chapter 350 to 338 Footprint Analysis _1 Chapter 350. Chapter 338 Footprint Analysis _1 With that roar, everyone turned their heads toward the direction of the door. Chengxi directly rushed to Zhou Ning and Cheng Xinghui, snatched the bottle away as if it were some rare treasure, and held it protectively in his arms, his face full of anger. I can cooperate with you. Let us talk about what happened, we talk. Let us recall the details we recall. But you cannot touch my child's finger. It is said that our body and hair are received from our parents, and I do not agree. Son, come with me, our cooperation ends here. As he spoke, he reached out to pull at Cheng Xinghui. Mr. Sun and the others wanted to step forward, but they were stopped by Su Dayuan. As a parent, I understand your thoughts and respect your choice. Indeed, as you said, you have been very cooperative, telling us the details about that young fellow, Chen Gang, recalling all the details. For a parent, isn't it just reliving that agony once more? I've said before, we do not force anyone to cooperate with the police. The lack of trust in us is a sign we haven't done our job well enough. However, I want to show you something. Come here. As he spoke, Su Dayuan patted Cheng Ji's shoulder, gesturing for him to look towards the glass whiteboard beside Zhou Ning, which had many photos and information about the victims summarized by Zhou Ning. /P break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody, P. Moving closer, Chengxi was also shocked by the photos, as very few people could endure seeing such gruesome images. Su Dayuan grabbed several close-up shots of severed fingers, highly swollen and bloody, vague in the flesh. Even though Fang Yu's amputated finger was not bloody, the charred blackness from the burning was just as horrifying. Originally, we didn't think of combining the cases. However, after analyzing the weapon, we found that the weapon used to sever your son's fingers was the same as the one used on the Zhou family. Then we reviewed the archives and found that the ransom from the kidnapping of Cheng Xinghui in the year 2000 was never found. Even if one of the kidnappers was shot dead, the case was not complete. The archive indicated that there were at least 2 adults at the scene, and the weapon used for injuring was not recovered. Although we are eager to find the kidnapper in this case, could this not also be the person who harmed your son? This person has been on the run for 12 years. Do you want them to remain at large for another 12 years, causing more people to be brutally amputated, kidnapped, or killed? Furthermore, that person escaped by luck, probably his first crime, inexperienced and psychologically unstable. The Zhou family case happened in 2004, by which time he could demand 8 million in ransom and still killed his hostages. If he knew Cheng Xinghui was that surviving child, what would he do? Chengxi fell silent. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody, P. The now much larger Cheng Xinghui wrenched himself free from Cheng Ji's grasp and snatched the bottle back, handing it solemnly to Zhou Ning. Dad, with a missing finger, I can't work in many fields, such as being a police officer, a doctor, or the civil servant you admire so much. Since being rescued for 12 years, I have frequently been tormented by nightmares of the kidnapping. Before, you told me it was just a dream, that it wasn't real. You even took me to get charms, but I know that it wasn't a dream. Although I was young, I remember the pain of having my finger cut off every day. I don't want to continue this torture. I want to help the police catch the criminal. Dad, don't you want to catch the person who hurt me? The gaze of his son softened Cheng Ji's heart, and he embraced him, patting his back firmly. My son, it's Dad's narrow-mindedness. Since you agree, let's cooperate. Zhou Ning handed the bottle to Mr. Zhao, then wrote down a name and phone number in his notebook, tore the page out, and handed it to Cheng Ji. This is a friend of mine who runs a psychological counseling clinic. I've told your son before, I was also disturbed by similar nightmares, and it affected my ability to live and work. Talking to him really helps, and gradually I was able to move past it all. However, psychological trauma should not be ignored, especially at his age. It's detrimental to his development. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody, P. Chengxi took it with both hands, no longer showing his earlier aggression and defiance, as after all, they were sincerely considering his child's welfare. Although he was not highly educated, he could feel their goodwill. Thank you very much. Is there anything else we should do? Zhou Ning shook his head and looked towards Su Daiyuan, who grabbed Chengxi's hand and shook it vigorously. I make a promise. You and your child will continue with your normal work and life. I will have Chunyang's team watch over you. Until the criminal is caught, we will not withdraw anyone. Chengxi smiled, contented. This was what he loved to hear. Then we'll be leaving now. Thank you, Director. Call me if you need anything later. And for the number that this young director gave, I'll consult it soon. Son, say goodbye to everyone, let's go. After the father and son said their farewells, He Chunyang immediately escorted them out, and the group entered the conference room at Su Daiwan's gesture. At this point, the room was still passable for foot traffic. Everyone took their seats, and Su Daiyuan nodded toward Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun, I won't repeat myself, so why don't you tell us about the kidnapping case from February 3rd, 2000 and the information on the suspect who was shot and killed. Mr. Sun indeed had no time for small talk and went straight to the introduction. This case occurred on the 29th of the 12th lunar month, February 3rd, 2000, early in the morning. /p break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. At that time, Chengxi was at his busiest, with people coming and going in the wholesale department. His elder daughter had just finished her homework, only to find her 2-year-old little brother, Cheng Xinghui, missing next door. Everyone started searching, and after a head count, they realized that Qin Gang, who had been working in their store for 4 or 5 years, was also missing. That's when they hurried to call the police. The police station informed us, the criminal police squad, and upon arrival at Chengxi's home, we conducted a scene investigation. Mr. Liu was there at the time. He conducted the investigation and found 3 mud footprints on the floor of Cheng Xinggui's room, size 42, which were prints from the common cotton shoes from Old Jing City. When they asked around, Qin Gang's shoe size and style matched exactly, so we started to set up control and went looking for Qin Gang's residence. When we arrived at his place, nobody was there, but at 15:30 that afternoon, we received a phone call from Chengxi. The kidnapper had a child deliver a note and a finger from Cheng Xinghui, demanding that he deliver 900,000 in cash within 30 minutes to the park opposite the County Cultural Palace's West Gate, using a backpack. This sum was exactly the total amount of money that Chengxi had received that day. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We thought for sure that Qin Gang was the mastermind, so we quickly went to the west gate of the park opposite the Cultural Palace to wait, but the person didn't show up when the time came. While Chengxi was looking around for us, he received another phone call. This time the kidnapper instructed Chengxi to throw the backpack into the trash can at the Central Park. We were too far away and could only signal Chengxi to follow their instructions. Just as an old man approached the trash can, we rushed over, only to realize it was a setup. The old man was just a sanitation worker, and with the Central Park full of people and trees behind the trash cans, someone had already taken the backpack. We started to reinvestigate Qin Gang's background. His parents had died early and had been working with Chengxi since he was 14 or 15, with his uncles indifferent to him. His 3-room rundown house was drafty everywhere. Such a man, with little education and years of work in the wholesale department, shouldn't have been capable of such scheming. After a meticulous investigation, we learned that Qin Gang had recently been frequenting a pear orchard near the reservoir, guarded only by a deaf elderly night watchman. On the morning of February 4th, we surrounded the pear orchard, observed the footsteps on the snowy ground, and finally closed in on a cluster of houses to the north. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Just when we were about to cast our net, the detectives found fresh footprints that matched the size 42 Old Jing City cotton shoes pattern from Cheng Xinggui's room. We quickly closed in. During the forced entry, It seemed like we heard a noise, and a shadow attempted to flee over the wall. After firing a warning shot, the figure persisted in escaping, so I shot at the fugitive's legs. Unexpectedly, he slipped down the wall and the bullet hit his back, killing him instantly. Searching the house, we found Cheng Xinghui in a wardrobe. However, due to excessive blood loss, the child was barely crying. We immediately took him to the hospital. Mr. Liu dealt with the aftermath on the scene, but he said the fresh footprints found by the wall were different from those in Cheng Xingui's room, but Qin Gang was already dead. After investigating for a few more days without any new discoveries, we closed the case. Liu Yongxin nodded his head. Back then, I brought in forensic experts from the municipal police to take a look. The two footprints, although the same size and pattern, differ in pressure points. Moreover, the prints found in Cheng Xingui's room were pigeon-toed, while the ones by the wall were splayed. The footprints were very deep. As Liu Yongxin narrated, Mr. Sun had already opened the case file, distributing photos. Zhou Ning glanced at them and immediately handed them to Mr. Zhao. Take a look. Mr. Zhao carefully compared the two photos and used a magnifying glass. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After making some calculations on paper, he looked up and said, the owners of the two footprints, their height, weight, and personalities differ greatly. The footprint in Cheng Xingui's room, mixed with mud and melted snow, makes me wonder about the room temperature. What was the outside temperature at the time? Knowing this could help estimate the time someone took the child away. Without hesitation, Mr. Sun dialed Cheng Ji's number and after asking, he looked at Mr. Zhao. That day, the 29th of the 12th month, there was a blizzard. The outside temperature was -12 or 13 degrees Celsius, not too cold. As for Cheng Ji's house, although it was on the second floor, they were using a small heater for fear of the child getting carbon monoxide poisoning. The room was around 10 degrees Celsius. He said that his child would stay healthy like that but would get sick if the temperature was any higher. Mr. Zhao nodded, seeming to gain confidence after passing the intermediate exam and having read so many books and papers on trace examination with Zhou Ning. His expression was calm as he raised his head after making calculations. Considering the mud and the ash in the footprint, he must have entered the second floor from the backyard. The snow he stepped on was loose, fresh snow, which would have melted into water within 20 to 30 minutes in a 10 degrees Celsius room. So I think that when Cheng Xingui's sister went in, the person had just left. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The person who left this print was between 170 to 172 centimeters tall, slim, weighing about 100 to 110 pounds, introverted, with shoes slightly too large and signs of flat feet. The other footprint outside in the snow suggests a person between 175 to 178 centimeters tall, of average build, weighing 140 to 150 pounds, with a resolute personality. Landing on the balls of his feet, with a wide stride and powerful running ability. The actual shoe size should be 43, and the shoes were brand new, with glue particles still on the pattern. They didn't seem like his own shoes. Mr. Zhao's analysis left Mr. Sun speechless. Looking at Su Daiyuan and the others, he pointed at Mr. Zhao and remarked, "This kid's explanation is spot on. Did he just become this good at bluff? Or is he actually this skilled? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 351 to 339. A filigree gold lock _1 Chapter 351. Chapter 339. A filigree gold lock _1 Su Daiyuan waved his hand to soothe. Don't be surprised. After this kid left Qidong, he passed the intermediate certification exam and trained for over a year. He also got a lot of books from Professor Li Qianbin, so his progress is somewhat noteworthy. Last time his analysis of the murderer's footprints was very reliable. After finding the suspect, the comparison of height and weight was almost an exact match. He might just be a natural at this job. Mr. Sun nodded appreciatively. I'm just a generous person, you see. Look at the few people who left under my watch. Each one of them has developed well and improved a lot in ability. It's just a pity that Qidong can't retain people. I couldn't delay your development either. Choked by the compliment, Su Dayuan was speechless for a while. Mr. Zhao chuckled and handed Mr. Sun a glass of water. Mr. Sun, no need for sentiments. Someday we'll all be people who came out of Qidong. You have a talent for recognizing potential that ordinary people don't possess, and you also know how to utilize people effectively. Reflecting on that makes you seem like quite the leader. Mr. Sun smiled. Su Dayuan coughed. What about the case briefing? Let's get serious and continue. Mr. Sun, do you have any details to add? Mr. Sun waved his hand. Nothing more. At that time, the suggestion from the city bureau was to close the case and declare Qidong as the murderer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. My abilities were limited then, and I didn't have much say in the matter. After the argument, the case was closed. By the way, Mr. Liu, was it you who performed the autopsy on Qidong, or was it dissected by the city bureau's forensic department? Liu Yongxin pointed at the file and said, it was the city bureau. The autopsy revealed that Qidong's fourth rib on his back was shattered. The bullet went through his heart and left lung, resulting in his instant death. However, during the dissection, it was discovered that the deceased had a ruptured brain aneurysm. The likely cause was excessive stress and excitement. Such a condition doesn't affect you unless it bursts. Once it does, it's like a ticking time bomb. Mr. Sun nodded continually as if nothing were amiss, which made Su Dayuan somewhat anxious. And then? I remember there was a detailed investigation of Qidong at that time, but it is not reflected in these materials. Wasn't he also supposed to have an uncle and an elder uncle? Could there be something unclear about his social relations? I reckon since he worked at the wholesale department in town, his social circle wasn't extensive. There must be some channel through which he could know the murderer, right? Mr. Sun opened another file bag, pulled out the materials inside, and handed them to Su Dayuan. These were not included in the file, as per the arrangements at the time, which deemed a more detailed investigation unnecessary. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p greater than. I found this information while flipping through the previous work handbook. Thankfully, it wasn't destroyed. The data here come from the investigation in Banqiao Town's Hangsinga village, and some were supplemented by Chengji. Qidong was born on January 11, 1982, and he was 18 years old at the time of his death. Both of his parents passed away due to illness when he was 14, the nature of which is unknown, causing him to drop out of school. His uncle ignored him, so he went to learn masonry from his elder uncle and worked as a laborer for 6 months with no pay. His elder uncle claimed he was saving money for him to be used when Qidong got married. Qidong ate meals at the construction site, but as a growing boy, he ate a lot, which angered the boss and led to him being fired. His elder uncle beat him severely, and the kid ran away from the worksite. Starving, he wandered around the town until he encountered Chengji from the Rainbow Fireworks wholesale department. Taking pity on him, Chengji fed him a full meal, and in gratitude, Qidong knelt down, begging Chengji to take him in and provide food. Chengji, moved by pity and seeing a reflection of his younger self in the boy, decided to let him stay and help in the store. The store wholesaled cold drinks in the summer and dealt in fireworks and firecrackers in the winter. All in all, Qidong worked there for about 4 or 5 years. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Before the incident, Chengshi took Qidong along to buy stock, considering him an old employee. Upon their return, the task of tallying the payments was entrusted to Qidong. Though he had little education, his mental arithmetic, particularly his speed in verbal calculations, was faster than a computer. He had always been responsible for managing payments, so he was aware of the figures involved. Zhou Ning, holding a pen, looked up. Mr. Sun, when the kidnapper called Chengji in the Central Park, did he listen carefully? Could he identify the accent? At the very least, He should be able to recognize if it was Qinggang's voice or not, right? Mr. Sun nodded. I asked about this today. Qingji listened carefully, and the person on the phone had a rough voice, unlike Qinggang's, which was more neutral. Moreover, the kidnapper spoke with a Qingdao accent. There's a slight difference between the Qingdao and Qidong accents. But as to whether it was from Heian, Rudong, or some other area, he couldn't tell. It's really my fault, too. Things were rushed at that time. We only had half an hour, and the kidnapper left no room for negotiation. They started by sending the finger and the note, and with no telephone contact, it was impossible to negotiate with the kidnapper, let alone prepare tracking equipment and recording devices. Zhou Ning glanced at his notebook, which detailed the case on April 14, 2004. Zhu Yanta had first received the finger and envelope, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He underlined the important parts with a wavy line. Previously, he had inquired whether there was any physical evidence from the case and wondered where the letter that Zhu Yanta received might be. Zhou Ning raised his hand, looking at Mr. Sunday. Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Sun, but even though the case is closed, is the note that the kidnapper sent preserved in the dossier? Mr. Sun waved his finger excitedly and searched through a box. Eventually, under some photographs, he found a bag, a completely sealed plastic bag containing a note stained with blackish-brown blood and 2 bloody fingerprints. Here it is. At the time, Changji wanted to keep it, but I insisted that it had to be stored in the dossier as it constituted evidence. The blood fingerprints on it are Changji's. The note was placed inside an envelope, which also contained a ball of pink tissue paper. The finger was wrapped in it. The severed finger was smeared with soot and other filth, and the amputation happened too long ago, over 24 hours, so it was impossible to reattach. The note read, "Your son is in our hands. We've sent a finger to confirm it's your boy, but don't worry, he's just fine. As long as you don't call the cops, we won't harm him. Our aim is simple, we're after money, not to hurt anyone. So we hope Mr. Chung can cooperate, show some good faith." Not much. Just 900,000 in Chinese currency. As I understand it, you've got enough cash in your store. Once we receive the money, we'll release him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I have a good reputation. Of course, if you report to the police, I can't guarantee what might happen. As for the exchange, remember this. Half an hour from now, at 1600 hours sharp, pack 900,000 in cash into a backpack and bring it to the western gate of the park opposite the County Culture Palace. I'll call you then. And one last thing, if you call the police, well, tear up the ticket. Zhou Ning also looked at the ransom note. The handwriting was crooked and looked like that of a primary school student. It puzzled him. In similar kidnapping cases overseas, kidnappers often used letters cut out from newspapers or printed messages to avoid revealing their handwriting. If this kidnapper had executed a first kidnapping in the 2002.3 case, planned an escape route, and found a scapegoat, how could he have overlooked this? With this thought, Zhou Ning turned to Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun, did Chengji ever mention whether or not the note was written by Qingang? Mr. Sun slapped his forehead. Look at my memory, I forgot to mention it. It's recorded in the statement that as soon as Chengji saw the handwriting, he checked the account books. Qinggang's handwriting is good, although he's not well educated. He learned it from managing receipts and keeping accounts. His handwriting is practiced. I was curious once and took the opportunity of a trip to the provincial capital to consult a handwriting expert who said that most of the stroke directions are reversed, implying it's left-handed writing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although he tried to change his writing style, some habits remained. If we analyze his normal handwriting, we can make a comparison. Now it's up to you to investigate. Su Dayuan handed the bag to Zhou Ning and took the initiative to sign the list handed over by Mr. Sun, since these items would need to be returned for archiving later. Thanks, Mr. Sunday. When it comes to supporting the younger generation, there's no need to say more. You always go all out to help. Mr. Sun smiled and stood up, waving goodbye to everyone. As for your investigation, I won't meddle too much. Those who work in this field know it's not easy. Just take care of Qidong in the future. No need to see me out, I'm off. Mr. Sun quickly left. Mr. Zhao took on the task of seeing the guest out, escorting Mr. Sun to the door. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, noticing that he was still fixated on the note. Are you wondering why there wasn't a ransom note from the kidnapper in the 2004 4.14 case among these files? Zhou Ning nodded. I wanted to ask earlier, but I held back since Mr. Sun was here. I only saw the photos, and as for the physical evidence, it was mostly the victim's clothing. Nothing else remained. Su Dayuan nodded. Before the holiday, I had Mr. Zhao contact Zhu Yantao to indirectly inquire about it. The ransom note was originally in the file, but Zhu Yantao later took it back. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He said if the case couldn't be solved, then he wanted the ransom note, as well as the children's belongings, so he could have some mementos. This is an inventory of the belongings. He took the note, the wedding rings of his son and daughter-in-law, and his granddaughter's gold lock. Zhou Ning was startled, and then it dawned on him. Wait, Director Su, are you saying that, although the kidnapper abducted them and extorted 8 million, he didn't remove any valuable items from their persons and even left them intact on the 3 bodies? And nobody who found the bodies took them? Zhou Ning barraged Su Dayuan with questions, which left him disoriented, blinking as he looked back at the inventory. It was meticulously recorded and even included photographs. The gold lock on the child was one of those filigree gold longevity locks. There were photos of both sides. Using a magnifying glass, Zhou Ning carefully observed the lock's edges and saw some dark brown bloodstains in the crevices. The front was engraved with 4 seal characters meaning longevity and prosperity. At the joint of the lock, there was a line of small characters. After a careful examination, he copied down what was written. 17th year of the Republic of China Deji Gold Shop made, on the 7th day of the 20th. Su Dayuan leaned over to take a look and saw Zhou Ning copying the inscriptions, blinking in confusion. I recognize the characters but don't know what they mean. It's an antique, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This filigree gold lock was forged in the Deji Gold Shop on the 17th year of the Chinese Republic on the 20th of the 7th lunar month. If you calculate it, that must have been when Zhu Yantao's father's generation was born. However, I'm not sure where the Deji Gold Shop is located. At that moment, Mr. Zhao returned and saw everyone looking at the item. After asking Mr. Liu what was going on, he waved his hand and came closer. Deji Gold Shop is in the provincial capital. They have a history of over 200 years and still make handcrafted items. But this gold lock looks like it's gold-plated. I think the killer lacked education, so he didn't recognize its value. Zhou Ning shook his head. I think it's quite the opposite. He knew its value, and he was smart. Taking such an item would have been a burden anyway, as an antique of this sort would be easily traceable by origin. He must have been someone with experience of the world. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 352 to 340. Handwriting Analysis Expert _1 Chapter 352. Chapter 340. Handwriting Analysis Expert _1 Zhou Ning's words quieted everyone down, and Mr. Zhao nodded in agreement after a moment of thought. Zhou Xiao makes sense. Normally, robbers or kidnappers would strip hostages of anything valuable since they're after wealth. But for this person to willingly leave behind such an expensive gold lock, their self-control is extraordinary. Zhou Xiao glanced at the note, and then at Su Dayuan. For the kidnapping cases on February 3, 2000 and April 14, 2004, I hope the letters sent by the kidnapper can be sent for analysis to see if fingerprints or residues can be found. The extraction method Mrs. Cui used last time can also be applied to paper. We now need to dig into every possible lead. Moreover, for the April 14th case, who were the responding personnel? Which team went? Who could have accessed the evidence? We won't be involved in that. We just want to know if there are any similarities in the handwriting on the notes from these two cases, and whether we can get a handwriting expert to analyze them." Su Dayuan furrowed his brows and nodded at Zhou Ning. "Find the expert yourself, and if you really can't, ask Mr. Sun for the expert he has used for comparison before. As for the social relationship investigation of Qidong, Jiantao, Zhu Guotai, and Fang Yu, along with the police involvement in the April 14th case, I'll handle that. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I want your criminal profile as soon as possible, whether it concerns the murder weapon or behavioral patterns. Whatever comes to mind, just tell me. Don't worry about whether the approach is wrong. Let's validate everything through actual investigation." Lu Yufei and Mr. Zhao should visit Jiantao, find the letter, and ideally, bring him in. Zhou Ning did not refuse. He actually didn't want to disturb Jiantao, considering the old man had lived in sorrow over the loss of his child for many years. There was no clear direction yet, and bothering him excessively could cause great emotional upheaval. However, to investigate thoroughly, they needed that letter. With a sigh, Zhou Ning nodded to Mr. Zhao. "You go. Fatty, you're familiar with him." Zhou Ning didn't give further instructions. Lu Yufei had already grabbed her coat, and Mr. Zhao made a praying gesture towards her. "Mrs. Fei, can we change into civilian clothes?" Lu Yufei glanced at Mr. Zhao. Mr. Bai and Mr. Zhang subconsciously shifted to one side, waiting for Lu Yufei's outburst, but she didn't say anything, just holding onto her police jacket. "Let's go, I'll change at the main building." "Are you driving, or should I?" Mr. Zhao grinned. "How could I let you tire yourself out?" "Of course, I'll drive." "Zhou Xiao, lend me your car." Zhou Ning said nothing else and tossed the car keys to Mr. Zhao. As the two of them left, Lu Yongxin nudged Zhou Ning. "What's this guy up to?" Zhou Ning looked towards the door and understood Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P.'s arrangements, which were very considerate. Jiantao left Qingdao to avoid disturbance. Showing up in police uniform and a patrol car would certainly stir up the neighbors, which could also prevent some curious people from noticing anything. Now, all we can do is wait for Mr. Zhao to bring back the letter, and then compare the handwriting. Lu Yongxin poked Zhou Ning. "Don't just stand there. Call Mr. Sun and ask if that handwriting expert is available. Bring them directly, so we don't delay on either front." Zhou Ning shook his head and dialed Xia Momo. "Mr. Xia, are you at Qin University? Last time you mentioned knowing a handwriting expert. I'm not sure if they are from Qidao or the capital city. Can't you be a bit polite?" Zhou Ning was taken aback, realizing he had been somewhat impolite. "Sorry, I'm a bit anxious. Didn't pay attention to my tone." "Forget it. If you were polite, then you'd definitely be someone I don't know well. The expert I mentioned is a friend of my father, who used to work at the Judicial Identification Center in the capital city and moved back to Qidao after retiring. If you need any handwriting analysis, I can ask if he has time." Hearing it was a friend of Mr. Xia, Zhou Ning paused slightly, still feeling apologetic due to his previous suspicions about Mr. Xia. "I'm a bit embarrassed, but please do contact him for me. Mr. Zhao and his team have gone to retrieve the materials for comparison. Even if they bring them back, it won't be until tonight. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Could you arrange for the expert to come over tomorrow morning to do the analysis?" "Got it. I'll call you once I've made the arrangements." June 26, 2012, early in the morning, Zhou Ning arrived at the office and upon entering, saw Mr. Zhao and Lu Yufei discussing something. When they saw Zhou Ning, Mr. Zhao's face lit up with excitement. "Zhou Xiao, you're here. There's good news." Zhou Ning looked puzzled. Last night they had brought Jianta back, and Mr. Zhao had taken Fatty to rest without discussing anything further. Now mentioning good news, could it be they found something on the threat letters and notes? Did Mrs. Cui discover something? Mr. Zhao rubbed his nose, grinning and handing over a report. "All right, I won't play coy with you. Guessing is always painful for me. Mrs. Cui is amazing. She extracted quite a few fingerprints from the paper. After fuming them, although the paper types differed, she found an unusual issue. On both pieces of paper, several special traces were discovered, parts of which were wrinkled, resembling fingerprints, but the prints were too unclear. Mrs. Cui said these were traces left by wet fingers and analyzed the spots, finding sodium chloride, as well as potassium, magnesium, calcium, lactic acid, urea nitrogen, etc. Zhou Ning quickly took the report, read it carefully, and then looked at another photo of the threat letter. At a slight tilt angle, he could indeed see several curled and wrinkled traces on both the note and the letter. Mrs./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chui said that according to the analysis, there's sweat residue, but she's unsure due to the large amount left behind. Zhou Ning stared at the report and those photos for a long time, while Lu Yufei was already anxiously leaning in. Director Zhou, have you thought of something? Share it with us. Just then, the door opened, and Su Dayuan entered quickly with Lu Yongxin. Seeing Zhou Ning's expression, they were a bit puzzled. Mr. Zhao hastily explained, and Su Dayuan, being sharp, waved to Lu Yufei. Don't disturb him. Let Zhu Yantao come up to the meeting room later. We'll talk there. At this moment, Zhou Ning looked up at Lu Yongxin. These two cases, one occurred in Qidong, the other in Qingdao. There is no overlap in the investigating personnel. Moreover, one was on the 29th of the 12th lunar month, the other on April 14th, neither exactly in a hot season. Yet, the finger marks stained with sweat on these are consistent. Lu Yongxin also became interested and looked at the two photos. Are you saying that the only person who could have touched both pieces of paper is the murderer, and that this person is always drenched in sweat? No, perhaps their hands are perpetually sweating excessively, beyond the normal amount for an average person. Isn't that hyperhidrosis? Zhou Ning nodded. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. If it's not secondary hyperhidrosis caused by a specific illness, then generally, patients see an improvement in their condition after the age of 25. Su Dayuan blinked, seemingly not quite understanding. After all, such diseases are uncommon. What do you mean? Be clear, does the murderer have a disease? Or are you saying Zhou Xiao has a result for the criminal profiling? Zhou Ning laughed. Su Dayuan was always in a hurry. Director Su, don't rush. Mr. Xia will be here shortly. She has gone to fetch a handwriting expert. Well, let the expert take a quick look to see if the original paper is needed for handwriting analysis. If not, I'll have Mrs. Cui do a detailed analysis, as we still don't dare damage the evidence. Su Dayuan nodded. Now he understood what Zhou Ning was saying. Then let's wait. But it's a significant breakthrough that the same type of sweat residue was found on both papers. Didn't you search the fingerprint database, though? Mr. Zhao shook his head. The fingerprints we retrieved are incomplete. They can be compared and identified, but they're not enough for a search on their own. Su Dayuan sighed just as the door opened again, and Xia Momo peeked in, obviously surprised to see so many people. Mr. Xia, you're here. Come in quickly. Su Dayuan gestured warmly. Xia Momo smiled as she opened the door wider and stepped back to let an old man with white hair enter. He was about the same height as Xia Momo and looked very kind with a smile on his face. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Elder Hu, please come in. This is Director Su from Qingdao City Bureau. This is the forensic doctor from our laboratory, Dr. Liu, and this is Director Zhou Ning, head of the second forensics section. He's the one who asked me to bring you here. As they entered, Xia Momo introduced the old man and also introduced him to everyone else. Elder Hu is definitely a technical expert, working in the province's Judicial Appraisal Center, his specialty being handwriting appraisal. Su Dayuan felt like he had struck gold and was rubbing his hands together in delight, though he knew he wasn't the smoothest talker. He grabbed Mr. Zhao by the collar and pushed him towards Elder Hu. Mr. Zhao was somewhat speechless, quickly taking Elder Hu's arm. Elder Hu, would you like to rest first, or should we find you a quieter place? It feels a bit awkward asking you to appraise something right after you've come up. Mr. Zhao's awkward smile amused Elder Hu patted Mr. Zhao's round belly. This chubby kid sure knows how to talk. I'm not that fussy. Doing an appraisal makes me feel useful and not like a freeloader waiting to die. That's enough for me to be happy. Zhou Xiao, where's the stuff you wanted appraised? Let me have a look. Mr. Zhao had already placed the notebook in front of Elder Hu without Zhou Ning having to prompt him. Elder Hu didn't pull out any reading glasses but leaned closer to the screen, prompting Mr. Zhao to ask, Elder Hu, should we bring the original document or print a copy? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Elder Hu nodded. Give me a pair of gloves. I'll just take a quick look at the original. After all, I need to observe the writing pressure and any hesitations. I know that this is crucial evidence. I promise I won't compromise your evidence collection. Zhou Ning gestured, and Sun Gaodai quickly went to fetch it, soon returning with 2 pieces of paper. Zhou Ning noticed that Mrs. Cui had been thorough, completely isolating the papers with static plastic films, allowing one to see faint yellow and black fingerprint markings on them. Elder Hu wasn't displeased. On the contrary, his face showed excitement. Impressive, your technique is quite formidable. It's difficult to extract fingerprint information from paper, especially with older documents and those affected by improper preservation, where often all that's found is an indecipherable black mess. Su Daiyuan licked his lips, as if the praise were for him. We can't compare with the provincial office's tech, but Elder Hu, we won't disturb you. We will all leave and let Mr. Zhao and Zhou Xiao stay with Mr. Xia to assist you. Just call if you need anything. We'll be waiting outside. Elder Hu began examining closely, continuously taking notes on the notebook. Zhou Ning didn't understand and didn't dare to interrupt. Xia Momo drew near to Zhou Ning. You can go if you have other things to do. I'll wait here. The comparison won't be quick. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, from our layman's perspective, the handwriting on these 2 papers seems entirely unrelated. Before Zhou Ning could reply, Elder Hu looked up with a smile. Young lady, who said they're unrelated? To me, the connection couldn't be clearer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 353 to 341 The Sealed Notebook _1 Chapter 353 Chapter 341 The Sealed Notebook _1 Elder Hu's comment attracted everyone's attention. He picked up a pen and circled different parts of the characters for 10,000, kidnap, person, ransom, and money. Although the fonts varied greatly, one could say they didn't look alike at all. Their bent hooks, vertical strokes, and dots all shared a common feature, which was the deliberate pauses in the writing. Look at these characters. Even though they were written with different hands, and there was a deliberate attempt to disguise the handwriting, some habits can't be easily changed. This person must have learned calligraphy, that sort of childhood training with character practice books. There's a writing habit of liking to pause deliberately, and I'd say the writing with both the left and right hands is pretty good. I determined that the characters on these 2 sheets of paper were written by the same person. This analysis made Zhou Ning's eyes light up. It coincided with some of his earlier thoughts. However, these analyses also confused Zhou Ning, so he had not brought it up to Su Daiyuan. Elder Hu, may I understand it this way, that the person who wrote this received a good education, at least in childhood, to train both hands to write simultaneously, and even to copy from character practice books, more than just the neat writing required by schools. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It at least indicates a well-off family background, not necessarily a scholarly family, but at least parents or elders who are educated. Elder Hu laughed and looked at Zhou Ning, nodding slightly. You're trying to get words out of me, aren't you? Normally, I would definitely give you a negative answer. I'm only responsible for discerning handwriting, and I can't make judgments about other matters. However, your hypothesis is very good, and I quite agree with it. After all, this habit of pausing and the way the bent hooks are deliberately lifted during the writing are more like the techniques used in practicing brush writing. I also think this person has received strict training. Not to mention ballpoint pen calligraphy, even their brush calligraphy won't be poor. As for the family background, I think ordinary families rarely emphasize training their children in brush writing to such an extent. It feels like a level of skill that cannot be achieved by any training class. Look at this name. When he wrote it, he must have forgotten to disguise it. The upper half of this connected character already passes through a horizontal stroke. I remember in Zhou Yunming's character practice book there is this writing habit. It's from a brush cursive character practice book. Whether he understood much, who knows, but Mr. Zhao kept nodding his head on the side. Elder who means that it was written by one person, but at different times, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p write, different mental states and moods can be seen in the writing. Hearing this, Mr. Zhao was already rubbing his hands together eagerly. Great, this way we can combine the cases. Elder who glanced at Mr. Zhao, then his gaze fell on Zhou Ning, maintaining professional decorum by not continuing to inquire. All right, do you need me to provide you an appraisal report? If not, I'll be going and won't hold you up from continuing your work. Zhou Ning regained his composure and grasped Elder Hu's hand. Thank you so much, Elder Hu. You've resolved our perplexities upon your arrival. Elder Hu waved his hand, already standing up. Girl, take me back, please. If you need anything later, you can find me anytime. Now that I'm living in Qidong, I realize after retiring that working every day is actually quite interesting. I've spoken more today than I usually do in a week. Then Elder Hu, feel free to come here whenever you like. I'm collaborating with Qin University on some software, and actually, I think we can systematically arrange the knowledge you possess. After all, there are far too few professionals in this field. If a computer could conduct some level of analysis, it would enhance the capabilities at the grassroots level of case handling. Elder, who was taken aback, looked at Xia Momo, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Zhou Ning was bewildered. Caught off guard by this sudden change, he didn't know what had happened. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Xia Momo, a bit embarrassed, waved at Zhou Ning and then tugged at Elder Hu's arm. Stop laughing, let's go back quickly. Elder Hu, seeming to find something even more interesting, stopped laughing, looked at Zhou Ning, then at Xia Momo, and nodded as if realizing something. Now I get it. That's why you sought me out to help. All right, I won't disturb you two any further. But Director Zhou, what you just said, the Xia family girl just mentioned it to me. Unexpectedly, you both thought of the same thing. Actually, we tried it before, but the collaborating party couldn't perform these recognitions, and they didn't understand what I was trying to express. Zhou Ning's interest was piqued. He hadn't dared to promise anything before, but now things were different. Their team had established various databases to a high standard, particularly the facial reconstruction system was already well regarded, and capable individuals were eager to join the R&AMP Winking and Laughing Center. They were not short of talent. Just as Dr. Liu initially said, you just state your ideas, and if anything is lacking, money hell fund, people hell find. All needs can be met, just requiring clear direction and expertise in the field. Elder Hu, over 2 years ago, when Mr. Xia and I first manually reconstructed a face, I had no idea that the team established by Qin University could successfully create these databases and design the software. Now we are already working on version 6 and even pushing forward in other directions. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. What I can tell you is that the Qin University's team is quite professional, and now it comprises outstanding individuals from various fields. My mentor Li Chengbin is even here overseeing PhD students, which speaks volumes about the regard for Qin University. So, I hope you'll go have a look, visit the research center, see how our facial reconstruction system operates, and then decide what to do next. Elder Hu stared at Zhou Ning for a long while, then nodded seriously. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Have the Xia family girl take me there later to look around. Although I don't know what your system is like, it sounds impressive. I understand what you mean. If you could create those fanciful software, there's no reason mine couldn't be possible too. Is that what you're saying? Zhou Ning nodded. It's a pity I have a case at hand, otherwise I really would want to accompany you for a look. I won't say too much of polite words now, since I know you're in Qidong. I will not hesitate to trouble you in the future. For someone your age, to speak so appropriately and to understand what we old folks think, that touches my heart more than anything. Okay, continue with your work. Once we're less busy, we'll have a proper chat. Elder Hu nodded with a smile and quickly left with Xia Momo. Zhou Ning could tell that Elder Hu had been moved by what he had said. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In fact, when Dr. Liu initially mentioned that he could develop such software, and even made such a big fuss about it, Zhou Ning's first reaction was that if the investment was huge and the software couldn't be made, it would be fine as long as he did not lose money. Shaking his head, he gestured Mr. Zhao to put away the 2 pieces of paper. Then he quickly went upstairs, knocked on the door, and entered the conference room, just in time to see Su Dayuan and Lu Yufei chatting with Fatty. Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning with an inquiring gaze. Zhou Ning nodded vigorously, and Su Dayuan clenched his fists, clearly excited. Mr. Zhao had already run over and sat down next to Fatty, whose real name was Zhu Yantao. His name is Zhou Ning. He came with me to your noodle shop last time. He's the head of the forensic department at the Qingdao City Bureau, in charge of autopsy work for criminal cases. So, everyone sitting here is trustworthy. Zhu Yantao patted Mr. Zhao's chubby hand to stop him from continuing. The smile on his face was faint, but one could feel his relaxation. There's no need for such an introduction. Like I told you, since I've come back with you, I trust you all. Besides, you grew up in the big courtyard. I know what kind of person you are. In the past few years, I resisted looking into this case, not for any other reason, but because my spouse has a weak heart and can't stand such things. Last year, she had a bypass surgery and is now quite well. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As you said, some things, if left unattended and not questioned, do not simply go away. They always remain the thorns in one's side, especially during festivals when you see others enjoying the company of their family. That feeling emerges. I've told my spouse that we want to clear things up this time. You ask whatever you need to, without worrying about my feelings or anything else. As for the items left by my son and his family, the valuables have been returned to us. I've brought them here. From the day they were given back to us, I've never opened them. I don't know if they would be of any help to your case. As he spoke, Fatty opened a backpack behind him and took out a wooden box. Upon opening it, there were 3 plastic evidence bags containing a filigree gold lock, a ring, and a hairpin. Indeed, in the crevices of the filigree gold lock, one could see brownish-black bloodstains. Zhou Ning was particularly struck by this, as he had closely examined the images the night before, enlarging them to take a better look. Indeed, just like Fatty said, he had kept these items sealed, which was indeed beneficial for the investigation. Mr. Zhao quickly took the box and solemnly placed it on the table. Don't worry, Fatty, we'll handle these carefully. They will be sent for testing later. After all, the various technologies we have now have advanced so much compared to 8 years ago. Zhou Ning pursed his lips, saying nothing. This was not the time to give Fatty too much hope. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The old man was up in years and could not withstand such dramatic ups and downs. Su Dayuan passed over a cup of water and then said, Okay, since you're ready, let's start making a record. We need to know some details about timing. If you can't remember anything, just tell us outright and we'll move on to other questions. Zhu Yantao nodded and took out a notebook from his bag, spreading it open to reveal densely packed entries detailing what was done, when, and where. Su Dayuan was stunned upon seeing it. Have you been keeping a record? Zhu Yantao nodded with a smile, sighing as he said, "I'm getting old and always feel my memory isn't good. After my son's family tragedy, I thought about it every night. Eventually, I decided to write down the whole process, even printing out the call records from that time. I couldn't do much as a father, but this was a way of comforting them, I suppose." Su Dayuan pushed the notebook to Mr. Zhao, instructing, "Make copies of all these." Su Dayuan paused, then continued to ask, "When you received this threatening letter, you reported it to the police immediately, right?" "Yes, to say something you might not want to hear. My biggest regret was calling the police. I keep thinking that if I hadn't called them back then, maybe my son and his family could have lived." Su Dayuan patted his shoulder. He had just glanced briefly at the notebook, which contained various timings of the incident, apparently with no record prior to the incident. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p uncle, try to recall, before April 14th. When was the last time you saw the 3 members of their family, or just one of them? Zhu Yantao nodded. I remember, April 14th was a Wednesday. The last time I saw them was on Sunday, April 11th. They came over to my house to play for a whole morning. Yetta even said she wanted to take my granddaughter swimming. I joked that my granddaughter would become a professional swimmer someday. Su Dayuan took a deep breath. Asking these questions was pressing for him too, but the investigation had to continue. "Could you tell me, what about the social relationships of your son Zhu Guotai and Fang Yu? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 354 to 342 consolidation _1 chapter 354. Chapter 342 consolidation _1 Zhu Yantao thought for a moment. I recorded all the people they knew in my notebook, but those are the ones I knew of, as well as what was found on their phones. I'm not sure if anything was left out. During the investigation by the police, I wasn't clear about what was found. They never asked me, nor did I offer any information. You might think Yaya, being an actress, must have had a larger social circle. On the contrary, she was a very shy girl. She chose to leave that industry and marry my son, managing the hotel business with him precisely because that circle was too chaotic and she had few real friends. Therefore, she had few acquaintances. With my son's parents already gone, she only kept in touch with her 2 brothers, Fang Qing and Fang Duo. Fang Duo lives abroad. As for classmates, there was only one close one, Qi Yueqiu. After marrying my son, she practically lost touch with everyone else. As for Guotai, he had 3 friends from middle school till his disappearance, whom he kept in contact with. I have their names, places of employment, and home addresses all recorded here, but this information was from 8 years ago. I don't know if there have been changes since then, given that Guotai is no longer with us and our contacts have lessened each year. Zhu Yantao didn't continue, though everyone understood that it wasn't just about fewer contacts, but that contacts were utterly severed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p with his son's family silenced as friends, some genuinely grieved and feared visiting the elderly, being reminded of their son's family, so they did not intrude too much. Then there were those who were nothing more than fair-weather friends. When one used to run restaurants and marry a star, they would cling daily. But when fortune declined, leaving just an elderly couple, of course, there was no need to maintain those relationships. Why keep in touch? Could they help pay off debts? At that time, afraid they probably couldn't have avoided Zhu Yantao, as he was borrowing money all over the town. Su Dayuan glanced at the notes photocopied by Mr. Zhao, his gaze landing on the list. Zhu Yantao had recorded in great detail the information about Zhu Guotai's 3 friends, comprehensive data, with all 3 born in 1971 and all 33 years old in 2004. When Tomi, a physical education teacher at the number 27 middle school, Yan Guoyu, who transitioned from the Navy to work at the Social Security Office, Wang Yaocheng, detective chief at the Beijai police station. Next to each person's job title was a phone number and home address, which saved quite a bit of investigative work. You've recorded these details very meticulously. Then we'll start by checking these leads. After all, there's another case that seems to be connected, so let's look for commonalities. This matter can't be rushed. Besides, do you recall something unusual happening to your son before April 14th/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak? Speak, prosody P, for example, any issues with unpaid wages? Or did he discipline someone? Zhu Yantao shook his head, rummaging in his backpack and pulling out a ledger, the kind with a blue plastic cover used for manual accounting, and handed it over to Su Dayuan with both hands. Catering enterprises have a high turnover rate among the staff, who often have a low educational background. Moreover, locals in Qidong rarely work as waiters, feeling embarrassed to be seen by neighbors in such jobs. So, my son consistently recruited people from the Lusi and Ludong Western region. They were trained before arrival and could start work immediately. Those not suitable even after dismissal still received an extra month's salary as severance, as we had connections with local employment authorities. Consequently, Guotai managed to staff well and certainly wouldn't make enemies over such matters. This ledger is just a part of it. There are many more at home, all summaries of the various hotels' operations. After Guotai's disappearance, business plummeted directly due to no one daring to dine at our restaurants, fearing bad luck, leading to its eventual shutdown. Life went on smoothly without anything special happening, which is something I cannot comprehend. If there had been any hint or indication, we could have considered the possibility in that direction. But without any signs, my son and his family disappeared suddenly, and then I received the ransom note. At this point, Zhu Yantao took a deep breath. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. No matter how much time had passed, it was still an open wound whenever mentioned. However, Su Dayuan understood that what Fatty found most incomprehensible was precisely this abruptness. Without any warning, his son's family was kidnapped, leaving him without any clear thread to follow, like a headless fly. Still considering the 8 million, Su Dayuan turned to Zhu Yantao again. Although I know it's cruel to ask for us to understand the full picture, I have to inquire whether you think the kidnappers arbitrarily demanded 8 million, or if it was within your means, that this was their upper limit? Zhu Yantao waved his hand, seemingly suggesting Su Dayuan not overthink it, then after pondering for a moment, answered, there was a 24-hour interval from when the letter was sent until they phoned me. I've thought carefully about this question. At that time, I couldn't have come up with even another 10,000, let alone 50,000. I had mortgaged everything I could, my cars, houses, properties. Maybe they estimated my family's assets? Lu Yufei flipped to the next page of the photocopies, which listed the Zhu family's assets before the incident. In fact, the value of these assets far exceeded 8 million by several times, but with the family disaster, the hotel didn't just close down but went directly into bankruptcy, and the properties and cars were sold at low prices. /P. Break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. If one were to insist, those who bought the Zhu family's assets at low prices could also be considered beneficiaries. Mr. Zhao was keeping his eyes on Su Dayuan. Seeing that he had closed the notebook, Mr. Zhao knew Su Dayuan had asked almost everything he intended to, and he looked at Zhou Ning, repeatedly winking and gesturing. Zhou Ning slightly lowered his head. What else could he ask? Should he question the old man about whether his daughter-in-law had an affair, or whether she had any enemies before marrying Zhu Guotai? According to the distribution of the wounds on the body, Zhu Guotai sustained more defensive injuries, while Zhu Li had more injuries from torture. Comparatively speaking, Fang Yu seemed to have endured less torture before death. If they were only used as bargaining chips, the kidnappers wouldn't treat them differently. There could be opportunistic assault, but the treatment wouldn't be so starkly different. These words, Zhou Ning could not bring himself to ask, but indeed, it was possible to talk with the Fang family about it. Moreover, with a family of 3 kidnapped, could the Fang family really have no reaction? Seemingly sensing Zhou Ning's confusion, Su Dayuan tilted his head to look at Zhou Ning and raised an eyebrow, saying, "If Director Zhou has any questions, just ask them directly. This isn't a trial, we just want to understand the situation from all aspects." "I think the old man will understand." Zhu Yantao nodded in agreement. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p, it's okay, ask anything you want. I know you have no ill intentions and genuinely want the case to have some leads. I can handle any question. With that said, Zhou Ning directly asked, "During the 24 hours of fundraising, did you contact the Fong family? After all, raising 8 million would require collateral, and I saw that one of the properties is the house that Fong Qing, the eldest of the Fong family, bought, right?" Zhu Yantao nodded and flipped his notebook to the last page, which contained a record with the transaction date, price, and the parties involved. Handing the notebook to Su Dayuan, Zhu Yantao then continued, "When the incident happened, I used this Quanshan district property as collateral to a guy in Quanshan to get 1.8 million in cash. To be precise, this amount was just over 30% of the property's market value in 2004. But desperate for cash and given that the transaction was in cash, no one would be readily available. A month and a half after the kidnapping, Fong Qing came to me asking what I planned to do with the property. Since it was mortgaged on a daily interest rate, and I was distracted with too many things, including needing to let go of the hotel staff, I was overwhelmed. Fong Qing said he'd take care of it, he'd pay the daily interest, but in return, he wanted the property transferred to his name at the price of 1.8 million and he'd cover the transfer tax. He asked if I was okay with that. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p, of course, I couldn't refuse. It's better that a family acquaintance benefits rather than some strangers. A week later, I don't know how he managed it, but he got the deed back, and we went straight to transfer the property. Zhou Ning wasn't sure how much the daily interest was, but he guessed that the cost calculated daily must be as expensive as rolling with donkeys. At that time, Fong Qing must have wanted to take such an advantage. Similarly, his sister had died. Was he hoping for compensation? Looking at Zhu Yantao, Zhou Ning just nodded, without saying anything else. Su Dayuan patted Zhu Yantao on the shoulder. "All right, old man, you must be tired. We've pretty much got the information we need. Are you returning to Rudong City for the time being or staying in Qingdao for a while? If you're staying here, I can arrange a place for you." Zhu Yantao waved his hand, smiling faintly as if he didn't want to trouble anyone. "Don't worry about it, leaders. I don't even know how to thank you for investigating this case. How could I trouble you further? I'll just stay in the city area for now. The old house was just demolished and they gave me a place to live. I'm available anytime if needed. I'll take my leave now." Zhu Yantao fended off Mr. Zhao, who wanted to see him out, waved to everyone, and quickly left. Watching the receding figure, Mr. Zhao sighed and returned to Su Daiwan's side, patting Zhou Ning on the back. "Zhou Xiao, is that the only question you have? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p." Zhou Ning glanced at Zhao Xinli. "I understand how you feel, but inquiring is the responsibility of Director Su and the others. We just need to listen in here, so let's just listen properly. I can't exactly ask Fatty about the state of the fingers and ears he received, or if there were any particular findings when identifying the body, can I?" Mr. Zhao was disheartened, and Lu Yufei patted him on the arm. "I know you care about this matter, but don't get down. Being anxious won't help. We'll do what we need to do without missing a single detail. Since we suspect that the 2000 February 3rd kidnapping case and the 2004 April 14th kidnapping case share similarities, and handwriting analysis supports this, we can merge the cases and investigate the social relations on both sides together to see if there's any overlap. That way, we might find a breakthrough." Su Dayuan was very satisfied with Lu Yufei's words. Ever since he arranged for Lu Yufei to go train on the ground, he had a different approach to cultivating Lu Yufei, who was also willing to share her thoughts and had grown quickly during the short span of half a year. "You're right. There is no problem with merging the cases. Qin Gang's social circle was the simplest in the February 3, 2000 kidnapping case. His access to people was very limited, so from that angle, connecting with the Zhou family, the Fong family, and related individuals for a breakthrough is definitely feasible. Su Dayuan pause before continuing, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p speaking of the property issue. I think we need to investigate all the individuals related to the records in the notebook, as well as conduct a DNA test on the Zhou and Fong family's members, as a free health check we're providing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 355 to 343. There is a snake _1 chapter 355, chapter 343. There is a snake _1 July 3, 2012. After many days of investigation, there was almost no progress. Following the list provided by Zhu Yantao, all the relatives of the Zhou and Fong families, as well as the couple's friends, were checked one by one. During the time of the incident, nothing unusual was discovered, and everyone seemed actively cooperative with the police investigation, except for Fong Duo and Fong Qing, of course, since Fong Duo was not in the country, and Fong Qing couldn't be contacted. As for the DNA lineage screening of Qin Gang's relatives and the Fong and Zhou families, no relevant information was found. Much work had been done, but there was no progress, which made Su Dayuan somewhat frustrated at this moment. Early in the morning, Su Dayuan arrived at the laboratory, pushed the door open, and saw Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin in front of a whiteboard looking at something, while Mr. Zhao was gesticulating and talking beside them. Su Dayuan hurried over. Upon hearing footsteps, the three turned their heads, and when they saw Su Dayuan approaching with a dark face, Mr. Zhao coughed and quickly stepped back 2 paces. After all, nobody wanted to be mistakenly burned by such wrath. It was essential to avoid its sharp edge at this time. The leader is here. Have some water to cool down. Mr. Zhao handed over a bottle of mineral water, and Su Dayuan drank it with his head down, then heaved a sigh. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The investigation isn't going well. I'm starting to doubt whether the 2 cases are truly related. Lu Yongxin's brows were knitted tightly. This statement didn't seem like something Su Dayuan would say, especially since the handwriting expert had already analyzed that the 2 ransom notes came from the same person, which was quite solid evidence. Moreover, both the survivors and the injured had very similar bone fractures. The laboratory had been busy helping Su Dayuan and his team compare various submitted DNA samples, hence Cheng Xinggui's severed finger temporarily didn't yield any valuable information, which they also found regrettable. Seeing Lu Yongxin was about to erupt, Zhou Ning stretched out his hand to hold Lu Yongxin's arm down. Master, don't rush. The investigation hitting a deadlock might not be a problem of direction, but rather an issue with the investigation itself. Su Dayuan motioned to Zhou Ning with a nod of his chin. Go on. Zhou Ning gestured for Su Dayuan to sit beside Lu Yongxin before he continued. Mrs. Cui's side has a huge quantity of tests, but all these are screening to see who among Qin Gang, the Zhou household, the Fong household, and their friends are related to the Qin family. The DNA you extracted was from Qin Gang's uncle and cousin, right? Su Dayuan nodded. Right, Qin Gang was killed in 2000. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. At the time, fingerprint comparison and family member identification were done after his death, and there was no requirement to preserve the deceased's DNA samples, so a comparison with close relatives had to be done. Is there any problem with that? Lu Yongxin pointed to a photograph of an old house with a pen and looked helplessly at Su Dayuan. Director Su, I think you've overlooked something. After Qin Gang's parents died, he dropped out of school at 14 and worked in Chengji's wholesale department. His biological uncle and uncles wouldn't just ignore him like that, even taking the boy to the construction site and keeping him busy for half a year without pay. Since there were no developments on your end, we suspected that Qin Gang might not be biologically related to them at all, so we decided to visit the scene. Su Dayuan was taken aback and stood up abruptly. I really did not consider that. Lu Yufei went to investigate the Fong family. Mr. Zeng had He Chunyang investigate the Chen family. At the time, Chen Gang's uncle and cousins just said that the kid was introverted and didn't associate with them. We thought it was just a personality issue. Alright, don't just sit there. If you want to go to the scene, then hurry up. I was planning to go there myself to meet with Chen Gang's family members. Zhou Ning didn't pursue the matter. Assessing work capability wasn't his place to comment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, he understood that the Chen family preferred to do less rather than more, which indeed made sense. An hour later, the group arrived in Hangsinga Village, Banqiao Town, Qidong District. Mr. Zeng and He Chunyang were waiting at the village entrance. It was the last day of June, and the weather on Qingdao was extremely hot. However, Mr. Zeng dared not hide in the car to enjoy the air conditioning. When he saw Su Dayuan and his team's car stop, he scurried over. Leader, you've arrived. Su Dayuan grunted twice. Seeing He Chunyang approach, he waved his hand to signal for them to get in the car. When you previously investigated Hangsinga Village, did you go straight to Chen Gang's uncle and cousin's houses, or did you go with the village committee after inquiry? He Chunyang was aware of Su Daiwan's temper. Such a question naturally indicated that there had been some oversight before, and he was very polite in response. As soon as we arrived, Mr. Zeng and I went straight to those two houses. They were quite cooperative, answered whatever we asked, and they were quite willing to provide blood samples. Leader, did I do something wrong? Please, criticize and correct me. Mr. Zeng blinked and didn't dare to join in. Su Dayuan sighed and gestured for everyone to come closer. Call the people from the village committee. It's best to find two elderly people who are familiar with Chen Gang's parents and ask them directly whether Chen Gang was adopted or born to them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Also, Chen Gang's old house. Did his uncle and cousins take it over? He Chunyang was taken aback and quickly gestured for someone to call the village committee's person in charge. Mr. Zeng watched Lu Yufei's expressions from the side, but couldn't discern anything, so he quickly said, We've inquired a bit these past few days. Besides Chen Gang the murderer, almost nobody in their village interacts with Chen Gang's uncles. One family lives on the east side of the village, and the other on the west. As for Chen Gang's old house, the two families have been fighting over it. Because it's going to be demolished? At Mr. Zhao's inquiry, Mr. Zeng clapped his hands and nodded, stating enthusiastically, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 356 to 343. There are snakes _2 Chapter 356. Chapter 343. There are snakes _2 exactly. It's because of the upcoming demolition. Since after the Spring Festival, people in the village began saying that there would be a new road built here, and an industrial park as well, that all 6 villages in this area would be demolished. That's why every family has been building houses, and those without money to build have been renovating their side rooms at home, or setting up individual businesses, or whatever. It seems like for tiles, flooring, well digging, relocating graves, courtyard walls, and so on, there would be some compensation provided, and moreover, this compensation seems to increase slightly each year. The Chen family and the Sun family even came to blows over the old Chen household, with a dozen family members getting involved, and in the end, the police were called. The village committee went ahead and locked up the house. Mr. Zeng seldom managed to understand things clearly, but listening to him speak so convincingly, Su Dayuan nodded along. However, his concern was about that house, whether the two families had gone in and wreaked havoc, rendering it impossible to collect any DNA evidence. Keep talking, is that all? Mr. Zeng shook his head, a look of grievance on his face. No, leader, this is just some gossip I heard from the villagers while investigating. To know the specifics, you have to ask someone from the village committee. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We were just learning about Chen Gang's situation indirectly. Everyone's general opinion of the kid can be summed up in one phrase: quiet and reticent. There's not a single person in the village who is close to him. This comment made Su Daiwan's eyebrows furrow deeply. A quiet and reticent person, Chen Gang started working at the Chung family's place at the age of 14 or 15. Qingxi couldn't be said to be very good to Chen Gang, but he certainly wouldn't mistreat such a young child, and the salary he received was much more generous than what one would earn as an ordinary supermarket cashier. Possessing the knowledge of the Chung family's wholesale department's daily turnover, even if tempted by money, kidnapping a child was a serious matter. Who could he possibly confide in? As he was pondering this, the person who had gone to the village committee returned with a man in his 50s. Seeing a bunch of policemen, each one of them wore a look of panic on their faces. "Leader, are you from Banqiao Town Police Station?" Su Dayuan shook his head, smiling as he got out of the car and, after shaking hands with the two men, introduced himself. "We're from Qidong Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team. Previously, people from the Qidong Sub-Bureau were here cooperating with us to investigate Chen Gang's case. After all, we didn't want to disturb the normal lives of the folks here, so we also didn't notify you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The reason we urgently sought you out today is to understand a certain situation." The elderly man quickly nodded, visibly relieved. "Whatever it is you need, just ask." Su Dayuan nodded, trying to soften his facial expression and slow down his tone, basically trying to appear not so fierce. "Were you born and raised in Hengsinga village?" The elderly man agreed. "Yes, my surname is Sun, and I'm from Hengsinga village. I served in the military for a few years in my early years, and after returning, I ran for village director." Su Dayuan looked at the village director, finding his proactive attitude quite good. "Do you know Chen Gang's parents?" "Yes, Chen Gang's father is 3 years older than me. Back then, he married the second daughter from the Sun family in the same village. We were all surprised because their family was truly poor. With just Mr. Chen and Mr. Chen, 2 brothers, they had 2 old houses that were nothing more than simple earthen structures, lacking in everything. But the 2 of them were smitten with each other." Su Dayuan scrutinized the village director. He looked to be in his 50s. If Chen Gang's father was 3 years his senior, that wasn't a small age gap. "Did Mr. Chen marry early?" "Fairly early. They both got married at 21. I married later than him, but my son is older than his." This statement piqued Su Daiwan's interest. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He handed the village director a cigarette, and the man, with a smile on his face, took it with both hands, lit the lighter, and extended it towards Su Dayuan. As the 2 puffed on their cigarettes, Su Dayuan gave an "oh" and continued speaking. "Oh? It seems you're quite familiar with Mr. Chen. Does Chen Gang resemble his parents?" Su Dayuan did not openly ask if Chen Gang was adopted because in Qidong, being childless was a cause for being ridiculed. Even if people adopted, they did so in secret, never openly. They might even fake a pregnancy or simply move away for a while before returning with a child. Such happenings were common and not easy to investigate. The village head was smoking a cigarette, now completely relaxed, as if he was with an old friend for many years. He waved towards Su Dayuan and turned to look in the direction of the village, lowering his voice somewhat as if to show more respect for the deceased. "It's not just because Chen Gang had an accident that I say this. After all, I grew up with Mr. Chen, and he and his father didn't look alike at all, not even like his mother. How do I put it? Both his parents are tall, big frames even though they're not fat, so they're not small in size. But Chen Gang, not just as a child, but even when he grew up, was skinny like a chick, and he had a flat nose, a bulbous nose like garlic. Not to mention his facial features, his stature didn't resemble them either. Mr/P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Chen's wife had been going to the provincial capital for infertility treatment, and then suddenly they had a child. It shocked everyone in the village. Some said it was an adopted child, but no one asked Mr. Chen. After all, to have a child at nearly 30, who would gossip about it? Especially Mr. Chen. After Mr. Chen's couple died, he completely ignored Qin Gang, and even said he wasn't of the Qin family's blood. I think there's no smoke without fire. Su Dayuan nodded. It seemed that the villagers had also noticed the problem. The key to Qin Gang's old house is said to be kept at the village committee. We want to take a look at the scene, and I won't lie to you. Regarding the kidnapping case from years ago, we feel there may still be a criminal at large, so we'd like to investigate it thoroughly. Do you think that would be okay? Director Sun nodded emphatically. The key is indeed with me. The two families fought terribly back then, involving the police station. I had the police station as well as the elders of the Sun family and the Qin family serve as witnesses, and I had them sign a contract. Before the demolition, all the procedures for the house and documents were kept at the village committee, and after the demolition, the compensation was split evenly between the two families. That finally calmed things down. To tell the truth, they are all poor people, fighting over such a little money and losing face for the village. That's why I helped mediate. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Otherwise, I would have hoped they'd have a good fight and that both would end up in jail to learn their lesson. Su Dayuan patted Director Sun's shoulder. Grassroots work was not easy, and having been in Qidong for many years, he understood that well. Understood, coordinating the work of an entire village is indeed no easy task. Director Sun smiled, and without getting into the car, Su Dayuan threw his police uniform inside and the group walked towards a solitary courtyard in the eastern part of the village. The exterior looked so dilapidated that it seemed like a ruin. Through the cracks of the gate, it was visible that wild grass had already covered the ground inside the courtyard. Upon opening the gate, the wild grass appeared even more spectacular. Su Dayuan stopped Director Sun's actions. Let's wait outside and have the professional technical staff take a look. By the way, is the pear orchard where Qin Gang was caught still there? Director Sun shook his head and turned to point at a grove of trees not far away. That pear orchard has been divided and sold. The poplar grove north of a reservoir right there is where the incident happened. After someone died there, everyone thought it was a bad omen. The contractor gave up the lease. The house is still there, but the pear trees have been sold, and now it's all poplars. Hearing this, Su Dayuan grew interested. So what you're saying is, after the year 2000, that house in the pear orchard has been left unused. Director Sun nodded. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P greater than a few days after the incident, an old man who was on night patrol fell face down in a ditch there, a ditch only 4 fingers deep with water, yet he still drowned. The villagers all felt it was an ill omen, so nobody went to prune the trees or pollinate. Unable to hire anyone, the output plummeted, and that's why the pear trees were sold. As for these contracted forest lands, they've also started being parceled out in recent years. There's rarely anything new in the village. Whatever happens in any family, it's always linked to that. But indeed, nobody has gone to that rundown house again. Even the original contractor didn't take away his belongings. Su Dayuan turned to look at Zhou Ning, who understood what this meant and wanted to ask if he should also send someone to take a look. Zhou Ning nodded. Director Su, after the inspection here is finished, let's go take a look. It's not much help with just 1 or 2 people going. Su Dayuan nodded knowingly, waved to Director Sun, and the two stepped back a bit, appearing to make idle chat, but actually were seeking to understand the matters of the Qin family and the Sun family. Zhou Ning didn't listen in but followed Mr. Zhao and the others into the overgrown courtyard. Just as they were about to go in, they heard Mr. Zhao's voice. Zhou Xiao, don't come into the courtyard, stand there. There's a snake here. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Chapter 357 to 344. Look, this is a bloodstain _1 Chapter 357. Chapter 344. Look, this is a bloodstain _1 at such a roar. Zhou Ning immediately stopped in his tracks. He wasn't afraid of corpses, but the things he loathed most were rats and snakes. These two creatures posed quite a sensory challenge. After a moment, Sun Gaodai came out, holding two nearly 2-meter-long snakes in his hand, squirming and struggling continuously, with red-brown patterns on them. Their heads were tightly pinched by Sun Gaodai, and their shapes were indistinct at the moment, making it impossible to tell if they were poisonous. Young Qidong rushed out from behind, coughing along the way as he shouted to the outside. "Quick, get us a woven bag. These are vipers." Mr. Xing had already rushed in with others, and hearing the word vipers, they all got a fright. A large glass jar used for storing liquor was brought over. Sun Gaodai was nimble as he transferred both snakes' heads into one hand, and then shoved their tails and bodies into the jar, before slapping their heads inward, causing the snakes to fall to the bottom of the jar. The young officer quickly put the lid on, and one by one, they visibly relaxed. Zhou Ning ran over and grabbed Sun Gaodai's hand to check it. "Are you crazy? Why would you grab the snakes with your bare hands?" Mr. Young said these are vipers, highly poisonous, especially in a vacant old house like this where they can easily attack people. Sun Gaodai chuckled stupidly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I liked catching snakes and stealing bird eggs when I was a kid. Don't worry, boss, the vipers in Qidong aren't that venomous and they are small in size, so it's no big deal. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief and glanced over at Mr. Yang and the others. If it's not convenient to inspect inside, we should fumigate it first. After all, with this weather, the house has been vacant for years, so there might be animals inside. Yang Xueding smiled and shook his head. We're pretty much done with the survey. There's not much furniture or anything in the old house, just red bricks on the floor. Next to the table, we found pieces of bowls and dishes. We discovered dark brown bloodstains on these fragments and the red bricks. It looks like they might have fallen and cut themselves with the bowl. Zhou Ning nodded. Good, we can send this for testing. In a while, we'll go check out the pear orchard. Qidong wasn't killed when he was climbing the wall there, but if we can find some traces that match up, we can determine it's Qidong's DNA he left behind. Yang Xuedong smiled and packed up the evidence bag, while Mr. Zhao also came out from inside. We took a look, and someone seems to have rummaged through the house after Qidong died. The cabinet and the only 2 camphor wood chests inside were all messed up. However, you can tell that Qidong didn't have much clothing to begin with. There were just 3 decent sets of clothes in the chests, which were all work uniforms. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning surveyed the interior of the house. The ceiling beams were just high enough to touch the roof with a slight stretch of his arm. The red brick floor had worn paths in several places, and the kitchen had a broken stove with a cracked pot. What could be in such a dilapidated, bare house that was worth someone's while to come ransacking? If anything was valuable, it was probably the house itself. During demolitions, no matter how old or decrepit the house was, the compensation wouldn't be much different. Mr. Zhao leaned in, saying with apparent understanding, "Why bother, Qidong? Working honestly at the wholesale department, he earned a fair amount." I asked Mr. He. Changji gave Qidong 2,600 a month. It doesn't sound like much, but remember he ate all 3 meals there, wore the uniforms they provided, and basically didn't spend money on anything else. Why didn't he see clearly and got talked into kidnapping Cheng Xinghui, extorting hundreds of thousands, and in the end, he didn't get a dime and lost his life to boot? Even this shabby house of theirs has 3 rooms. At least they would get 1.2 million in demolition compensation. He could buy any house in the city with that kind of money. It's just incomprehensible. Zhou Ning shook his head. You're looking at it from a different perspective. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. We've seen the 12 years after Chen Gang's death, how society has improved, and talk of demolitions where many families made a good amount from old houses, becoming the demolition-rich second generation. But back then, he had no support from parents, and his uncles and aunts were angling for his little assets. Maybe his life lacked hope. Mr. Zhao sighed. You're right, if I could travel back in time, back to 12 years ago, I would definitely study hard in college, not continue to be a slacker, and I wouldn't sell off the old house in the family courtyard. I might even buy more of those old houses and keep them for when they're demolished for redevelopment. I could save myself decades of struggle. Young Qidong slapped the back of Mr. Zhao's neck, and with a crisp sound, Mr. Zhao jumped up. Daydreaming again? Hurry up, there isn't much left to investigate here. I've already collected quite a few fingerprints and packed up the porcelain shards and red bricks with traces of blood. Let's hurry to Pear Orchard and see. Though it's been 12 years, I wonder if bloodstains on the walls can still be retrieved? Zhou Ning couldn't answer either. No one knew the condition of the scene, but considering the outdoor elements like wind and rain, bloodstains on the wall would indeed be very hard to preserve. However, if it had dripped into crevices, there might still be a chance of preservation. It all depended on luck. Less chatting, let's head over and see for ourselves. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Moreover, according to the traces of the broken porcelain on the ground, this place was probably smashed just before Chen Gang left. I'm just hoping for some unexpected good luck to have left something behind. Besides, wasn't Cheng Xinghui hidden in a cupboard? According to his dream, Chen Gang had an argument with the kidnapper. If we can find that cupboard and thoroughly collect fingerprints and DNA, discovering any residue would be our biggest gain. Zhou Ning's words boosted everyone's confidence. They quickly gathered their equipment and left the yard. Su Dayuan was about to ask something when he saw the group, but was immediately stopped by Zhou Ning. Chief, we should head to Pear Orchard first. There wasn't anything particularly significant found here. After we finish surveying the house in Pear Orchard, we can discuss it all together. Oh, right. Has the house inside Pear Orchard been vacant all this time? Let's go. It's always been vacant. After all, Chen Gang died there, and the old night watchman also died not long after. Everyone thought it was bad luck. Su Dayuan nodded and signaled everyone to get into the car. Under the guide of Director Sun, they arrived at a courtyard. A large iron gate was ajar, with wire twisted around the latch. From the rust on the wire, it was clear it hadn't been touched for many years, as parts were even corroded through. Cutting through the wire, they entered the courtyard. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Lu Yongxin, joining them this time, looked around and remembered everything vividly. The second room on the east side, that's where the child was found back then. Inside the room, there was a table, a bed, and a ragged wardrobe, that's all. Lu Yongxin paused, then turned towards one side of the courtyard wall, pointing near a dog cage in the north and said, I remember, when Chen Gang was shot dead, he jumped up on the wall right by the dog cage, trying to climb over. But now, it seems impossible to spot any bloodstains on the wall. Maybe we should confirm the exact location with Mr. Sun? Su Dayuan had already taken out his phone and, after a brief communication with Mr. Sun, nodded towards Zhou Ning and the others. Mr. Liu remembers correctly, the location is right next to the dog kennel. As for the situation inside the room, we'll need to compare it with the case files from back then, as he can't remember those details. Zhou Ning nodded. Chief, shall we go take a look? Naturally, Su Dayuan had no objections. The group, carrying their cases, split into two teams. Mr. Zhao took Zhu Xingxing and Lu Yongxin to the second room on the east. Young Qidong, accompanied by Sun Gaodai, directly headed for the wall beside the dog kennel. The kennel's roof was covered with blue tin, which was rusted in many places. Young Qidong surveyed the area and noticed a clump of mud hanging on the wire netting at the edge of the dog kennel. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. He took a closer look and found that the mud contained cement and some grass clippings. No wonder it had remained there, it must have dried in place. But on the outermost layer, some traces of shoe soles could be seen. Just as Sun Gaot was about to speak, Zhou Ning, from the side, stopped him and pointed excitedly to the inner side of the tin roof of the dog kennel. Look quickly, this is a bloodstain. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 358 to 345. The cut on the palm _1 chapter 358, chapter 345. The cut on the palm _1 following Zhou Ning's gaze, the two of them looked over as well. Indeed, on the inner side of the top of the doghouse, there was a dark brown trace with 4 fingerprint marks along the edge. Without being told, Sun Gaot hurried to collect the fingerprints. The angle was just right on the inside of the metal sheet, completely sheltered from wind and rain erosion, preserving the fingerprints quite intact. Yang Xuedong compared the cement footprint and said to Zhou Ning excitedly, "The shoe print left in the cement matches Qin Gang's footprint, and the pressure points are exactly the same. As for this bloodstain, I wonder if it matches the blood found on the broken ceramic shards in his house. If they match up, we can confirm it's Qin Gang's DNA." Zhou Ning said nothing, but looked up at the top of the wall. On top of the wall, just like during the earlier investigation at Wang Hongzhen's home, there were glass shards embedded on the top, making it almost impossible to climb over the wall without leaving traces. It was necessary to check it out. However, the amount of blood left on the inside of the doghouse's top seemed to be quite a lot. Considering the number of broken ceramic shards and the blood inside the old house, the cut couldn't have been too severe. Could Qin Gang have had another injury when he fled? Unable to figure it out, Zhou Ning didn't dwell on it any longer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Seeing that the two had finished their collection, and since a ladder had already been brought over, Yang Xuedong climbed up and inspected the wall top thoroughly, taking several samples before looking back at Zhou Ning. There are very few traces left on the wall top. I found 4 spots that might be bloodstains. We'll need the lab to compare them. But boss, Qin Gang was killed when he was climbing over the wall. How did the other kidnapper leave? Zhou Ning scanned the wall. Although the house had been vacant for 12 years, the walls were well preserved, about 2 meters high with no signs of collapse. When he had arrived, he had even seen mobile company advertisements painted on the side of the wall facing the road. I remember Mr. Sun saying that when they were preparing to encircle the place, someone seemed to have seen a dark figure climb over the wall and leave. But they hadn't thought much of it then, since at the time they were only after Qin Gang. It wasn't until they couldn't find the ransom money that they considered the possibility of a second person's involvement. Yang Xuedong motioned to Sun Gaot. "Boss, why don't you check on Mr. Zhao and the others? We'll borrow a couple more ladders. Since someone climbed over the wall, we should screen the whole area no matter what. It'll take a few more samples. At worst, Mrs. Cui will scold me a bit, not such a big deal. With this wall, it's simply impossible to climb over without getting hurt. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning nodded, knowing that although this was a tedious method, it was indeed effective. All right, you two be careful. Have Director Su dispatch someone to walk around the exterior of the wall and collect any glass shards scattered on the ground. Since we're searching high and low, we might as well not overlook this detail." Sun Gaot was quite decisive, waving to Su Daiyuan and relaying Zhou Ning's instructions verbatim. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose and quickly entered the second room where Mr. Zhao and the others were. Upon entering, he found the room was very dim, with a small blue glass window on the east wall that was still intact. The room contained a bed, a table, a wardrobe, all complete except for a single chair that was missing a leg. Mr. Zhao was peering into the wardrobe, while Lu Yongxin and Zhu Xingxing stood by the bed, seemingly fixated on something. Zhou Ning quickly walked over and inspected the room. On the table, he noticed 2 deep scratches with what seemed like traces of blood along the edges. This discovery immediately connected in his mind with the blood on top of the doghouse. Could it be that Qin Gang and the kidnapper had a falling out, resulting in an injury during the dispute? But according to Cheng Xinggui's memory, the kidnapper had left alone, and as the police surrounded the place, Chen Gang had hidden him and fled. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody p. Wait a minute. Based on the kidnapper's behavior in the April 14, 2004 kidnapping case, the first step after getting the ransom was always to kill the victim. In fact, based on the time of death, it was possible that the victim had been killed before the ransom was even collected. So then, in the February 3, 2000 kidnapping case, when carrying the ransom money over, he intended to kill the victim, but the process was perhaps interrupted either because Chen Gang had a change of heart or because he heard the noise of the approaching police, which disrupted his plan and caused him to flee in haste. The more he thought about it, the more Zhou Ning felt this was likely. The bloodstains inside Chen Gang's old house were quite complete with clear spatter patterns. Any sweeping would have disturbed the clarity, suggesting the bloodstains may not have been unintentional. That place might just be the site of the first dispute between Chen Gang and the kidnapper. After the child was moved to Pear Orchard and the ransom received, the kidnapper could not persuade Chen Gang. Despite a second dispute, the kidnapper did not kill Chen Gang but instead left with the ransom. Had he attacked then, he might not have been able to escape. Seeing Zhou Ning motionless, Mr. Zhao gestured a shush to Zhu Xingxing, knowing that Zhou Ning must have thought of something. Zhou Ning put on his gloves and pointed at the 2 marks on the table. Have the photos been taken and samples collected? Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhao nodded, and Lu Yongxin approached. Initially, an investigator heard the child crying, came in, and found Cheng Xinghui. When the man was shot dead, we didn't inspect the scene further. We only realized there were traces left here when we couldn't find the ransom money. Zhou Ning examined the 2 marks. They didn't seem to be cut by a knife but were 2 deep gouges, with damage to the wood of the table that looked like they were made by fingernails scraping it. Mr. Zhou approached, holding a swab. Zhou Xiao, maybe I should take the table back with me. These traces are from 12 years ago, and I'm afraid the sampling won't be accurate. Lu Yongxin waved his hand and used a scalpel to pry off a piece of debris from a corner. This should be enough, but don't you think this mark is a bit strange? It looks to me like the trace left by a notched blade. Zhou Ning glanced up at Lu Yongxin and paused slightly. Could a triangular bayonet do that? Stop guessing, I've already asked someone to get a triangular bayonet. Afterward, well, just conduct an experiment. This table's wood is indeed very soft. Look, even pressing with a fingernail leaves a mark. We'll go back and do an experiment to see if a military dagger could make a mark like this. Zhou Ning nodded. Take the table back with us. Are there any other findings in the room? Mr. Zhao pointed to the investigation box, lifted a layer, and revealed several evidence bags. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody p. Some things were turned out from the wardrobe, including an L-size spring and autumn work jacket embroidered with the words rainbow fireworks. Based on what Cheng Ji described, Chen Gang is very thin. This should be his clothing. It's just unclear why it was left inside here. Lu Yongxin crossed his arms and squinted slightly. Do you remember, on the other side of the wall, we found the kidnapper's footprint, identical to Chen Gang's. Mr. Zhao even deduced the height and weight of the person. Since they could wear the same shoes, I feel the clothes are also Chen Gang's. Maybe it was by changing into the same clothes that they managed to take the child out. Mr. Zhao had a look of realization and kept gesturing with his fingers. That makes sense now. 2 people creating a diversion, pretending to be one, took the child out and first went to the old Chen family house. Maybe the kidnapper intended to kill at that point, but was stopped by Chen Gang. Perhaps Chen Gang even regretted collaborating, but the kidnapper threatened Chen Gang and had him wait here at Pear Orchard. The kidnapper went to get the ransom and then returned to Pear Orchard to try to harm the child again. As for the blood, during the argument, Chen Gang's wounds burst open. The kidnapper took the money and ran. When the police were getting close, that's when Chen Gang thought of escaping. Wait, Mr. Liu, did Chen Gang have injuries on his hands at the time? Lu Yongxin slapped Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P on the back and gave him a look. Do I look like a computer to you? The files have been delivered, and you've also scanned them. Can't you just look to know? By now, Zhou Ning had already pulled up the case file images on his phone. There weren't many photos of the deceased's body, but the angles were decent. After flipping through a few, he found one where the hand was spread out. The palm of the right hand had gauze, which had come loose, revealing 2 deep cuts in the palm. Next to it was a scale. Mr. Zhao quickly converted and gave the measurement between the 2 cuts as 0.95 centimeters. Seeing this result, his eyes lit up. We checked before. The diameter of this Type 56 triangular bayonet is 1.8 centimeters. Dividing by 2, the radius is 0.9 centimeters and the circumference is 2.826. The distance between the 3 edges is approximately 0.942 centimeters. If the skin on the hand was in a relaxed state, then it's completely possible for such a spacing to appear. Qidong must have grabbed the triangular bayonet and got cut. Lu Yongxin smiled and patted Mr. Zhao's arm. Not bad, you did the elementary math well. Send it for testing. We now know quite a lot about the conditions we're aware of. It's just unclear what the relationship between Qidong and the kidnapper really is. If we find unknown male DNA in these samples, then we've struck gold. Mr. Zhao blinked and raised his hand, counting on his fingers. Indeed, we already have many known conditions. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. The kidnapper is between 175 to 178 centimeters tall, of medium build, weighing between 140 to 150 pounds, with counter-surveillance capabilities, and completely able to escape the police cordon. This isn't something an ordinary soldier can accomplish. Right, there's also the point about contact with ship-specific lubricants, which points to an unusual relationship with Qidong. Considering the ruthlessness in slaughtering the Zhou family, the kidnapper is cruel and vicious. However, he didn't harm Qidong and only escaped with the ransom. Logically, leaving Qidong alive posed the greatest threat to his safety. Lu Yongxin nodded while Zhou Ning ran his fingers over the scratches on the table. Your analysis makes sense. The kidnapper must be very familiar with Qidong and even willing to indulge Qidong's excessive demands, even those that crossed the kidnapper's lines. After all, leaving alone was the greatest trust he could show in Qidong. As for who this kidnapper is, whether the Qin family or the Sun family is aware, that's up to Director Su and his interrogation. Before, when no one knew that Qidong was adopted, these 2 families could still feign ignorance. Now, there's no need for them to hide. Let's head back for testing and to conduct the relevant experiments. Zhou Ning touched the table again and then looked towards the wardrobe. Take the table back. The cut on Qidong's hand indicates there was a fierce argument here. Maybe the kidnapper's hands are also injured. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Whatever could be extracted from the wall outside has been taken, and everything in the wardrobe has been packed back. Mr. Zhao nodded and opened the drawer below the wardrobe when a dark green bag suddenly came into view, with a striking red star on it. Seeing this bag, Zhou Ning paused sharply. Wait, Cheng Xinghui said that the man with the hood had a bag like this. Didn't he say that it was used to carry the ransom away? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 359 to 346 Half-brothers with the same father _1 Chapter 359. Chapter 346 Half-brothers with the same father _1 Mr. Zhao leaned in, put on his gloves, and took out the bag from the drawer. There was a layer of plastic packaging on the outside of the bag. Although the adhesive on the seal had lost its effectiveness, the creases of the green bag were very intact, indicating that the bag was new. Mr. Zhao quickly took photos, then bagged it in an evidence bag. After reviewing the photos and looking at some of the words on the side, Mr. Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. Finally figured it out. I thought this person was in some special logistical department, able to get different equipment. After all, the camouflaged portable bags issued by the military are for common use. And it's a tradition in the military to pass luggage bags down through 3 generations. This was donated, as written on it, gift to Hua Country Navy, followed by Qidong Municipal Government 1999 Spring Festival. This is one of the consolation materials donated by the Qidong Municipal Government to the Navy during the 1999 Spring Festival. This item is not under strict control. Having a few in possession is quite normal. Lu Yongxin glanced at the evidence bag. The translucent bag allowed a rough view of the contents inside. This distinction is quite clear, which means this item was consolation material presented by the municipal government to the military. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It was distributed loosely, and it's normal to have 1 or 2 per person. Did the kidnapper take it to carry cash because it's sturdy? Zhou Ning remained silent for a long while before finally speaking up. Since it's new, it's highly likely that the kidnapper touched it. Let Mrs. Cui use the previous methods to check for fingerprints and DNA. The preservation environment here is pretty good. There may be findings. Mr. Zhao gave a simple-hearted smile. Not a small harvest. I'll head back now for the testing. We've got too many samples this time, and each one needs to be explained individually. I'm afraid that just sending someone might lead to confusion. Zhou Xiaozhou, will you and Mr. Lu wait here, or come back with us? Zhou Ning glanced at the door, guessing that Su Deyuan would want him to tag along and listen. I'll stay with my master. You guys go send the samples. Let Gao Tai stay with us. Mr. Zhao naturally had no objection. As the group left, Yang Qidong was also wrapping up. The sheer number of collected samples stunned Mr. Zhao, as he pointed at a large box on the ground. Zhou Xiao, you'd better explain to Mrs. Cui before sending this for testing. I'm afraid I'll get smacked to death. Zhou Ning ignored him, but still composed a text message and sent it to Cui Lily. Upon exiting the yard, he saw Su Deyuan, who quickly walked over, carefully inspecting the expressions on their faces. Any findings? Zhou Ning nodded. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We've found quite a few things, but further testing is needed to confirm. I've sent Mr. Zhao and the others to do the testing. The investigation on Qidong, Director Su will oversee it. Su Deyuan grunted in acknowledgement and waved to Mr. Zhao. You guys go ahead. Zhou Xiao and Mr. Lu will follow me here to listen. Notify us immediately if there are results from the testing. As for the fingerprints that were collected, send them to Zhang Haohao first for us to compare with our fingerprint information. Mr. Zhao, without a trace of irritation, quickly left with Zhu Xingxing and Yang Qidong to head back to the City Bureau's technical department, as testing was a major task. He was already on the phone with Cui Lily to coordinate, since the case had been stalled for so many days without any complaints from Cui Lily and her team. Zhou Ning got into the car without asking more questions and, along with Lu Yongxin, headed to the Qidong Sub-Bureau's criminal police team. Upon arrival, they joined Su Deyuan in the observation room next to the interrogation room, where Su Deyuan made some arrangements, and soon an old man was brought in. Lu Yufei and He Chunyang were responsible for the questioning. Su Deyuan reviewed the previous interrogations and passed the information to Zhou Ning, which also included fingerprint information just compared. This is Mr. Qidong's uncle. Qidong's old house is full of fingerprints from him and his wife. Lu Yongxin snorted, looking at Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Qin, the old man whose gaze continually shifted among Lu Yufei and He Chunyang, sniveling more dramatically than any woman. Not to speak of Qidong's character, but for a child who lost his parents at 14, if they had given him any food, Qidong wouldn't have had to mingle with society so soon. He could have studied for a few more years. Even if he couldn't make something grand of himself, at least he could have avoided dubious people and wouldn't have had the chance to entertain crooked ideas. When people just died, Everyone avoided him. That was when the demolition talk started. They heard some whispers and wanted to lay their hands on the property deeds of Qidong's old house. So, they searched through what was left. This couple is no good. Su Dayuan rubbed his nose, amused by Lu Yongxin's firecracker temper, making him less angry now. Already Mr. Zhang had talked to this couple once before. Let's see how Lu Yufei does with questioning. Zhou Ning kept silent, having much confidence in Lu Yufei. One could say that, in some aspects of ability, within the whole brigade, only Lu Yufei could compare with Su Dayuan. During questioning, she was both courageous and strategic with an overwhelming presence and keen observation. Inside the interrogation room, Mr. Chen continued to cry. He Chunyang grabbed a tissue, but before he could hand it over, Lu Yufei slapped the table. With a loud bang, not only Mr. Chen but also He Chunyang was startled, halting his action. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, can you control your emotions? If not, just say so, and I'll speak to Mr. Sun first. I'm giving you a chance here. Don't play tricks with me. I don't have the time to listen to your sob story. My name is Lu Yufei. I'm with the Qingdao City Criminal Police Brigade, not from Qidong Subbureau. We only handle major cases. If I'm being nice, I called you here to understand the situation. But if you insist on lying to me and obstruct our investigation, I'll find you a place to sober up for a while. This isn't a threat, it's a statement. If you understand, control your emotions. I'm giving you a minute to think it over. After speaking, she set a 1-minute timer. Lu Yufei fell silent. He Chunyang slowly clenched the tissue in hand, silently checking his watch. Though it was a subconscious move, such coordination made Mr. Chen anxious. He cleared his throat and wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve. Discovering that Lu Yufei and He Chunyang were just staring at their watches, he could no longer cry at this moment. Following the 2 ding-ding sounds from Lu Yufei's phone, Mr. Chen shivered too. Lu Yufei looked indifferently at Mr. Chen as she raised her eyes. Time's up. If you can answer questions, well, continue, but the premise is the whole truth, nothing else. Don't waste my time, give me a straight answer. Woo-woo officer, I've been telling the truth all along. Lu Yufei stood up directly, startling Mr. Chen, who quickly wiped his face and hurriedly stood as well. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, I've got my emotions under control, officer, the government, give me a chance. The key is that you need to know something, so you have to ask, right? He Chunyang's cheeks twitched. Mr. Chen wasn't in the interrogation room for the first time. This guy was an old hand at this. Last time he had Mr. Zhang all over the place, and this guy even wanted the government to compensate for some expenses after Qidong's death, talking more and more nonsense. Lu Yufei made such a fuss that he became honest. Lu Yufei continued to press the countdown timer, and then she glanced at the stenographer before asking Mr. Chen, where was Qidong adopted from? Mr. Chen was taken aback, not expecting Lu Yufei to ask such a question. His facial expression hardened, blinking as if trying to come up with some sort of argument, but Lu Yufei didn't give him any eye contact, focusing solely on the countdown timer on her phone without raising her eyes. The implication was clear: speak if you want to, otherwise, the Sun family would come forward and confess. Clenching his teeth, Mr. Chen sighed. Qidong. Qidong was brought back by my wife from her maiden home. They say it was a woman named de Monaire who got pregnant before marriage and was jilted. She couldn't raise the child, and so she gave him away. Lu Yufei looked up, glancing at Mr. Chen briefly. You mean you don't know which family the child was adopted from or who the parents were? Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chen's throat tightened with discomfort under such pressing questioning, but he knew the policewoman in front of him wasn't one to be trifled with, so he quickly said, I know, his birth mother is called Yu Xiulian, living in Tongshan district. I think she was still a college student when she had Qidong, the kind not yet graduated, under 20 years old. As for his father, he seemed to be an official, but I don't know his exact name. He Chunyang quickly stepped forward with pen and paper, urging Mr. Chen to write down those characters. Is Yu Xiulian a relative of your wife? Not closely related. Yu Ziyulian's grandmother was my wife's great-aunt. Although the old people have passed away, they still visited each other once a year. At this point, Su Doyuan had already searched for the name Yu Xiulian. There were quite a few people with the same name, and according to Mr. Chen's description, she would be around 50 years old, having given birth to Chen Gang when she was under 20. However, there was no information on a Yu Xiulian in that age group. Lu Yongxin glanced at it and naturally saw the details. Did Mr. Chen lie? Not waiting for Su Doyuan to answer, Zhou Ning shook his head first. It doesn't seem like he's lying. Maybe she's no longer alive. But if that's the case, it means his identity is even harder to investigate. Su Doyuan didn't say a word but wrote a note and had it sent to the interrogation room. Lu Yufei looked at the note, her expression unchanged. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. It seems you haven't been telling the whole truth. When was the last time you and your wife met this Yu Xiulian? Mr. Chen became anxious, waving his hands continuously. I've only visited relatives in Qidong with my wife twice. She went on her own the rest of the times. But I heard that Yu Xiulian died years ago. I don't know how she died. Anyway, she didn't keep in touch with her family after getting married. She moved to some country in her 20s to marry someone. Who Chen Gang's real father is, I honestly don't know. Lu Yufei raised her hand, stopping Mr. Chen's words. Just answer when I ask questions. You don't need to explain too much. Understood? Understood. I'll just clarify one thing. If Yu Xiulian hadn't had the baby and needed to find someone to adopt it, we wouldn't even know about it. After all, everyone knows that my brother's couple couldn't have children, and we couldn't just go around inquiring about who the child's father was. I won't say anything more. Go ahead and ask. Mr. Chen's explanation was indeed believed by everyone. In such a situation, especially in that era, not drowning the child was already considered being responsible. As for the biological father, it would be very difficult to trace, especially since Chen Gang's birth mother was already deceased. Then I'll change the question. After Chen Gang's parents died, did anyone come looking for him? Provide assistance to him? Or were there any friends who had a close relationship with him? Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chen thought for a bit, then slapped his thigh. There was a soldier who came by to see Chen Gang when he was free, even bringing him food and stuff. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 360 to 347. Do you understand? _1 Chapter 360, Chapter 347. Do you understand? _1 The mention of military service made everyone take the matter seriously. Su Doyuan and his two colleagues were all pressed against the single-pane glass, intently scrutinizing Mr. Chen's statement. Explain it in detail. What do you mean by military service? Have you seen him? Mr. Chen licked his lips and recalled carefully before finally slapping his thigh in realization. The village committee should have a record of it. It was the year my brother and his wife passed away, and Chen Gang hadn't dropped out of school yet. The village committee had recommended Chen Gang for a military civilian support activity. I can't remember the exact name of the event, but it involved someone sponsoring struggling families or children. My wife went to collect money once, and she received 800 yuan. By the end, Mr. Chen had already put on a defensive face, and Lu Yufei cast a glance at him. Keep going. Did someone specifically come over? Have you seen them? Mr. Chen shook his head. I never saw anyone. The money was distributed by the village committee. However, around New Year, the troops brought a truck and seemed to visit all the families they were supporting. They went directly to see Chen Gang. By the time we heard the news and went over, they had already left. They brought milk and other things. As for whether they gave more money, Chen Gang didn't say. Only this one time, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, as far as we know, just that once. After all, Qidong dropped out of school later. The village committee's support recipient was supposed to be a student in school, and he no longer fit the criteria. However, I heard from people in the village that someone wearing something like a military uniform has visited Qidong, but neither our family nor the sons have seen them. Lu Yufei asked many more questions, and this time Mr. Qin did not hide anything, explaining clearly that after Qidong died, he went to the old house several times to look for the property deed. After Qidong came of age, the village committee reissued the deed and switched it to his name once. Despite turning the place upside down, he still couldn't find the property deed. Mr. Qin always felt that Qidong had given the property deed to the Sun family early on since they had contributed money for the burial of Qidong's parents. After several fruitless searches and disputes with the Sun family, which even involved the police, the matter was finally settled by signing a contract for both families to jointly inherit the demolition compensation. Su Dayuan dialed Director Sun's number and the call was answered after just a couple of rings. Director Sun, Su Dayuan here. I need to trouble you with something. Could you help me look up an incident around 1995/P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Qidong seems to have benefited from a military-civilian support activity apparently aimed at struggling families and orphans, with the village committee distributing 800 yuan, which was collected by Mr. Chen. Could you check the details for me? Would like to know which military unit, which department, or who made the donation. It would be best to find out who came over from their side. Would appreciate all efforts to get to the bottom of this. Don't be so polite. You'll get the old clerk on it right away and well investigate. Usually, for any military-civilian mutual assistance activity like this, we keep records. After hanging up, Su Dayuan sent a message to Mr. Sun, briefly explaining the situation. After all, it was necessary for Mr. Sun to check with the Charity Association and the Education Commission of Qidong District for details. Such military-civilian support is generally done in collaboration with the Armed Forces Department, the Education Commission, and the Charity Association, especially for orphans, and these three are the most reliable sources for information. Mr. Qin, who had been in the interrogation room, was taken away, and Lu Yufei came out. Director Su, I think Mr. Qin told the truth, but he didn't tell the whole truth. How about we bring his wife in for a chat? Su Dayuan waved his hands and quickly comforted Lu Yufei. He knew what kind of person she was once she got stubborn. No one could hold her back. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. I've already asked the village committee to check the records, and Mr. Sun is also looking into it at various departments. I believe there will be records for such support activities, and we might even find information on the donors, so there's no need to rush. However, you should send someone new to follow Mr. Qin closely and see who he meets and what he says without being noticed. Lu Yufei nodded, not arguing this time, and quickly went to make arrangements. Su Dayuan let out a sigh of relief, and Lu Yongxin nudged Zhou Ning. Apprentice, what are you thinking about? You seemed distracted during Mr. Chen's interrogation. Did something occur to you? Zhou Ning looked at Lu Yongxin and then at Su Dayuan. The two instinctively drew near to Zhou Ning. Say whatever comes to mind. This isn't a meeting room. There's no need to hold back anything. Zhou Ning stared at Lu Yongxin for a long while before speaking. I have this feeling that the murderer is related to Qidong's biological father. I can't clearly explain why I have this thought. Back in those days, Yu Xiulian endured so much pressure to give birth to the child, disregarding her status as a university student. If her child's father was someone she could have married, she wouldn't have made such a choice. Doesn't it implicitly suggest that Qidong's father might have a special identity or hold a significant position? However, after the child's birth, for some reason, Yu Xiulian gave up on using the child as leverage. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Living far from her hometown might have been a compromise from the other party, and the condition might have been Qidong's disappearance. Of course, this theory sounds overdramatized, like something even a TV drama wouldn't dare to depict. Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning, not commenting on whether the analysis was too dramatic. In truth, speculation involved using these clues to lay out all the possibilities and analyzing which one seemed most likely. Before Su Doyuan could speak, Lu Yongxin had already slapped his thigh and stood up. Based on your analysis, Qin Gang's father could be like Mr. Zhao's people, coming from a military family, and his marital partner could also be arranged by the elders. A middle-aged man meets a beautiful university student and momentarily loses control. As for the follow-up actions, they seem more like tactics commonly used by women. And this Yu Xuelian, just the fact that she could give her child away shows that she isn't kind-hearted. How could a mother easily give up her own child? Hang on, so that means the kidnapper might be related by blood to Qin Gang. But that doesn't make sense. If they're from the military compound, they're either well-educated or molded by the military. How could they resort to kidnapping? Is that even possible? Su Doyuan rubbed his chin, seeming to carefully listen to Lu Yongxin's analysis. Zhou Ning was also somewhat lost, as Lu Yongxin's expanded analysis sounded bloodier, like a plot from an old-fashioned drama. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The half-brother from the same father found Qin Gang, and originally, he might have wanted to teach the boy a lesson. Seeing his pitiful situation, however, he changed his mind. Afterwards, he grew closer to Qin Gang in their interaction. But why did the kidnapping start? That Qin Gang was able to stop at the last moment and even persuade the person to stop the killing felt like it could be the case upon further analysis. The sound of Su Daiwan's voice interrupted Zhou Ning's thoughts. What you said makes some sense, but the Zhu family or the Feng family seem like ordinary families. How could they be connected to the people living inside the military compound? At those words, Zhou Ning's expression froze for a moment, and he snapped his fingers, saying, "Do you remember when Mr. Zhao introduced us to Fatty? He mentioned that Fatty used to work at the Qingdao Grand Hotel. The hotel is right across from the military compound. They would sneak over for snacks. How else could they have known Fatty?" Su Doyuan was momentarily stunned, then his expression turned more serious. "It seems our investigation into the Zhu and Feng families hasn't been thorough enough. I'll go make some arrangements now. Do you want to stay in Qidong, or come back to the city center with me?" Back to the city center. The next day, Zhou Ning arrived at the office to find Mr. Zhao printing reports. Seeing the large stack of reports on the table, Zhou Ning's eyelid twitched. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. With this many reports, it was a wonder Cui Lily hadn't bombarded them with phone calls. She must have been in a good mood these last few days. Mr. Zhao turned around and saw Zhou Ning, breaking into a smile. "Zhou Xiao, no more hiding. I'll tell you that the comparison was done with a mixed test. Besides finding DNA samples collected from the Qin family and Sun family, Mrs. Cui has already compared Qin Gang's DNA, and we also found several incomplete fingerprints, along with DNA from 3 males that hasn't been found in the database." Zhou Ning quickly looked at those incomplete fingerprints. Indeed, they were very incomplete. Each corresponding sample had been marked clearly. 2 of these fingerprints were found on a table in the old Qin family house, and the rest were extracted from the pear orchard. As for the DNA, the first 2, one found in the old Qin family house and related by blood to Mr. Qin, the second on the outside of a wardrobe at Pear Orchard. As for the last one, it was a bit special. Among the bloodstains taken from the table by Mr. Zhao, a male DNA was discovered. This finding excited Zhou Ning, as right beneath that trace, an incomplete fingerprint had been extracted. The one found in the old Qin family house related to Mr. Qin. I think it might not be Mr. Qin, but his son, since this boy is older than Qin Gang. As for the DNA outside the Pear Orchard wardrobe, whether the old night watchman had descendants, we can compare that. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning flipped through the report and noticed that this DNA had not been compared with Qin Gang's. He felt a bit anxious. Hasn't this been compared with Qin Gang's yet?" Mr. Zhao waved his hand nonchalantly, pulling Zhou Ning aside. Zhou Xiaoho, don't be so impatient. As soon as I arrived, I asked Mrs. Cui. She's busy, said she'd call after she's done the comparison. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Ning's phone rang. Seeing Cui Lily's number, he quickly answered. Good morning, Mrs. Cui. Are the results out? Such a straightforward question caused Mr. Zhao to slap his forehead in impatience, but Cui Lily seemed to have become accustomed to Zhou Ning's bluntness and didn't diverge on other matters. I've sent you the comparison report, but I still need to tell you. In the DNA from blood trace 407, marked at the pear orchard table, we've discovered a third unknown male DNA. After comparison, this male DNA shares a 26% similarity with Qidong's DNA. I suspect these two are brothers. This answer was already very close to the previous day's judgment. Without thinking, Zhou Ning asked a rather naive question. Big sister, can you tell if they're half-brothers sharing the same father or full brothers from both the same father and mother? Theoretically speaking, whether brothers are from the same father and mother or just the same father, the similarity could range from 22% to 100%. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P, that's theoretical, but from my experience, these two people should be very similar, and I believe they're half-brothers sharing the same father. However, the report can't be based on that. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. That's already very helpful, thank you. I understand without a report. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Zhao also perked up, though there was still some confusion on his face. So, should I go find my dad? This abrupt sentence left Zhou Ning dumbstruck, temporarily unable to react. When he did come to, he couldn't help but laugh. Don't panic. Let's find out from Director Su. I'm not sure about the progress of the investigation yesterday. If there's a clear direction, there's no need to search for a needle in the ocean by asking your dad. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 361 to 348. Who are you looking to arrest? _1 chapter 361, chapter 348. Who are you looking to arrest? _1 half an hour later. In the meeting room of the Technical Division in the backyard of the Qingdao City Public Security Bureau, Su Daiwan's face was serious as he tapped on the table. The big screen displayed several individuals' information, and He Chunyang stood up pointing to the first one, saying, after investigation, we found that the support activity organized by the Army back then was called one-on-one assistance for poverty alleviation and education support. It targeted children from families with low income who had parents suffering from severe illness or had passed away. The children were given financial aid of 800 yuan every half semester. Of course, there was follow-up support too, usually lasting for 3 years. The assistance to Qidong didn't come from an individual, but rather a department, the Qingdao Naval Shipyard, whose affiliation I'm sure I don't need to introduce. According to the records, the person who visited Qidong at the time was their deputy director named Su Kachin, who has since been transferred and promoted to deputy regimental commander. This result made Zhou Ning slightly frown. According to He Chunyang's introduction, this person was a political commissar in 1995, and by now he must be close to 60, neither in the prime of his physical nor mental strength. It just didn't seem possible. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Dayuan also looked up at He Chunyang, with his eyes already wide. Can you say something useful? Besides the main person responsible for the aid, didn't anyone else accompany them? He Chunyang dared not delay and quickly replied. After the money was distributed, Su Kachin brought several people for a return visit. Specifically to Hangsinga village, according to his memory, including the driver, a total of 4 people came. Here is the list of personnel. Squad leader Tao Bao Feng, assistant worker Guo Yonghui, Fu Yiming, and driver Lu Samfeng. Upon hearing these names, Mr. Zhao notably paused. Zhou Ning looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Mr. Zhao lowered his voice and said, "This driver Lu Samfeng, he's from our compound." His father seems to have been disciplined, demoted, or something, and as a result, they moved out of the compound. I'm not sure what exactly happened. You'll have to ask my dad. But it can't be such a coincidence, can it? Su Dayuan had already moved closer, his hearing exceptionally keen. Despite Mr. Zhao's low voice, he hadn't missed a single word. You go and call your father right now to confirm this Lu Sanfeng family situation. As for the other three, He Chunyang should call now. Even if they've retired, it's easy to find their records. Where were they transferred to? Where are they now? What are their contact details? Move quickly. As soon as Su Dayuan finished speaking, everyone hurriedly got to work. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Lu Yufei and others went to help He Chunyang make phone calls. Although they were all from the same unit, it had been 17 or 18 years, with departments having been restructured or merged, making many records difficult to find. Mr. Zhao held his phone and left the meeting room. Before long, he was the first to return, approaching Zhou Ning, his expression somewhat unusual. Did you ask? Mr. Zhao nodded, and as Su Dayuan seemed about to lose his patience, Mr. Zhao quickly moved closer and said, I didn't really know Lu Sanfeng. He indeed grew up in our compound, but was over a decade older than us, not someone we hung out with. My father knew Lu Sanfeng's father. He was forcefully retired in the year 2000, and after that, they lost contact. However, I've heard that he passed away at the end of that year. As for this Lu Sanfeng, he was placed in the Water Bureau after his transfer. His father was ignominiously kicked out and his own promotion was affected, so he was unremarkable and not well known to us. My father gave me a phone number for the director of the Water Bureau. Do we need to ask about the details now? Su Dayuan narrowed his eyes and picked up a stack of documents to flip through. Find something for me. I remember seeing something before. Who from the Fong family was working at the Water Bureau? Lu Yufei and the others were all on the move again and soon found a document. Director Su, Fong Yu's eldest brother, Fong Qing, works in the Water Bureau. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He benefited from dealing with the real estate that Zhu Yanta handled before. Su Dayuan nodded his head. Regardless of whether we are overthinking, we can't leave out any part of the investigation. Zhao Xinli, contact the Water Bureau now. Get the details for Lu Sanfeng and Fong Qing and indirectly find out if they had any interaction at work, what their relationship is like, and especially if there's any link between this Lu Sanfeng and Qidong. Zhou Ning came closer, his face filled with confusion, and interjected. Lu Sanfeng? Could it be that their family has more than one child? Mr. Zhao gave a thumbs up, impressed with Zhou Ning's attention to detail, discovering the meaning behind the name. He has an older pair of twin brothers who died shortly after birth. They didn't live for many days. A worthless name makes for an easier life, so that's why they gave him such a name. His mother also passed away relatively early because her health was ruined from giving birth too frequently and too close together. Pausing for a moment, Mr. Zhao took out his phone. Director Su, would this be considered direct contact? I mean, if Lu Sanfeng is Qidong's half-brother from the same father, he could very well be the murderer. By investigating like this, aren't we scaring the snake in the grass? Su Dayuan thought for a moment. Put on plain clothes, and along with Zhou Ning and me, let's head to the Water Bureau. You have a point. We won't inquire anymore. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Well, just proceed with a direct confrontation to avoid any complications. Lu Yufei, have your team follow us. Address Fong Qing yourself. If something unexpected occurs or Lu Sanfeng behaves abnormally, we'll be able to take control immediately. Zhou Ning was somewhat stunned. After all, they still didn't know whether this person was related to Qidong. They just had suspicions. Acting on them seemed a bit improper, but Zhao Xinli made a good point, so he did not object. All right, we'll take the necessary equipment, so we can take a blood sample for testing right away. However, it's best if the leaders bring a search warrant. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 362 to 348. Chapter 362, 348. Su Daiwan's eyes lit up, and he patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. You've reminded me, Mr. Xing. Go prepare the search warrant. Lu Yufei, call He Chunyang and ask them to bring the team over. We'll act without involving the support team members, except for the people in this office. All other involved personnel must hand over their communication devices. With this arrangement, everyone understood what it meant. The murder of Zhu Yantao's son and his family was largely due to an information leak. According to the information gathered from the investigation, the killer was ex-military, and most ex-military personnel move on to work within the public security, procuratorate, and judicial departments, which indeed made this arrangement necessary. They all set out to carry out their assignments. Lu Yufei dialed He Chunyang's number. They had always been on call for cases involving Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group. This time, as soon as she gave the instructions, He Chunyang didn't ask any questions and immediately agreed to it. Director Su, they'll be here in 40 minutes. Su Dayuan glanced at the time. Zhou Ning handed over his phone, which displayed an electronic map. The Water Bureau was located midway between the City Bureau and Qidong, so naturally Su Dayuan understood Zhou Ning's intention. No hurry, let them head towards the City Bureau first. When we are about to arrive, we'll notify them to head over. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He Chunyang has experience. He knows when to collect communication tools. Yufei, hurry Mr. Xing up so we can move quickly. Yang Xuedong handed Zhao Xinli a case that they had just finished preparing. It contained various items for blood sampling, and each person had changed into casual clothes, although Mr. Zhao's disguise almost made Su Dayuan burst out laughing. Are you going on vacation, kid? Mr. Zhao put on his sunglasses, his face serious. Leadership, this isn't a tourist outfit. Look at this vest with so many pockets, it's standard reporter attire. Let's be professional about it. I will give you a few badges to hang on, so it's clear we are here for an interview, which is perfect. Su Dayuan paused. The excuse was actually not bad. Call your dad, have him speak with the head of the Water Bureau. We'll say we're there for an interview. As for He Chunyang and his team, they'll wait outside for now. Once we've confirmed that everyone is in the bureau, we will go in groups. Until everything is certain, we should still be polite. Lu Yongxin waved his hand dismissively. Why be polite? Just follow the arrest procedure. If we make a mistake, Mr. Hu can just make amends afterward. Su Dayuan laughed, rubbing his nose helplessly as Mr. Zheng came rushing in with the search warrant in his hand. Poor Mr. Hu, always taking the blame. Everything is ready now, so let's set off. The group descended the stairs without taking a police car. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Instead, they drove off in an Iveco and several unmarked cars, leaving the City Bureau compound with a roar. On the way, Su Dayuan called He Chunyang to check on the collection of communication devices and then directed them to head straight to the Water Bureau. 20 minutes later, at the Water Bureau compound. To coordinate with a century project in Qidong area, the Water Bureau had simply moved its office to this sparsely populated location. After all, the reservoir and crucial points of the project were surrounded by factories and fields, with a lonely 3-story building sitting in the middle of the courtyard. The only things left in the yard besides the guardhouse were the garages, but from a distance, everything was clear at a glance. Upon reaching the guardhouse, Mr. Zhao stepped out and was just greeting the guard when he was warmly asked, "You're reporter Zhao, right? Our director instructed us to let you in directly. You can park anywhere in the southern parking lot. The director's office is on the 3rd floor, the farthest to the east." Mr. Zhao, grinning, handed the guard a bottle of mineral water. "Thank you, sir. We came in a hurry and didn't bring much, so have a cool drink. Being on duty in this weather isn't easy. Thank you for your hard work." The guard was flattered and came out quickly, waving his hands at Mr. Zhao. "Thank you, reporter Zhao." Remember, it's room 301 on the 3rd floor. Mr. Zhao got back into the car and led the group to the parking lot. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Only Zhou Ning and Su Dayuan got out with Mr. Zhao, while the others stayed in the cars, since having too many people come out would look suspicious. Zhou Ning carried the survey case, from which the stickers had been peeled off, leaving it looking like a plain silver aluminum case. Su Dayuan carried a tripod. Mr. Zhao had a camera slung around his neck and was holding a video camera in his hand. You have to admit, the three of them indeed looked the part. Many who were originally looking out of various windows into the courtyard retracted their gazes upon seeing the trio's attire, sparing them any undue attention. Su Dayuan lowered his voice and said, "It's all thanks to Mr. Zhao for coming up with this idea. Otherwise, once the police cars swooped in, everyone upstairs would have been in clear view." Mr. Zhao grinned, sidled up to Su Dayuan, and said in a hushed tone, "Boss, let's meet with this director first. As for he and the others, we can have him check the security footage downstairs. Say that an enterprise next door was robbed 3 days ago, and see if the surveillance here caught any footage. I took a glance earlier, and there isn't a security office at the gate, so it's probably inside the building." Su Dayuan nodded. Mr. Zhao was quite astute, and the script he came up with was pretty good. The three of them didn't talk further, and leisurely made their way upstairs. At this time, people occasionally moved through the hallway. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning didn't deliberately look at them, but several, especially the women, seemed keen to catch a glimpse of the excitement, clearly indicating that the office didn't often have visitors. Upon reaching the director's office, a skinny, tall middle-aged man was already waiting at the door. When he saw Mr. Zhao, he immediately shook his hand and patted Mr. Zhao's arm. "Director Ping, we are from the TV station. Journalist Zhao, please bring your colleagues in to talk. Let's sit inside and have something to drink." Smiling, he led the three into his office, which was actually a suite. There was a small reception area outside and an office inside. Director Ping and Xin, closed the outside door and then the inner door. After all were seated inside the office, Director Ping then nodded towards Su Dayuan. "Our former leader told me just now to not disclose your identities. Whatever you need me to do or help with, just say it straightforwardly. Who are you looking to arrest?" Su Dayuan hurriedly provided a brief explanation of their purpose for being there. After hearing all this, Peng and Xin kept nodding. Feng Qing is our vice director of the Water Services Bureau, in charge of the Market Allocation Promotion Office, Development Planning Office, and Guanlu Reservoir projects. He's been in the position even longer than my tenure as director, coming from a technical background. We're all aware of the incident where his sister was kidnapped. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. At the time of the incident, I hadn't transferred to the Water Services Bureau yet. He was still in the engineering department, purely a technical staff member. In his years of service, Feng Qing has been quite dedicated and responsible. This introduction seemed ordinary, but being described as merely quite dedicated and responsible was definitely not praise. Zhou Ning stared at Peng and Xin without speaking. For a professional deputy to get such an evaluation from his superior suggested that their cooperation hadn't been pleasant. Whether this was tinged with personal feelings was hard to say. Su Dayuan just nodded, and Peng and Xin continued. As for Lu Sanfeng, he has always worked in the River and Lake Management Office. He's been transferred for quite some time, but he doesn't have any particular expertise, nor has he done anything inappropriate. He's a long-standing employee of the Water Services Bureau, a quite inconspicuous character who has never been promoted from his clerical position. When did Lu Sanfeng transfer? Peng and Xin took out a file box and handed a piece of paperwork to Su Dayuan. He joined the Water Services Bureau in 1999 and has never shifted departments, rarely interacting with people from the River and Lake Management Office. He's somewhat of a loner and doesn't seem to have any intersections with Feng Qing. Su Dayuan nodded, Indeed, one oversaw river and lake management and the other engineering technology. They really didn't seem related. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Do you know about Lu Sanfeng's father? Peng and Xin laughed, took a sip of tea, and replied quite directly, I know what you want to ask. We are all transferred soldiers, so there's no need for ambiguity. I've known about Lu Sanfeng's father, Lu Xianqiang, for a long time. He was forced to retire due to behavioral issues, and if I remember correctly, it happened around 2000. I'm not clear on the specifics, but Lu Sanfeng was indeed affected by this, lost his backing, and given his lack of social skills and no interest in his work, he's just been marking time here. While transferring is one aspect, everything still depends on one's own abilities. Su Dayuan was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 363 to 349. Please come in _1 Chapter 363. Chapter 349. Please come in _1. Su Dayuan thought that by coming to the Water Bureau he could at least learn something, that he could at least understand the relationship between these two people, but he did not expect to get such a response. Perhaps Lu Sanfeng gave off a very reserved impression on the surface. After thinking for a moment, Su Dayuan changed his approach and asked, Is Lu Sanfeng married? Do you have any personal files on him that we can look at? Peng and Xin pushed the file box in front of Su Dayuan, spread his hands, and said, I've mentioned this person before. He has a very low presence. Honestly, I've been at the bureau for over half a year and didn't even know he existed. He frequently takes sick leave, apparently due to kidney disease. As for family, he had a short-lived marriage, but when he transferred, he listed himself as divorced. The information shows that he got a divorce less than half a year after getting married. Afterward, his father had an accident, and his relationships with colleagues were mediocre. No one seemed to be setting him up with anyone. Zhou Ning leaned over. There was very little information inside the file box, apart from various information forms and a few photographs. Zhou Ning picked them up for a closer look. Lu Sanfeng looked plain, with no particular expression in his official photo, and his complexion seemed somewhat yellowish. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Written on the back of the photo were the words Lu Sanfeng and 38 years old. Zhou Ning quickly asked, Has he got kidney disease because of the annual medical examination? I didn't see any records related to that in the file. Peng and Xin waved his hand. These are not all of the files. When I took over this job at the beginning of the year, I asked my secretary to organize the information to get a better understanding of everyone in the bureau. The photos were also taken uniformly, and then everyone wrote their names and turned them in. Hearing this, Zhou Ning immediately snapped a photo and sent it to Xia Momo, then quickly composed a message asking Xia Momo to contact the handwriting expert elder Hu for a comparison. Peng and Xin didn't know what Zhou Ning meant and looked confused. Su Dayuan asked some more questions about Lu Sanfeng and Feng Qing, almost to no avail, but it could be felt from the conversation that Peng and Xin was not very satisfied with Feng Qing. After all, it was nothing new for a transferred officer to lead professionals. At that moment, Zhou Ning's cell phone rang. The caller was Elder Hu, the handwriting expert. Zhou Ning hurriedly walked to the lounge outside the cubicle and answered the phone. Elder Hu, am I disturbing your rest? Zhou Ning, no need to be so polite. Xia just sent me the photo. Although the handwriting looks very different on the surface, there are a few specific character components that are very similar. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Do you have more handwriting samples? I'd like to take a closer look. Zhou Ning became interested and quickly said, Are you saying that this handwriting looks like it was written by the same person who wrote the extortion letter? I can't be certain, but there are indeed similarities. There's too little to compare, so I can't be sure. You'd better find more handwriting samples and send them to me to have a look. All right, I'll send them to you right away. After hanging up, Zhou Ning hurried back to the office. Su Dayuan was staring at him, So Zhou Ning quickly said, "Director Ping, I need more handwriting samples from Lu Sanfeng. I think you can provide that, right?" Everyone's gaze fell on Peng Anqin, who quickly got up, rummaged through various documents on the desk, and found several that needed signatures, which he handed to Zhou Ning. "This is an internal document." Su Dayuan raised his hand, cutting off Peng Anqin's words. "Director Ping, rest assured, we understand the protocol. This is for expert handwriting analysis, and well, be sure not to leak any information." Peng Anqin kept quiet, and Zhou Ning flipped through the documents, taking pictures of the parts with Lu Sanfeng's signatures. These excerpts had quite a bit of writing, and the handwriting appeared to be well-practiced, very bold and powerful. This coincided with what Elder who had analyzed earlier, giving Zhou Ning even more confidence. After sending the photos, the office quieted down. /p break time equals 300 ms /prosody /speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Dayuan looked at Zhao Xinli, and Mr. Zhao, after receiving the message, began to casually chat with Peng Anqin. After a short wait, Elder Hu sent a photo with the comparison results, suggesting that there was over a 90% chance that the handwriting was from the same person as on the 2 extortion letters. Seeing this statement, Zhou Ning suppressed the urge to claw at the walls. The old man was still playing word games. Even though he was certain it was the same person, he probably wouldn't say it was 100%. Perhaps this was just professional habit. Zhou Ning passed the phone to Su Dayuan, who this time didn't avoid taking a direct approach. He promptly called Lu Yufei and simply gave an instruction. Action. Zhao Xinli leaned in close to Peng Anqin, speaking quietly and quickly to brief him. "Uncle Ping, this Lu Sanfeng might be a criminal suspect in 2 criminal cases, and we need to take him in for cooperation in the investigation. Fong Qing will also need to be taken back with us. We have prepared our search warrants, and we ask for your cooperation in calling them over. Of course, it would be best to use an interview as a pretext to avoid alarming them. We don't want them running off since this area is so open." Peng Anqin stood up abruptly upon hearing this. He had felt that these 2 individuals might be involved in something based on the instructions from his former leader, but seeing only 3 people come over, he somewhat diluted his previous thoughts. /p break time equals 300 ms /prosody /speak. Speak, prosody. P. The term criminal suspect made his heart skip a beat as he pulled out his phone, nodding continuously. "Don't worry, I will arrange it now. Just give me a moment." Zhao Xinli pressed down on Peng Anqin's hand. "Uncle Ping, it's better to stick to your usual work habits. Don't call the person directly all of a sudden." Peng Anqin hurriedly hung up his mobile phone and walked over to a landline, seemingly dialing an internal number. Soon after, someone on the other end picked up. "Mr. Liu, it's Peng Anqin. Who submitted the fee application to the River and Lake Management Office last time?" "Oh, it was Lu Sanfeng, was it? Then ask him to come over and pick up the approval form. By the way, notify Deputy Director Fong Qing to come to my office. There's a conference in the city that he needs to attend, and I need to give him some instructions." Su Dayuan stood by the window, looking in the direction of the parking lot and the gatehouse. Several vehicles had approached the gate but hadn't entered. Those were He Chunyang and the others, with Lu Yufei in one of the cars, ready to go at any moment. Mr. Zhao appeared nonchalant, pulling Zhou Ning to stand behind the door. "Uncle Ping, the deputy director's office is right next to yours, isn't it? At the far west side of the corridor, office 309. And the River and Lake Management Office? On the 1st floor, in the large office at the far east side." Mr. Zhao nodded his head, and Su Dayuan whispered an instruction through the walkie-talkie. /p break time equals 300 ms /prosody /speak. Speak, prosody. P. By this time, Lu Yufei had already stepped out of the car, and, along with He Chunyang, they were walking toward the office building. He Chunyang was carrying a cardboard box, which seemingly contained something. It was all quite convincing, as if they were there to get something done. Especially Lu Yufei, wearing high heels and with her hair down, resembled an administrative staff member coming to take care of business. Su Dayuan cracked the office door open slightly, and soon there was a knock at the door, followed by someone calling out, "Director Ping, it's me, Fong Qing." Ping and Xin, seeing Su Dayuan nod, quickly responded, "Come in." Fong Qing pushed the door open and considerately closed the meeting room door from the outside. However, when he entered the office and saw so many people, Fong Qing was taken aback. Su Dayuan immediately raised his ID. "I'm from the Criminal Police Brigade of the City Bureau. Sit opposite Director Peng and wait a moment. Let me remind you that it's best not to show any improper behavior. We hope you'll cooperate." Fong Qing turned to look at Peng and Xin, probably feeling that Peng and Xin was up to something. His panic seemed genuine. Peng and Xin quickly whispered, "Deputy Director Fong, please cooperate with us. This has nothing to do with our usual business." Although this didn't reveal much, it still had a calming effect on Fong Qing, who, full of doubts, quickly sat down opposite Ping and Xin. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There was a wait, but no sound of footsteps came from the corridor. Su Dayuan looked out the window, thinking that if Lu Sanfeng decided to flee at this time, the trouble would be unnecessary. They could simply arrest him on the spot, and that would be it. But when he didn't show up, what could the problem be? The office was quite quiet. After a few more minutes, there was another knock on the door. "Director Peng, it's me, Mr. Lu. Lu Sanfeng from the River and Lake Management Office is here. Should he wait?" "No need to wait. Let him in. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 364 to 350 Did I break the law? _1 Chapter 364. Chapter 350 Did I break the law? _1 Zhou Ning sat next to Fong Qing and didn't dare to move at all. As Peng Yingxin's words "come in" were spoken, the door to the outer room was opened, and Su Dayuan, holding a walkie-talkie, gave a low command. "Follow up at the door of room 301. Zhou Ning knew that he was instructing Lu Yufei and He Chunying. Although he had followed on many cases, Zhou Ning had never experienced a direct arrest before. His heartbeat quickened a bit, but there was no reaction on his face. As footsteps approached, the office door was fully pushed open. Zhou Ning glanced sideways and saw a middle-aged man enter, about 175 centimeters tall, head slightly bowed, a lean figure with a somewhat bent back, wearing a long-sleeved shirt buttoned right up to the top. Obviously, this man was Lu Sanfeng. Lu Sanfeng looked around the room, and noticing so many people, he paused for a moment before walking straight to the desk and nodding at Peng and Xin. "Ping Ju, I've come to collect the documents." Ping and Xin was calm and pointed at Su Dayuan, saying, "No hurry with the documents. These are comrades from the Municipal Public Security Criminal Police Brigade, and they need to verify some matters with you. Lu Sanfeng, please cooperate with their investigation." Lu Sanfeng appeared indifferent, glanced at Su Dayuan and the others, and gave a slight nod. "All right." This response surprised Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There was no attempt to flee, no resistance, no confrontation, just calm acceptance. Did Lu Sanfeng have confidence, or were they on the wrong track? By this time, Zhou Ning felt less confident than before. He glanced at Su Dayuan, who had already stood up and waved toward the door. Lu Yufei and He Chunying had entered. "Lu Sanfeng, right? Let's go to the Municipal Bureau to assist with the investigation. But first, we need to go to your office. Yufei, you and the others take Lu Sanfeng downstairs, open all his drawers and cabinets, then head directly back to the Municipal Bureau." The others didn't react, but Fong Qing was the first to stand up, instinctively stepping back a few paces, ending up in front of Zhou Ning, her heel stepping on Zhou Ning's shoe. This reaction drew a sidelong glance from Su Dayuan. Lu Sanfeng raised his hand, looking towards Su Dayuan. "Excuse me, leaders of the Municipal Public Security Criminal Division, may I ask why I need to cooperate with the investigation? I am honestly a bit confused. Could you explain it in detail? After all, this is where I work. Though I'm not a high-ranking official, I am still a government employee. Being taken away like this, I won't be able to work in the future. You know, in this environment, even one spit from everyone can drown me. Lu Sanfeng's face was calm and composed, with a hint of puzzlement, as if what was being discussed had nothing to do with him. There were no signs of agitation or frustrated outbursts. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Doyuan smiled, picked up the document he had just identified, was about to raise it, then turned and handed it to Mr. Zhao to be put into an evidence bag. Don't worry, we only need your assistance with the investigation. I cannot disclose the specifics here, as we need to draw your blood for comparison and testing to determine the results. If this case has nothing to do with you, we will have someone bring you back and clear the matter with Pingju. Although he didn't get the answer he wanted, Lu Sanfeng didn't say anything and compliantly turned around to follow Lu Yufei. Ping and Qin clearly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, turning to Fong Qing, who had realized her own lapse, she put her hands together in a slight bow towards Zhou Ning. Sorry about that, stepping on your foot. I just got a fright. Us common folk naturally get scared when we see the police, just like getting nervous when driving and encountering traffic police. It's a sign of respect, purely respect, haha. Fong Qing laughed awkwardly but, realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate, quickly closed her mouth and glanced subconsciously at Peng and Qin. Zhou Ning knew that in this place, after mixing for a long time, everyone had their own ulterior motives. These little gestures were nothing more than a hint to them that her relationship with Peng and Qin was not good. Any doubt raised by Peng and Qin was personal, not a matter of fact. Su Dayuan waved at Mr. Zhao, who quickly left with a case. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Then, Su Dayuan pulled out a chair and resumed his seat, also waving Zhou Ning down, clearly indicating that he should sit quietly. A body-worn camera was placed on the desk and turned on. Fong Qing, right? Please sit down. We need to wait for the results of the inspection, and in the meantime, I'd like to chat with you. Your sister is named Fong Yu, isn't she? This statement made Fong Qing pause, her expression, which was slightly panicked, now tinged with confusion. However, after thinking it over, she sat down, leaning back in the chair, then realizing the gesture may have seemed inappropriate, she shifted forward, only sitting halfway on the chair. Yes, I do have a sister named Fong Yu, but she has been deceased for many years. Why do you ask about her? Do not conceal, do not ask questions, just answer what is asked. When did you first meet Lu Sanfeng? I mean, before you came to work at the Water Affairs Bureau. When was the very first time you met this person? Su Daiwan's question made Fong Qing's eyebrows knit together. What does this mean? One moment you're asking about my sister, the next about when I met Lu Sanfeng. Have I done something illegal? Su Dayuan waved his hand, pointing to the law enforcement recorder. As I said, it's just a few questions. Of course, if you don't like to be questioned here, we can change the location. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P greater than I think going to the police station with officers, even if there's nothing wrong. Like Lu Sanfeng said, it's like you can never wash away the stigma upon return. Fong Qing was shut up by these words, and after a long while, he reluctantly said with resistance, when I was a kid, my family lived on Xingfu Road in Tangshan District, right behind Qingdao Restaurant. Lu Sanfeng was 3 years younger than me. We both went to Tangshan Primary School. He was in the same class as my sister from 1st to 5th grade. But that was just it, there was nothing messy going on. We just knew each other, knew he was a kid from the military compound. But we didn't really mingle, those kids didn't hang out with us, and we couldn't really play together. If that counts as knowing each other, then I guess I knew him when I was around 10 years old. Zhou Ning remembered that Fong Yu was 30 years old when she died. If she were alive today, she would also be 38, the same age as Lu Sanfeng. Would Fong Qing hang out with a classmate who was 3 years younger than his sister? Thinking back to his childhood, it seemed that children living in the same area who were a few years apart would play together more often, particularly those charismatic kid leaders who could easily attract lots of kids to follow their games. Su Dayuan twirled a pen in his hand and drew a line under the name of Fong Yu. Classmates? And then? Before your sister became an actress, did she have any suitors? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Fongqing suppressed his anger at the continuous questions, all of which seemed to be those he didn't want to answer, yet Su Daiwan's gaze made it impossible to avoid them, especially since the suggestion to change locations was even more unwelcome to him. I don't know what exactly you want to ask. My sister has passed away. Why do you keep harping on her issues? My sister has been beautiful since she was young. Not just her classmates, but all the male students who knew her liked her. Many of my classmates even slipped me notes, asking me to pass them to Fong Yu. This became a trouble for our family. Because of this, Fong Duo often got into fights. After all, he and my sister were twins. They went to and from school together every day, and since they didn't look very much alike, people were quite jealous. Su Dayuan made a no sound. Oh? So, Fong Duo and Lu Sanfeng were classmates? Fong Qing shook his head. Not classmates. Fong Duo grew up at my grandfather's house when he was young. He only came back to live with us when he was in junior high, so he wasn't very close to us siblings. Moreover, he's been doing scientific research in my country after graduating from university and hasn't returned for many years, so we're not close. You could say we're not familiar. As for Lu Sanfeng, he transferred away during junior high and only returned to our area before he enlisted. He became someone who didn't talk much. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. When I came home during a university winter break, I heard from others that there had been trouble at his home. Everyone in the courtyard kept their distance from his family. Tell me more. Who caused trouble and what was it about? Apparently, he had a woman on the side, but she was stopped at the guard room and never allowed in. We only heard such gossip from chattering aunties, so we don't know the details. Later, I heard that his father was forced into early retirement due to illness. He could have been promoted, but because of that issue, he was hastily placed in a position. I think if it weren't for that, he wouldn't have retired in 1999. If he had stayed a few more years and then returned to society, he probably wouldn't have ended up in the waterworks department, let alone be marginalized here, because what is needed here are professionals, and you can't do the job without the expertise. At this point, Su Dayuan looked up, changing the topic. When did you come to the Water Bureau? In '93. I was assigned to the Water Bureau after graduating from college. After all, my major was water conservancy engineering, which is highly relevant. Of course, back then, the Water Bureau was still called the Hydraulic Bureau. At that time, Qidong was constructing the Yellow River Diversion Project, and of our batch of assigns, I was the only one with a formal education in water conservancy. Talking about this, although Fong Qing's expression remained unchanged, his tone was filled with pride. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Dayuan nodded at his words. So, when Lu Sanfeng was transferred to the Water Bureau, you had already been working here for 6 years. Even if you weren't close as children, you still grew up in the same place. Didn't you look after him at all? There were no interactions? Fong Qing was taken aback. I wasn't familiar with him. It was only after he had been here for some time that Fong Yu came to my workplace and I realized that Lu Sanfeng was her classmate. It was only then that it clicked for me. The one being gossiped about before was his family. How disgusting was that? Why would I associate with him? Su Dayuan nodded, not dwelling on the issue. All right, then I want to know, after your sister's incident in 2004, Jiantao mortgaged a property in Quanshan to some guy. How did you think to find him to transfer the property? And how did you convince that guy to settle for daily interest compensation and pay 1.8 million to Jiantao to acquire that property? Weren't you aware of the value of that property? Fong Qing narrowed his eyes, looking at Su Dayuan with confusion. He raised his hand as if to slam the table, but he restrained himself. Back then, it was a legitimate transaction. As for the guy I found and how much I paid him, that was a deal based on mutual consent. I was willing to pay, and he agreed to let go. As for Zhu Yantao, when my sister was alive, we were related by marriage. But after my sister's death, I helped him out of a tough spot, offering him cash, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, did I break the law by doing that? Or are you suggesting that after 8 years he thinks he was shortchanged and wants the police to help him get justice? Has he gone to the wrong department? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, chapter 365 to 351. Let's start with the car_1 chapter 365. Chapter 351, let's start with the car_1. Su Daiyuan stared into Fong Qing's eyes and raised his hand to wag his index finger. Answer my question. Do you know the market value of the house at that time? I know. According to the normal real estate price back then, which wasn't high, the house was worth about 5.5 million. But as I said, that was the market price. Plus, with this kind of incident, how could it sell quickly? It was also a haunted house. I helped out, and now I'm getting blamed for it? Su Daiyuan slapped the table and stood up, his voice harsh as he scolded Fong Qing. When I ask you a question, just answer properly and spare me the irrelevant talk. Why did Zhu Yantao mortgage the property? It was to save his son and his family, which includes your own sister and your nephew. They had to come up with 8 million within 24 hours. Do you realize how much money that is? Did any of you help at the time? According to our investigation, not a penny, right? It's bad enough not to help out in an emergency, but then you colluded with others to cut a deal. There's no need for you to say anything more. No one is accusing you of breaking the law or suspecting you of misappropriating others' property. This is just a routine investigation. But since you've brought this up, let me do some accounting for you now. Director Ping, call in your finance officer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, from the time Fong Qing joined the Water Affairs Bureau in 1993 to 2004. How much money has he made in total salary and bonuses over those 11 years? Let's calculate it properly. I'm going to look into your spouse's income as well. A public and transparent investigation. What do you think about that? At this point, Peng and Xin chimed in. I just finished sorting this out recently. In 93, the highest salary at our bureau was 3,300 yuan, and in 2005, it was 6,500 yuan. Including all allowances and considering allocation was made in October, calculated over 11 years, the total salary comes to 613,200 yuan. Zhou Ning glanced at Peng and Xin. He really did have a chart with a statistical summary of salaries and benefits, all calculated at the highest salary level. But the speed of his mental calculations was truly fast. Before Fong Qing could speak, Su Daiyuan gestured with his hand to cut him off. I'm not finished yet. Even if your wife's income is similar to yours, the two of you couldn't have amassed that sum of money in 11 years without eating or drinking anything. Of course, you could say your parents and your spouse's parents helped you contribute, but do you think we wouldn't investigate that? Your parents died in 2000, and if they hadn't, I think when Fang Yu had her incident, at least they wouldn't have been helpless. Now, tell me about your source of funds. I've already sent people to check with the bank. I hope you think clearly before you answer. Fong Qing fell silent. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. In fact, whether he had illicit income or not was something Su Daiyuan didn't care about, but the man's disregard for his relatives and his opportunistic demeanor was truly distressing to witness. It took a long time before Fong Qing finally raised his head. There's no need to check. I borrowed quite a bit of money. From whom? I borrowed from classmates and colleagues, but the biggest sum was from Liu Sampong. I was in a hurry at the time and casually asked him, and he immediately asked how much I wanted to borrow. I said 1 million and that I'd pay him 3% interest for 3 months. I didn't expect he would agree without hesitation. After buying the house, I cleaned it up and then sold it through a real estate agency for a high price. I settled all the debts within a month, not shorting him any interest. I have the bank transfer records. If you don't believe me, you can check. They're kept in the left-hand drawer of my desk. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, who knew it was his turn to act. He stood up and walked out, signaling Mr. Zheng at the door to enter as he casually asked, "Are Mr. Zhao and the others done searching?" Mr. Zheng shook his head, his face gloomy. "Mr. Zhao hasn't come up yet, and Lu Yufei and the others haven't left either. I don't know if they've finished searching." It's so annoying, like having a thorn stuck in my throat. Zhou Ning had no time to comfort him and pointed inside the room. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, Su Dayuan was in there with just 2 other people, so it was safer to have someone from their own team present. As of now, it seemed Fong Qing had no close ties to Lu Sanfeng. Zhou Ning couldn't fathom why he would lend money to Fong Qing. "Stop talking nonsense and go be with Director Su," Zhou Ning said. "I'll go find Mr. Zhao and search Fong Qing's office." Mr. Zheng quickly tidied his clothes and went inside while Zhou Ning took out his phone and called Mr. Zhao. "Are you done searching? Found anything?" "Yes, I've searched the whole office, all the drawers and cabinets. I looked very carefully, but there's no valuable information. Almost nothing personal. But let me tell you, his office is the epitome of tidy. Papers are stacked with precision, not a single corner folded." Zhou Ning wasn't surprised at the lack of findings. The man hadn't resisted, and his composure was remarkably good. However, verification based solely on handwriting left him feeling uneasy. "Did you send a blood sample for testing?" "Relax. The moment he came in, I drew blood and sent it for analysis. Mrs. Fei has arranged for someone to take it back to the bureau." "Why are you in such a rush to find me? Is everything upstairs finished?" "Come up. We're going to room 309. Director Su wants us to check Fong Qing's office." There hasn't been much progress from the questioning. Mr. Zhao hung up the phone and soon after, quick footsteps ascended the stairs. Judging by his agile ascent, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao's nimbleness was definitely inconsistent with his weight. Panting, Mr. Zhao appeared energized, his eyes occasionally darting toward room 301. What does this mean? Did he confess or not? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 366 to 351 start with the car_2 Chapter 366. Chapter 351 start with the car_2 Zhou Ning covered Mr. Zhao's mouth, aware that voices here could be overheard. He pulled him into room 309 and briefly described the situation. Mr. Zhao kept making tooting noises. Damn, Fong Qing really is heartless. If he had wanted to help even a little, Fatty wouldn't be saddled with 8 million in debt, struggling for breath all these years. Yet Fong Qing has made a fortune. But how did he think of borrowing money from Lu Sanfeng? Zhou Ning shook his head. Maybe it's just as he said, an offhand remark that he didn't expect Lu Sanfeng to actually lend him the money. Of course, it's also possible that he's hiding something, that he has long known Lu Sanfeng took an interest in his sister Fong Yu. He may have felt that someone with such a role and a destitute background wasn't good enough for their family. It was only after Fong Yu died that he asked for the money. Mr. Zhao thought for a moment, then nodded at Zhou Ning, seeming to agree with this possibility. After all, with Lu Sanfeng being the prime suspect, anything could be on him. Indeed, this was a man who had planned 2 sensational kidnappings in Qidong. Yet upon seeing Lu Sanfeng himself, it was truly hard to imagine how such a person could plan everything so meticulously. The two didn't stop moving and had already arrived at the office of room 309. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The door opened with a push. The drawers of the desk and the cabinet behind were all left with the keys in, saving them the trouble. Approaching the top drawer on the left side of the desk, Zhou Ning put on gloves and gently pulled it open. The first layer was full of medicine and health products, liver protection tablets, eprosartan, Sea King's tankards, golden throat lozenge, assorted vitamins, and crammed in the back was a strip of blue pills that gave Zhou Ning pause. Mr. Zhao slapped Zhou Ning playfully and pushed the drawer closed, then opened the one beneath it. Enough of that, you don't even have a girlfriend. Don't be peeping at these or you'll get styes. A middle-aged comrade in his 40s who can't keep up, it's understandable. Starting from 2004, relying on such means to make money, do you think he's any sort of good soul? Mr. Zhao made a good point. Zhou Ning then looked into the drawer below, which was empty except for a few notebooks. Opening the top one, inside were slotted several bank cards, Construction Bank, Rural Commercial Bank, Qidong Bank, and more. He flipped through and easily found an account record, beside which was even a bank statement detailing the ins and outs of Fong Qing's personal account. Sure enough, there was Lu Sanfeng's name, with Fong Duo's 80,000 standing out prominently, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. This account originally had over 700,000, plus the 1 million borrowed from Lu Sanfeng and Fong Duo's 80,000. The rest were amounts of 30 or 50,000, not from many people. Except for the fact that Lu Sanfeng overpaid by 30,000 when making the transfer back, the others didn't pay any interest. The transfer to Zhu Yantao was dated June 10, 2004. A rough calculation confirmed the amount. This guy indeed made a net profit of 3.48 million. Mr. Zhao kept taking photos, then closed the notebook with a sigh. All right, we'll have to take this notebook back. The transaction records from 8 years ago. We need Director Su to arrange for someone to check them. Zhou Ning nodded and helped Mr. Zhao carry the case. Mr. Zhao quickly caught up to Zhou Ning, grabbed the case to take a look at Zhou Ning's face, and bumped into him. Zhou Xiao, you don't seem right. Don't be in a rush. Everything will come to light when the DNA comparison comes back. Why all this anxiety? Zhou Ning shook his head. The evidence chain for the 2000 March 4th kidnapping case seems to be complete. In the bloodstain left by Chen Gang on the table, we found DNA from a close male relative. But for the April 14, 2004 kidnapping case, the evidence chain is incomplete. Although we have various pieces of evidence linking the two cases, we still haven't found the first crime scene of the murder, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Even if we can prove that Lu Sanfeng is Chen Gang's half-brother from the same father, and that he kidnapped Cheng Xinghui, the evidence concerning the Zhu family triple homicide is insufficient. Mr. Zhao paused, then hugged Zhou Ning by the shoulder. Zhou Ning, perspiring from the exertion, somewhat disdainfully pushed, but couldn't free himself from Mr. Zhao's firm embrace. You can spare me your disdain for my sweat. This is what men smell like. Let me tell you, with the case having reached this stage, I believe it's all a matter of time. The waterboard was just a cover for him. If you ask his colleagues from the unit one by one if they think he looks like a thug who killed 3 people, the answer is certainly negative. You know, when Mrs. Fei took Lu Sanfeng downstairs just now, I observed him carefully. He does indeed walk with pigeon toes, but his movements are cautious, his steps steady, without any signs of panic or insecurity. I got the feeling he was particularly self-assured. Such a tenacious individual, who also served in the military, has been enduring in silence for so many years, working as a minor clerk at the unit for over a decade. There must be many secrets he holds. I think if they ought to proceed with the interrogation, then let them do so. From the trace evidence aspect, we should definitely conduct a thorough investigation. For example, we can look into his vehicle, residence, garage, old house, and so on. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Zhou Ning paused in his steps and nodded towards Mr. Zhao. That makes sense. I'll mention it to Director Su. We don't have to rush back now. Let's call Mr. Yang and have Mr. Xing take them to Lu Sanfeng's house. We'll start with the vehicle inspection. Zhou Ning, holding his notebook, returned to office 301. After briefing Su Dayuan on the findings and showing the bank statements, Su Dayuan nodded and sent a message to Tao Jinshan. Then he turned to Fong Qing. I'm informing you now that you must not leave the city for the next 2 months. We may summon you at any time or require your presence to assist with the investigation. Do not discuss today's questioning with anyone. If you're suspected of collusion or affecting the investigation of the case, we can arrest you at any time. Do you understand? Fong Qing no longer resisted. Sitting opposite Ping and Xin, trying to use work as an excuse was simply impossible, especially with the issue of the house still at hand. Aware of his own guilt, he merely nodded. Understood. That's good then. You may leave now. In order not to affect your subsequent work, we won't take you away from here. This is the most protection we can offer, and I hope you understand our good intentions. All right, you can go back to your office now. Fong Qing didn't waste words, stood up and left. Reaching the door, he subconsciously leaned on the frame. Su Dayuan stood up, shook hands with Ping and Xin, and expressed his gratitude with polite words. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Peng and Xin, aware of all the insider information he had heard, quickly vowed not to disclose the details of the conversation or any information about Lu Sanpong. The three of them then went downstairs. Just as they reached the bottom, Su Daiwan's phone rang. Tao Jinshan had taken screenshots of the bank statements of Lu Sanpong, Fong Qing, and that Quanshan guy and sent them over. Glancing at the content, Su Daiwan's brows did not relax. Zhou Ning caught a glimpse and noted the various amounts. Clearly, Fong Qing hadn't lied about this issue, but seeing the amount in Lu Sanfeng's account, he was also taken aback. Because in Lu Sanfeng's account, there had consistently been around 1.1 million yuan. The date of deposit was also screen captured separately. This was government compensation for requisitioned property, disbursed in October 2002, with clear remarks indicating it was the sort of compensation for government requisition. Lu Sanfeng's father was forcibly retired due to illness in 2000, and he passed away at the end of the same year. His wife also died early, leaving him alone in the family. However, according to our analysis, this person could potentially be the murderer. So, where has the ransom from those 2 cases gone? Mr. Zhao, tilting his chin up, leaned over. Director Su, you've only asked Tauda to check the transactions made to the account in the past. You should carefully check all the bank accounts under his name, as well as the financial transactions. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. The 2 ransoms combined amount to 8.9 million. It's unlikely he's keeping it all in cash, right? Besides, back in those days, the yuan was the old blue version, and now we use the red notes. Is he keeping them stashed away, perhaps? Su Dayuan shook his head. Let's detain the person first and investigate step by step. The most crucial thing is to wait for the DNA test results. If it matches, there's no hurry for the rest, it's just a matter of time. Are you going back to the municipal bureau? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Ning looked at Su Dayuan and said, No, Mr. Zhao and I will first inspect Lu Sanfeng's vehicle. As for his house, I've sent Mr. Xing to take Mr. Yang and others there. That's the property he openly owns. Chances are slim that we'll find any clues there, but one by one, we must still check. Perhaps we might find some other leads at these places. Hiding such a historically symbolic triangular bayonet and being familiar with the various routes by the seaside to conceal and murder 3 victims, transport and dispose of bodies without detection, he must have some concealed place. Of course, it would be perfect if we could find the murder weapon too. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 367 to 352 expired medicine _1 Chapter 367. Chapter 352 expired medicine _1. Hearing what Zhou Ning had said, Su Dayuan quickly nodded in agreement. You go ahead, I'll leave Mr. Bei's team with you, I'll take the others back first. Apart from our colleagues, we'll also look into Lu Sanfeng's old neighbors from the courtyard of his family home. Let me know as soon as the inspection results are out. I'll communicate any information I find about Lu Sanfeng with you in a timely manner, Su Dayuan instructed. After making arrangements, Su Dayuan led his people away quickly. Of course, Lu Yufei didn't leave. The entire staff of the River and Lake Management Office was taken out one by one for questioning. With all the commotion, people were left anxious and uneasy. Not much useful information about Lu Sanfeng was obtained. Instead, quite a few secrets within the unit came to light. Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao headed straight to the parking lot, where Mr. Bai had already received an arrangement from Su Dayuan and hurriedly ran to them, pointing to an old Jetta in the corner and saying, "I asked the gatekeeper. And this old Jetta really is Lu Sanfeng's car. It's quite conspicuous in this parking lot." Zhou Ning looked around and, indeed, the old Jetta stood out noticeably. It wasn't because of the model of the car. After all, some people deliberately drive very common cars or even take the shuttle bus to appear low-key while being lavish in other aspects. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, but working at the Water Bureau, and the location being so remote, most people had their own cars, and they were typically not more than 100,000 yuan worth. However, the silver-gray Jetta had 4 or 5 spots with filler, the windshield had a couple of cracked lines, and the area around the tail lights had multiple patches of peeled paint. Mr. Zhao smacked his lips and, for a moment, was at a loss for words. Even the cars used on construction sites look better than this. What, was he treating it like a bumper car? Good lord, I can't even count all the dents and impact marks. He doesn't bother repainting after applying filler on the back half, and the depressed areas couldn't be fixed with some metalwork? After chattering for a while and shaking his head repeatedly, the gatekeeper hurried over, holding a plastic bag that conspicuously contained a set of keys. "Officer, this was left by Lu from our department." Zhou Ning was taken aback. Mr. Zhao had a set of keys in his hand which had just been retrieved from Lu Sanfeng. This person could leave a spare key for the car with the gatekeeper. Zhou Ning's interest in this car diminished greatly. "All right, thank you, sir. We'll get to work now. Please step back a bit. Don't get caught in the picture." Mr. Zhao was polite, took over the keys, and started photographing the car. Then he opened all the car doors and the trunk, and as soon as the car doors opened, a stench of fishy, sour, and stinky feet wafted out, and Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao gagged while holding his mask. Damn, is this the smell of athlete's foot mixed with mantis shrimp paste? With that one sentence, Zhou Ning felt his stomach churn. He had been able to bear the scene at the Giant's Lookout, but now he couldn't approach the smell described by Mr. Zhao, so he took a step back and looked towards him. "Could you not describe it like that? You inspect the car, let the smell disperse a bit before I move closer." Mr. Zhao pouted. Heartless. With that, Mr. Zhao turned and headed into the car. Inside, especially the driver's seat, was extremely dirty. Starting from the back of the sun visor, upon close inspection, there were piles of ticket stubs and leftovers, such as fruit peels and cigarette butts. After inspecting for half an hour, he finally finished his thorough check. Mr. Zhao climbed out of the car, drenched in sweat, not because of the heat, but because the smell was intolerable, reaching the limits of his endurance. He pulled off his mask and sat on a stone bollard nearby, gasping for breath and raising his hand in a wave. Goodness gracious, did he think of his car as a trash can? I actually found 2 bags of snacks that expired 3 years ago, plus a few bottles of medicine with production dates going back to 1997. I suspect that since he bought the car in 2000, it has never been cleaned out, ugh. By the end, Mr. Zhao had already begun to dry heave. Zhou Ning remained silent, took the camera to look at it, and then examined the items. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao had sorted out, especially the medications. Zhou Ning opened each bottle to inspect them one by one. The variety was quite comprehensive, including toracemide tablets, irbesartan, captopril, nitroglycerin, metoprolol, clopidogrel, cyclophosphamide, methylprednisolone, and so on. These medications, hormonal, antihypertensive, diuretic, vasoconstrictive, covered many aspects indeed. Even according to what Peng Anxin had said, with Lu Sanfeng suffering from kidney disease, many of these drugs were ones he should not touch, particularly the diuretics. Without guidance, these were definitely not to be taken at random. Moreover, all these medications were expired. Could it be that they weren't meant for Lu Sanfeng's consumption? This thought halted Zhou Ning's movements. He quickly checked again. Most of the medications had been manufactured around 1997 to 1999. According to Peng Anxin, Lu Sanfeng began to take frequent sick leaves after 2000, and he had joined the Water Bureau in 1999. Kidney disease, cerebrovascular disease, hypertension, coronary heart disease, these were ailments more common in elderly people. Could it be these medications were prepared for Lu Sanfeng's father? Seeing Zhou Ning silent, Mr. Zhao leaned in as well. I say, I feel like this car was prepared specifically for going to work. It's made to make him look sloppy, to reduce interaction with others. However, there's no useful information in the car. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. How come you're just looking at these expired medications and not saying anything? Zhou Ning shook his head. It's not that there's no information. These medications have been expired for many years, yet they're still left in the car, mostly drugs from the late 90s, treating common chronic diseases in the elderly, including kidney disease, of course. What's the purpose of keeping expired medications here? We need to know now whether Lu Sanfeng has kidney disease and how serious it is. Does his father's medical information also include these diseases treated by the medications? And when was this car purchased? Is it registered under Lu Sanfeng's name? Mr. Zhao nodded. The purchase date was November 1999. It looks like after his military transfer, he thought commuting was inconvenient, so he bought this car. The initial registration is indeed under Lu Sanfeng's name, but could he get it through the vehicle inspection like this? Zhou Ning didn't pick up on that, but instead started to make a phone call, informing Su Dayuan of their findings, asking someone to start retrieving Lu Sanfeng's father's information. Although Lu Sanfeng was transferred to a civilian post and then forced to retire due to illness, it's possible that the unit he transferred to might not have retained some of his medical information because of such a reason for his transfer. Mr. Zhao asked a junior officer to clean up the items at the edge of the vehicle while he dialed Yang Zitong's number, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Have you finished checking Lu Sanfeng's home? We just got there not long ago. We're still investigating. Why, have you finished so quickly? Mr. Zhao glanced at the Jetta. How is it? Is Lu Sanfeng's home like a trash dump? Yang Xuedong was taken aback, glanced at the situation inside the room, and was full of confusion. What are you saying? His home is spotless. If you put a strong flashlight on the floor, there's not a speck of dust. Even the sheets and blankets on the bed are all military standard tofu block alignment. We looked for ages and didn't know where to start. Mr. Zhao was flabbergasted. Take a photo and let me see. How could that be possible? You went to Lu Sanfeng's home? His car is like a trash heap, with candy wrappers and packaging from years ago all over. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. Such a mercurial character, could it be? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 368 to 353 Motorboat _1 Chapter 368. Chapter 353 Motorboat _1 A moment later, Yang Zitong's photos arrived. Just as Yang Xuedong had said, the room was spotless, a very simple two-bedroom with a living room and sparse furniture. The kitchen looked as though it had never been used before. Zhou Ning, puzzled, dialed Yang Zitong's number. Go look at the wardrobe and the shoe cabinet and video call us directly. This house is too clean to look like someone lives in it. All right, Chief, just give me a moment. Mr. Zhao, standing nearby, hurriedly called out, just video call Zhou Xiaoyou directly, I've run out of data. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao, wondering how he had run out of data at the start of the month. This guy was always full of crafty ideas. Mr. Zhao grinned sheepishly. Don't look at me like that, Zhou Xiaozhou. Should we leave Lu Sanfeng's car here or tow it back? Tow it back. After seeing the situation at Yangzatong's, we'll head back to the police station. I want to take a closer look at the photos from the initial crime scene investigation. I feel like I've missed something. Mr. Zhao, sensing the mood, didn't waste words and quickly told Mr. Bai to arrange the tow, avoiding the dirty car that would make him nauseous just by getting close. After waiting for a short while, Yang Xuedong sent a video call invite, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Upon accepting, Zhou Ning could see Yang Xuedong in front of 4 open wardrobes, where clothes were arranged by season, transitioning from light to dark colors, lengths varying rhythmically. It was indeed very tidy. After a brief look, Zhou Ning asked Yang Xuedong to pause the camera. Most of the clothes here are uniforms, like the ones he wore before he retired, and there are his suits and dress shirts. When Lu Sanfeng came up just now, I noticed he was dressed very simply, in a polo shirt, jeans, and sneakers, which doesn't match the kind of clothing here. First, check the shoe cabinet, and then ask the neighbors when he usually comes home and whether he comes home every day. Okay, I'll go to the shoe cabinet first. As he spoke, Yang Xuedong had reached the entrance shoe cabinet. Opening it, he indeed found black and camel-colored leather shoes, exactly 8 pairs, all polished bright and shiny. There was only 1 pair of slippers, and the soles of the leather shoes were also clean and dust-free, obviously well-maintained. Zhou Ning felt even more certain that this could indeed be Lu Sanfeng's home, but it wasn't his usual residence. Have Mr. Xing and the others ask the neighbors. You wait for the news, and if you get any information, follow up on it. Bye. Just then, Mr. Zhao hurried back, seeing that Zhou Ning had ended the video call, and quickly asked, "Nothing was found?" Zhou Ning nodded. Let's head back to the police station, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although this house is registered as Lu Sanfeng's residential address, he doesn't often live here. It's just maintained. Mr. Zhao blinked. Really odd, he doesn't live here, yet he cleans it so meticulously. Is this some sort of compulsive cleaning disorder or a mental issue? Or perhaps this house was specifically kept for us to see, prepared by him over many years, in case we ever came knocking on his door to withstand a police investigation? Man, if that's the case, then Lu Sanfeng is terrifying. He's been at that institute for so many years, and although he doesn't interact much, he doesn't seem to exhibit any unusual behaviors. Don't such people usually harm cats or dogs? Could it be that just like Cui Guanglin, he has some kind of multiple personality disorder? Let's head back for now. After Lu Sanfeng's mother died, did his father remarry? Or alternatively, when Qin Gang's biological mother came looking, was his mother still around, suggesting that there wasn't just Qin Gang's biological mother? Mr. Zhao shook his head. During that time, it wasn't like now, the information was not as accessible. As to why, neither my dad nor my mom knew. They only heard some things when the results were announced. But according to my analysis, it could either be that the review process didn't pass or the other party's background wasn't clean. Zhou Ning stopped dwelling on these issues and quickly got into the car to rush to the police station. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Upon returning to the technical department, he headed straight for the office. Mr. Zhao jogged to catch up and upon entering saw Lu Yongxin in the room. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's eat first and then talk. They freshened up, feeling sticky all over from the hot weather after being outside all morning. After eating, Zhou Ning brushed his teeth and then returned to the whiteboard. Mr. Zhao didn't dare let Lu Yongxin tidy up, knowing the older man's blood pressure hadn't been good recently. Lu Yongxin walked over to Zhou Ning and handed him a bottle of water. Director Su just called me and asked if you were back. He briefly told me about the situation, Cui Guanglin said. I think there's no need to rush. Everything will become clear once the tests come back. Even if we can't find any evidence connecting Lu Sanfeng to the 4.14 kidnapping case, there's no need to worry. Interrogation will yield results. Zhou Ning was not as optimistic. He took down the photos of the severed fingers and ears from the 4.14 case and grouped them together. Lu Sanfeng is not easy to deal with. There's quite a bit of money on his card, but he can account for it. However, the nearly 9 million in ransom just can't be traced. His house, car, and clothes are all very ordinary, even more so than the average person. At work, he had an extremely low profile. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. From around the time of his father's incident, he used the excuse of kidney disease treatment to take long leaves of absence and did not vie for fame or gain, content to stay holed up in the river and lake management office, peacefully doing his clerical job. His car was bought when he was transferred. It was like a garbage dump inside. Mr. Zhao found many drugs produced in the 90s, all for the treatment of cardiovascular diseases, high blood pressure, kidney diseases, coronary heart disease. I always feel that these were his father's medicines, but the man's been gone for so many years. Why keep these things? And yet, his home is spotless, and the clothes are not in his style at all. I think he has a hidden residence, and also a hidden personality. Lu Yongxin listened with furrowed brows. He glanced at the photos Mr. Zhao had taken with the camera, and after a moment of silence, he raised his head. Are you suggesting that Lu Sanfeng has multiple personalities? The dominant personality is sloppy and accommodating, and occasionally a cold-blooded, ruthless one that doesn't blink an eye at murder emerges. He takes extended leaves of absence because he can't control the switching of personalities? Zhou Ning sighed. This was a question he could not answer. I don't know. That's why I decided to come back and go over these photos again to see if there's anything I missed. Besides, I want to make a trip to Mrs. Cui's place. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The severed finger that Cheng Xinghui sent for examination. She has extracted it several times. I don't know if she found any information. Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning's arm. The case was no ordinary difficult one. To connect two cases and track down Lu Sanfeng had already been extremely draining, and Zhou Ning was starting to feel anxious. Take it easy, no need to rush. The man is already under our control. All the pacing needs to follow us. I agree with you, this Lu Sanfeng must have a hidden refuge. Back then, when details of the case were leaked, the focus was on the kidnapper's movements. Yet he was able to move the ransom right under the noses of the police, still murder that family of 3, and dump the bodies by the sea. I think these locations can be connected and analyzed. When Lu Yongxin said this, Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. He quickly looked at the printed city map already marked with several locations. 1. The kidnapper's transaction location. 1. The drop-off point for the severed finger and ransom note. 1 for the dump site of the ransom, and the last one, the location where the bodies were discovered. The 4 locations, aside from the drop-off point for the severed finger and ransom note, were all by the sea. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Moreover, these 3 points were aligned in a straight line along the seafront Hong Kong East Road, from the transaction location at Polar Ocean World to the ransom discard spot at Xiafengtai Bayou Lake, some 11 kilometers, and from Xiafengtai to the beach near Nan Island where the bodies were thrown, for 0.1 kilometers. The old saying goes, Qidong is a washcloth with a golden edge, which means that houses in the coastal areas are prohibitively expensive, unimaginably so. Does he have a place nearby where he could orchestrate all of this? Zhou Ning took a deep breath. Like Lu Yongxin said, he was getting impatient. The investigation was at a standstill, facing such a vile kidnapping case without a body to examine. This sense of helplessness was causing his agitation. However, Lu Sanfeng had been caught, and the pacing was now controlled by the police. Zhou Ning adjusted his state of mind and once again opened his eyes, as if everything before him had become much clearer. Looking at these 3 positions, Zhou Ning analyzed. Zhu Yantao once said that police had a tight surveillance around Polar Ocean World, but after the transaction time passed in the square, He received a call from the kidnapper saying he had called the police, breaking the agreement, so they changed the transaction location. As a citizen of Hua country, calling the police is the first thing you do when in danger. There's no need for hesitation. So, I don't think the kidnapper discovered anything. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He was betting on human nature. As a family member hearing these words, your first reaction is self-blame, ditching the police to head to the next transaction location. That's what the kidnapper wanted to see. And indeed, Zhu Yantao did just that, driving quickly to the next spot, Xia Fengtai, and according to instructions, threw the ransom over the cliff. Lu Yongxi nodded continuously, following up on Zhou Ning's words. This place is a peninsula of no small extent, the eastern and western parts each about 100 acres, and rich in vegetation, making it impossible to lay a tight siege. The police followed him in cars straight to the top, but by the time they reached the cliff, Zhu Yantao had already thrown down the ransom. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Mr. Zhao and Su Dayuan walked in. Su Daiwan's arrival took Zhou Ning by surprise, especially since Lu Sanfeng had been captured. Had they not gone to interrogate him? Seeing Zhou Ning and others stopped talking, Su Dayuan approached. I didn't rush to interrogate after I came back. Don't look at me like that. I just found someone who was involved in the case back then. He's retired and not local, he just got back. He said that when they rushed to the edge of the cliff at that time, Zhu Yantao was lying at the edge of the cliff, clinging to the phone and constantly shouting, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Afterward, it was understood that Zhu Yantao had thrown down the ransom as instructed, and when the phone call to the other side went straight to voicemail, this old colleague reacted. They immediately clustered at the edge of the cliff to observe, and although his vision was good, he saw a motorboat heading eastward, but it was too far to see clearly how many people were on it, or whether it was carrying anything. Zhou Ning opened the calculator and did some quick calculations. 100 yuan note weighs 1.15 grams. A million is 11.5 kilograms, so 8 million would be 92 kilograms. Divided into 4 packages, plus the weight of the packaging, it would weigh at least 100 kilograms. Can a motorboat handle something that heavy? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 369 to 354. Checking out the idol factory building? Chapter 369. Chapter 354. Checking out the idol factory building? Mr. Zhao blinked and raised his hand to join in. At the seaside of Qidong, these motorboats used to carry tourists are very advanced. We've had them since 2000, and I remember there's a yacht factory right here on our Qidong that makes them. They're absolutely world-leading. I've inquired about the light ones. They can carry up to 400 kilograms, and the 2-person ones can carry even more than that. Zhou Ning continued to look at the map. If the motorboat's load capacity wasn't a problem, then it meant Lu Sanfeng had already calculated an escape route. Furthermore, Xia Fengtai is only 2.2 kilometers away from Nan Island, where the body was dumped, a straight-line distance that could be covered in a matter of minutes by sea. His finger pointing at Nan Island, Zhou Ning turned back to look at Su Dayuan. Leader, we could check the surveillance around Nan Island to see if Lu Sanfeng's car has been near here within the last month. Moreover, Lu Sanfeng's daily commuting routes also need to be verified. I have a feeling that his hiding place is near this Nan Island. With a wave of his hand, Su Dayuan directly glared. Nobody is faster than Mr. Chu. Let the tech department work with Mr. Chu on this. Have Mr. Zhao go notify them, and make it quick, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Without saying anything else, if we sort out his comings and goings over the past month, I refuse to believe we won't find something off with him. Zhou Ning glanced at the time, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Cui Lily's number. The phone rang only a few times before she answered. Director Zhou, are you rushing us to death? You only sent it less than 4 hours ago, and am swamped here, but these machines need time. Big sister, I'm not rushing you. I know this is slow because the previous samples yielded very little information and must be fully compared. I wanted to ask if you found any DNA on that finger of Cheng Xinghui you received earlier. Didn't even find a fragment? We didn't find a complete DNA of the second person, but we did find 2 fragments. I'm not sure yet if the 2 fragments belong to the same person. We found these materials in the fingernail crevices, not on the finger's surface. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning grew interested. That's good then. Once Lu Sanfeng's DNA is extracted, please compare it with these fragments first. If they match, we can consider the evidence for the combined case solid. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning glanced over at the fact that a child's fingers are most adept at scratching. No matter who the other party is, they would subconsciously scratch it, especially strangers. As for Chen Gang, to 2-year-old Cheng Xinghui, he would be a familiar person. It was unlikely he was the perpetrator. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Thinking this, Zhou Ning felt a trace of regret. Although it wasn't too long since 2004, the technology then was vastly different from now, and the severed fingers of the deceased, which were contaminated, didn't reveal DNA information of anyone besides the 3 victims. However, Feng Yu's fingers were somewhat damaged, appearing as if they were violently broken, with scabbed edges. Judging by the severity, the break must have happened after the kidnapping, possibly due to mistreatment. Mr. Zhao came back holding his phone and coughed to Zhou Ning, bringing him back to the present and making him glance at Su Dayuan. Director Su, don't be anxious. It will take at least another 2 hours to get the results. Mr. Zhao came closer and gestured upstairs. Mr. Chu and his team have started working. I gave them Lu Sanfeng's license plate and car photos, and they'll reverse engineer the search, starting from today's work route and going backward. I expect it won't be very fast. Su Dayuan nodded, and noticing Zhou Ning was still focusing on the area around Nan Island, Su Dayuan joined him. The retired comrade I contacted earlier said they went to the seaside to investigate after seeing that motorboat. Since Qidong was approved to host the Olympic maritime events in 2000, factories here began manufacturing motorboats. But these things aren't cheap. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The retired comrade said that when they went to the factory back then, the lightest models, non-export grade, started at 40 to 50,000 yuan. Those with slightly better load capacity and quality would cost about 100,000 yuan, and even second-hand ones in better condition would cost 70 to 80,000. Between 2000 and 2004, it cost nearly the same as buying a car, and it wasn't something you could use every day at sea. Most of the locals who bought it used it to attract customers for seaborne rides. In 2004, it cost 120 yuan per person for just 5 minutes. Zhou Ning nodded, understanding that in Su Daiwan's view, it was a waste to spend 100,000 yuan 8 years ago on something that could only be used for 2 months a year, especially since these things didn't last more than a few years. Director Su, people's views on consumption differ. You don't have tens of millions in savings, so naturally, you don't have that kind of spending habit. Su Dayuan was instantly speechless, and Lu Yongxin couldn't help but shake with laughter, patting Su Dayuan on the arm. Ha ha ha, my apprentice might be a bit too direct. But buying a motorboat as an escape tool is no problem for him. If Lu Sanfeng is the killer, he's quite an oddity. He's so frugal in his daily life that his car could be abandoned on the roadside without anyone picking it up. Why would he need so much money? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Everyone fell silent, and it was due to this that Zhou Ning felt that Lu Sanfeng might have multiple personalities, with a dominating paranoid and cold-blooded nature that could easily lead to trouble. Focusing on the map, Zhou Ning pointed around Nan Island. Xia Fengtai couldn't be developed due to the terrain and topography, but Nan Island is different. On the map, you can see that there's a residential complex under construction on the way into Nan Island, and this protruding part has several factories, as well as a ring road. The area is surrounded by beaches. It would be easy to hide after riding a motorboat there. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 370 to 354. Checking out the idol factory building. _2 chapter 370, chapter 354. Checking out the idol factory building. _2 Su Dayuan nodded. It's natural. Even if we don't hide on Nan Island, there is a bay right behind this area. You can easily get up from the scenic spot, and there would be no place to search. As he spoke, Su Dayuan stopped short. Wait, you mean to say that the motorboat escaped in this direction, and 7 days later, the bodies were also found here, already starting to decompose? Maybe the location where the Zhou family was held captive and attacked could be the same place, and this place might be on Nan Island? Zhou Ning made an acknowledging sound, and Mr. Zhao licked his lips, then walked straight to the door. What are we waiting for? This Lu Sanfeng is a lunatic, and the kind who isn't afraid of death, fearless. He's been a soldier, knows how to repair boats, understands weapons, is aware of counter-surveillance, and has strong physical stamina. Putting all this together, he wouldn't just confess under interrogation. Anyway, we have to wait for the examination. Instead of wasting time here blindly, let's go directly to Nan Island to take a look. Go door to door for a search, there's bound to be some traces to find. While they were discussing this, the door was opened and Yang Xuedong arrived with Sun Gaodai and Zhu Xingxing, all three of them drenched in sweat. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They were about to speak when they saw Su Dayuan and immediately halted, out of respect for the whiteboard near the door. Mr. Zhao grinned with a show of teeth. All right, we all work hard. Have a drink, wipe your sweat, replenish the supplies in the survey box, and let's head out quickly. We're going to examine a crime scene. If you haven't had a meal, bring your lunchbox with you and eat on the way. Mr. Zhao organized the group. Su Dayuan had no objections. After all, he had met Lu Sanfeng before. It would indeed be tough to pry open his mouth, and the analysis just now did sound somewhat reasonable. Yang Xuedong waved his hand. Bring the water, well, just take a trip to the restroom, and then well get on the vehicle. Mr. Zhao, just bring us some water. There's a whole box of supplies in the back of the Iveco. Not to mention one crime scene, it's enough for 10. Tui, may it bring good fortune. 40 minutes later. The vehicle arrived in front of Xiafengtai. Zhou Ning wanted to see the situation there in person. After all, he had only ever heard descriptions of it. Holding up a map and comparing it to the scenery in front of him, the reality was very different. On the map, this area was a dumbbell-shaped peninsula with only one road leading up and down. In the middle lay a basketball court and a few buildings. The rest was entirely covered with trees, which completely enveloped the cliff above, with only rocks exposed along the edges. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Vehicles could stop directly at the eastern edge, on the rocky side. Perhaps because it was higher up, the wind was very strong. Zhou Ning stood at the edge of the clifftop viewing platform and looked down. Below were 3 small docks jutting out from the peninsula. The location was well chosen. From above, the view was unobstructed. However, only the 3 small docks on the eastern side and the sea surface could be seen from above. It was impossible to see directly below. Zhou Ning leaned out completely, which scared Mr. Zhao, who hurried over to hold on to him. What are you doing, trying to get yourself killed? It's okay, just hold on to me a bit. I want to check out the situation with the waves below. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Young both gripped Zhou Ning's arm and belt, while Zhou Ning leaned his entire body out to see that the rocks below receded inwards, wide at the top and narrower at the bottom, which explained why the waves could not be seen from above. If one were to drop something from this position, it could fall directly into the sea, rather than hitting the rocks. Even if a motorboat approached the edge, it would not collide. Pull me up. The two hoisted Zhou Ning back up, and after he took a deep breath, he continued, I couldn't understand why if a bag was thrown below, the perpetrator could retrieve it so quickly and leave. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p's Feng Tai lives up to its name, similar to a diving platform, fully extending over the edge with the sea below, wider on top, and narrower at the bottom. Indeed, that would allow someone to quickly pick up the object and depart without the rocks getting in the way. Of course, with the right tool, a dragging rope could hook the bag, and one could leave directly without even having to go into the water to retrieve it, and without worrying about drifting off course. If the object was in the sea, the police would not be able to spot it, escaping with the money bag. Zhou Ning glanced at the 3 small docks below, then looked at the photographs of the scene from the past. These 3 docks were built after the Olympic Games to boost the tourism industry. At the time of the incident, there weren't any docks here, which made it even smoother for the killer to drive the motorboat. If we go by our analysis, the killer went straight to Nan Island on the motorboat. It's only 2.1 kilometers away on the sea, just a tiny effort and you're there. The police would have to chase over land, following a C-shaped route that's over 8 kilometers long. What would they see by the time they get there? Let's go. Let's check out Nan Island directly. Mr. Zhang and the others have already gone over there. We have requested information on those enterprises from the Shazaku police station personnel, making the investigation somewhat more convenient. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The group got into the car and sure enough, the 8-kilometer distance took 20 minutes to cover by car. Several intersections were very congested. After all, it is still a tourist season by the sea, which is more crowded than it was in April when the crime was committed. The car stopped on the backside of Nan Island, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. This location was relatively more hidden. Mr. Zhang was already waiting in front of an enterprise with his people. When he saw Zhou Ning, he quickly waved his hand. "Leader, we are here." Zhou Ning didn't say anything and silently walked over with Zhou Ning and the others to shake hands with Mr. Wang, head of the Shazaku police station, who was standing behind Mr. Zhang. "Sorry to put you all through this. Leader, you talk like that and am feeling uneasy. Just tell me what needs to be done. Give the command. I heard from Mr. Zhang that you need to check the enterprises on Nan Island. I've sorted out some information, but there are 2 places that have been in use for years. Do you need to have a look?" Such a statement sparked Zhou Daiwan's interest. "Of course. We'll go through them one by one. I don't want to miss anything. Ideally, we're looking for the ones purchased a long time ago or those in the boat and yacht industry." Mr. Wang chuckled and handed over a list to Zhou Ning. At this moment, there are no enterprises involved in yachts or boats. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, in 2000, there was one here that specialized in export business, monopolizing half of the European market. I heard the owner was originally a Qingdao mixed-blood, but moved to Yangkou later because the place here wasn't big enough. Mr. Zhao stepped forward, holding up a high-definition aerial survey map of Nan Island. "Mr. Wang, could you point out where this yacht enterprise was originally? Since it's surrounded by such high-end businesses, why didn't anyone around buy it just for fun?" Mr. Wang shook his head with a smile. "Kid, you really don't understand, do you? Those things are very expensive. Ordinary people can't afford them." But it seems like the factory moved away in the second half of 2004, after which it stood idle for a while. Later, a rental company opened here. How many enterprises or individual properties are there in total? 17. Then let's split into 2 groups and check from the eastern and western entrances. We'll also check the ones that are not in operation. If we can't contact them, then we'll have to look at them from an adjacent high point. As for what and how to investigate, Zhou Ning can arrange that on site. Mr. Wang, I apologize for the trouble, but your people are familiar with the area. I need to know the actual legal persons of every enterprise, along with managerial staff information, including when they came to Nan Island and whether there have been any transfers. If there were transfers, I need to know who owned them in 2004. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Wang nodded hurriedly, assigning his personnel. Zhou Ning and his group also divided themselves, with him taking Mr. Zhao and Lu Yongxin following Mr. Wang, while Su Deyuan took Mr. Yang and the other two with him, blending into the teams to start their investigation. They went from one place to another, the three meticulously investigating every corner of the enterprises, while Mr. Wang's people continuously collected enterprise information. After showing it to Zhou Ning and seeing him shaking his head continuously, Mr. Wang also felt somewhat helpless. Director Zhou, what exactly are you looking for? Zhou Ning smiled, finding it hard to clearly state in a few words what they were looking for. This depended on the condition of the scene. The several enterprises were already of a certain age, and it was apparent they had not been renovated. Moreover, they were designed in an open-plan style, making it clear at a glance a layout not suitable or likely to be the primary scene of the crime. I can't really describe it. I'm looking for a primary scene from 2004, a place around where not many people would linger, a secluded location with a small, separate space, ideally near the shore, with machinery for moving motorboats. Of course, if it's near the yacht enterprise, that would be even more perfect. Mr. Wang leaned closer to Zhou Ning and asked in a low voice, "Are you investigating that case where the actress and her family of 3 were abducted? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 371 to 355. Found the first scene _1 Chapter 371. Chapter 355. Found the first scene _1 being able to accurately guess their investigative purpose. This person's analysis and observation skills were definitely extraordinary." Zhou Ning was taken aback, then nodded his head. Mr. Wang thought for a moment, then pointed to a courtyard in the southeast corner and said, "Don't reveal the details to me. I don't want to know the specifics. If it perfectly fits your requirements, it's only that yard. I don't know who bought it, but as far as we can find here, it seems the homeowner is an elderly lady with the surname Yu, who doesn't reside in the country. It seems that around 2007, the factory area to the south was set on fire. When the fire department asked us to contact the homeowner, we couldn't get in touch with her. To put it bluntly, we don't even know if she's still alive." The surname Yu? Zhou Ning felt the surname was very familiar, but was momentarily stuck and couldn't remember where he had heard it before. His gaze followed the direction Mr. Wang had pointed. The small courtyard had a sliding iron gate that was firmly closed. The gate was covered with rust, looking very old. One could see inside there seemed to be a pointed roof, not a tall factory building, but a small 2-story building, standing alone in the middle of the courtyard. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Next to it were 2 normal enterprises, one of which was the previously mentioned company that used to manufacture yachts and is now a rental company, with quite a few items placed inside the yard. As he was looking towards Mr. Zhao, a name flashed through Zhou Ning's mind. When investigating Qidong before, his biological mother, that female university student, was called Yu Xiulian. After giving the child away, she had sought out Qidong's biological father, that is, Lu Sanfeng's father, and after things came to nothing, she left Qidong and disappeared without a trace afterward. "Mr. Wang, could you check the registry to see if this person is named Yu Xiulian?" Mr. Wang glanced at the form. This household did not have the owner marked, as they hadn't been in contact for many years, and their collected data was also lacking. "Don't rush. Although it's not on the form, I can ask the Tongshan District Land Bureau." With that, he directly dialed a phone number. It was clear this was a leader. Mr. Wang didn't hold back and poured out his request without letting the other party hang up, waiting online for the search. It didn't take long for the results to come through, and Mr. Wang then hung up the phone, awaiting the moment 3 photos were sent. After a glance, Mr. Wang handed his phone to Zhou Ning. "Director Zhou, take a look at this. This is the relevant information he photographed. I don't know if this name matches the one you mentioned." Zhou Ning hurriedly looked over. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P3 photos. One was the land registration card, another the continuation form of the land registration card, and the last was an ID card of the owner. The use was for recording the plot number, area, location, property rights, owner, and expiration date, all hand-filled and very complete. As for the continuation form, it lacked mortgage and transfer information. Sure enough, the owner was Yu Xiaoyan. Looking at the identity information, Zhou Ning turned to Mr. Zhao. Forward these to Director Su and see if he can find any information on this person, then let them come over and we'll go inside to have a look. Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning's arm and quickly said, "Don't rush. Let Mr. Wang's people go next door and ask around. Didn't they say the neighbors had a fire before and couldn't get in touch? If it's an unoccupied house and the owner can't be contacted, we need to find an excuse to go in, and we can start by checking both sides." Zhou Ning nodded his head. Mr. Zhao had already gone to forward the details and make the call, and without having to be told by Zhou Ning, Mr. Wang had already sent people to the enterprises on the left and right to liaise. Soon, a police officer came back. "Mr. Wang, someone from the rental company is there. I've already spoken to their manager. We can go in and have a look anytime." Mr. Wang gestured to Zhou Ning. "Let's go over and have a look." Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Zhao, carrying the case, ran ahead, whispering a few words to the policeman, and after the two of them entered, the policeman went to borrow a ladder. Mr. Zhao was the first to climb up, holding the camera and took a few photos, then climbed back down. Zhou Xiaozhou. Inside here is very similar to Hongqi Road number 29. From the outside it looks desolate, but inside there isn't an overgrowth of weeds. The flowers in the flower bed are growing quite well. The furnishings inside the small building can't be seen clearly. All the curtains are drawn. There's a gatehouse at the front and a garage at the back, but from this angle, everything looks empty. No sooner had Mr. Zhao finished speaking than Su Dayuan and his team came running back, panting heavily. It was extremely hot in the afternoon, and although there was a breeze by the sea, it was damp and sticky, and they were all already drenched in sweat. "Found Yu Zayulian's house?" Zhou Ning briefly explained the situation, but before he could finish, Su Dayuan already raised his hand to interrupt him. "Go find the lock pliers, break open the lock, and go straight in for a search. We have the search warrant, and with such a serious case, if we can't find the person, we won't just stand by and not investigate. Hurry up, Mr. Zing. Go pick the lock quickly. It'll take responsibility for any issues." With Su Daiwan's backing, everyone was invigorated. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. After all, they had been at it for so many days, and everyone was well aware of the amount of effort it had taken. An unoccupied house, the homeowner out of contact for so many years. Even if it wasn't a crime scene, it would be easy to explain afterwards. Lu Yongxin moved closer to Su Dayuan, lowering his voice to say, "Leader, don't be so impatient. Have the neighbor come over to act as a witness. Then from the moment we start picking the lock, record everything with law enforcement recorders and cameras. Enter the courtyard from 2 angles until we find evidence. It will save a lot of trouble." Su Dayuan smiled and nodded. Heed the advice of the old comrade. Quickly, young Xuedong, give the camera to Zhu Xingxing. Start recording from the moment we enter the gate. Don't miss any part of the process. Mr. Wang, ensure your law enforcement recorder is turned on. Go in synchronized with them and follow every step of their investigation. Mr. Wang got a law enforcement recorder and held it up himself. When he guessed the significance of this case, he had become tense. It was a case from many years ago, and if they could solve it, it would be a good thing, as it would redeem the image of the police. Mr. Zhao wiped off his sweat, grabbed the case, and ran to the front gate, stopping Mr. Zing's action to take pictures first. Then, after getting himself ready, Yang Xuedong also got ready and came over. Seeing that everything was prepared, Mr. Zhao gestured with his hand. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zeng cut the padlock. Young Xiuedong took the lock and bagged it. Mr. Zing and Mr. Bai moved together to push the iron gate. It wasn't as heavy as they imagined. With a bit of force, the gate opened about a meter, but trying to push further was impossible. The soil had buried the rails. Young Xiuedong went over to take pictures. This place isn't abandoned year-round. There are traces of cleaning, but only on the inside. The amount of dust accumulated on the outside is significant, blocking the tracks. Only a meter can be opened. Earlier, the gate should have been able to open fully. Su Dayuan stepped back, stood beside Mr. Wang, and signaled for him to hand the law enforcement recorder to someone else. Taking a few steps back, Su Dayuan then spoke. Just now, Zhou Xiao, you mentioned you know someone from the land registry. Have them look up how this property fell into Zai Yulian's name, and whether it has anything to do with Lu Sanfeng and his father, Lu Xianqiang. Mr. Wang hurried to make a call. By then, the courtyard had almost been thoroughly searched. Mr. Zhao found several footprints left in front of the garage. After measuring the shoe size, Mr. Zhao lifted the ruler. Size 43 shoes, they look like sports shoes with a pattern on the sole that seems very old. Zhou Ning followed behind. He remembered Chen Gang's shoe size from before, as well as the shoe size left at the scene. Both were size 42. However, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao had mentioned previously that the suspect who had fled was wearing tight shoes and likely actually had size 43 feet. By then, Mr. Zhao and Young Xiuedong had finished taking photos and marking the area. While some were heading towards the front of the two-story building, Mr. Zhao raised his hand, stopping at the back door of the small building opposite the garage. He lifted the magnifying glass and went straight to the sliding door on the north side of the small building. Using tweezers, after fiddling for a while, he picked up a crescent-shaped translucent object, excitedly shouted, "Zhou Xiaozhou, I found a nail. Can you see if it's been painted with nail polish?/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 372 to 356. What do you think this is? _1 Chapter 372. Chapter 356. What do you think this is? _1 Zhou Ning hurried over, interlocked his fingers to ensure his gloves were properly fitted, and then cautiously took the tweezers, peering through the magnifying glass for a careful inspection. The fingernail was crescent-shaped, larger at one end than the other. Half of it seemed to have been constantly exposed on the outer edge of the doorframe's weather strip, already showing some dark layering. The other side must have been stuck inside the weather strip and thus appeared rather fresh, with faint traces of red nail polish. Of course, there was also a bit of something black at the bottom edge. Zhou Ning turned back to Su Dayuan and said urgently, "Get my phone out for me. I have photos from the crime scene investigation of the April 14th kidnapping case stored there. Find the picture of Fong Yu's severed finger for me." Su Dayuan hurried over, took out the phone, scrolled through the album, and before long, found a photo of a severed finger with red nail polish. Holding the nail fragment, Zhou Ning compared it for a moment. The broken edges matched perfectly, and at this sight, Mr. Zhao was so excited he almost shouted out, "Damn, a perfect match." Zhou Ning nodded, carefully placed the fingernail into the evidence box handed to him by Lu Yongxin, and then gave Mr. Zhao a thumbs up. "Mr. Zhao, you have sharp eyes and good intuition. That's awesome. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao, now grinning and squinting, suddenly turned shy and yelled back, "Mr. Zing, stop gawking and come pick the lock." Mr. Zing, carrying the bolt cutters, walked to the front and snipped, breaking off the padlock as well. Young Xiuedong collected the lock, carefully opened the door, and then motioned to Zhu Xingxing. "Leader, we'll go in first to clear a path. If everyone goes in together, footprints will get mixed up." Su Dayuan nodded and pushed the police officer holding the law enforcement recorder to the doorstep. "We won't enter yet. You stay here and keep recording. Don't miss anything, go ahead." Zhou Ning thought for a moment, then pulled Su Dayuan closer and whispered, "Director Su, we should still get in touch with the land registry. The documents Mr. Wang pulled are just land records. It's best to check how this land fell into Yu Ziyulian's hands, or who funded her, whether it was through bidding, auction, and listing, or allocation." According to the records, this land was sold by the government in September 2000. At that time, Qin Gang was already dead, and Lu Sanfeng had already transferred out of his position. Although the land isn't large and wasn't expensive at the time, it is now worth its weight in gold. Back then, Yu Xiulian was still a university student. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. She could know Lu Sanfeng's father, and while their relationship hadn't been established, she went to him with a child in arms, and after being rejected, she left the child behind and quickly left Qingdao to live elsewhere with a new identity. Would such a person buy property in Qingdao? Are you saying someone used Yu Ziyulian's name to buy the land and property, and Yu Xiulian may not even be aware of it? Su Dayuan had an epiphany from this remark. After a moment of silence, he took out his phone and called Mr. Hu. This time, he needed to step in personally to get more detailed information. Mr. Zhao and the others, fast in their movements, had already entered the two-story building. In fact, as soon as the door was opened, one could feel that it probably wasn't inhabited, as there was a strong musty smell within, distinctly salty from the sea. There were a lot of salt-like crystals, resembling white fuzz, in the tile gaps on the walls, floors, and windowsills. The floor seemed wiped, but was covered with a thick layer of dust. "I say, Mr. Yang, judging by the level of dust, it looks like no one's been here for a month or two, right?" Yang Xuedong nodded. "Pretty much. It's windy by the sea, and although there isn't much dust, an empty room like this accumulates it more easily. I also feel like no one's been here for about a month or two. Shall we check the rooms one by one?" The two coordinated well. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Aside from the main hall and the kitchen on the first floor, there were just two small rooms. One was a storage room piled with tools. After rummaging through, they found items like hammers, screwdrivers, saws, etc., severely rusted, some completely corroded, suggesting they hadn't been touched in years. They found many footprints, all of the same type, size 43 men's shoes, though the tread patterns were somewhat worn down. They proceeded to the second floor, which had 6 rooms. Starting from the left, the rooms appeared virtually empty. There were no bloodstains on the walls or the floor. After inspecting 4 rooms in succession, Mr. Zhao was getting discouraged. "I mean, we saw the victim's nail at the entrance. How come it's so empty up here, not like anyone's lived here? Could such a fine house really just be left vacant?" Zhu Xingxing kicked Mr. Zhao from behind and glared at him, signaling that they were recording. Mr. Zhao sighed and walked straight to the 5th room. As he reached to turn the doorknob, there was a click, but it didn't budge. Considering that when they first entered, the other rooms opened with a twist, Mr. Zhao's eyes lit up. "It's locked? We don't need to find someone to unlock it, do we?" Yang Xuedong hesitated, but Zhu Xingxing nudged Mr. Zhao aside with his foot and turned the camera to face the hallway. Then he kicked at the door, and with a loud thud, the door burst open. Mr. Zhao was quick to react and promptly supported the wooden door. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The decor here hadn't been updated in years, and the decay had accelerated since the house had been empty. Zhu Xingxing's kick had left 2 of the hinges teetering on the brink of collapse. With the door stabilized, the 3 men then turned their attention to the interior of the room. This bedroom was a master suite with an en-suite bathroom. It contained a bed and very basic furniture, all arranged neatly. Next to the doormat by the entrance were a pair of slippers. Mr. Zhao crouched down to examine them closely and noticed there was hardly any dust on them, a discovery that piqued his interest. "Hey, Mr. Yang, someone's been living here. There's almost no dust. But why is the rest of the building so dirty?" Yang Xuedong shook his head and followed inside. There were 4 old-fashioned leather trunks and a wardrobe in the room. Although Zhu Xingxing was recording, Yang Xuedong never stopped taking photos, capturing all the trunks. After all, under the bed was empty, and the bed linens were folded neatly like tofu blocks, making everything clear at a glance. Without saying a word, Mr. Zhao squatted down and unlatched the belt buckles on the 2 vintage-looking leather trunks and then opened them. The anticipated collection of valuables was absent. Instead, both trunks contained clothing, all of which were women's attire: sandals, floral dresses, false collars, short-sleeve shirts, and so on. These seemed to be fashionable clothes from the late 70s and early 80s. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. By age, Lu Sanfeng was born in 1974, and his mom died before he started primary school. Could these be his mother's clothes? Hearing Mr. Zhao's analysis, Yang Xuedong nodded in agreement. Lu Sanfeng's mother passed away early. It's understandable he'd cherish her memory like this. But his father was widowed, raising a kid alone. He managed to have a child with a college graduate. Why couldn't he find another wife? Mr. Zhao shook his head. I don't have a strong memory of this family, but I remember that when he was in junior high, there were always people at their house, first servicemen, then cultural troop members, and later even staff from the 411 hospital. All sorts of women would visit Lu Sanfeng's home, and with no one to watch over him, he would eat at whoever's house was serving a meal. Anyway, relationships were a mess, and, being young then, I didn't understand what it meant, but I knew they weren't saying anything good. Let's not talk about this now. Open those other 2 and see what's in there. After moving the top 2 trunks aside, they untied the belts and jointly lifted the lids of the 2 trunks below. There weren't many items inside. An album lay in the one closer to Mr. Zhao, while the other contained a red scarf, the hand-knitted kind. Mr. Zhao picked up the album, and upon opening it, he saw a primary school graduation picture annotated with the year 1985 from Tongshan Primary School's 5th grade, Class 1. Mr. Zhao easily found Lu Sanfeng and Fang Yu in the photo. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Fang Yu indeed looked beautiful, a budding beauty from a young age. Mr. Zhao turned the page and was stunned by the pictures inside. He flipped through them again as if to confirm his analysis. Damn, all these are pictures related to Fang Yu, group photos, individual shots, and even clipped newspaper and magazine images. I'll be damned. It seems Zhou Xiao analyzed it correctly. This guy's been crushing on Fang Yu since the beginning. Zhu Xingxing leaned over to look. With this kind of unrequited love, often the objects of affection don't even know about it. It feels a bit perverted to me. Maybe he acted very distant on the surface, but secretly he would cherish their belongings and might even be indecent with those things. Yang Xuedong also crowded in, looking puzzled as he pulled down his face mask a little. If Lu Sanfeng liked Fang Yu, wouldn't Fang Qing know anything about it? Mr. Zhao snorted disdainfully. That guy ain't worth a damn. His sister gets into trouble, and his first instinct is not to help but to see what he can gain from it. There's no genuine concern there. And it's not just him. Fang Yu's twin brother, Fang Duo, didn't even come back when she was in trouble. Maybe their bonds were weak since their parents were gone. Yang Xuedong shook his head. It's hard to say, and it's not our business to worry about. Come on, let's see if there's anything else underneath. Mr. Zhao didn't waste any more time. He rearranged the items in the trunks. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Clearly, these belongings were all related to Fang Yu. After taking photographs, Yang Xuedong checked both the wardrobe and the bedside table, but there was nothing but ordinary clothes and daily necessities inside, no special keepsakes. Seeing this, Yang Xuedong sighed and put his hands on his hips. There's not much here, only the items in the trunks are of some value. Could it be that Lu Sanfeng never kept that family of 3 here after all? Mr. Zhao shook his head as he had no answer, but the fingernails marks on the back door frame were solid evidence that Fang Yu had definitely been brought here. Stop analyzing, we're not good at this. Let's quickly spray everywhere with luminol reagent to see if there's any blood residue. Don't open the curtains either, so we can get it done faster. Without any hesitation, young Qidong went to apply the reagent. Zhu Xingxing stood behind Mr. Zhao, and as Mr. Zhao got up, they bumped into each other. Due to his considerable weight and still being in a crouched position, Mr. Zhao lost his balance and crashed into the 4 trunks. With a loud thud, Mr. Zhao's backside hit the side of the trunk, causing both the trunk and the wardrobe to shift with the impact. I didn't mean to, are you okay? Get up quickly. Zhu Xingxing's eyes widened as he quickly went to help Mr. Zhao, but the man who had fallen on his side was quick to wave him off. Don't move, do you see this? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 373 to 357 coffin board _1 chapter 373. Chapter 357 coffin board _1 Following Mr. Zhao's gaze, the two squatted down and joined him. Dimly, they could see a metal strip fitted snugly into the floor under the wardrobe, almost seamless, making it difficult to tell whether it was mere decoration or some kind of setting, though it looked more like a trapdoor for a maintenance hatch. But a trapdoor on the floor? Young Qidong kicked Mr. Zhao's foot and threw his camera to the side. Dr. Zhu, could you hold the video camera for me and then help us move this? The knock from Mr. Zhao just now was quite strong, and it only moved the wardrobe slightly. This time, let's both try lifting it, so we can expose the whole thing and have a better look, he said. Zhu Xingxing was eager to try, but Mr. Zhao stopped her with a look. She pouted, took the camera, and Mr. Zhao also got up, seemingly no longer in pain due to the discovery. The two together pushed the wardrobe sideways toward the window by a meter, fully exposing the hidden area. It turned out to be a sliding door, devoid of any handles. After inspecting it, young Qidong tried to pry it open with a knife, but the tightly fitted secret door wouldn't budge. Mr. Zhao waved his hand to stop young Zitong's action. Don't force it open. I think this thing isn't meant to be opened with brute force. Look at the edges of the metal strip. There aren't any scratch marks. But there are fingerprints, so we should collect those first, he said. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p young Qidong hurried to collect the fingerprints, while Mr. Zhao lay down on the ground, his face close to the floor. From this angle, he could see that the trapdoor seemed to be lower than the floor itself, and the fingerprints were left on 2 corners near the window. Mr. Zhao matched the size with his hands. It was the imprints of 2 thumbs. Once young Qidong finished collecting the fingerprints, Mr. Zhao gestured to the others. You both stand back and record from there. I'll give it a try, he said. They stood and stepped back, and Mr. Zhao looked at Zhu Xingxing. Upon receiving her nod, he mirrored the position of the fingerprints and pushed down on both corners with his thumbs. Just as he applied pressure, a click was heard. Mr. Zhao didn't let go, shaking his head towards Yang Qidong and Zhu Xingxing. I just remembered, Lu Sanfeng is a retired military man. It's not impossible for this to be a bomb. Zhu Xingxing, move the nightstand over here, put the video camera on it, then both of you leave the room. Record my face. If something happens to me, tell my parents, and I will have died a hero, he said. Young Qidong became instantly anxious. He heard the click and felt unease at Mr. Zhao's words, waving his hands frantically. Mr. Zhao, don't move. I'll call for help right now. Let Director Su contact a bomb disposal expert. Hang in there, and Dr. Zhu, follow me, he said. Zhu Xingxing almost burst into tears, shaking her head vigorously. No, I'm staying right here. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p you fat idiot. After bullying me for over 20 years, I haven't had my revenge yet. You can't die like this. I won't allow it, she said. Zhu Xingxing hugged Mr. Zhao, and the camera slipped from her hand. Caught off guard, Mr. Zhao lost his balance and fell towards the wall. His hands instinctively let go, and at the same moment, the trapdoor below snapped open. Young Qidong shuddered with fright, stepping back instinctively, while Mr. Zhao rolled over, pinning Zhu Xingxing to the ground. After waiting for a while and hearing no further sound, Mr. Zhao turned to look at the trapdoor, now revealing a long, wooden box below. He awkwardly got up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn it, that was a false alarm. It scared me to death. What's with this place? Who makes a doorway like that? It's terrifying, he said. Zhu Xingxing and Yang Xuedong leaned in too, examining the wooden box. It was very old, with metal trim on its corners, obviously antique. But it was the length of the box that Zhu Xingxing gestured at. Quit freaking out on us, scaring us half to death. Do you plan to frighten people without consequences? Hurry up and take pictures, open the box, and let's see. I have a feeling that its length resembles that of the murder weapon, she said. Yang Xuedong nodded and cleared his throat. I suggest you both get on with the job at hand instead of feeding me a face full of PDA. It's too much. We might as well have brought Sun Gaodayan with us, he said. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao chuckled and helped Zhu Xingxing to her feet. Business before pleasure, he said. With that, he lifted the box out of the recess in the floor. It wasn't very deep, just about 10 centimeters, and though the box was thin, it was elongated. After a long look, they found a tiny latch at the side. Mr. Zhao fumbled with it, then opened the box. A black, tri-edged bayonet appeared before them, its tip obviously broken off. The bayonet was still over 30 centimeters long, with dark traces on it that, even without the use of luminol, were obviously bloodstains. Upon seeing this, all three of them held their breath, then became uncontrollably excited. Quick, called Zhou Xiao. Tell them we've found the murder weapon. Zhu Xingxing, take the box downstairs and have them expedite analysis, Mr. Zhao said. No sooner had Mr. Zhao closed the box than he handed it to Zhu Xingxing. She ran downstairs with it, disappearing in a flash. Yang Xuedong pulled Mr. Zhao to his feet and exhaled deeply. Pal, get up. We need to check the next room. We haven't found the primary crime scene yet, but I suspect it's in that room. Had we known, we could have started our check from the west side, he said. Mr. Zhao waved his hand. No point crying over spilt milk, let's head to the next room. And bring along the video camera and the regular camera. Zhu Xingxing left them all on the floor in her hurry, he said. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 374 to 357 coffin lid _2 chapter 374. Chapter 357 coffin lid _2 Mr. Yang clapped Mr. Zhao on the shoulder, his voice earnest and profound as he said, Buddy, Zhu Xingxing really cares about you. When we suspected there was a bomb just now, she was the first to throw herself towards you. You know what's in her heart, right? Don't string the girl along anymore. Mr. Zhao nodded, pulled down his mask and looked at Mr. Yang. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I know what to do. Even if she beats me up every day for the rest of my life, I'll accept it. After all, she was willing to risk her life to be with me. What more could I ask for? When I get back, I'll discuss setting the date with our families. I'm not Zhou Xiao. Mr. Yang coughed, and Mr. Zhao's movements halted. He quickly retracted his hand. I'm not Zhou Xiao. I don't have his brains nor his abilities. But as long as we're careful, we can still do our jobs well. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone's waiting out in the backyard. Let's go check the next room. Mr. Yang nodded and also let out a sigh of relief. When they turned around, Zhou Ning and Su Deyuan were indeed standing at the door. Wow, the leaders are here. Just wait, there's one more room we need to check. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao and chose not to expose his evasion. Not just one room, but also the attic. Didn't you see there's still a section of the stairs going up? Mr. Zhao nodded. Forgot to mention that. I'll go check the next door. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Saying this, the two hurried out directly to the neighboring room. This door wasn't locked, and it opened with a push. Inside, like the previous 4 rooms, it was empty with no furnishings. A sweep with luminol yielded nothing. However, on the western wall, there was a door. Between this door and the room door were many fragmented footprints. Mr. Zhao realized why there were so few footprints from the front to the back door of the first floor. The entry had been from the west side. This door had a hidden lock, but from the inside, it could be opened. As the door opened, it revealed a metal staircase going downwards, concealed on one side by a column of the small building. No wonder it had not been seen from the front. The angle was very secretive. However, there was no longer any value in inspecting this area, so they quickly exited. Following Zhou Ning's gesture, the two went directly up to the attic. Just as they reached the top, Mr. Yang stopped in his tracks and Mr. Zhao peeked his head around him, but saw nothing unusual. "What's the matter, Mr. Yang?" Mr. Yang moved forward, clearing the stairwell, and only then did Mr. Zhao come up. Now he could see the full extent of the attic. It was an uninterrupted space without partitioned rooms. Hanging down from near the 3 window openings were chains with handcuffs attached, and on the far west side, there was a rack with whips, rattan sticks, chains, and a bench on the floor. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This was akin to a torture room from a spy drama, with patches of black marks on the cement floor. There were pools of blood, splattered droplets, and drag marks, every kind of trace imaginable. "This is simply hell on earth." Mr. Zhao nodded, giving Mr. Yang a nudge. "No time for sentimentality, let's get to work. We need to sample every suspected spot of blood, and there's a lot of ground to cover. I'll go call for help." By then, Zhou Ning had also come up, taking in the scene at a glance, and quickly went back down to give instructions. Sun Gaodai and several detectives came up to assist, but Zhou Ning pulled Su Daiyuan back down the stairs. "Director Su, I guess we've found the primary crime scene. Other than this property being somewhat inexplicable, there is another question. Where's the ransom money?" Su Daiyuan stood with his hands on his hips, casting a glance at the garage on the north side of the 2-story building. He had observed upon entering that aside from the little building, this was the most suspicious place. "I get what you're saying. I'll have someone dig up this garage and take a look. If the money isn't hidden inside the small building, then this is the next most suspicious place. But what I don't understand is, after taking the ransom, where did he hide the motorboat when he left?" Lu Yongxin, with hands clasped behind his back, glanced next door. "Actually, I don't think we need to dwell on this question. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As long as he quickly transported the bag of ransom money home, no one would care if he discarded the motorboat near the seaside here, given that the neighbor is a yacht and motorboat seller. Surely many sample products must have been displayed here in the past. After all, such items couldn't be placed just anywhere in the yard, right?" Zhou Ning nodded. "Maybe we thought too much at first. He might not have bought a motorboat, but just borrowed one from next door. Moreover, he might not have come back here immediately after getting the ransom, but instead found a safer seaside to transfer the goods onto a car, and dealt with the motorboat afterwards." As this idea was voiced, Su Daiyuan paused, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "Indeed, that's possible. We've been overthinking it." That retired comrade mentioned that when they arrived, they didn't find any suspicious motorboats in this area, so they didn't uncover any valuable information. "We don't need to fixate on whether he landed on Nan Island. After all, if you go southeast from here, it's not far to the scenic area. Even if you bypass the scenic area and travel about 10 kilometers, you reach Yonko. Along the coastline all the way there, you can land. There's no way to investigate these routes. We'll know everything after interrogating Lu Sambong later. I'll have someone find an excavator and a bush hammer to pry up the garage floor. Then I'll push for an expedited search of the property and land records. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We don't need to clarify anything else, as long as the evidence matches up." Zhou Ning nodded, and Su Daiyuan quickly went to make the arrangements. Soon, they borrowed an excavator from nearby. The garage was just a framework, not a fully enclosed building, which made it easy to operate the bush hammer. At intervals, they quickly broke the concrete floor, and the excavator moved in to clear away the rubble. Su Dayuan, with his sharp eyes, noticed what seemed like wooden boards under the rubble and immediately had the machinery push aside the large chunks of concrete. The team hurried over, cleaned up the boards piece by piece, and a large coffin was revealed. Such a sight shocked the many detectives on the scene, with Mr. Wang exclaiming in surprise. "I say, this is a crime scene. Why does it look like we're conducting an archaeological dig?" Su Dayuan glanced at him sidelong and waved at the people behind him. "Don't just stand there, get tools and open the coffin lid quickly." At his command, everyone hastily took turns using crowbars and axes. In no time, the nails on the coffin lid were violently pried off, and they pushed the lid open together, revealing the contents inside. 4 large black bags, each neatly arranged inside, and a dark green backpack with a pentagram and a line of words on it. Qidong Municipal Government 1999, Spring Festival. This bag matched the one found in the Pear Orchard wardrobe from the March 4, 2000, kidnapping case. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhou Ning made a call, asking for Yang Xuedong and his team to come down. They quickly collected samples from the bags, then lifted each bag out one by one. Each weighed around 50 kilograms, with the green backpack being slightly lighter. However, each bag had varying degrees of decay, and upon careful opening, they found bundles of blue wa currency inside, some of which were noticeably damaged. Su Dayuan squatted down, took one look inside, and let out a long sigh, then dialed Mr. Huss' mobile phone directly. "Boss, you better find me some bank personnel quickly. We've found 5 bags of cash. Judging by the packaging, this should be the ransom from 2 cases, and the amount is huge. There is some damage, so we need professionals to clean and count it." On the other end of the phone, Hu Guangjian exclaimed in surprise. "That was fast. Weren't you still checking the first crime scene? How did you find it there so quickly?" Su Dayuan hummed twice, clearly dissatisfied. "Boss, did you actually hear what I said? Get to it, please. Also, what's the deal with Yulian's land? Have the land and property department given you any results yet? You've got some nerve, talking to me like that. Don't worry, it's been checked." According to the information from the Land Bureau, the transfer was handled by an agent. Yulian didn't show her face from the beginning to the end. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Moreover, after our investigation, we found out that Yulian went abroad and married a foreign national, but she passed away in 2009, leaving no children or heirs. However, her household registration has not been cancelled in China. Su Dayuan paused. Does this mean that although she married abroad, she didn't apply for a green card, but her visa did not expire? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Chapter 375 to 358. Truly stingy _1 Chapter 375. Chapter 358. Truly stingy _1. You seem to know quite a bit. She's on a work visa. Valid for 3 years, and now we're within the 3-year mark. Alright, I won't ask anymore. Have the bank staff hurry up and get in position. We'll head back to the city bureau now. Counting this amount will take a long time. Good, I'll arrange that now. Just one requirement, make sure the evidence is solid. After hanging up the phone, Su Dayuan waved his hand. Zip up the bags, go to a nearby company and get some rainproof tarps. Wrap each bag thoroughly before we transport them. I see these bags are about to fall apart. We need to maintain the integrity of the outer packaging. It also makes it easier for the technical team to extract information. Mr. Wang hurried off to get things done, and soon enough, the items were brought over. They carefully packaged each bag. Watching 2 detectives lift a bag, Su Dayuan kept shaking his head. Lu Sanfeng didn't seem to have much strength, and these 4 bags must weigh nearly 200 pounds. He must have exhausted quite a bit of energy bringing them back. Lu Yongxin nodded. Zhou Ning stared at the bags without speaking. Su Dayuan nudged him. "Zhou Xiao, why aren't you saying anything?" Zhou Ning thought for a moment, looked at the last green backpack, and said solemnly, After a span of 4 years, he committed 2 sensational kidnapping cases and killed 3 people. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. He also found such a place to hide his secrets, and it seems he didn't spend a dime of the ransom money. What was his purpose in doing this? Was it just to vent his emotions? If it's to vent emotions, or to take revenge on the person he secretly loved, killing the 3 members of the Zhou family could be a kind of excuse. Then why kidnap Cheng Xinghui? To teach his own brother not to bow to fate, and then kill him? Zhou Ning's remarks left everyone silent. Indeed, Lu Sanfeng's actions were puzzling. It seemed that everything would have to wait for the final piece of evidence, waiting for Lu Sanfeng himself to explain. 3 hours later. It was already dark outside, and the lights were brightly lit inside the laboratory on the 4th floor of the technical department. The glass whiteboard was covered with various photographs on both sides. Hearing the door open, Zhou Ning looked back to see Mr. Zhao and young Qidong entering briskly, both faces sweaty. What did Mrs. Cui say? Mr. Zhao handed several papers to Zhou Ning. Almost 1,000 samples for testing. They won't be finished until tomorrow. However, Lu Sanfeng's test report is out. Zhou Ning took it and unfolded it. Lu Yongxin leaned over, and they looked through it together. The first report was Lu Sanfeng's blood compared to the male DNA of Chen Gang's close relatives found on the table at Pear Orchard, showing the 2 DNAs belonged to the same person. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. The second report was on the DNA fragments found in the fingertip cut from Cheng Xinghui, compared with Lu Sanfeng's DNA, showing that several DNA fragments completely matched the corresponding segments in Lu Sanfeng's DNA sequence, confirming they belonged to the same person. Seeing these 2 results, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, with these 2 reports as a basis, at least it proves our analysis is not wrong. Lu Sanfeng is indeed the half-brother of Chen Gang, sharing the same father. He is also the real culprit behind the 2000 February 3rd kidnapping case. As for the other determinations, let's wait for the results. Have the fingerprints been compared? Mr. Chu in front of the computer had been busy, but upon hearing Zhou Ning's question, he quickly raised his hand. Director Zhou, I've just finished the comparison. The fingerprints on the secret door on the ground of the 5th room of the small building and the dozens of fingerprints extracted from the attic all belong to Lu Sanfeng. As for the other 20+ fingerprints collected from the attic, they all belong to the 3 members of the Zhou family. Zhou Ning nodded and walked over to Mr. Chu. Beside Mr. Chu, there were several other members of the technical team, all monitoring the surveillance footage. Good, print out all the comparison results. Have you found anything in the surveillance footage you've been reviewing? Director Su will probably be here soon. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. He's an impatient man. As soon as he sees you, he'll want the results. Mr. Chu showed a toothy smile and pointed at the 3 monitors in front of him. We've found some clues. We found that every day after Lu Sanfeng drove home, within half an hour, he would go downstairs, then circle around to the north gate to leave the community. Afterward, he switched to an electric bike and rode it to a residential building not too far away. Look, this is the community. On the big screen, Mr. Chu constantly switched surveillance views to show Lu Sanfeng approaching an open community, parking his electric bike, then walking to a residential unit and disappearing from view. They say a crafty hare has 3 burrows. This Lu Sanfeng actually has so many residences. Well, since we've found the ransom money, let's send someone to follow up and take a look there. As he spoke, Zhou Ning lifted his head. Mr. Zhao and young Qidong were organizing photos and the inspection report content. Zhu Xingxing was fiddling with the video camera, and Zhou Ning's gaze fell on Sun Gaodai. Mr. Yang and Sun Gaodai, go take a look. I'll call Lu Yufei. You follow them to Lu Sanfeng's residence. It's better if you find something, but even if you don't, take pictures for the record. You still need to see the scene. One of his houses is spotless, while the other preserves all the memories he deems important. I guess that must be the residence. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Young Xuedong stood up and went to prepare things with Sun Gaodai, while Zhou Ning dialed Lu Yufei's number, which connected on the second ring. Director Zhou, have you gotten the results? Zhou Ning gave an affirmative sound. 2 reports came out, just as we deduced. Qin Gang's and Lu Sanfeng's blood analyses belong to the male related to Qin Gang by blood. Moreover, the DNA fragments found on Cheng Xinggui's severed finger also match Lu Sanfeng. The other reports haven't come out yet. I feared Director Su might be interrogating, so I didn't call him. Lu Yufei sounded relieved. Phew, that's good. Director Su isn't interrogating. Lu Sanfeng is just sitting in the interrogation room, ignored. Director Su was called away by Mr. Hu. Do you have any other discoveries on your side? Yeah, other tests will only come out tomorrow, but fingerprint comparison is completed. In the small building on Nan Island, we found fingerprints of Lu Sanfeng and all 3 members of the Zhu family. Regarding the surveillance we had Mr. Chu and the technician track, we've found some information. We think Lu Sanfeng might have another property. How about Mrs. Fei? You send someone to take a look. I won't bother Director Su. Lu Yufei readily agreed. Okay, I'll report to Director Su, then organize the personnel. I'll call you before we set off. Zhou Ning ended the call, and at that moment, Mr. Zhao raised his head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. The map in front of him needed markings for the investigation site, filled with colorful annotations. Finding so much information at one scene was quite surprising, but it was not friendly to the investigators due to the massive workload. What does it mean? Director Su could actually hold his patience and not interrogate Lu Sanfeng. Zhou Ning nodded and started to smile as well. It's understandable. He probably wants to wait until the evidence is surefire before beginning the interrogation. After all, everything about Lu Sanfeng's behavior is extremely irrational. With such a person, it's difficult to analyze his inner thoughts. Especially considering the multiple houses, he likely suffers from a multifaceted personality. Exposing more information would be better. Mr. Zhao realized and shook his finger in understanding. I get it now. They hope to keep Lu Sanfeng under surveillance, letting him become anxious and fill in the blanks himself. After all, the more a person with heavy thoughts imagines, the greater the psychological pressure. In such a condition, perhaps another hidden personality will reveal itself. Zhou Ning looked out the window and nodded. Perhaps. In the City Bureau's Office 501, Su Dayuan looked out the window and nodded. Hey, don't wax philosophical with me. Put away all those messy emotions. My request is simple. It's not just about solving the case. I want to know the true story behind the leak of the case from that year. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. What do you mean, perhaps? Although the test results aren't out yet, I've seen the fingerprint comparison chart and am pretty much certain about it. I trust in Director Zhou and the chubby technician's capabilities. You even found the ransom, so as long as we're diligent, we're sure to find some traces. It's too late now. My suggestion is to have someone closely watch Lu Sanfeng. You suspect he has multiple personalities? Then let's provoke him, exacerbate his fear and his time to imagine, which will be beneficial for the interrogation. Don't be too hasty to deliberate. Also, there's a vacancy for the chief of the 2nd Squad in the Criminal Investigation Division. After this case, put some more responsibility on Lu Yufei. I think she's quite capable, bold, strategic, talented, and calm, definitely a promising newcomer for criminal investigations. Su Dayuan raised his hand and placed it on Mr. Hu's forehead, only for Mr. Hu to slap it away. You're getting bold, kid. Why the fidgeting? Su Dayuan rubbed his nose. No worries, just checking to see if the boss has a fever. I have no objections to Lu Yufei's promotion. She wanted to apply for work at a local substation, but I don't think that suits her. She should stay in criminal investigations where she can fully demonstrate her capabilities. All right, I've said enough. I still need to arrange for someone to find a place rigged with hidden cameras to keep Lu Sanfeng. Hu Guangjian waved his hand. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p go ahead. Oh, and by the way, arrange for the bank staff to eat at the cafeteria. Su Dayuan pursed his lips. Such a miser. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 376 to 359. Everyone has weaknesses _1 chapter 376. Chapter 359. Everyone has weaknesses _1 July 6, 2012. The sun was scorching early in the morning. By the time Zhou Ning walked from the parking lot to the entrance of the technical department, sweat was already beading on his forehead. As he entered the first floor, he saw Zhu Zhuozhang heading towards the autopsy room and noticed quite a few people in the corridor outside it. Director Zhou is here. Zhou Ning nodded at Zhu Zhuozhang. What's up? An autopsy first thing in the morning? A case from Qidong. The body was delivered at dawn. I got here before 5 to do one, and now 2 more have come in. If it's urgent, shall I send Zhu Xingxing over to assist you? Zhu Zhuozhang laughed. Okay, that'd be great. Zhao Lijian over there is swamped, and I really don't have any forensic doctors who can perform autopsies independently right now. Zhou Ning took out his cell phone and called Zhu Xingxing. Have you arrived? Boss, I'm in the 3rd floor office. Something up? Hand over whatever you're working on to Sun Gout and come down to autopsy room 3. Help Section Chief Zhu with an autopsy. They're short on staff here. Zhu Xingxing paused. Boss, just a temporary assist, or am I being switched to a new group? Zhou Ning was taken aback, but quickly understood Zhu Xingxing's concern. After all, she had been with him for some time and had become a regular employee. She was worried about being reassigned to a new group. You talk too much. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Hurry up and come help. We're wrapping up our current case. What made you think you're being transferred? Zhu Xingxing chuckled happily. Hee, no worries. I'm fine with anything as long as you don't transfer me. I'll be right down. After hanging up, it wasn't long before Zhu Xingxing came running down and quickly followed Zhu Zhuozhang to autopsy room 3. Zhou Ning also returned to his office just in time to see Lu Yangxin holding a thermos cup, standing in front of the air conditioner and cooling it off. Exhausted from yesterday? Not too bad. I ran into Zhu Zhuozhang downstairs. Their team is overwhelmed, so I had Zhu Xingxing do an autopsy independently. It's good practice for her, and she'll be ready to take the lead on major cases later. Lu Yangxin nodded. She indeed needs some pressure. She has the ability, just lacking in experience with independent work. Zhou Ning glanced around the room. Only Mr. Yang and Sun Gout were there, sorting through relevant documents. He did not see Mr. Zhao. Zhao Xinli hasn't arrived yet? He went to the other building to deliver documents. The various toxicology reports from last night are all out. Director Su took some of the drug reports. The rest are unremarkable. The DNA collected from the small building all belongs to the Zhu family and Lu Sanfeng. As for the nail clippings found by the North Gate, they indeed came from Fengyu. I am puzzled and really don't understand why /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. With all these things in his possession, why didn't he clean them up, or better yet, raise the small building and rebuild it? He's not short on money. In that way, wouldn't he have left no trace at all? Zhou Ning shook his head. I thought a lot last night. Lu Sanfeng can't be understood with normal logic. In his mind, the Lu Sanfeng who commits murder and kidnap is a different person. He's not aware of these things unless that personality manifests. Just like with Fengyu's death, it might as well be the sealing of that personality, keeping those items and even burying all the ransom money in the garage, sealing it with concrete. All these actions probably sealed away that version of Lu Sanfeng too. Lu Yangxin sighed, thinking back to the red dress serial murder case and Cui Guanglin, and came to comprehend Zhou Ning's analysis. The thinking of someone with multiple personalities simply can't be deciphered using normal reasoning. Let's go upstairs and have a look. Director Su didn't go for the interrogation. He's upstairs with Mr. Chu and the folks from the technical department discussing video footage. Zhou Ning was startled, then realized that they had prepared a solitary room for Lu Sanfeng the day before, with multi-directional surveillance. But that violent version of Lu Sanfeng had been dormant for years. Could it really emerge overnight? Let's head up together, Master. Let Mr. Yang and the others handle things here. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. They arrived at the lab, and upon entering, they saw Su Dayuan gesturing at the big screen, with Mr. Zeng standing on the other side of Mr. Chu, also watching the screen closely. It was only when they got closer that they saw it indeed showed footage from Lu Sanfeng's room. In a small single room, Lu Sanfeng sat huddled in a corner of the bed, legs pulled up to his chest, not sleeping at all. Zhou Ning glanced at the timestamp on the screen, which showed 2 a.m. Mr. Chu rubbed his neck and pointed at several images. Ever since this guy was brought to this room, except for eating and going to the toilet, he sits just like this, hugging his legs. He hasn't changed position at all for 8 hours. Not sleeping, is he plotting a strategy or thinking about what he has done? Su Daiwan's brow was furrowed. Same behavior later on? The two technicians nodded continuously. We've been monitoring him the entire time. He didn't make any other movements. Someone brought him breakfast this morning. He just glanced at them and didn't eat a thing. Zhou Ning glanced at the angles of several cameras and pointed to the one facing the bed from the sink, saying, "Look at the angle of this camera. Although his movements haven't changed, I think the way he's sitting with his legs hugged perfectly avoids his face from all 4 cameras." Perhaps after entering the room, he managed to check out the room's setup during the times he ate or went to the bathroom. Su Dayuan nodded. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. What Zhou Xiao said makes sense. Are the cameras in this room pinhole or the mechanical kind? Mr. Zeng took out his phone, played a video, and at a glance, one could tell it was shot when this room was empty. As the angle changed, one could clearly see several cameras above the iron bars, by the window, and right above the bed. The equipment was definitely large, and there were also cable channels on the wall connecting all the cameras. Su Dayuan was somewhat speechless and glanced at Mr. Zeng. Do you think Lu Sanfeng is blind? Such obvious equipment, and you still call that surveillance? Mr. Zeng scratched his head with a look of grievance on his face. Leader, our criminal police team only has these 2 temporary detention rooms. One contains several people, and this is the only single room. Su Dayuan was about to say something when Mr. Chu raised his hand and patted his arm. Director Su, look. Su Dayuan quickly stopped what he was doing and turned to look at the large screen. At this moment, Mr. Chu had already enlarged the view from this camera to full screen. Although Lu Sanfeng was sitting on the bed with his head down and legs embraced, seemingly resting against the wall, upon zooming in, one could see his left eye, which was against the wall, was open, constantly glancing towards the iron bars. And his right hand kept picking at the wall, performing such an action at intervals. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. As for his feet, they seemed motionless, but upon closer inspection, it appeared as if his toes were rhythmically tapping. Su Dayuan noticed Lu Sanfeng's movements and pushed Mr. Zeng and 2 technicians aside, turning his head towards Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin. Zhou Xiao and Mr. Lu stepped forward. Why is this man's movements so strange? I seem to have come across this before, but I've forgotten what the condition is called. Lu Yongxin shook his head. Repetitive movements, it's uncertain whether they are genuine or deliberate, as many mental illnesses can present like this. It requires a professional to make an assessment. Zhou Ning patted Mr. Chu, asking him to clip a part of the video and send it to Mr. He, then dialed He Shankun's number. Tell me, this person keeps picking at the wall and tapping his toes without stopping, staying up all night just sitting with his legs hugged. Does he really have obsessive-compulsive disorder or some other mental illness? He Shansuan, this time, was to the point, apparently playing the video, and after a moment said, judging solely from the symptoms, this repetitive behavior is very likely a manifestation of obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, I'm not sure how long this repetition can last, whether it's all night or just transient behavior. So far, it looks like he hasn't slept all night and has been doing the same thing. Mr. Chu nodded as he fast-forwarded through the footage from that camera. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Let me put it this way. Obsessive-compulsive disorder has two aspects, obsessive thinking and obsessive behavior. Each patient is different in the severity of their illness. Some people have obsessive behaviors that don't last long, but the psychological impact is still very significant. Others may have persistent, intrusive thoughts or uncontrollable compulsive behaviors that can lead to the loss of social functioning. This needs a detailed assessment. What if this person has multiple personalities? Are you examining me? Like, testing levels continuously? However, if an obsessive-compulsive disorder patient also has multiple personalities, perhaps, and I say perhaps, they might have experienced traumatic life events in childhood, such as sexual abuse or maltreatment. Zhou Ning had used speakerphone, so Su Dayuan and others heard clearly. Seeing Su Dayuan nodding, Zhou Ning thanked He Shansuan and hung up. He gave his analysis from a medical perspective, but given Lu Sanfeng has hidden funds and hasn't destroyed evidence at the primary crime scene, just from this behavior, he's not normal. Of course, whether to assess him, Director Su, it's your call. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, understanding his implication. Multiple personality disorder isn't listed in Hua country's regulations as exempt from criminal penalties, and mental health forensic evaluations are generally requested by family members. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lu Sanfeng has no family, his parents are deceased, he has no children, and he's been divorced for many years. All right. I'll report to Mr. Hu and then directly interrogate Lu Sanfeng. You two come with me to listen. Zhou Ning didn't struggle. It would have been futile anyway, and he was indeed keen to hear what Lu Sanfeng would say, especially since the man hadn't resisted when arrested and was strangely cooperative. The series of actions was very puzzling. The four of them quickly headed to the interrogation room in the front building. On the way, Lu Yufei had arranged for the person to be brought over. After a short wait, Lu Sanfeng was brought in, holding a boxed meal in her hands. Lu Yufei passed the boxed meal to him after he was handcuffed to the chair. Are you going to eat breakfast or not? If not, we'll start the interrogation. Lu Sanfeng shook his head. Thank you, but I'm not hungry. Mr. Lu sat down, gesturing for Zhou Ning to do the same, then put on headphones and said, No idea if this guy will cooperate, but let's sit and listen. I remember when Cui Guanglin handed over the case, he mentioned we had broken his psychological defense by discovering his peculiarities. But this person doesn't seem to have any weaknesses at all. Zhou Ning focused on Lu Sanfeng inside the interrogation room, shaking his head slightly. Everyone has a weakness, and I think his may very well be Fang Yu. Mr. Lu was taken aback. Fang Yu, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 377 to 360. He's acting _1 Chapter 377. Chapter 360. He's acting _1 The interrogation room. Lu Sanfeng's expression hadn't changed at all, almost identical to when he was brought out from the Water Affairs Bureau yesterday. Such detachment was beyond the capacity of ordinary people. Su Dayuan wasn't discouraged. After all, the suspect was caught, the evidence was solid, it was only a matter of time. He calmly picked up a stack of photos and walked over to Lu Sanfeng, placing them one by one in front of him. This is a property in Shihiko Nan Island. The land is owned by Yu Xiulian. According to our investigation, Yu Xiulian was your father's mistress and also the mother of Qidong. I don't know why he didn't marry her back then. She married far abroad, but she has already died in 2009. Here we found the DNA and fingerprints of the Zhou family, 3 victims from the April 14, 2004 kidnapping case. Even more, inside the aluminum door's pressure strip on the north side, we found Fong Yu's fingernail with blood on it. The DNA was remarkably well preserved. In a secret compartment on the second floor, we found a triangular military dagger, the murder weapon, and 8.9 million yuan in cash in the garage, of which over 30,000 had been damaged by mold. Don't rush, there are many more photos. I will introduce them to you one by one. As for this severed finger, it's from Cheng Xinghui, a survivor of the February 3, 2000 kidnapping case, /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. With the most advanced extraction technology available now, we found fragments of your DNA on it, along with some traces of a special grease used on ships, which was discontinued in 2003. Regarding Qidong's matters, as well as the various pictures of Fong Yu that you kept, we have found and clarified them all. I think you have nothing left to hide now. Talk to us about the process. Which of the two cases would you prefer to start with? Lu Sanfeng didn't speak, still looking indifferently at Su Dayuan. His gaze didn't lower, as if everything Su Dayuan had said had nothing to do with him. This was beyond calmness, edging on disregard, indifference, fearlessness, and disinterest. Su Dayuan was neither impatient nor discouraged. He pulled out a chair and sat opposite Lu Sanfeng. He crossed his legs and smiled, a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Staring at Lu Sanfeng, Su Dayuan lit a cigarette, holding a disposable paper cup in one hand with a bit of water at the bottom, continuously flicking ash into it. He shook his stiff neck, then gestured to Lu Yufei to collect all the photos before he began to speak. Time flies. I've been transferred to the city bureau for over a year now. Do you know why I was transferred here? Since you're not willing to talk, let me chat with you for a bit. Have you heard of the red dress serial murders? Over 6 years, more than a dozen victims. That case alarmed the higher-ups. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. At the time, I was just a captain of a criminal investigation team at the Qidong Subbureau. But our little team not only caught the murderer, we also found crucial evidence, leading him to confess willingly. That man was abandoned by his parents at his grandfather's from a young age. Nobody cared for or noticed him, growing up in a twisted environment. Outwardly, he was an outstanding high school teacher, excellent in teaching, good-looking, from a well-off family, but in secret, he had a twisted character, naturally cruel. Under observation by our team's forensic doctor, it turned out this man was hiding multiple personalities. Only after we dealt with each one separately did he confess. I feel like part of his situation is very much like yours. However, there are differences. When you saw Qidong under the leadership's orders back then, I think you genuinely pitied that half-brother of yours. You wanted to help him get out of his plight, even to avoid experiencing what you went through as a child. It's just that your choice of method was wrong, and Qidong didn't heed your warnings. In the end, he decided to let that infant live, something you couldn't understand. Your resentment made you leave, helping you escape the police chase. However, I don't understand your feelings for Fong Yu. From the things you kept in the box on the second floor, we found many of Fong Yu's photos, as well as posters and pictures, even your graduation group photo, /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I guess you liked Fong Yu since primary school, right? But why kill her and her family? Is it because you saw Fong Yu's happy life and then looked at your own messy existence and you wanted to drag her down into the dirty morass? The things you couldn't have, you'd rather see her destroyed? Bombarded by such questions, Lu Sanfeng's gaze towards Su Dayuan lost its previous indifference. He lowered his eyelids and exhaled a breath. I didn't kill anyone. It wasn't me who did it. I don't know what to say. Su Dayuan was pleased to see Lu Sanfeng reacting. After talking for half an hour, if the man had no reaction, he himself was about to break down. Then tell me, who did? Lu Sanfeng looked confused. The room quieted down, and after some time, Lu Sanfeng shook his head. I don't know. I'm not in good health. My mind often goes blank. Sometimes days go by, and I don't know how they've passed. As for Feng Yu, indeed she was a classmate, just a classmate. I didn't know she was dead. As for that house you're talking about, I've never been there. I live in a regular 2-bedroom apartment in Tangshan district. At these words, Su Dayuan fell silent. He couldn't tell whether Lu Sanfeng was acting or genuinely couldn't remember. Next door, Zhou Ning was staring intently at Lu Sanfeng, noticing how the index finger of his right hand kept scrabbling at the handcuffs, and the skin that was being scraped was already reddening, on the verge of breaking. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p apprentice. Could it be that among multiple personalities, there's no communication? Or perhaps, has he chosen to make this personality forget everything that another personality has done? Zhou Ning shook his head. Regarding this area of knowledge, he had studied related materials extensively during this period, especially those research papers published after 2020, which offered more detailed explanations. He had discussed this with Li Qingbin, who had even suggested that he make it his research area, but he didn't pursue that. Instead, he focused on the timeline of autopsy procedures as his research direction, as that was what he was supposed to do. Each subpersonality in multiple personalities is independent and distinct from one another. When one personality emerges, the others automatically recede. At any time, there's always one dominant personality in control, which takes shift and directs behavior. There never exists a chaotic state where multiple personalities struggle for control. Which personality takes control strictly follows the principle of the personality that is best suited to the current environment and needs will activate and emerge. This is essentially the psychological equivalent of the survival of the fittest. If we understand multiple personalities through the analogy of a chameleon, it might be more vivid and intuitive. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Take Lu Sanfeng, for example, who uses a rather median personality to deal with work, a timid, lowly personality to gain sympathy and dependence, and a cold-blooded, murderous personality to kidnap and kill. At its core, multiple personality disorder is a psychological phenomenon where one frequently shifts personalities to adapt to the environment, a psychological effort to adapt. Although the shifts are continuous, there still exists a primary personality. One is not completely unaware of their experiences, hence, his act is deliberate. Do you remember when Cui Guanglin was being interrogated and he finally said in a panic, "Keep your voice down. Don't let that Cui Guanglin hear us, or he will come out for revenge." Lu Yongxin had an epiphany and slapped his thigh. "I'll call Mr. Chu over. The equipment here is complete. We might as well bring the software and use it on Lu Sanfeng." Zhou Ning didn't stop him. After all, this was a typical case, and it wouldn't hurt to try. However, multiple personalities are genuine in all their expressed attitudes. Whether one can detect this is another matter. Pulling out his phone, Zhou Ning sent a message to Lu Yufei, briefly sharing his thoughts, along with an introduction to multiple personality disorder. Of course, he also explained his final judgment and added a sentence: his parents and his younger brother, Qin Gang, could be his weaknesses. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We could use this angle to manipulate him and even suggest that their deaths are somehow related to him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to accuse him. Lu Yufei glanced at her phone and then stood up, bringing it over to Su Dayuan, who nodded after a quick look. "The property you mentioned, we've been there. Do you know why you weren't interrogated yesterday?" Lu Sanfeng shook his head. "I don't know. We've reviewed your movements over the past month through traffic department surveillance. We visited the 2 properties under your name. One carries the same style as a military camp, but the clothing inside is different from your usual style, so it's not your residence. The other, although frequently occupied, is just a dwelling. Apart from clothes, none of your important possessions are there. What puzzles me, though, is why so many of your father's leftover medications from his past treatments remained in your car. Is it some kind of memorial? We had the components of these medicines analyzed, and this is quite interesting. None of them match what's on the label. They're all vitamins. Did you switch your father's medication? Was it because he was forcibly retired, or did he do something to you? Lu Sanfeng didn't respond, but his picking at the handcuffs halted. He looked up at Su Dayuan, then smiled. Su Dayuan smiled too. Any reaction is good encouragement. He was in no hurry. We analyzed the footage of you in your room last night and consulted relevant medical experts. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, P. You didn't sleep, kept scraping the wall and repeatedly tapping your toes, a cycle that just went on and on. It's classic OCD. When you're forcing yourself to repeat an action, your mind isn't blank. You're suppressing the urge to do something else. Especially in someone with multiple personalities, it's often about repressing the emergence of another personality. So you shouldn't sit there, looking indifferent to everything I say, with an expression of grievance. These methods might work on your father, but they're useless on the police. I'm telling you all this not because I want you to confess anything. Let me reiterate, all the evidence we have now is very comprehensive. Let's set aside the 2.3 kidnapping case from 2000 and just focus on the 4.14 kidnapping case from 2004. What was the route you chose? How were the messages delivered to the contractor? How did you manipulate Jiantao to leave the polar ocean world? Desperate to save his child, he lost his ability to judge, feeling nothing but guilt. Then you led Jiantao to Zaifengtai and threw down 4 bags of money from the overlook. And all you had to do was wait below, collect all the bags, and speed off towards Nan Island on your motorboat. Actually, I should say towards the direction of Nan Island, because at a hidden spot within the scenic area's bay, you had already stashed a car, abandoned the motorboat, and transported the money bags away by car. I must admit, your plan was quite perfect. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, P. With the technology available at that time, it would have been impossible to crack the case, especially with the interference of external factors. You obtained the money, the mistress property, and Fangyu. But you had no one to share it with. Your dad died, your brother died, your mom died, and it's all because of you. You're the one who sowed the seed, so you have to suffer the consequences, just like now. Even if you try to pretend you have a mental disorder, without a family member's request TCH, what a pity. Lu Sanfeng clutched the edge of the interrogation table. With each word uttered by Su Dayuan, his breathing grew heavier, his veins bulged more prominently, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Shut up, just shut up, /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 378 to 361 Can I have a cigarette? _1 chapter 378, chapter 361 Can I have a cigarette? _1 Su Dayuan laughed, his face twisting into something a bit ferocious as he tossed his hat onto the table to one side and leaned on the interrogation chair to face Lu Sanfeng. Why should I shut up? Did I hit a nerve? Your mother gave birth to your 2 older brothers, and before she could recover, she became pregnant with you. Her health collapsed after that, deteriorating day by day. Your father, instead of caring, was philandering, and it was no secret that there were even women coming to your door. Do you feel humiliated? Do you feel it was unfair to your mother? After she died, your father was hardly ever home, and you became a child with no one to care for you. Furthermore, you had to face the disdain, pity, or disgust from everyone in the compound. Your inferiority complex blinded you to any kindness. In your eyes, these people couldn't stay far enough away from you, even thinking of you as an unlucky omen. Perhaps in your mind, their assistance and good intentions seemed like just another form of mockery. Growing up in such an environment, you deeply resented your father. You saw all his training as a form of abuse. Of course, there were beatings, but you harbored the hatred deep in your heart. In order to escape it all, instead of aiming for college and a brighter future like the other kids from the compound, you went straight to the army. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, P. During a chance activity to aid distressed families, you met Qidong. We found photos of Qidong and compared him to how you looked when you were 17 or 18. The two of you looked almost identical, save for height, so upon seeing Qidong, you knew he was related to you. Then you started investigating, which wasn't easy, was it? Our investigation took quite some time too until we confirmed his existence and his mother's. Finding out about his past, abandoned by his mother, and then adopted, made you feel that he was very much like you, both so isolated and helpless. Periodically, you began to contact him. Just before the Spring Festival in 2000, you overheard Qidong mention that his wholesale department dealt with a large amount of cash. Perhaps greed got the better of you. It was right after you had left the service, wasn't it? You had time, a car, and the intelligence. It's just unclear how you managed to persuade Qidong. You took the child away and then had someone send the extortion letter. That military dagger was your most prized possession, wasn't it? I wonder what you were thinking when you cut off that child's fingers. Did you panic? Seeing the child crying, all that blood, Qidong backed out. The two of you had a massive fight, even coming to blows, injuring each other's hands, which is why there were bloodstains. You couldn't convince Qidong to eliminate the witnesses, so in a fit of anger, you took the money and left. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Probably you hadn't gone far when you heard the gunshots, did you? That sound must not be unfamiliar to you, right? Qidong died. He was killed by you. Did you ever feel guilty? Afterward, you laid low. But then that year, your father's deeds came to light, and he was forced into retirement due to illness. Everything happened so fast, and it became known among the people you knew in the compound. You were pointed out and talked about. You switched your father's medicine, and maybe you even watched him fall ill and die. But there's something I don't understand. How did the property and land on Nan Island end up registered in Yulian's name? Was it compensation that your father wanted to provide or an escape plan you had prepared for Qidong? Or perhaps you felt guilty towards Qidong and wanted to make it up to him with this gesture. Speak up, because you might not have another chance to explain. Lu Sanfeng was no longer as furious as before. While your cover remains intact, you fiercely try to hide it. But once it's revealed, there seems to be no need to hide it any longer. Instead, there's almost a desire to show it off. Now, Lu Sanfeng's face no longer bore his usual indifference. He closed his eyes and didn't speak for a long time. Su Dayuan wasn't in a hurry, just standing in front of the interrogation chair, his fingers continuously flipping a cigarette pack with a rhythmic snapping sound. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lu Yufei's gaze constantly shifted between Su Dayuan and Lu Sanfeng, not wanting to miss any detail. After all, Su Daiwan's level of interrogation was not something most people could achieve. He had an unparalleled practical experience in controlling the psychology of the suspects, even if he lacked theoretical knowledge. After some time, Lu Sanfeng opened his eyes and held up 2 fingers towards Su Dayuan. Could you give me a cigarette? Su Dayuan pulled out a cigarette, tapped it against the cigarette box, and then brought it to Lu Sanfeng's lips to light it. After taking several fierce drags, Lu Sanfeng coughed incessantly, tears and mucus flowing, but he didn't let go of the cigarette. He continued coughing and smoking until it burned out. Su Dayuan then passed him a paper cup being used as an ashtray. As the cigarette butt hit the cup, it sizzled and turned into a wisp of white smoke, like the final bit of resistance dissipating. Lu Sanfeng, looking at Su Dayuan, said thank you. Yufei, pour a glass of water for Lu Sanfeng. Lu Yufei didn't say anything, got up, and handed Lu Sanfeng a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and gave him the bottle directly. This was the rule at the detective squad. The bottle cap was considered a dangerous item. In case someone swallowed it, that would be an interrogation incident. This time Lu Sanfeng didn't refuse. He took it and drank half the bottle in one gulp, then held the bottle and slowly said, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Where do you need me to start from? You can start wherever you like, from your childhood if you want, or from when you met Qidong, or from when you met Fang Yu. Any point in time is fine. Lu Samfeng nodded and began to recount his story. I don't have much memory of my father before I was 7 years old. When I was 5, my mom passed away. She was always in poor health, and what I remember most from her was her complaining about my father's philandering, complaining about the early deaths of my 2 brothers, complaining that her health was ruined because of my birth. If I had to say when the happiest time of my childhood was, it was the 2 years after she died when I was sent to my maternal grandfather's house. My grandfather loved calligraphy, and I grew up in its environment, learning to write with him. Although I was scolded, I knew he treated me well. When I started school at 7, my grandfather passed away unexpectedly. I found that anyone close to me never ended well. I was sent back to the large courtyard, which was a foreign environment to me. The other children either gave me nicknames or bullied me. Once, in desperation, I fought with them, and just as my father returned, he whipped me with a belt until I broke 2 ribs, and I lay there for 2 months. His disdain was not hidden. He would beat me up every time he could find the slightest excuse. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I knew he despised me because of my mother, but it wasn't something I could choose. I couldn't even escape. It was then that I discovered another me inside my mind, an I that was irritable and constantly cursed me, even calling me worthless, asking why I wouldn't fight back. If I hated him so much, then I should kill him. The me inside my head terrified me at the time. After I returned to school from my medical leave, the only person who cared about me was Fang Yu. She was so beautiful, liked by both boys and girls. But I knew we were from different worlds. They went to school happily every day, either thinking of ways to play or study, while I spent every day figuring out how not to get beaten or to do something that would avoid going home at the same time as my father to lessen encounters. For 6 years, I silently watched Fang Yu. Even when I was rude to her, she would just smile. That smile imprinted itself on my heart. Yet, the me inside wanted to destroy her face so she wouldn't be able to show it to anyone. I was shocked by this thought, so I didn't choose the same middle school as Fang Yu. Later, I joined the military. Not to become someone like my father, but just to escape from his control and torture. During those years, I actually enjoyed life, appreciated by my commanders, and even learned to drive. The me inside didn't cause trouble. One time, while outside visiting an assistant's household, I met Qidong, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, just like you said. I knew right away this kid looked just like me. Our leaders even joked, saying, "Wasn't this your long-lost brother?" Seeing Qidong's panicked expression and hearing about his situation, I then offered to take on his support personally. Afterward, I began to investigate, and things didn't go smoothly. There was very little information on Qidong, and I couldn't go out often. It wasn't until the eve of my retirement that I was able to confirm his identity. However, during that time, the me inside nearly hurt someone. I started to realize I couldn't control him all the time. As for Qidong's mother, I remembered that it wasn't just because of the fight that I got my ribs broken. That woman had gone to my father. She wanted to rise in status through her son, to become my father's wife. But he outright refused. He was cold and merciless, a man who wouldn't acknowledge you once he'd pulled up his pants. After retiring, I went to see Qidong and found him much changed. He was no longer the timid boy, now with smiles on his face, even telling me he was very busy, especially around New Year's, so he might not have time to keep in touch. Suddenly, I felt rejected, as if he had his own life and didn't need my protection anymore. This unsettled me, but I still visited him before Chinese New Year. He talked nonstop, boasting how kind his boss was to him, how his salary was so much more than others. In an instant, the me inside took over. I asked him how much money he had, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He was stunned and then said that it was almost tens of thousands each day, recently collecting large sums for goods sold, and at times, a few 100,000. Plus, the money wasn't always deposited every day since going to the bank took time. I asked him if he stored it for a few days, wouldn't it be nearly 1 million? But you only earn less than 3,000. Do you still think that's a lot? He didn't know how to argue back. I told him I could get him several 100,000 at once, so he wouldn't have to live in that dilapidated house that was about to collapse. He asked me how. I smiled. Greed can destroy anyone. He was no exception. I told him to carry his boss' young son out without anyone noticing, to do it tomorrow, and I would tell him what to do next. The next day, I waited for him in the back street, and he really brought the child out. The day before, I had already scouted the area. There was a pear orchard behind their village, and during winter, only a deaf and mute old man patrolled it. I took them first to Qidong's house, where Qidong grabbed some things. He was regretting it, and when I smashed a porcelain basin in his house, he was so scared he didn't dare talk back. I didn't care whether he wanted to take anything. Carrying the child, I got into the car and he hurriedly followed. I took them to an abandoned room in the pear orchard, took the child, and cut off one of his fingers. Qidong, like a madman, came at me to stop me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We got into a struggle and both of us ended up with cuts. At this point, Lu Sanfeng stopped and Su Dayuan was confused. Why did he stop talking? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 379 to 362. Would anyone believe me if I told them? _1 Chapter 379. Chapter 362. Would anyone believe me if I told them? _1 and then? Lu Sanfeng didn't explain. He just drank the remaining half bottle of water. This time Lu Yufei didn't need to say anything. She went over and gave him another bottle, still unscrewing the cap for him. It seemed this kind of explanation made his throat dry. Actually, it made sense. He had been sitting and thinking all night without any rest, and at this moment, he was truly thirsty. I was exhausted from the beating. I gave him a vicious threat. The moment the child was taken out, he could never go back to the way things were. Qidong was just standing there dumbstruck as he watched me write a letter. Then he left with the severed finger. I gave a kid $10 to deliver the letter, and then I changed into an old man's clothes and kept watch in the Central Park. It wasn't long before the police started to arrive one by one. Having been in the military for many years, their gaze was different from ordinary people's. I could tell at a glance. Then the boss came with his school bag, looking around nervously. I hid in the bushes and called him, telling him to throw the school bag in the trash can. He opened the trash bin door, stuffed the school bag inside, and I, squatting on the other side, simply opened the trash bin and took it. He couldn't see anything from the other side. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I switched the school bag for a red and blue woven bag and strolled away right under the noses of the police. They were still tightening the encirclement. When I drove back to Pear Orchard, the sky had completely darkened. I looked for a long time but didn't find Qidong. I thought that son of a bitch had run away with the kid. I felt a chill on my back then and thought about leaving, but I found his note on the bed. He said he went to get baby formula and had hidden the child. I knew he was afraid I would kill the child. If he got caught while out, I feared everything would be over. I searched Pear Orchard for hours, excluding the old man's house. I looked through all the rooms, but I couldn't find the child. He came back in the early hours of the morning, holding the child. He ignored me, fed the child, and then I snatched the child away. He told me that once I got the money, I could leave, and he would take the child back. He wouldn't speak of my involvement, no matter what. To him, I'd always be his brother. I knew he was telling the truth, but I didn't want things to end this way. This wasn't the outcome I wanted. We fought again. I wanted to kill the child. He panicked, pushed me away, and the triangular military spike ended up on the table. I guess that's where you say you found the blood traces. I, out of spite, packed those things in a travel bag and took them with me. I told him to leave the child and come with me. Someone would come looking later. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody Speak. Speak, prosody, P. He shook his head, holding the child, and didn't move. I climbed over the wall and left. Even after getting into the car, I didn't drive away right away. But at that time, I noticed many people and vehicles approaching Pear Orchard, and I knew the police were catching up. Before I could react, I heard 2 gunshots and many officers rushed over. At that moment, my mind went blank. The me inside disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. I panicked, and my mind was in chaos. I didn't know if Qidong was injured or dead. I turned the car around and drove near Hangsinga village. The police made a fuss for a long time, not bringing anyone out. I smoked one cigarette after another, until an hour later, Qidong was carried out on a stretcher. He wasn't covered with a cloth, but his hand was dangling. I knew he was dead, and I knew it was because of me. Killing him. I didn't cry. I couldn't describe how I felt. Should I explain to people that the one orchestrating the kidnapping these past 2 days and who killed Qidong wasn't the real me? I was just a bystander, unable to control my body or object, just restrained within. Would anyone believe it if I said it? Such a thought is too crazy. I know no one would believe it. I don't even remember how I left. During the new year, I thought it over for a long time and eventually talked to my father. I threatened him to use Yulian's name to buy a plot of land. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If he didn't do as I said, I would report him and expose all those women's information. I wanted to do something for Qidong this way. After all, my father wasn't short of money. Then the land was purchased, and I bought a coffin, buried it in the garage with wooden boards over it, and put the money inside. After that, I found out I was sick. Actually, I would sweat profusely whenever I was nervous, especially when that me inside controlled the body. I de-sweat from every part of my body. Occasionally, that me would emerge, and I didn't know what to do. Later, I simply took sick leave and holed up in the house on Nan Island and didn't come out. I moved all my treasured possessions there. Oh, and the triangular military spike. That belonged to my grandfather. The missing corner broke off while he was fighting hand-to-hand with a Sapporo soldier. Su Dayuan knocked on the table, interrupting Lu Sanfeng's recollections. We've got the story about Qidong. Now tell us, why did you go after Fang Yu's family? Why choose her? Lu Sanfeng pursed his lips and sighed deeply. Then he laughed, that low, head-bowed smile twitching at the corner of his mouth, his eyes wolfish as he stared at Su Dayuan. Zhou Ning could feel it, his change. The look in his eyes was totally different. Could it be, as Lu Sanfeng had said, this was his inner self? As Zhou Ning worried, Lu Yongxin noticed his movement and nudged Zhou Ning's shoulder. Relax, Su Dayuan is not that weak. He has his own approach. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Right now, even if this personality won't confess, we've got enough to transfer him. Besides, letting this personality come out means he probably wants to say something. Once he's out the door, no one will listen to a secondary personality story. Indeed, Su Dayuan crossed his arms and looked Lu Sanfeng up and down. Oh, can't hold it in anymore? Need to come out for some fresh air? Or is it that you want to assume a new identity to disclose what happened to Fang Yu? It seems it was you who harbored crooked thoughts about Fang Yu. Now that you're out, let's hear it. After all, once we're in court, the judge won't have the patience to ask which Lu Sanfeng you are, right? Lu Sanfeng lifted his wrist, glancing at the handcuffs on his hands. Yes, you know me well. Since we're talking about Fang Yu, let me do the talking. He was a loser, always feeling sick. In the year 2000, his old man was forcibly retired due to illness, and everyone knows why. I switched his medicine, not for poison, just vitamins. I watched as his heart disease kicked in, then I closed the door and left. Of course, I kindly sealed the windows tight. When I returned the next day, he was already stiff. You must have seen it a lot, right? When someone's been dead for a while, their whole body stiffens. When he was carried out, he was still in a crawling position. Ha ha ha. At the funeral, I saw Fang Yu again. She came with our platoon leader, having heard the news from someone, especially to attend the funeral. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Honestly, I was very surprised and pleased. But what surprised me even more was that she had become an actress. When I wanted to get closer to her, she had already gone to Jing City. Through various channels, I collected her posters and photos, though there weren't many available, as she wasn't famous enough. Not until the spring of 2004, when my platoon leader got married, did I find out that Fang Yu had married and had a daughter, and the husband was a restaurant owner. Do you know about that kind of psychological gap? If she needed money, I had it. After my grandparents passed away, all the property and money were left to me. I thought it was meaningless, but she actually found a restaurant owner. That man's father was a head chef at Qidong restaurant across from the compound. Isn't that laughable? After the wedding, I stalked Fang Yu and learned her home address. Then I spent half a month following them. On April 14th, when they drove past Chao County Road, I charged at them head-on. I had placed a tree branch ahead of time. They couldn't avoid it in time, and their car hit the tree branch. Mr. Zhou came out to argue with me. I immediately apologized. That's when Fang Yu realized it was me and came down with the child in her arms. I told them their car was undrivable and suggested that they wait for a tow truck. It would be better to wait at my house, as being photographed on the street would be worse. It could cost me my job, and they might draw a crowd. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I had already hired a tow truck company to come. Seeing that I was so polite and willing to discuss compensation, Mr. Zhu awkwardly agreed. I took them to the house on Nan Island and gave each of them a bottle of water which I had previously drugged and resealed. They didn't suspect and drank it. They quickly became groggy, and I hauled the three of them up to the attic. Of course, Fang Yu surprised me by breaking free and trying to escape through the north gate. However, drugged as she was, she collapsed from exhaustion at the gate. I dragged her back in as she desperately clung to the door. With a strike to her neck, she finally passed out. I locked them up with 3 chains. To be extra cautious, I once again injected them with an anesthetic. Then I chopped off their fingers and hired someone to deliver the pieces to Mr. Zhu. I didn't expect him to call the police immediately. Do you know? I was watching from across the street. Everything was going according to my plan. Seeing him so anxious was profoundly satisfying. Then I returned to Nan Island, and in front of Mr. Zhu, I raped Fang Yu and killed all 3 of them. The child, after I pierced his body, was thrown onto a metal frame and died from the fall. The transaction the next day unfolded just as you guessed. I had someone deliver the ears. Mr. Zhu went insane, shook off the police, and came straight to Xiafengtai. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He tossed down the money bag, and I hooked it up from below with a claw, took it, and walked off. Then I rode the motorboat to Yonko. I found a deserted beach, burned the motorboat, switched to my car, and returned to Nan Island with the bag of money. However, I didn't expect this affair to get written about. At first, I thought of incinerating all the bodies, but seeing how the police were investigating, I changed my mind. 4 or 5 days later, in the middle of the night, I dumped the bodies by the seashore. As for that car, I gave the guy 50,000 yuan. The car had long been thrown into the sea. I don't know exactly where. I've said everything. Su Dayuan nodded. The following statement doesn't need to be recorded. When Fang Qing came to borrow money from you, why didn't you refuse? Was it you who agreed to lend to him, or was it that pathetic Lu Sanfeng who agreed? Lu Sanfeng's eyes showed disdain as he shook his head slightly. Of course it was him. He thought I was cruel, but everything was beyond redemption. So, when Fang Qing asked to borrow money, he lent it. Anyway, I'm rich, and if it made Mr. Zhu suffer more, why wouldn't I be happy? So, I didn't object. But after that, he actually went to see a psychologist, hoping to get rid of me. For the next few years, he constantly took medication, all kinds of treatments. I laid low. If it weren't for you provoking him, It would have been hard for me to reappear. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Su Dayuan waved his hand and looked towards the two clerks beside Lu Yufei. The case was too big, and he feared one person might miss something. The two served as backups for each other. Seeing Su Daiwan's glance, they quickly clicked to print, and Lu Yufei brought the transcript before Lu Sanfeng. If there's nothing to add, sign it. Lu Sanfeng took the pen, gazing straight at Lu Yufei. Lu Yufei's face turned cold, and she raised an eyebrow. What, do you think there's a problem with the transcript? No worries, you can look it over. If there's anything wrong, we can change it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P chapter 380 to 363. Does it represent me or him? _1 chapter 380. Chapter 363. Does it represent me or him? _1 Mr. Lu Sanfeng shook his head. In this record, the first half is his responses, and the second half is mine. How should we distinguish them? Signing with a character like this, who does it really represent, me or him? This statement made Lu Yufei stunned. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Su Daiwan's brow furrowed. This was inside an interrogation room. In any other setting, Su Dayuan surely would have beaten this guy up. Right after Mr. Lu finished speaking, Zhou Ning immediately grabbed his mobile phone to draft a message, which he then sent to Su Dayuan. As the interrogation room tense atmosphere hung, the sound of the incoming text message disrupted everyone's thoughts. Su Dayuan took out his phone and glanced at the message content, which read, Director Su, let the clerk split the record into two parts. One part for the 2.3 case of Qidong, and the other starting from his narration about his mother and childhood, mainly for the 4.14 case. Wouldn't that count as two parts? It follows neither his request for two people's portion nor contradicts our requirements. Su Dayuan turned off his phone screen, put it away, and gestured to the clerk. A young man approached the spot Su Dayuan had pointed to, and he then instructed. Hurry up and split it in two, quickly print them out, then have Mr. Lu sign quickly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P greater than I need to go to the school. My son's teacher sent a text message saying my son won the math Olympiad championship and they want an interview. Su Dayuan didn't raise his voice, especially with the last sentence, which he delivered rather lightheartedly, without a trace of a smile on his face. However, his hand was behind his back, head slightly tilted up as if holding back something, while Lu Yufei gave Su Dayuan a thumbs up. Mr. Lu observed Su Dayuan attentively, visualizing the scene these words painted in his mind, as if it were a blockbuster of the year. After all, he was the type who severely indulges in psychological self-suggestion. However, Su Dayuan didn't return his gaze. The clerk efficiently split the record into two parts. No particular annotations were made, only a line of small characters, 2.3 and 4.14, was written on top. Su Dayuan glanced at it without touching it, as Lu Yufei took it over instead. The two records were laid out on the table, and Lu Yufei pointed and said, yours and his. Don't mix them up. Mr. Lu pursed his lips and closed his eyes, a gesture which made Lu Yongxin anxious. He stomped his foot and cursed. What on earth is this guy? Is it that when he was in his mother's womb, was there supposed to be a twin and he devoured his soul? Not to mention being pretentious, he's always making a fuss about nothing. Forget about Mr. Su, even I want to drag him out and give him a good beating. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning grabbed Lu Yongxin's arm, as the elder's blood pressure was already high and getting angry like this wouldn't help lowering it. Don't worry, he's just reflecting for a moment. It's the first time he can use two identities to deal with one matter, so he needs to be more solemn, perhaps as a consolation to his own soul. I don't even know how to express it. After all, Director Su has neither despised him nor recognized the identity of two personalities. Lu Yongxin was skeptical but didn't say anything more. Surely enough, Mr. Liu opened his eyes again with moisture in them, took the pen, and formally signed both names. Of course, the left hand signed one, and the right hand signed another, with different handwriting styles for each name, followed by their respective fingerprints. After all this, Mr. Liu let out a satisfied breath. Su Dayuan picked up the record to check, saw no issues, and handed it to Liu Yufei. Leaning on the table and looking at Mr. Liu, he lowered his voice and said, "Before we transfer you to the prosecutorial authority, we can take you for a detailed physical checkup. Don't worry, I'll personally find someone, definitely a professional team. When you have those bouts of heavy sweating during persona shifts, I believe there's something wrong with your body." Huh? Mr. Liu was taken aback for a moment. Just as Liu Yufei had opened the door to call someone, she turned around and heard Su Daiwan's words, not catching what he truly meant. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Dayuan smiled, straightened his police uniform, and stared into Mr. Lau's eyes. "I hope you're suffering from a serious illness, so you can avoid the death penalty and instead enjoy the rest of your life tormented by disease. Moreover, since you and he are fighting over the body, you'll live every day in pain and condemnation. After all, your family has a history of heart and kidney disease, right? You did watch your father die from an attack. Yufei, take him away and remember to arrange solitary confinement." Mr. Lau's face revealed a hint of panic. After all, the fear of the unknown is the most unsettling. He struggled briefly, but Liu Yufei quickly twisted his arm behind him and cuffed his hands. Then with an upward pull, such action made Mr. Liu cry out in pain. Let go of my hand. Aren't you police officers? Aren't police officers supposed to not hit people?" Liu Yufei pointed at the surveillance cameras in the four corners of the interrogation room and patiently explained, "See? There are cameras everywhere here. If you think we're using excessive force or if you believe I've hit you, please feel free to sue me. My badge number is 111,871, and both the action and sound just now were recorded. Let me clarify, I was putting the handcuffs on you, and you tried to get free. That's what caused the struggle. If I actually wanted to hit someone, it wouldn't be with that kind of move. At least it would result in a fracture. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P in the Qidong province Sonda champion. The kind that doesn't differentiate between male and female competitors, understand? Mr. Liu fell silent. Liu Yufei waved her hand, and two detectives took the person away. Su Dayuan took a sip of water and hurried to the adjacent observation room. Seeing Mr. Chu at the door, he brought him in as well. "What are you doing standing outside?" Mr. Chu scratched his head and glanced into the observation room. He didn't dare mention the expression on Zhou Ning's face. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could explode, and he almost wet himself with fear. "I was just organizing video footage. Mr. Liu asked me to come over and provide some software, but it looked like things were wrapping up, so I didn't go in and disturb Director Zhou." Liu Yongxin waved his hand, signaling Mr. Chu to enter. The door closed behind them. Zhou Ning looked at Su Dayuan, who sighed deeply, understanding the meaning in Zhou Ning's gaze. These two cases, the interrogation and evidence collection stages for the suspects are finished, but the process by which this case leaked that year is still under investigation, especially after transferring the case to prosecutorial authorities, which indirectly disclose the details of the investigation. That's why I want to delay the process. Zhou Xiao, I need to borrow Mr. Chu for a while. And of course, it would be best to borrow a few specialists from Qin University. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. There are some things that I don't want investigated internally. I'll leave out the details for you, and I hope neither you nor Mr. Liu get involved. Zhou Ning understood. He didn't want anyone looking for revenge, but as far as this case was concerned, he had done all he could within his limits. Okay, but we'll need to ask Mr. Chu what he thinks. I'll contact the others for you. Mr. Chu shrugged indifferently. I have no objections. Liu Yongxin leaned in. Director Su has wrapped up things on his end. Let's quickly return the remaining funds to the Chung family and the Zhu family proportionally. We have no objections to your handling the rest and will be pulling out. Su Daiyuan nodded. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Mr. Hu. This afternoon, Cheng Ji and Zhu Yantao will come over. Even that moldy 30,000 has been exchanged by the bank, so there's virtually no loss. As for the civil compensation after the trial, that's another matter. You all take a good rest. Without saying anything more, Zhou Ning helped Lu Yongxin leave the criminal police brigade and headed towards the rear building. On the way, Zhou Ning kept silent. When they were about to reach the technical department's building, Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning's arm. Director Su said you should take a good rest and not dwell too long on this case, letting your emotions get caught up in it. After all, Lu Sanfeng isn't a normal person. As for the upcoming physical examination, I'm guessing Director Su will look for Mr. He/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. You should give him a heads up. Zhou Ning nodded and gave Lu Yongxin a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Master, I can handle it. After hearing Lu Sanfeng's story, I'm even more convinced of the importance of our work. We must take any case we handle seriously, and we should preserve all the related material as completely as possible. To give closure to the departed and to ensure that the wicked receive their due. Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning's arm. They had now arrived at the door of the office. All right, no more brooding. Your mentor, Professor Li Qimbin, has been at Qin University these past few months. Visit him when you can to prepare your research direction for the paper. Zhou Ning grunted in agreement and pushed open the office door. Mr. Zhao stood at the doorway, seemingly about to leave. Seeing Zhou Ning, his eyes searched Zhou Ning's face as if trying to discern the results of the interrogation. Lu Yongxin slapped Mr. Zhao's arm, unable to withhold a laugh. You kid, stop crying. The review is complete. It's pretty much what we expected, only more bloody. But we haven't cleared up the issue of the leak, so the case won't be transferred for now. However, the ransom paid by both victims' families will be returned promptly, and there are some procedures to finalize. Don't go blabbing about it, and remember to keep discipline. Mr. Zhao nodded vigorously and pulled them into the office. Rest up/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I overheard touted just now, and it seems that Lu Sanfeng regularly had quite a bit of money in his account, nearly 10 million. I can't imagine where all that money came from. He doesn't have other cases on him, does he? Zhou Ning shook his head and took a sip of water. His grandfather passed away and left him all his wealth. As for his father, this child is all he has. Of course, we don't know about any others. Being able to easily purchase a plot of land and a small building in Yu Ziyulian's name, his assets are naturally quite substantial. His motive for the crimes wasn't related to money. Zhu Xingxing looked baffled and squatted down in front of Zhou Ning. Boss, tell us, what was his motive then? Could it really be like the analysis suggested, that he's a psychopath? No, I mean, does he have multiple personalities? Zhou Ning pondered for a moment, then began recounting the story. Listening to it all, everyone fell silent. No better off than Zhou Ning had been just moments before. Just then, the door was knocked 3 times before swinging open. Zhu Zhuozhang peeked in. Director Zhou, do you have a moment? I have a case here. Could you take a look at it? This badge number 111871 commemorates Li Yong, a traffic policeman from Qingdao City. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 381 to 364 The true meaning of brutal _1 chapter 381. Chapter 364 The true meaning of brutal _1 Zhou Ning stood up. Zhu Zhuozhang rarely spoke, and he was much older than Zhou Ning. The cases he had handled before he always managed to carry on his own. Given that he spoke up, there must be a reason. Come in, Dr. Zhu. Give us a detailed rundown of the situation. Zhu Zhuozhang entered, holding a laptop in his arms, clearly well prepared. He turned the laptop directly towards Zhou Ning. Let me briefly explain the process of the case. On July 6th at 10 a.m., Mrs. Wang from Beijai Yanzi village reported a missing persons case, saying that her son and daughter-in-law had disappeared and were likely harmed. Then, officers from the Beijai police station and the Tangshan Sub-Bureau Criminal Police Brigade went to the scene for an investigation. They discovered that a dog kept in the yard had its head smashed in, dying in a very horrifying state. The room was a mess, and on the bed was a mattress without its usual mat and bedsheet. On the ground, there were a lot of torn pieces of underwear. After Mrs. Wang's identification, these belonged to her daughter-in-law. Moreover, on the mattress, there were 2 palm-sized abrasion-like bloodstains, and there were also areas in the room with blood splatters and drips. Just no sign of Mrs. Wang's son, Wang Zhaokai, and his wife, Pan Jinghong, and both of their phones were unreachable. According to Mrs.P, break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Wang, her daughter-in-law was 3 months pregnant, and she had been taking meticulous care of her. She would go over for breakfast every morning since the young couple liked to sleep in. But that day, until 10 a.m. she didn't show up, so Mrs. Wang came over and saw the yard gate was ajar, and the dog didn't bark. Furthermore, when she entered the house, she saw a plate of braised pork on the coffee table. Her son Wang Zhaokai doesn't like to eat pork. He would at most eat some beef dumplings, and her daughter-in-law Pan Jinghong would not touch fatty meat, especially since getting pregnant, as she would feel nauseated at the smell of fat. Seeing this, the Sub-Bureau's team felt that the couple might have been harmed, so they initiated an exhaustive search. After all, to the east of Xi'anzi is the Huawalangzi Forest Park, filled with hills and trees, and to the west lies Shihe Cliff with many caves that were used for storage by fruit farmers in the past, making the terrain very complex. After more than 2 days of investigation, they found some cornstalks in a cave on Shihe Cliff. When they moved them, they found the bodies of the couple. Right now, the bodies are in the autopsy room. Both of them show many signs of torture. One could say there's not a single part of their bodies that was unharmed. This female victim in particular faced horrific violence, with severe swelling and damage to her face, multiple fractures on her limbs, and a cut that opened up her stomach/p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. It is unclear whether the perpetrator wanted to dismember her or was venting their anger. Director Zhou, can you come over and take a look? Zhou Ning kept flipping through the photos. What Zhu Zhuozhang described was conservative. Only by seeing the photos for oneself could one understand what the word horrific really meant. The state of the female victim suggests that even transporting her in a body bag would have been difficult, with many areas barely connected by remnants of flesh. The face, indeed, as Zhu Zhuozhang described, was severely swollen, and a large patch of scalp was missing. Soil had been sprinkled on top, seemingly to stop the bleeding, but such swelling implied something terrifying, and Zhou Ning involuntarily took a sharp breath. Given the extent of the swelling, the torture didn't end quickly. Don't worry, though. I'll contact Mr. Xia now and get her to come over to help with facial reconstruction. Mr. Chu has been taken by Director Su and his men to handle another case. Zhu Zhuozhang sighed in relief. I went to the lab, and there was no one there. The Tangshan Sub-Bureau's team couldn't reach Director Su on the phone either, so I simply came to find you. I've been a forensic doctor for so many years, and this is the first time I've come across a situation as terrible as this, even more chilling than dismemberment. To be honest, it shocked me severely. Zhou Ning gestured to several others. You few, come with me. Teacher, you better get some sleep here. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Lu Yongxin raised his wrist and glanced at the time. Dr. Zhu, there's no need to rush. It's already 12 o'clock. Let them get ready if they need to. Have a meal and you can head downstairs together. With a full belly, your mind won't panic, and you'll be able to conduct the autopsy analysis calmly, right? Zhu Zhuozhang smacked his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Right, sharpening the knife does not hinder chopping firewood. You guys go ahead and eat first. I'll go down and make arrangements, and tell my people to hurry up with their meals. Afterwards, let's meet directly in autopsy room number 2. We can use 2 autopsy tables at once and exchange findings as we go." Zhou Ning nodded, and Zhu Zhuozhang left briskly without any niceties. Mr. Zhao quickly followed him. He was going downstairs to fetch boxed meals. After contacting Xia Momo, Zhou Ning saw that Zhu Zhuozhang had not taken the laptop with him, so he looked through it again. He found that the cave where the bodies were discovered was on a road south of Xianzi village, accessible by car, and one could drive directly up the hill. It was over 500 meters away, but there were no bloodstains found on the road, indicating that the killer had a vehicle and was familiar with the surroundings. This area, especially the east side of the road, is covered with cherry and apple orchards. Such abandoned storage caves would only be known to locals or people who come for wilderness outings and climbing. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Lu Yongxin came over at some point, closing the laptop. Mr. Zhao had already delivered the boxed meal in front of Zhou Ning. "Zhou Xiao, eat up quickly. The 4.14 kidnapping case has already consumed too many of our brain cells. We don't need to rush this case. Eat first and then think about it. Besides, the scene investigation isn't over yet. A hunch tells me that other evidence can still be found, so let's go about this step by step." Zhou Ning didn't argue and took the boxed meal and began to eat earnestly. After everyone finished, Zhou Ning brushed his teeth and returned, heading straight to the autopsy room number 1 on the first floor. Zhou Ning didn't let Lu Yongxin follow, as the old man's blood pressure was always a concern, and consecutive hard work in such hot weather would be too much for him. He looked around and noticed that Xia Momo hadn't arrived yet. Just as he was about to ask, he heard the clip-clop of high heels behind him. Xia Momo walked in quickly, smiling at Zhou Ning. "Why are you always in such a hurry? I didn't even finish my meal and rushed over by car." Zhou Ning rubbed his nose. "Sorry, the case is a bit urgent. You scan it and let the system analyze it, and then go to my office to eat. I've prepared food for you." Hearing Zhou Ning speak like this, Xia Momo smiled with her lips pursed. Mr. Zhao, obliviously heading towards trouble, sidled over, baring his teeth at Xia Momo. "The boxed meal was prepared by me. It wasn't Zhou Xiao who thought of it. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. He had long forgotten about it. "Don't you think you're thanking the wrong person, Mr. Xia?" Xia Momo gave him a disdainful look. "Cut the chatter and hurry up and change your clothes, then get to work first." Zhu Xingxing accompanied Xia Momo upstairs, where Dr. Zhu had already dressed up properly, but the autopsy table was still empty. "Has the body not been delivered?" "It was flash frozen. It will be sent over shortly. Many of the abuse injuries become more apparent after freezing." Zhou Ning couldn't help but glance at Dr. Zhu. As an experienced forensic doctor, his attention to such details was extremely rich, as practice makes perfect. After waiting for a while, the bodies were brought over, 2 body bags were placed on the autopsy table, and Dr. Zhu even checked to make sure there was no mix-up. He handed over the deceased's identity information and a summary of the case to Zhou Ning, and they began to operate. Zhou Ning looked over and saw that the deceased, Wang Zhaokai, had blunt force and sharp force injuries all over his face and limbs. The ligature marks on his neck were particularly odd, segment by segment, with irregular marks. A closer look revealed that it was caused by a metal chain. Moreover, Wang Zhaokai's eye sockets were swollen, and only a sliver was left of his right eye. Such swelling couldn't have been caused in just a short while. After being beaten, it would have needed at least 3 to 4 hours. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. The multiple abuse injuries on his body meant that there genuinely wasn't a single good spot left. According to what Dr. Zhu said, if Wang Zhaokai's condition was good, what state would his wife, Pan Jinghong, be in? Zhou Ning glanced at Dr. Zhu, who didn't even look up. Zhou Ning, without saying a word, quickly stepped up to the autopsy table. The body bag was still unopened. Just as Xia Momo was about to come closer, Zhou Ning stopped her. You just stay in front of the computer. This victim is a bit special, and the sight is too brutal. It might cause you psychological trauma. We'll handle the scan, and you can direct from there. Xia Momo looked at Zhou Ning. After all, it wasn't usual for Zhou Ning to say such things, but she was quite persuadable and moved over to the computer control station, watching as others surrounded the autopsy table. Mr. Zhao, with his back to Dr. Zhu and the others, pulled his mask down slightly and whispered in a low voice, "Zhou Xiao, I have a bad feeling." All this you just said, does it mean that the state of this victim is worse than we expected? Zhou Ning nodded and looked around at everyone. Don't disgrace me. If you feel like yelling, bite your tongue. Those previous photos were just full scene shots. There were no detailed photos of the victim. Now I understand. It's not that they didn't take them. They didn't dare to get close enough to take them. I'll open the body bag. You guys step back a bit. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P will need to cut and tear the edge of the bag soon, as I'm afraid the body will fall apart during the process of moving it. Zhu Xingxing was taken aback, seemingly reacting to Zhou Ning's choice of words. Fall apart? You mean it in the way. I think you mean it? Mr. Zhao gave her a scornful glance. Stand back. We'll take the front. If you can't bear to look, then close your eyes. I won't let you off the hook if you embarrass us. And Gao Tai, did you get that? If not, it'll beat you into a chair shape and really throw you onto a high-speed train. Zhou Ning glanced over at Dr. Zhu's side and saw a few trace examiners and assistants glancing vaguely in this direction, a behavior that elucidated even more. He relaxed himself, focused on the zipper, and slowly unzipped the body bag. Everyone held their breath, and as the bag was pulled open to the sides, Zhou Ning's gaze paused for a moment. Then he clamped down on his back molars hard. How to put it, the body of Pan Jing-ong looked as though it had been torn apart by wild beasts, completely dismembered. The Z-shaped incision in her abdomen was horrifying, with 2 corn leaves still attached. Her neck was twisted 90 degrees to the left, the cervical spine completely broken. As for the body, just from a cursory glance at the burn marks from cigarette butts, there were at least 20 or more. Some were black and charred with swollen, blistered edges, while others were completely ulcerated. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. As for the limbs, their twisted forms indicated fractures, but that was not all. 2 sections of cornstalk were inserted into the victim's lower body, stained with dark purple blood. Zhou Ning clenched his teeth tightly, his anger reaching a peak in an instant. The perpetrator was inhuman. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 382 to 365 Murder Weapon _1 Chapter 382. Chapter 365 Murder Weapon _11 could know without looking that Pan Jing-hong had suffered long periods of torture before her death, and she was defiled in front of Wang Zhaokai. Zhou Ning took a breath and felt somewhat satisfied with his team. After all, facing such a gruesome state, no one reacted excessively, which he considered not disgraceful. His gaze moved up, and he now looked at the deceased's head. Hair and flesh were mixed together, and half of the face was indistinguishable. On the remaining half, one could observe swelling upon close examination. Certainly, the torture did not last a short time. Zhou Ning glanced at Zhu Xingxing and noticed she was fixated on the deceased's hands. His gaze followed suit, and he saw the right middle finger, twisted backward, hanging over the back of the hand without swelling. Stop looking for now and hurry with the scanning. Let Mr. Xia get to work on the facial reconstruction so we can proceed with the external examination of the corpse. Yang Xuedong and Sun Gaotai quickly arranged their equipment and got everything ready to start scanning. At this moment, Mr. Zhao sneaked a glance at Zhu Zhuozhang and huffed after seeing him. Zhou Ning kicked him, and Mr. Zhao rubbed his nose, put on his gloves, and gestured towards Zhu Xingxing. Once Zhou Xiao is through, Dr. Zhu, it's your turn to give a statement. We'll begin the recording process, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Sun Gaotai raised his hand towards Xia Momo, who gave an okay sign, and then started on facial reconstruction. The significance of this reconstruction was different this time. Zhou Ning had explained to Xia Momo briefly, it wasn't about piecing together the deceased's appearance, but comparing the injuries to identify the type of weapon used. So it would take about 10 minutes to finish. Zhou Ning checked the body again. The earlier cursory injuries he saw could roughly increase by another 30%. He then waved towards Zhu Xingxing. Project the X-ray images onto the big screen. I want to compare the fractures' positions with the injuries. Zhu Xingxing acted swiftly, rushing to fulfill Zhou Ning's orders. Sun Gaotai got up and walked towards the middle area between the two autopsy tables, where there were two large buttons on the wall, one green and one orange. Sun Gaotai pressed the orange one. A sound came from above. Workers at the other autopsy table stopped what they were doing and looked over. Sun Gaotai raised his hand apologetically and said, "During the autopsy recording, let's not disturb one another. It's not conducive for compiling the autopsy report later. Dr. Zhu, I have shut this area off. There's a separate door for entry and exit. The middle part is transparent, so we can still see each other's situation." Zhou Ning hadn't expected Sun Gaotai to have such insight, and he wasn't even aware of this device in the ceiling. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. As he watched the descending shutter door, astonishment was written all over his face. I say, did the dissection room originally have this thing? Everyone looked at Zhou Ning, then slowly nodded. Yeah, it's a fire isolation strip, a mandatory setting required by the fire department. After all, there is a significant amount of oxygen tanks stored over there, which poses a certain risk. Also, in the event of a fire alarm, this side automatically activates, since the equipment is quite expensive. Mr. Zhao's explanation was brief, and Zhou Ning had a moment of realization. He walked over to where Xia Momo was. She had finished her work. The animation of the mechanical analysis was a bit crude but was already usable. Look here, although the fractures are severe, the bone fragments have barely moved. These are traces of 3 fractures similar to scaphoid fractures, with a clear sense of direction deep in the middle and recessed on both sides. After simulating it with an animation, this injury seems to be caused by a cylindrical object with a diameter of about 4 centimeters. Zhou Ning watched the bone fracture demonstration animation twice, then nodded and stood up. That's enough. Seeing this, I have an idea. It should be a metal pipe with a very uneven surface. I just found cement debris on the victim's cheek. The fracture location on the victim's face, where the top layer of skin is severely peeled off, might be iron pipes from scaffolding. You go ahead and eat in 302/p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. This time Xia Momo didn't struggle, waved at them, and walked away quickly. Zhou Ning turned to Zhu Xingxing, quickly instructing, "Right, I've reviewed the external, and the images are matched up. Begin the recording." Zhu Xingxing nodded, calmly introduced the victim's identity, the general case details, as well as several key timestamps before nodding at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning gave a thumbs up, then turned towards the corpse and started to explain. The victim's head was struck 3 times by a metal pipe similar to scaffolding steel tubes, causing scaphoid fractures, complete collapse of the right side of the face and temporal area. There is no obvious sign of vital reaction in this area. The blows were inflicted when the victim was in a dying state. The fatal wound is a cervical spine fracture. The victim's 3rd and 4th cervical vertebrae were broken. There are more than 32 cigarette burns on the victim's face, limbs, hands, feet, and torso, resulting in minor blisters on 16 areas. The rest of the burns are 3rd degree and reach the muscle layer. Based on the level of exuded fluid from the burns, as well as the state of swelling, the time from the first burn to the end lasted 4 to 5 hours. The victim's humerus, ribs, tibia, and finger bones have a total of 7 fractures, 4 of which were caused by a stick with edges. 2 fracture spots have remnants of shoe prints, and the fractures on the finger bones were post-mortem injuries, broken by an external force. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. There are 17 cuts deep enough to show bone, or could be described as barely holding skin to flesh. As for the abdominal lacerations, there were only minor signs of life, indicating that the victim sustained head trauma while at the brink of death. Subsequently, her abdomen was sliced open in a Z-shaped pattern, with the incision running from the right breast to the lower edge of the left rib, extending to the right ilium, and finally to the front part of the pubic symphysis. Now, we are beginning the autopsy to investigate the damage to the victim's internal organs. Having said that, Zhou Ning began the formal autopsy. The extent of the victim's injuries was such that Zhu Xingxing didn't even know how to begin, let alone what tools to hand Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning, of course, understood this and had to repeatedly call out for the specific items he needed. He did not make a new incision but used the position of the Z-shaped cut to extend upward to the victim's neck area to check for any fractures, and then proceeded to collect samples from the various internal organs. When opening the victim's stomach, Zhou Ning paused, and Zhu Xingxing quickly came over to see. Zhu Xingxing almost threw up, seeing that the victim's stomach contained a substantial amount of mucus-like substance and almost no digestive fluid or chyme. This condition suggested that the victim had been starving for some time, since it takes at least 4 to 6 hours for the stomach to completely empty. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The lack of digestive fluid residue, coupled with minor erosive erythema on the surface, indicated that the starvation had lasted for at least 20 to 24 hours. Just as Zhou Ning was contemplating this, he slightly shook his head. Mr. Zhao hurried over, and Zhu Xingxing was anxious not to miss anything critical. "What's wrong?" I remember Zhu Zhuozhang mentioned that the victim's mother-in-law, Mrs. Wang, had said that her daughter-in-law was 3 months pregnant. She was worried that she wasn't eating well, so she prepared breakfast for her. They could have had breakfast before going to work. I just forgot about this point. With this in mind, the time of stomach emptying would have to be earlier because of the factor of morning sickness. Zhu Xingxing, make a note of this, and later we should ask Mrs. Wang if Pan Jinghong had any reactions to morning sickness. Zhu Xingxing hastily made note of it, while Zhou Ning signaled to Sun Gaodai to collect samples. This time, Zhou Ning straightforwardly excised the entire stomach of the victim and handed it directly to Sun Gaodai. Next, Zhou Ning examined the victim's thoraco-abdominal area, and sure enough, her uterus was slightly enlarged. Surprisingly, the edge of the uterus featured a ring of bite marks. Seeing this, everyone at the scene got goosebumps. The perpetrator was a monster, slicing open the victim's abdomen and even biting her uterus. No, it was wrong to call him a beast. He was worse than an animal. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning exhaled and examined the victim's lower body, retrieving 2 cornstalks. Zhu Xingxing went to take samples. There were mucous membrane injuries in both locations, with evident swelling, and a large amount of rice seed kinetin liquid was extracted from inside. Zhou Ning's brow furrowed deeply. Solving this case would actually be straightforward once the criminal suspect was found, but the most challenging part was finding clues leading to the suspect. It wasn't feasible to test the DNA of every neighbor for comparison. Seeing that the sample extraction was complete, Zhu Xingxing pointed at the victim's head, but Zhou Ning slightly shook his head, understanding what she meant. She was asking if a cranial examination was necessary. Since the cause of death and the victim's identity had already been determined, there was no need for this step. The cranial injury was very severe, and an autopsy would be meaningless. Zhu Xingxing, stitch up the body, turn off the autopsy recording, and be precise with the suturing. Try to align the defect areas as best as possible. Zhu Xingxing was most skilled at this, quickly selecting a small curved needle and efficiently stitching up. Before long, the victim's abdomen was completely sutured, though the facial defects could not be repaired. Zhou Ning took a piece of gauze, dampened it with distilled water, and gently wiped the victim's face. He also tidied her hair so that she looked somewhat better than when she had first arrived. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Sun Gout. I looked at the victim's fingers and raised his hand. Chief, do the locations of bone fractures and deformities need to be reset? Zhou Ning shook his head. No need, just clean it up, then use a white cloth to wrap the victim's upper arms and torso. Also, wrap the legs in turn to prevent secondary injuries during transportation. Inform someone to take the body away. Mr. Zhao, go see if Zhu Zhuozhang and the others have finished. Zhu Xingxing, take care of the autopsy report, and Mr. Yang, send it off for testing. After giving his instructions, everyone began to move. Sun Gout. I looked at Zhu Zhuozhang and the others through the transparent section, gave Mr. Zhao a thumbs up, and then rolled down the partition. Zhu Zhuozhang appeared somewhat surprised. His gaze fell on the autopsy table and, seeing that all wrap-up tasks had been completed on this side, his old face blushed, especially since they had started earlier and their task wasn't as difficult compared to Pan Jinghong's case. Yet their speed was barely catching up. Director Zhou, your team is too fast. We've just started wrapping up. Zhou Ning nodded. This isn't a race. A thorough examination helps the case. I wanted to ask you if nothing else accompanied the body when it was transported here? Was the victim already in this condition when discovered, such as clothes, weapons, coverings, or anything like that? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 383 to 366. Wow, I got them all. _1 chapter 383. Chapter 366. Wow, I got them all. _1 Zhu Zhuozhang slapped his forehead and quickly pointed at several bags inside the blue box on the ground. Before you guys came down, the people from Tangshan Sub-Bureau brought over these things, saying they found signs of burial in a storage cave nearby. The soil layer looked very fresh, so they sent it over for us to take a look. But I forgot about it just now because we were busy with the autopsy. Zhou Ning didn't say anything and walked over to the box. Inside were several red plastic bags, bulging as if filled with many things. The bags were covered in soil, 2 of which were damp. This condition didn't seem like they were just buried in soil. Why did it feel like they had been thrown in water before being buried? Who brought them over? Did they not mention how they were discovered? Zhu Zhuozhang hurried to call someone, and a detective came in and introduced to Zhou Ning. After we found the body, Mada asked us to search the surrounding caves, since the body was exposed and there were no clothes in the victim's home. It felt like something was missing, such as a blood-stained mattress cover. Mada believed the murderer wrapped the victim in it for transportation. Then we started the search, and in a cave nearby, we found traces of digging, marks from a shovel. The soil on top was damp. We dug and found these bags. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for other discoveries around, there were none, but from the roadside to the pile of earth, there was a trail of diluted blood droplets. As he spoke, he took out his phone, found a video, and played it. The video's clarity wasn't high, but one could clearly see a trail of blood droplets, varied in depth. After watching, Zhou Ning looked puzzled. Observing Zhou Ning's expression, Zhu Zhuozhang quickly asked, "What's the matter, Director?" These 2 bags were soaked in water. Could there be a pond or a reservoir around Xi'anzi? And their initial plan was to throw these into the water, but when they found out they wouldn't sink, they simply fished them out and buried them instead? Just as the detective was about to speak, Mr. Zhao had already opened a map on his notebook, enlarging Xi'anzi village to its maximum extent. The village was tiny, with just a few dozen households, not even close to each other, and nestled against a mountain. Perhaps this was why the murderer chose to act. After all, the place was secluded. If you saw a new house or one with a car parked in front, you'd naturally pay more attention. Mr. Zhao pointed to a bay to the north of the village and measured with a ruler. Unable to zoom in further, he then said, "There's a small bay to the north of the village. Not large, less than 100 meters long. It looks like a reservoir for irrigation since this is all hilly terrain, and irrigation is an issue. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If they were to throw something into the water, it would likely be here. Hey! At his exclamation, Zhu Zhuozhang leaned in too, curious what Mr. Zhao had seen. What is it? With an excited look on his face, Mr. Zhao didn't keep them in suspense and hurriedly said, "See that? You can't get past the south side. It's all blocked off with stones, probably to prevent theft. So the lowest point near this bay is by the roadside, heading north to a three-way intersection, right where there's a camera. We should check that out. There might be something to find." Hearing this, Zhu Zhuozhang's spirits lifted, and he promptly made a phone call. "Hello, Mada. This is Zhu Zhuozhang. We've made a discovery in the autopsy." As he finished, Zhou Ning had already put on gloves and asked people to move the bags to the autopsy table. The bags were cut open from below the tied area, placed one by one on a tray, and then unpacked, revealing blood-stained trousers, clothes, and mattress covers. Indeed, the items in those wet bags had also been in water, which matched their conjecture. As they spread out all the clothes, everyone began sorting through them individually. Mr. Zhao picked up a pair of men's trousers, held them up to compare with his size, and let out a soft sigh. "Look at this tiny waist, at most 2'4". I used to be slim back in middle school, too." Sun Gout I nudged Mr. Zhao and tilted his chin toward Zhou Ning. Neither said more, but Zhou Ning glanced at them. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao quickly bowed his head and examined the trousers carefully. As his hand reached into the pocket, his eyes widened. "Hey, there's something here." Everyone stopped their actions. Mr. Zhao pulled his hand out, holding something in his palm that appeared to be a blood-stained tissue with something hard in the middle. Dropping the trousers, he unfolded the tissue to reveal a yellow Yunnan Province Rural Credit Union, Rural Commercial Bank, Golden Swallow card. On the back was a piece of tape with a string of numbers and the word "low" written on it. Mr. Zhao blinked in disbelief. "Hurry and have them check this out. Could the murderer be a fool? If I'm not mistaken, this is a low-income assistance card. Judging by the wear, it seems to have been used for quite some time. This pair of trousers has signs of being kicked and scuffed, as well as rust from chains and bloodstains. It must belong to the male victim. Could it be that he thought of switching into the victim's trousers, but, finding them dirty, discarded them, simply forgetting to take out his own card? Is he that foolish?" Zhou Ning glanced at the card and then at the evidence items. "Send samples for testing, photograph the card and send it to the Tangshan Sub-Bureau for them to investigate. I think we'll have a lead soon. Of course, focus on the surveillance footage from July 5th to the morning of July 6th. I don't think the body would have been dumped during broad daylight. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It feels like it was done either in the early hours of the morning or just before dawn." Zhu Zhuozhang breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently working with Zhou Ning gave one a sense of confidence. With such analysis, it would be odd if the murderer wasn't found. "All right, I'll contact Mada right away. I'll let you know as soon as there's news." "Thank you, Director Zhou." Zhou Ning waved his hand. "No need to be so polite among family. If you have any problems in the future, just speak up. We'll help whenever we have the time." Zhu Zhuozhang didn't waste words, uttered "I'll find you later," and then quickly left with his team. Zhou Ning glanced at Zhu Xingxing and noticed she seemed downcast, staring blankly at the autopsy table. "What's wrong with you, Zhu Xingxing?" It was only then that Zhu Xingxing snapped back to reality and quickly shook her head. "It's nothing." Mr. Zhao came closer. "What does that mean? It's not your first autopsy. Are you scared? Come on, stop overthinking. Didn't we just do the autopsy last night?" Zhu Xingxing gave him a look and widened her eyes. "Who said I was scared? I just feel depressed. Even in today's society, governed by law, there are people who have been abused for so long, and in the end, the couple was brutally murdered. They looked younger than me. The torture, as the boss said, must have lasted at least a few hours. I just can't stand it. Zhou Ning walked over and looked at Zhu Xingxing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Our job might seem cruel and somewhat detached, but through our autopsies and analysis of the details, we have reconstructed the events of the case and the suffering of the victims, providing the most favorable conditions to catch the murderer. This is how we give the deceased their final testimony. So don't get too upset and let these emotions affect you. We have to deal with these things every day. If you can't adjust your mentality, it can easily impact your mood and life. Once we're over this busy period, they'll take you to Dr. Shi for some counseling. Zhu Xingxing nodded and exhaled a sigh of relief. All right, I'll try to adjust my emotions, but is this case easy to crack? Zhou Ning nodded. There are plenty of clues. Once the lab results are out, it will be conclusive evidence. And I feel that the murderer is not acting alone. There must be at least 2 people involved, and they're not some transient habitual offenders. As for the vehicle, if they dared to use it for the crime, it might be stolen. But let's not think about it now. The test report should be out before we off work, and everything else depends on Mada's speed. The group didn't say much more and went upstairs, with Zhu Xingxing occasionally glancing at the clock in the room. But no one came over. Just before it was time to leave, the office door was pushed open violently, and Zhu Zhuozhang burst in with excitement. Caught them. We caught them. Mr. Zhao chuckled. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Everyone understood. The suspects in the 7.6 mass murder case had been caught. But that didn't stop Mr. Zhao from teasing Zhu Zhuozhang by going up to him and throwing an arm around his shoulder. Calm down, Dr. Zhu. What did you catch? You started in the middle of the story, leaving us confused. Sorry, I'm a bit too excited. Mada just called me. Based on the 2 clues we provided, they found the owner of that social security card, but it turned out to be a 52-year-old disabled old man from Yunnan province who couldn't match the timing of the crime. However, he has a son named Zhang Xiaochue, 22 years old, unemployed with a record of brawling. Mada checked the public security cases they were involved in back then. There were 4 of them who broke someone's leg in a fight and paid a compensation of 30,000 yuan. The other 3 are Ho Changdong, Qin Jianding, and Qiu Xiangyong. As for the surveillance footage, after combing through 4 cameras around that road, they spotted a suspicious vehicle, a black Jetta. On July 5th, it passed 3 times back and forth on this road, apparently scoping out the area. The last time, at 1821, it entered Xi'anzi village and never came back out. Then, on the morning of July 6th at 5:33 a.m., the car came down from the village and stopped by that pond you mentioned, where 2 bags were thrown in. They didn't sink, so the person quickly jumped in to retrieve them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After that, the car turned around and headed towards Shiha Cliff on the west side. Surveillance from a fruit company located below the cliff also captured traces of this car. At this point, Zhu Zhuozhang paused, seemingly out of breath, and quickly grabbed a bottle of mineral water to drink. Mr. Zhao got impatient. Dr. Zhu, you stop your story halfway to drink water. Are you doing this on purpose? A lot of novelists get scolded every day for that, leaving us hanging at the most agonizing part of the plot, forcing us to wait until tomorrow, making us anxious and frustrated. For such behavior, even scolding is putting it lightly. Zhu Zhuozhang smiled mischievously. In a hurry, aren't you? I was genuinely thirsty, not stalling. I rushed here to give you the update, especially because Director Zhou's analysis was astonishing. Talk about the important stuff. Zhu Zhuozhang grinned, then continued more seriously, no more jokes. They found information on the car. Surprisingly, it wasn't stolen, it was rented from a car rental company. A group of people found the car in surveillance, and within half an hour, they caught it at the tunnel entrance road leading to Yankou. 4 people were inside the car, matching the individuals seen in the surveillance footage, down to the last one. Zhu Zhuozhang paused here, leaving Mr. Zhao grinding his teeth in anticipation, while Zhou Ning patted Mr. Zhao's shoulder, signaling him to be patient. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. It seems that these four people are Zhang Xiaochui, Ho Changdong, Qin Jianding, and Qiu Xiangyang. Wait, do you mean to say these people not only stole from this couple, but also took their card and withdrew the money from it? Now it was Dr. Zhu's turn to be stunned. Damn, spot on. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Chapter 384 to 367 unexpected call _1 Chapter 384 Chapter 367 unexpected call _1 Mr. Zhao's smile, which showed his teeth, faded as he saw Zhou Ning and the others wearing serious expressions, knowing his own smile was somewhat inappropriate. He hastily composed himself and put an arm around Zhu Zuozhang's shoulder. Forensic Doctor Zhou, calm down a bit. You haven't spent much time with Zhou Xiao. He knows some metaphysics. Guessing all this isn't much for him, we're used to it. Zhu Zuozhang swatted away Mr. Zhao's plump hand and smiled along. All right, I won't dwell on it anymore. I'm convinced of Director Zhou's capability. These four were caught without much effort, and they confessed straight away. The process was quite brutal, with one of the youngsters even recording a video, probably to document his glorious achievements. However, one of them is under 18. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent. This meant that, despite the heinous nature of the case, the three adults were certainly facing the death penalty, but the one who was under 18 would escape death, receiving at most life imprisonment. With good behavior, that could be reduced to a fixed term of 15 to 25 years, though in practice, the longest term served for fixed-term imprisonment is typically 15 years. This meant that the individual could be back out by the age of 33. Seeing that no one else spoke, Zhu Zuozhang continued, "Don't dwell on the sentencing. That's not within our purview or under our control. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Catching the perpetrators and bringing them to justice is what we should focus on. Also, determining who is most culpable among these few and who the ringleader is requires further analysis. Let me tell you about the process. On the evening of July 5th, at 1821, after scouting the area, the four of them snuck into Wang Ziyakai's home. After killing the dog and stealing property, they saw a wedding dress hanging inside and found Pan Jingong to be particularly beautiful. After discussing it, they decided not to leave and hid in the Wang family home. At 1944, after having dinner at his mother's home, Wang Zhaokai and his wife drove back home. Once inside and the door locked, the four emerged and overpowered Wang Zhaokai, who tried to resist. Then they restrained him in the living room, while two pairs of them violently assaulted Pan Jinghong. During the process, Pan Jinghong resisted continuously, and the four men tortured her, causing burns, bite wounds, fractures, and soft tissue contusions, mostly inflicted at that time. Wang Zhaokai begged them, especially since Pan Jinghong was pregnant, but the four men didn't spare either of them. After brutally beating Wang Zhaokai until 2 o'clock in the morning, the group became hungry and forced him to cook for them, specifically requesting braised pork. Wang Zhaokai, thinking they were about to leave, cooked the meat according to their demand. After the meal, the four threatened the couple to hand over their bank cards and the pins. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Around 4 a.m., the four men brutally murdered the couple. However, during the process of strangling Pan Jinghong, Ho Changdong was bitten. Enraged, he grabbed a fruit knife, sliced open Pan Jinghong's chest and abdomen, intending to chop her up. However, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaochui. Ho Changdong, furious and humiliated, bit into what was apparently an organ. Afterward, they used bedding to drag the bodies into the car, but they then thought better of leaving any blood-stained clothing, including their own outerwear, and decided to get rid of it. During the process, Zheng Xiaochui attempted to put on Wang Ziyakai's trousers, which looked expensive. He placed his own card in the pocket, and after putting on the trousers, found a hole and bloodstains on them. He stripped them off and changed back, and the others added Wang Ziyakai's trousers to the bag. Zheng Xiaochui then forgot that his card was still in them. Next, they drove to the back of Xianzi Village's pond at 5:33, where they attempted to dispose of both bags, but realized the bags wouldn't sink. Ho Changdong once again got into the water to retrieve the bags, and after some discussion, they recalled a deserted hole near Shiha Cliff they had scouted earlier. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They then transported the bodies to that hole, dumped them inside, and covered them with bundles of cornstalks, thinking the bodies would decompose unnoticed in a few days, especially since the area was remote and not close to any densely populated villages or towns where they might be discovered. Finally, they transported 4 big bags to the next cave, dug a pit with a shovel, and buried the items before hastily departing. They arrived in Quanshan district and found a public restroom to clean themselves up before collectively heading to the bank to withdraw a total of 19,700 yuan from the cards in 6 different transactions. In the afternoon, Ma Da's team accessed the surveillance footage and subsequently apprehended the 4 at a restaurant. They were all considerably drunk, and during the initial interrogation, none held back, confessing everything. The car had been rented by Ho Changdong, as he was the only one with a driver's license. They had originally planned to have fun in Qidong for a couple of days, and then return to Yunnan province. It was just while driving around for fun that they developed their malicious intentions. They were all clamoring that they hadn't set out to commit a crime, nor were they some syndicate committing premeditated acts, just a momentary lapse. Zhou Ning snorted, his expression darkening. These were all excuses. Justifications, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We don't know what their true intent was in coming to Qidong, but to scout around Xianzi village 3 times in the car, while not targeting the more populated East Anzi, to meticulously select a newly married family, and then to dispose of the bodies in an abandoned cave above Shiha Cliff. It's clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a carefully planned act. Zhu Zhuozhang also sighed. Yes, I was telling Mata the same thing. This whole ordeal looks like the work of seasoned criminals. This intersection surveillance camera was installed only 10 days ago. Just imagine, if this had happened 10 days earlier, it's quite possible that we wouldn't have been able to find any information on them. And the caves above Shiha Cliff have been abandoned for decades and aren't tourist spots. Who would think that it would be a place to dispose of bodies? Zhou Ning nodded in agreement, then looked towards Zhu Xingxing, who, at that moment, thoughtfully handed over the autopsy reports. Zhou Ning glanced at the time. Ask Mrs. Cui if the test reports from there are out yet. Pan Jinghong's autopsy report is already prepared. Take it with you. Before he could finish speaking, the door burst open. Cui Lily stood at the entrance, glanced at Zhu Zhuozhang. I went to your office and didn't find you, but I guessed you'd be here with him. The autopsy reports for both victims are ready. Who should I give them to? Zhou Ning, Mr. Zhao, Zhu Xingxing, Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Yang, and Sun Gaodai all reached out simultaneously, pointing at Zhu Zhuozhang. Zhu Zhuozhang couldn't help but laugh, admiring the unity and cooperation within Zhou Ning's team. Give it all to me. This is the case I took over. I pulled Director Zhou in for the autopsy. I can't bother him any further, but I'll still need Mr. Cui's help when the blood samples from the 4 suspects arrive later. Xia Momo nodded. Just send them over. I've already arranged the manpower. Xia Momo looked at Zhou Ning without the intention of leaving. Zhu Zhuozhang quickly brought his hands together in gratitude, thanked her again, and hastily left. Mr. Zhao, dragging a few people off work, all noticed that Xia Momo had something to say. In an instant, the room was empty. Xia Momo sat down at Zhou Ning's gesture and finally smiled and said, I wanted to ask you, now that it's not July anymore, is your team recruiting new interns? I heard Liwen say they organized practical activities, and during the summer break, you can choose to join any group. I want to pull some strings and have Liwen train with you for a bit, even just to help with odds and ends. Zhou Ning laughed. You're most welcome. But my team has a lot of intense work and takes on many cases. It's truly a training ground. To have her for just a summer vacation, I couldn't ask for more. Gao Tai's internship period has just ended, and I would like to keep him, but I also need to see if there's any other good new blood. Xia Momo nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p then. Thank you very much. Mr. Peng said that this year, both forensic departments will significantly expand their staff, and each team should try to add a few more people. But we still have to hold on for 2 more months. I know, so for the help Mrs. Cui just mentioned, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for my mentor coming over to help, plus the lab's participation, we would indeed be stretched thin here. Xia Momo stood up. Don't cry poverty to me. Go complain to Mr. Peng if you must. My department is even more short-staffed. After all, it's rare for young people to choose a career in testing. The work is too repetitive, and the analytical aspect requires people with high education and capabilities, which are indeed hard to find. All right, I won't bother you anymore. Hurry off work now. It's not easy when you finish the cases on hand, and you can take a rest. Zhou Ning saw Xia Momo out and then got into his car. It was Sunday, and he was considering whether to have dinner with his grandfather when his phone rang with a call from an unknown landline number. Zhou Ning didn't think much of it and answered the call directly. Hello, who is this? Hello. I'm Xia Shouchang. Zhou Ning paused a moment, still trying to recall if he knew anyone with the surname Xia other than Momo. Then it hit him. This was Momo's father. For a moment, Zhou Ning grew nervous. Glancing at the phone number again, he noticed the first 4 digits were indeed the city government's number. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He quickly straightened up and hastily replied, Mayor Xia, hello. I got your number from the department. Do you have some time? You don't need to use my official title. I'm not calling you for work. I'm contacting you as Xia Momo's father. I want to talk to you. Zhou Ning was somewhat puzzled by Xia Shaochang's words and was at a loss, but since he had put it that way, Zhou Ning couldn't refuse. Sure, where would you like to meet? Should I come to your office, or shall we meet somewhere else? You know the Fu Xian building north of the city government, right? Just come directly to the tea room 201 on the 2nd floor. I'd like you not to contact Momo about this. Let's discuss everything when we meet. Is that okay? No problem, I'm on my way now. It will take about 20 minutes by car. Xia Shouchang hung up the phone without saying goodbye or any further instructions. This whole operation left Zhou Ning perplexed. Their previous encounter was just a brief greeting, and although he had known Momo for nearly 2 years, he had never had a proper conversation with her father. He had no clue what this was really about. Nevertheless, since he had agreed, he had to hurry over. Zhou Ning started the car and swiftly headed towards the Fu Xian building. On the way, he dialed Mr. Zhao's mobile phone, but it was busy. He then tried calling Zhu Xingxing. Hers was busy too. It seemed the two were in a conversation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning sighed, steeled himself, got out of the car and headed straight to the Fu Xian building. Guided by the staff, he arrived at tea room 201 on the 2nd floor and knocked. Mayor Xia's voice called out from inside. Come in, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 385 to 368 outgoing girl _1 Chapter 385. Chapter 368 Outgoing Girl _1 Zhou Ning pushed open the door and entered. The room was filled with an antique charm. In the center was a tea table carved from a tree root, surrounded by luohan beds and various antique-styled furniture. Xia Shouchang didn't stand up but sat behind the tea table, pouring tea. He glanced at Zhou Ning, who was dressed in his police uniform, and gestured with his chin. Come over and sit. I'm not your direct supervisor. I can't manage your public security bureau. Just call me Mr. Xia. Zhou Ning walked with short steps to the other side of the tea table and perched on half of the chair. The feeling was incredibly uncomfortable. He had never experienced anything like it. How should he put it? He felt more humbled than during his postgraduate thesis defense, as if he were the cadaver on the dissection table, unable to move, but able to feel the gaze and touch of those around him. Xia Shouchang placed a cup of tea in front of Zhou Ning and glanced at the watch next to him. You're still wearing your police uniform today. Is there a case you're busy with? Zhou Ning nodded, took the teacup with both hands, and shivered from the heat, but he didn't dare drop the cup. Yes, we started a cleanup operation of backlogged cases in March this year. They're all old cases from years past. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After we cleared that part, we discovered an unlisted case, the kidnapping on April 14, 2004, the one where the wife who was killed was an actress. Today, it was officially dealt with. Xia Shouchang glanced at Zhou Ning, seeming to recall the case, and after a long pause, he nodded as if realizing. I have an impression of it. There were articles written about it at the time. I even looked at a few introductions, though each one varied. If you haven't eaten, I don't have wine or dishes here, but there are some nuts and pastries over there that you can eat. Zhou Ning shook his head. It wasn't that he wasn't hungry. It was just awkward sitting across from Xia Shouchang. Thank you, but it's common for me to skip a meal or two. Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia, if you have something to say, please just tell me. My leader says I'm not very emotionally intelligent, and to be honest, I've been feeling quite apprehensive on my way here to meet you. Xia Shouchang grunted, sipping his tea and looking at Zhou Ning. Apprehensive about what? Zhou Ning was taken aback, realizing he had just voiced his inner thoughts. He lowered his head slightly, thinking that since things had come to this, he might as well speak the truth. During the new year, I took Mr. Xia home and happened to meet you sending Ren Guangji, the chairman of Guanghai Pharmaceuticals, downstairs. The person with him, I recognized. He was one of the murderers of my parents. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Afterwards, I reported this incident and we started investigating Guanghai Pharmaceuticals. After that, because of two cases, we pulled at threads that led to the insiders of Guanghai Pharmaceuticals and Beishan Group. At that time, I had Qin University arrange different work for Mr. Xia temporarily because I suspected that you were one of their protectors behind the scenes. After all, at that critical time, you were either transferred or promoted, and afterward, although I continued to work with Mr. Xia, I never explained this matter. To tell you the truth, I had deep suspicions about you back then, so it is indeed a bit awkward to see you again now. Xia Shouchang appeared somewhat surprised at this moment. He set down his teacup and poured more tea into his and Zhou Ning's cups using a fairness cup. Zhou Ning leaned slightly forward, with his hands cupped as a gesture of thanks. Seeing Zhou Ning's reflexive action, Xia Shouchang showed a look of satisfaction. And now? Zhou Ning was startled, not quite catching what Xia Shouchang meant. What? I'm asking about now. Do you still have suspicions about me? Zhou Ning hurriedly shook his head. No more suspicions. The case was investigated very thoroughly. Their behind-the-scenes protector turned out to be the former director, Mr. Ren. Xia Shouchang nodded. Although I don't know much about this case, I am somewhat aware of it. Now that you have figured it out, let's talk about the main issue. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. My daughter was originally seconded to Qidong, but before her secondment ended, she came to me asking to return to Qin University. I felt there was a reason behind it. But when I asked her about it, she didn't say anything. Out of helplessness, I transferred her back. Subsequently, I found out that Mr. Liu had assigned her to work in the laboratory, and then I learned about your project. I understand my daughter. She didn't say it, but her feelings for you are deep. I also asked her indirectly whether she was pursuing you or you were pursuing her, and how far things had progressed. Momo actually told me that it was she who had feelings for you. As a father, hearing this, I really didn't know how to feel. Considering that you've known each other for 2 years now and Momo is already 28 by Asian reckoning, and you're not young either, I called you here today to ask you, as Xia Momo's father, a straightforward question. Do you have feelings for Xia Momo? If so, then prepare to head towards marriage. If you don't have feelings, or if you don't like Xia Momo, then I will ask her to leave the lab promptly, and you two shouldn't contact one another anymore. To tell you the truth, if it doesn't lead to marriage, knowing a young man with your looks and workability is not a good thing for my daughter. I hope you understand the heart of a father. As for your circumstances, I've also made some inquiries on the side. I am very satisfied with your personal abilities. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning wasn't overly shocked. He knew of Xia Momo's liking for him. Perhaps his accustomedness to her companionship had already become a habit. This relationship that was more than friendship, but less than lovers, was the most comfortable state for Zhou Ning. However, Xia Xiaocheng's request was not at all unreasonable. Who would be willing to watch their own daughter sacrifice her prime years for a man, and in the end not even attain any resolution? And from all perspectives, Xia Momo was seen as the perfect marriage partner. Her family background, personal education, and worldliness, these were qualities ordinary girls didn't possess. Above all, her deep affection for Zhou Ning was palpable, and even though she had never confessed her feelings, her eyes spilled over with true emotion. Without mentioning anything else, just the portrait drawn on the thermos cup was enough to feel the affection she held for herself. Zhou Ning was silent for a long time. Facing him, Mr. Xia did not show any impatience. Zhou Ning smiled, leaned forward slightly, and began to speak. Mr. Xia, I. Before he could finish, the door of the tea room swung open. Xia Momo walked straight in. Her gaze cast towards Mr. Xia was angry as she took Zhou Ning by the arm, pulling him up and positioning herself in front of him. Comrade Xia Xiaocheng, could you please not interfere with my life? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Where Zhou Ning and I end up and how we develop in the future, that is a direction we will strive for ourselves, not something to be pressured into by using your position or identity as a father. I do hope that one day I can be with Zhou Ning, live together, form a family, face his childhood memories, and help heal his psychological wounds. But in this, it's just his and my life. I don't need your assistance. Xia Momo gripped Zhou Ning's hand tightly, with a strength that seemed at odds with her slender fingers. As he looked at her small, frail figure standing in front of him, warmth spread through Zhou Ning's heart. Someone once said that getting married requires a bit of impulsiveness, and perhaps this was that kind of moment. Zhou Ning put his arm around Xia Momo's shoulder and nodded apologetically to Mr. Xia before turning to Xia Momo. Why did you come? I was just chatting with Mr. Xia. Can you calm down a bit? Indeed, I should have cleared things up with Mr. Xia. Moreover, there are some things I want to say to you. We've both been too busy recently, truly not having time or energy to think about these things. Can you please sit down and not get too worked up? Zhou Ning's speech wasn't rapid, nor was his voice loud, but it had a calming effect on Xia Momo. She huffed, sat beside Zhou Ning, noticed they were still holding hands, and shyly let go, adjusting her sitting posture. Go ahead, I'm not leaving. I'll listen to what you two have to say. I want to see what you'll talk about. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Mr. Xia rubbed his nose. He knew his child's temperament well, but Zhou Ning probably hadn't seen this side of her. Mr. Xia gave a subtle signal with his eyes. Xia Momo seemed to catch on and gave Mr. Xia an angry glare. Zhou Ning cast his eyes downward, missing the interaction between father and daughter. When he looked up again, his gaze was resolute. Actually, when I was in Qidong, my aunt was hoping to matchmake me with Xia Momo. I'm not somebody with high emotional intelligence. I'm sure Xia Momo has realized this over the 2 years we've been in contact, and I've been persistent in finding out the truth about my parents' past. Of course, Mr. Xia might think these are merely excuses. am aware of Xia Momo's kindness towards me and am knowledgeable about her feelings. However, I cannot promise anything at the moment. We will get along well and start dating with the aim of marriage. We will also open up to each other, allowing her to understand everything about me. I will spend more time with Mr. Xia and my aunt. Growing up without parents, although my uncle and aunt were kind to me, I've always lived cautiously. I'll try to learn how to love. I don't know if I've made my point clear. Xia Momo's eyes reddened, and without caring that Mr. Xia was present, she grabbed Zhou Ning's hand, her gaze laden with pity. If speaking out makes you relive that pain, you don't have to do it. I know about your circumstances. Mr. Zhao has told me some things. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I like you, because I want you to be happy and joyous, not because I want you to change anything for me. Mr. Xia felt a bittersweet emotion, took a sip of tea, and cleared his throat. He could tell that he was pleased with Zhou Ning's discourse. Naturally, he would have preferred Zhou Ning to say, "Let's get married immediately. You set the date, and it'll be ready anytime." All right, I understand your thoughts. Since you two have decided to establish a relationship, then get along well. Zhou Ning is busy with work and has limited personal time, but he should still make time to visit the house. Your aunt has been asking about you, Mr. Xia said. Zhou Ning smiled, feeling that establishing a relationship with Xia Momo was a bit rushed. But after piercing that metaphorical window paper, it seemed not too bad an experience. Don't worry, Mr. Xia. When I'm not busy, I'll surely come to visit. The 2 cases I had are now concluded, and I anticipate having some more leisure time. I'll let my grandfather know and well visit this weekend, Zhou Ning promised. Mr. Xia nodded and waved at Xia Momo. Okay, I want to arrange any work for the weekend. Hurry along now, Zhou Ning hasn't eaten yet. Go have some food with him. Xia Momo snorted at Mr. Xia. He's busy to death. Today he was following up with the previous case, attending an interrogation, and then busy with autopsies. He just grabbed a quick bite for lunch. All right, enough talk, we're leaving, she said. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Xia was taken aback as Zhou Ning was already being pulled away by Xia Momo. Nevertheless, Zhou Ning politely nodded at Mr. Xia to say goodbye. Watching their figures disappear, Mr. Xia ruffled his short hair. The girl takes initiative, huh? No, I need to report this to my wife right away. With that, he dialed a familiar number. As the other party picked up and greeted him, a smile appeared on Mr. Xia's face. I need to report to the boss that your daughter has a boyfriend now. Yes, that forensic doctor, Zhou Ning, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 386 to 369. How about a 9 turns intestine, _1 Chapter 386, Chapter 369. How about a 9 turns intestine, _1 standing in the parking lot of the Fu Xian building, Zhou Ning still felt a little shaken. Glancing beside him at Xia Momo, he then realized he now had a girlfriend, and he seemed unable to simply say he was going home, as such a statement could easily lead to misunderstandings. Catching a glimpse of Xia Momo, whose cheeks were somewhat flushed, it was obvious she had been excited just now and was now shy. Her hair was still damp, her face untouched by makeup. She was in a t-shirt and shorts and wore slippers on her feet, presumably having rushed over after hearing the news while taking a shower at home. Zhou Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Have you eaten yet? Xia Momo rolled her eyes at him and shook her head. After sorting out that stuff for you, Dr. Lu called me back to the center. I barely managed to get home and take a shower when I received a call about my dad looking for you. I didn't even blow dry my hair before rushing out in a cab. Where could I go to eat? Zhou Ning reached out to comfort her, but instead, his hand landed on Xia Momo's head, fingers gently tidying up her tousled strands. Since we didn't drive, then let's get in the car. We'll go grab something to eat. I was too caught up in my worries before, but I will try harder to adapt to my new role from now on. Please bear with me if I don't do well sometimes. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Xia Momo smiled shyly, and when she lifted her eyes, the dimples on her cheeks flashed. Such a smile stirred something in Zhou Ning. That's more like it. Let's go, I want to eat something expensive. Zhou Ning laughed as he held the car door open for Xia Momo. Then he got into the car, feeling a bit bewildered. I seldom go out to eat, so I really don't know what restaurants are around here. What do you feel like eating? Xia Momo thought for a moment and pointed in the direction of Qin University. I don't feel like wandering around outside anymore. Let's go to the Jia Gourmet restaurant. It's closer to home. Zhou Ning nodded, and as he withdrew his gaze, he caught sight of those fair, beautiful legs. He quickly averted his eyes. It was summer and many girls showed their legs, but few had legs as straight and fair as Xia Momo's. Looking any longer, it felt like a warm tide might break through his resistance. He started the car and hurried towards Jia Gourmet restaurant. They had passed the evening rush hour, and the road was quite smooth. Arriving at the restaurant, they found a booth by the window and perused the menu. Zhou Ning tried to remember what Xia Momo liked to eat the first time they had been there. How about 9 turn intestines? I remember you really enjoyed it last time we came here. Xia Momo pouted without a second thought and shook her head. Forget it. It's our first official dinner date, and I don't want the memory to be a plate of 9 turn intestines. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Let's just have something simple. You order. With that, she tossed the menu to Zhou Ning, who was terrible at this. He stiffly ordered a few dishes, striving to remember the things his aunt had mentioned before, that girls like sweet and sour flavors. The two chatted while they ate, and the awkwardness from meeting Mr. Xia just now had vanished. Of course, they also discussed software issues. Zhou Ning knew that Dr. Liu had called Xia Momo over precisely to inquire about her thoughts on the later stages of design, especially after consulting with the archaeologists, where some expansions had been proposed. Talking and consulting with each other, they finished their meal without realizing it. Zhou Ning then drove Xia Momo back to their neighborhood, thoughtfully dropping her off at Building 7. As Zhou Ning was about to walk her upstairs, Xia Momo stopped him. That's enough. Don't come up. I rushed out in such a hurry that my bathroom and living room are all messy. Just go back and rest. With that, she ran off without looking back. Watching those long legs disappear from sight, Zhou Ning felt an empty space inside him. The feeling was strange. Before they had made their relationship official, he hadn't paid much attention to these details, but now it felt like something was missing. Shaking his head and cursing himself, he parked the car downstairs and walked towards the newly bought small building. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Seeing the light in the window, Zhou Ning knocked and entered to find his aunt opening the door. Zhou Ning? Are you just getting off work? Come in quickly, it'll make you something to eat. How about some dumplings? I can boil them for you. Zhou Ning stopped his aunt, a smile on his face as he shook his head. Auntie, don't bother. I've just eaten. Now that I've wrapped up a few cases, I came to check on you and Grandpa. Is Xiaoyu not around? The aunt shook her head. That girl left with Mr. He, taking all the wontons and some stewed meat we had prepared, just like the way bandits sweep through a village. Now that her morning sickness is getting better, she's got a big appetite. I told Mr. He to advise her to eat less to not get too fat, but he just spoils her rotten. I don't know what to do. Zhou Ning laughed. Mr. He really treated Xiaoyu well, something he hadn't noticed back when they were in Qidong. Let him spoil her then. The aunt laughed as well. Your second uncle just went back to Qidong, and your grandpa is in the living room, working on chess puzzles. Don't worry about me, Auntie. I'll go see Grandpa. Saying this, Zhou Ning headed to the living room, and sure enough, the old man was studying chess puzzles. Hearing footsteps, he peered over his reading glasses towards the doorway and, seeing Zhou Ning coming, quickly put the puzzle book aside. Zhou Ning, you're here. Come and sit down. Just off work? Had dinner, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning hurried over to sit down, and the aunt brought him a cup of barley tea. Grandpa, I've already eaten. Thank you, Auntie, Zhou Ning said. Please sit down. I have something to tell you all. Hearing this, Mr. He quickly took off his bifocals and looked at Zhou Ning with a serious face. Seeing the smile on Ning's face, he instinctively felt that there was good news, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Tell us, is there good news? It's not the end of the year yet. Did you receive some kind of award again? The second aunt watched Zhou Ning smiling and grew more anxious the more she looked at him. Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Zhou Ning cleared his throat and slowly recounted what Mr. Xia had talked to him about today, not leaving out his own stance and Xia Momo's support, repeating everything in detail. So, that's the situation. I'm thinking of paying a visit to the Xia family this weekend as a formal visit. In this way, our relationship will be established regardless of the outcome. I will treat Xia Momo sincerely, he said. Mr. He slapped his thigh, happily saying good 3 times. Good, good, good. I really like that girl. She's sensible, knows when to advance or retreat, and is also beautiful. She's perfect for you. With your wooden personality, finding Mr. Xia is indeed your good fortune. But since you're going to visit the Xia family, you need to prepare. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Without saying anything, the aunt wiped at the corner of her eye, her emotions spilling over into tears. You scamp, you should have realized this long ago. Otherwise, I would have had to call your uncle. Visiting their home is a big deal. Well, prepare the gifts for the visit, and also a gift for meeting Momo since she'll come to visit our home afterward. I'll go check the dates, she said. As she spoke, the aunt stood up and hurried towards the staircase, her slipper coming off in her haste. With one hand holding her phone, probably having dialed her husband's number, she spoke frantically and dashed upstairs. Mr. He patted Zhou Ning's hand, gripping it tightly, unable to hide his excitement. You had to wait until her father stepped in to show your feelings, which seems quite passive. But Xia Momo's dad is really good. At his position, he could have arranged a better marriage for his daughter. But he still approves of his daughter's choice, which shows great open-mindedness. Don't be arrogant. It's only because you're better looking that you get this treatment. You must be sincere with Xia Momo. Zhou Ning nodded. Don't worry, Grandpa, I wasn't coerced by Mr. Xia. It's just that with him bringing it up so clearly, I realized that I have indeed been neglecting these matters. You've mentioned it before too. My thoughts back then and now have changed a lot. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I don't dislike Xia Momo. I just rejected marriage and didn't know how 2 people were supposed to interact or how to handle a relationship, so I just wanted to avoid it all. Now, I've changed my mind. It's both our first time, and I will try my best to learn how to be together, he continued. Mr. He smiled, then sighed. Don't worry about the things that can't be fixed. We must look forward. Moreover, our family's days are getting better and better. What else should we be dissatisfied with? The only thing I'm not worried about is that if you always consider Momo, treat her as the most important person, including Mr. and Mrs. Xia. Got it? Zhou Ning nodded vigorously, smiling at his grandfather. Don't worry, Grandpa, we'll get along fine. I think you understand what kind of person Momo is. She was really anxious today. Her hair was dripping wet when she ran to protect me. She told her dad not to interfere in our matters. Seeing her like that, it's as if everything became clear to me. Such a fragile person, showing such determination, moved me deeply, he said. Mr. He patted Zhou Ning again in understanding. I knew the moment I saw that girl that she would be my granddaughter-in-law. My judgment is never wrong. Okay, you should also go rest early. Your auntie will probably be busy for a while before she can rest. Let her have her moment of joy too. She's the most concerned about your lifelong matter, he counseled. Zhou Ning stood up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p grandpa. You work on your chess moves. I'll go have a look at auntie. Actually, there's no need to prepare anything special. The proper etiquette won't be lacking. I can buy whatever is needed on the way, he offered. Mister, he waved his hand. Go check on her then. Zhou Ning went upstairs and heard rustling noises coming from the storage room, along with the incessant muttering of his aunt, who appeared to be on speakerphone with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was even more boisterous than the aunt, laughing excitedly. I knew it, they're a great match. I approve of this sister-in-law. Mom, the gifts you prepare must be appropriate. They don't need to be too expensive. A show of sincerity is enough. The Xia family is an intellectual one, full of highly educated teachers, and my brother is certainly not lacking. He's a PhD candidate under a well-known mentor. And key of all, my brother is handsome. Enough. You just go on praising without end. Do you think I don't know how handsome our Zhou Ning is? Go to sleep early, the aunt interjected. After hanging up the phone, the aunt finally noticed Zhou Ning at the door and gestured for him to stay quiet. Don't give me any of that nonsense. This is something for the elders to worry about, not you. Go on, get home and sleep, or just stay in your room here. Let me be busy, it makes me happy, she insisted. Zhou Ning approached and gave his aunt a hug. Thank you, Auntie. I've always seen you as a mother. Do what you need to do, I'm heading back. He said, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After Zhou Ning left, the aunt wiped away a tear from behind him. You little rascal, tricking tears out of me, huh? But haven't I always raised you as my own son? She murmured, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 387 to 370 expansion _1 Chapter 387. Chapter 370 expansion _1 July 9th, early morning. Zhou Ning, humming a tune, walked into the technical office building, nodding at people as he passed them by and saw Mr. Zhao as soon as he entered the office. With shifty eyes, the kid looked at Zhou Ning, who inspected himself to see if there was anything amiss about his appearance, then asked with a puzzled face, Why are you looking at me like that? Mr. Zhao shook his head and circled Zhou Ning closely. Something about you is off. Zhou Ning was taken aback and pushed him away. Get lost, there's nothing wrong with me. Mr. Zhao moved over to sit next to Lu Yongxin on the nearby sofa. Mr. Lu, you better question him fast. Zhou Xiao must be up to something good, walking and humming a tune and all. Even washed his hair this morning, which he doesn't usually do. Plus, his t-shirt and pants are new, not his usual favorite blue. Lu Yongxin pushed away the chubby face and glanced at Zhou Ning with an all-knowing look. Stop your nonsense, kid. Whatever my precious apprentice does is good. Don't you start making a ruckus. If you ruin my darling apprentice's good fortune, do you believe I would beat you to death? Mr. Zhao raised his hands, looking obediently and said, Mr. Lu, have a little faith in me, would you? Indefinitely the assisting hand. Zhou Ning was surprised. Could they know something? Giving Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhao a cold glance, he didn't dare to retort and walked straight to his desk to turn on the computer. You sure talk a lot for a Monday morning. Any news from Director Zhu's side? How's their investigation going? It's still not clear from which link the photos and information were leaked. Hearing Zhou Ning speak like this, Mr. Zhao didn't continue to joke around but quickly leaned in across from Zhou Ning, raised his thumb and forefinger, made a money-counting gesture, and said mysteriously, I spoke with Mr. Xing on the phone last night. He originally wanted to borrow a camera from me, and we chatted for a bit. Rumor has it they've found the person who leaked the information. They didn't take action at the time because he's the son of a former deputy director. His cousin and a hired writer both made a good chunk of money from it. Mr. Hu is furious over this affair. Lu Yongxin looked puzzled. Who? Mr. Zhao quickly explained. Fan Guoming used to work in the 3rd unit. The 4.14 kidnapping case was handled by the 2nd unit. When they extorted his cooperation, while he was helping out, he took photos of the evidence and leaked them to his cousin. That's how it got out. When they were investigating before, nobody thought he'd do such a thing. Director Su checked everyone one by one and found out about him. noticing his cousin had some connections, so they followed the trail to that editor, and that's how the truth came out. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning's brow furrowed slightly, not because they had found Fan Guoming. He was bound to be discovered sooner or later if they investigated thoroughly, and Su Doyuan had the capability. His concern was with how Mr. Zheng could have spoken so casually when nothing had been announced yet. Even to Mr. Zhao, one should respect confidentiality. Otherwise, if they weren't careful, this matter could leak out, making it no different from the past. Did you ask Mr. Zheng about it? Mr. Zhao blinked, instantly realizing what Zhou Ning meant, and waved his hands in denial. I didn't ask, just chatted a bit. When I asked him why he hadn't left work yet, he started grumbling. Zhou Ning said no more, as it was better for the corresponding personnel to handle the situation. Just as he was thinking this, the office door was pushed open and Su Doyuan walked in, looking around and clicking his tongue. You all seem pretty relaxed without a case. Lu Yongxin laughed. This person could never sit still. Cut the sarcasm. You're done with your business, so why haven't I seen any disciplinary notice from the office? Su Doyuan looked puzzled and glanced at Lu Yongxin. Don't tell me, you guys know about my investigation already. Who told you? Mr. Zhao slouched, coughed, and turned his attention to the computer. Zhou Ning poured a glass of water for Su Doyuan and approached him. Don't ask how we know. Just that we're kind of aware of the general process. Has the office decided how to handle it? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Doyuan nodded, his train of thought diverted. Last night, I discussed it with Mr. Hu. Later today, there's going to be a department-wide announcement calling for a meeting to address this issue. Leaking case details and crucial evidence that could compromise the investigation and give criminals an opportunity are all serious offenses not to be settled by mere administrative actions. Mr. Hu made his stance clear. In light of Fan Guoming's breach of police discipline and his suspected criminal activities, he will be dismissed from public office. This will be announced throughout the department as a negative example for all active police personnel. This outcome surprised Zhou Ning. He had expected harsh punishment, but hadn't thought Mr. Hu would actually wield such a heavy hand. Dismissal from public service was a life ruiner. Will he be held criminally responsible? Su Doyuan nodded. After the dismissal, he will face criminal charges. If it wasn't for his leak, the case wouldn't have drawn so much attention, and we might have caught Lu Sanpong back then. The Zhu family of 3 could also have been saved. Speaking of which, I've contacted Zhu Yantao and Cheng Ji. Cheng Ji will come later, and old man Zhu Yantao said that after the case is solved and Lu Sanpong is sentenced, a copy of the verdict would suffice. As for the recovered ransom, he doesn't want it and has decided to donate it to our municipal bureau. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. It can be used to establish a reward, whether for consolation or as a prize. Lu Yongxin sat up straighter and sighed. The old man has come to terms with it. Wealth is no longer important to him now. There's no child at home to inherit, and having too much might just attract unwanted attention. However, if our bureau accepts this money, it might not seem quite right. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 388 to 370 expansion _2 Chapter 388. Chapter 370 expansion _2 Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Zhao came over. I know Mr. Peng well. He really wants to establish such an award and is truly grateful to us for catching the real culprit who harmed his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, I guess he and his wife won't be living in this city anymore. I heard they bought a house in Hainan and are planning to move there. The room fell silent. For the elderly couple, this city was a place of sorrow. Fulfilling their wish and moving somewhere else could be a good thing. Su Doyuan stood up and let out a long sigh. All right, I came here just to inform you and discuss the resolution of this matter. As for the department-wide meeting, you can attend if you want. It's no big deal if you don't. Also, I've arranged for Mr. Zhang to go to the Tangshan Sub-Bureau for some training. That kid needs to be sharpened up a bit, otherwise he's always missing a beat. Zhou Ning's thoughts involuntarily turned to Liu Yufei. After all, everyone knew Mr. Zhang had a thing for her. If he left the city bureau, his chances would be even slimmer. Was Su Dayuan trying to play matchmaker, or did this have something to do with Yufei herself? What about Mrs. Fei? Hasn't she been eagerly arranging to go down there for training? Su Dayuan glared at him. How am I supposed to work without her? There's already a shortage of capable hands around here. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, but I've promoted her to team captain of the first squad. As for Mr. Tao going to the Tangshan Sub-Bureau as deputy, his age is showing and he's not keeping up with frontline work anymore. Zhou Ning nodded. This outcome was actually pretty good. It's good we don't have to attend the meeting. Since none of us has any cases right now, we should organize everyone to go to Qin University for training. After all, we still haven't rolled out the training for this system. Su Dayuan raised his hand as if he remembered something and turned back to look at Zhou Ning. By the way, I was busy all day yesterday and didn't get a chance to ask you. There was a case in Tangshan. Were you the one who attended the autopsy? Tell me what happened. Zhou Ning briefly explained, and Su Dayuan nodded continually. It seems Mr. Hu's thoughts are correct. We need to urgently increase the density of our surveillance. This technology is like our eyes. Only when cameras are everywhere and public awareness is raised will people think twice before committing any wrongdoing. You go ahead with your work, I'm taking off now. Su Dayuan left briskly, and Mr. Zhao patted his chest, relieved at the tension he just felt. That scared the life out of me. I was about to bolt out. Mr. Zhang already told me about the case detail, but it looks like the likelihood of something between Little Zhang and Mrs. Fei is even smaller now. The guy is just a bit slow, otherwise we could have helped a bit. Liu Yongxin gave Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhao slapped to shut him up. Enough from you. Get on with what you need to do, and do it quick. Didn't my apprentice say we were organizing everyone to go to Qin University for training? Let's get the notice out early and get prepared. An afternoon's training isn't enough. Mr. Zhao, go notify each office. Well, set off at 9. It's only by visiting the R&AMP Winking and Laughing Center that we can really appreciate the software's capabilities, much more direct than lectures in the lab. I'll talk to Dr. Liu. After speaking, Zhou Ning took out his phone and dialed Dr. Liu's number. The call was answered on the third ring. Zhou Xiao, what's got you calling me? Is there a case? Zhou Ning felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, whenever he approached Dr. Liu it was for something troublesome, either asking for cooperation with experiments or soliciting his help. When it came to R&AMP, dear-related matters had only go after being urged multiple times. I wanted to let you know that today all of our teams are case-free, and we are thinking of visiting the R&AMP Winking and Laughing Center to get some training. Is that okay with you? Of course, it's convenient. Just come over. They will get their training, and you can join me at the R&AMP Winking and Laughing Center. I have some further ideas I need your help to finalize. Great, then we'll leave at 9 and see you in a bit. After hanging up, Zhou Ning received a call from Mr. Peng, which made him a bit puzzled. He accidentally answered on speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Peng. Director Zhou, I just ran into Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody Piao, who is going from office to office to spread the word about going to Qin University. I thought, why not have everyone from this side go along? I'll arrange the transportation. They can all learn a bit. Chui Lily mentioned they wanted to check out the 3D printing equipment, maybe get one for us. I'm telling you, we have some funding now and can afford some good equipment. Zhou Ning almost couldn't hold back a laugh and quickly replied, all right, then let's go together. Afterwards, have the people from the tech department exchange information with the computer experts from Qin University. After all, Mr. Chu and his team's technology is internationally advanced, and we should humbly learn from them. Mr. Peng slapped the table on his end and burst into laughter with his head thrown back. That's exactly what I want to hear. I want to poach a few people directly to give those kids in the tech department a sense of crisis. Let's tentatively set this learning session for 3 days, but even as a fraternal unit, we can't always take advantage of Qin University. We should order what we need to order and recruit the personnel we need to recruit. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning paused. Are there any openings for expansion in the forensic department? I was going to tell you even if you didn't ask. I think Mr. Sun from your unit is quite capable. He can be made a regular employee directly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for the forensic and trace examination staff, the Bureau has decided to expand significantly this time, which is good news, right? That's great. I'll make arrangements now. We'll meet in a little while. After hanging up the phone, Sun Gout I was already standing excitedly in front of Zhou Ning, with his eyes somewhat moist. Thank you, boss. Does this mean I am officially part of the team now? Lu Yongxin poked him and laughed as well. Don't get too excited, stay calm. You are quite skilled, but you are the apprentice of my apprentice. What should you call me? The original 3-day training session ended up lasting 5 days, and the people from Qin University who were coming for an internship had their start dates postponed. The tests submitted by the sub-bureaus below, as well as the cases that required collaborative investigation, were all arranged to be done during overtime on the weekends. Everyone did so without complaints, as they only knew the power of this series of software after going through the study. In the blink of an eye, it was July 14, 2012, a Saturday. Before 10 o'clock, Zhou Ning was bombarded with continuous calls from his second aunt, forcing him to head to the villa earlier than planned. Seeing the neatly arranged array of colorful items on the ground, Zhou Ning was dumbfounded. Was this the gift he was supposed to bring? It looked more like he was moving houses or restocking a store. Second aunt, did you move the supermarket home? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There's too much stuff here. How can I take all of this? I can't deliver it all in one trip. His second aunt rolled her eyes at Zhou Ning, and He Shansuan came out from behind her, dramatically holding up a list, and after glancing at Zhou Ning, also rolled his eyes in imitation of the second aunt. After checking that everything was there, he said, "Mom, everything's ready. I've put the gift list in the tea bag." His second aunt clapped her hands in satisfaction and smiled at He Shansuan. "That's my capable son-in-law. All right, help this brat load the car so he can leave early. He shouldn't be too late for the noon appointment. He needs to have a chat with his future father-in-law and perhaps play a game of chess. But Zhou Ning, don't be as merciless as when you play with your grandfather. Even if you let him win, don't make it so obvious. Learn from Shansuan and be good at flattering." The old man also joined in, spinning 2 marble balls in his right hand and taking a sip of tea with his left, nodding in approval. Listen to your second aunt. Shansuan is really better than you in this regard. Zhou Ning was somewhat speechless and raised his hands in surrender. I'm wrong, I won't resist anymore. But why is there a gift list? Once I arrive, it's pretty obvious I'm there to give gifts. His second aunt got angry. Nonsense, a son-in-law visiting for the first time has to be this obvious. It's to make all those who have some thoughts about Momo back off. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You think you're so outstanding, but in that circle, what matters is your background, your status. Being flashy isn't a problem, just listen to me. Zhou Ning didn't dare to resist and reluctantly began to move stuff with He Shansuan. After 3 trips, he managed to get everything into the car, with the trunk already packed tight. Zhou Ning wiped his hands with a wet rag and looked at the 3 people who had come to see him off. I'm leaving now. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 389 to 371. I admit, I made the first move _1. Chapter 389. Chapter 371. I admit, I made the first move _1. The second aunt came over. grabbed Zhou Ning's arm, looked him up and down, and adjusted the collar of his police uniform's short-sleeved shirt before nodding her head in satisfaction. Zhou Ning is really handsome, and wearing this uniform makes you look even more dignified. All right, let's set off. Remember to sit halfway back in your chair, hold back a third of what you want to say, don't talk about work all the time, and bring up stories about Momo's childhood. Parents love to talk about that. Listen attentively and express feelings like that's really adorable. Zhou Ning nodded vigorously, like he was pounding garlic, and didn't dare to act the hero with his words. Before he left, he hadn't been nervous, but after receiving a lecture from the second aunt, he suddenly understood the feeling he Shansuan had when he visited Zhou Ning's home, hesitating at the bottom of the building. After saying goodbye to the second aunt and the others, Zhou Ning drove off and soon arrived at the municipal committee complex on Lanzhou West Road. Just as he was about to get out of the car at the entrance, the security guard ran over and saluted him. "Hello, I'm here to visit Mr. Xia Shouchang. Do I need to register?" The security guard smiled at Zhou Ning, checked the registration book, and then raised the barrier. "No need, just go straight in. Mr. Xia has already sent someone to register for you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, you're Director Zhou, right? Just drive in. Building 3. Enter through the main entrance, turn left at the second intersection. Building 1, apartment 101. Zhou Ning nodded in thanks, started the car, honked once, and drove into the complex. The residential buildings in the community weren't very tall and appeared somewhat old on the outside. However, the exterior walls of the buildings were covered with green plants, and the landscaping was done exceptionally well. Not daring to observe too much, Zhou Ning followed the security guard's directions and went straight to Building 3. He parked with the front of his car facing north. After all, there was so much stuff in the trunk, it was no different from restocking a supermarket. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Xia Momo standing at the entrance of Building 1, wearing a light yellow long dress, with light makeup on her face and her curly hair loosely draped over her shoulders, waving at Zhou Ning with a smile. "Given your personality, it's really not easy for you to arrive so early." Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed and coughed. "I was coerced by the second aunt. If I didn't listen, she would nag nonstop, so I simply left early." "Why are you waiting outside?" "I was called by the security. This place has the best security assurance. They inform us immediately by phone whenever someone visits a resident, so I came out to receive you, fearing you might be nervous." Zhou Ning exhaled deeply and opened the trunk. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, don't mention it. I am really nervous. "Open the door, will you? The second aunt made me bring so many gifts. Don't lift anything, just keep the door open for me." Xia Momo glanced at the trunk of Zhou Ning's car and widened her eyes in surprise. "Are all these for us?" Zhou Ning nodded. "I even stopped her from bringing more, keeping some back. I think the second aunt intended for me to bring a truck over. Anyway, let's not talk about this. I need to move these things in." Saying that, Zhou Ning handed the gift list to Xia Momo and started to carry the items into the building, trip after trip. After 5 trips, Zhou Ning was sweating profusely, and his police uniform short-sleeved shirt was soaked with sweat. Xia Momo wiped his sweat with a tissue and reached to open the door of the room, but Zhou Ning stopped her. "Don't rush, let me catch my breath." Before he could finish speaking, the room door was opened from the inside, and a middle-aged woman who resembled Xia Momo by 70% peeked out, and upon seeing Zhou Ning, she smiled brightly. "Here comes Zhou Ning. I heard some voices outside, come on in." Zhou Ning, with a nervous expression, quickly bowed and then looked down to pick up the items on the ground. Mrs. Xia noticed the various gift boxes laid out all over the hallway and was stunned. She quickly opened the door wide and helped carry them in. "You silly boy, it's okay for you to come, but why bring so many things? Did you empty out a supermarket or what? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. Zhou Ning smiled sheepishly, realizing that the second aunt's tactic was quite good. It at least relieved some awkwardness. He took the tissue from Xia Momo again to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Hi, Auntie. These are the gifts my second aunt prepared for my first official visit since I've met Mr. Xia last time, to formally establish the relationship, so I need to follow social etiquette for the first visit. Xia Momo slapped the gift list into Mrs. Xia's hand and turned to close the door. Mom, we can't just let Zhou Ning stand at the door and talk, right? Mrs. Xia slapped Xia Momo's hand lightly. Being an outgoing girl, she didn't say much else. Come in, go and sit in the living room. Your Uncle Xia went to make a phone call in the study. He'll be out soon. Zhou Ning smiled, nodded, and followed Xia Momo into the living room, mulling over the second aunt's reminder to not sit on the single-seater sofas when visiting someone's house and to sit with Xia Momo since it's the position of honor and politeness is required. Upon entering the living room and seeing that all the sofas were single-seaters, Zhou Ning was baffled. Damn, how am I supposed to sit? Zhou Ning suddenly stopped, and Xia Momo, caught off guard, bumped into his back, holding her forehead and looking at him confusedly. Why did you stop? Sit down and cool off a bit. Seeing that Mrs.P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Xia hadn't come over, Zhou Ning quickly asked in a low voice. Before leaving, the second aunt made me promise not to sit on a single sofa and told me to sit with you, but all the sofas here are single. So, which one is for the guest? Xia Momo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhou Ning grew more nervous and grabbed Xia Momo's wrist, shaking it a couple of times. Stop laughing, I'm talking serious business here. Xia Momo stopped laughing and, pointing at a chair with a blue cushion, said, My dad loves sitting here the most. You sit next to it, and I'll sit with you. That should be fine, right? Zhou Ning nodded his head, walked over contentedly, and half sat on the chair, constantly feeling grateful in his mind. Second aunt and Mr. He really were experienced, and the arrangements they had discussed with him were not in vain. In this chaotic environment, with his tense mood, his brain had already crashed and was not up to par. With such preparation and rehearsal in advance, it was not easy to avoid making a fool of himself. After waiting for a moment, Xia Shouchong came out of the study. Seeing Zhou Ning in the living room and heading toward him with a smile, he, of course, also noticed the items placed at the entryway. Zhou Ning quickly stood up to greet Xia Shouchong with a nod. Hello, Mr. Xia. Zhou Ning is here. Have a seat, don't be shy. But why did you bring so many things? Someone who doesn't know better might think you're trying to curry favor with gifts at our house. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. At this moment, Mrs. Xia came over, placed teacups in front of the two, and a large plate of fruit. As she handed Mr. Xia his teacup, she gave him a look and comforted Zhou Ning. Don't talk like that, you're making the kid nervous. This isn't your government office. Don't start sounding all official with your own family. Besides, who could bring gifts and even get in, huh? Zhou Ning, don't listen to your Mr. Xia. Have some tea and enjoy the fruit. When you go back, thank your second aunt for me. She took us too seriously. We've certainly received the gesture. Zhou Ning smiled, sat under the air conditioning for a while, and seemed to finally cool down from the sweat. He saw Mrs. Xia's protective attitude, a genuine fondness for him, probably because of Xia Momo. I've been living with my second uncle, second aunt, and grandfather since I was a child. My grandfather said that second aunt should arrange these things because, after all, I don't understand them and have no experience. Any shortcomings, please bear with me. Mrs. Xia smiled from ear to ear, glanced at the time, and hurried toward the kitchen, even turning back to drop a line. There's meat stewing in my pot. You chat with Mr. Xia. Make yourself at home and don't be shy. If you think Mr. Xia is too stern, you can go chat with Momo in the room. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Xia Shouchong shook his head and smiled helplessly. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. This encounter was completely different from the last time. Xia Shouchang had lost all his previous sternness. Zhou Ning understood that the last meeting had been an ultimatum, forcing him to make a stand. If Zhou Ning had refused, he might never see Xia Momo again. Now reflecting back on it, he realized that his feelings were not just an impulse. Some affections are like silent nourishment, and that was how he felt about Xia Momo. There was no grand spectacle, but the thought of not seeing her in the future felt like a void in his heart. "Do you play chess, Zhou Ning? How about a game while we wait for your aunt to cook?" Zhou Ning snapped out of his thoughts and quickly got up. "Sure, I only occasionally play with my grandfather. I'm not particularly skilled, hope you won't mind." Xia Shouchang waved his hand dismissively and went to the study with Zhou Ning. Xia Momo brought the teacups for the two of them, but after watching for a while and finding it boring, she got up and went to the kitchen. Upon entering, Mrs. Xia pulled Xia Momo to the window and closed the door tightly. "I can see now, Zhou Ning's family values you a lot. Have you visited the Zhou family before? How did they treat you?" Xia Momo lifted her chin with a proud daughter's demeanor and said coquettishly, "I want to see Mr. Zhou with a local specialty gift. I also visited them once with Mr. Chu during the graduate student selection exams. Mr. Zhou called me to come upstairs from the window, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p second and hurried back to invite us to stay for dinner and cooked several sweet dishes for me. Mr. Zhou and second uncle and aunt all really like me." Mrs. Xia poked Xia Momo's head with her finger and said through gritted teeth, "You little wretch, I knew it. You've had your eye on Zhou Ning for a while now, otherwise why visit them so many times and try to make a good impression in front of his family?" Xia Momo wasn't shy in the least and said earnestly, "The first time I saw Zhou Ning in the studio, I liked him right away. He's so handsome, speaks elegantly, and wasn't vulgar at all. He even learned to paint just for a case. When I saw how seriously he took it, just like my dad, I knew I had to make a move early. Otherwise, who knows whose door I'd be knocking on now." "You shameless girl, how can you say such things so openly?" Xia Momo snorted and hugged Mrs. Xia. "You saw my dad first, didn't you? He was a penniless student back then, sneaking out the household register without telling the family, and took bold action before informing them. I'm already being more restrained in comparison. Anyway, I take after you." Xia Momo received a playful slap from Mrs. Xia, but they both ended up laughing. After the rush of cooking, the meal was ready, and Mrs. Xia suddenly slapped her thigh, gesturing urgently to Xia Momo. "I'm such a fool. Go check on the father and son in the study. Your dad is straightforward, and Zhou Ning isn't one for bending rules either. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They're not causing a ruckus over the chess game, are they?" With Mrs. Xia's words, Xia Momo became a bit worried too. After wiping her hands, she quickly went to the study, knocked on the door, and with no response from inside, pushed it open and entered. Zhou Ning's hand hovered above the chessboard, apparently thinking about his next move, and Mr. Xia watched on, smiling and sipping tea. Seeing Xia Momo enter, he quickly gestured. "Is dinner ready? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 390 to 372. The missing 8-year-old boy _1 Chapter 390. Chapter 372. The missing 8-year-old boy _1 Didn't you hear me knock? Stop playing chess and come eat." Zhou Ning raised his hand and messed up the pieces on the chessboard. "I lost. Mr. Xia, your chess skills are unparalleled. I'm no match for you." Xia Shouchang was taken aback for a moment, then threw back his head and laughed, with Xia Momo joining in the laughter. Zhou Ning watched their smiles and for a moment didn't know what to do. His mind was filled with question marks. Xia Shouchang waved his hand. "All right, no more playing, let's go have dinner." Xia Shouchang walked ahead, and Zhou Ning leaned in close to Xia Momo, speaking in a low voice. "What's going on? Why are you both laughing like that? Did I do something inappropriate?" Xia Momo shook her head and, taking Zhou Ning's arm in an unexpected gesture, caused him to stiffen up. I didn't expect you to use that tactic. It's just like what my dad did when he first went to my grandfather's house. He admitted defeat gracefully when he couldn't win, but then he directly ruined the board. At that time, my grandfather was close to exploding with anger. Every year at dinner, he would bring it up again, truly a lifetime memory. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Though his action was accidental, he was pleased it was approved. Everyone took their seats, and since Zhou Ning had driven, he didn't drink. Mrs.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody Xia filled his plate with all sorts of food, loading it up wherever he took an extra bite, resulting in Zhou Ning overeating. The meal ended happily. Xia Momo pulled Zhou Ning away. Watching the car drive off, the couple standing by the entrance couldn't hide their smiles. Mrs. Xia let out a long sigh. You know, our Momo has good taste. This Zhou Ning is really handsome, puts those little fresh meats on TV to shame, frankly. Not sure about his work capabilities, but considering he's pursuing his PhD with Professor Li Chumbin and was personally selected by him, he can't be bad. Xia Shouchong smiled contentedly. I've asked Mr. Hu. Zhou Ning's work abilities are excellent. He's played a pivotal role in solving major cases in the city this past year, and the team he leads is impressive. Not to mention, his collaboration with Qin University was unexpected, and now their R&D center has been transformed, thanks to him. It's just that there's no information or records available to investigate his parents' situation. Mrs. Xia was unconcerned. Momo told me that his parents used to work in a confidential department. But the poor kid grew up without the company of his parents. Once they are together in the future, don't give him the cold shoulder. He lacked his parents' love, but he has us now, doesn't he? For once, Xia Shouchong did not oppose and nodded in agreement. This young man has achieved what he has today through his own abilities, which is not easy. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. He's also an upright person, much better than those useless or money-hungry rascals. Momo's made a good choice. Mrs. Xia tilted her chin up proudly. It runs in the family, can't help having good judgment. Xia Shouchong laughed, patted Mrs. Xia's hand, and turned to head home. Just then, a middle-aged woman passed by and quickly greeted Mr. and Mrs. Xia. My oh my, Mr. Xia. Hosting relatives are we? Xia Shouchong smiled distantly and nodded. My daughters brought her future son-in-law over. They're quite formal with their visits, making us feel a bit embarrassed. The person was somewhat surprised. Momo has a boyfriend? What does he do? A big boss? Mrs. Xia moved closer, linking arms with Xia Shouchong to put some distance between them and the other person, saying with pride, my son-in-law is not some big boss. He's a PhD candidate, works at the Public Security Bureau's Technical Division, and has a project in collaboration with Qin University. They set up a research and development center just for him. There's some connection to our family's old Xia. We're heading home now. We'll have you over another day. October 8th, 2012, the first day back at work after the holiday. Zhou Ning was just dropping off Xia Momo at the Technical Division building when he saw Liu Yufei hurriedly running inside. The pace stopped Zhou Ning in his tracks. Something's up. After quickly parking the car, both of them got out as Zhou Ning called Liu Yufei. Mrs. Fei, are you looking for me? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P greater than I just saw you rushing upstairs. Is there a case? Director Zhou, perfect timing. I'm in your office now. I'm here for a personal matter. I need your team's help. I have a cousin who lives in Yingtega village over in Beijing. They found out at dawn that the child is missing. People from the Tangshan Sub-Bureau have already been there but haven't found any clues. They've come seeking help from me. I've applied for a police dog, but we also need technical assistance to search. Xia Momo, upon hearing the news, quickly dialed Mr. Chu's number and motioned to Zhou Ning, indicating that Mr. Chu should follow them downstairs. Okay, let our team come down too and follow them to take a look. I'll have Mr. Chu come along, as he can search the surveillance footage faster. Okay. After hanging up the phone, it wasn't long before a series of footsteps could be heard. Mr. Zhao and the others, carrying boxes, had already followed Lu Yufei and run downstairs. Without any further discussion, they all got into the Iveco. Zhou Ning stopped Xia Momo from joining them. You don't need to come along. We have visitors coming to the orchard today, and it's not okay to leave without anyone here. You help me by accompanying Zhu Zhuozhang and the others, and give everyone a demonstration. Xia Momo halted her movements, helped close the car door, and mimed a phone gesture to Zhou Ning. Mr. Zhao quickly activated the police siren and zoomed off. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning's gaze lingered on Xia Momo, and he didn't sit back properly until he could no longer see her. Mr. Zhao clicked his tongue and remarked, "The sour stench of love is getting to me." Looking through the rearview mirror, Zhou Ning gave him a cold glance, and Mr. Zhao quickly shut up. Mrs. Fei, tell us what's going on, what you need us to do. We don't want to waste any time, do we? Mr. Chu had already prepared his computer, ready to step in at any moment. Lu Yufei took a deep breath and quickly started explaining. My cousin is called Qin Shaoguang, 34 years old this year, a very kind and honest person. Just because he's too naive and honest, his ex-wife ran off with someone else, leaving behind a 1-year-old boy. 3 years ago, he married again, a woman from a neighboring village who was also divorced with a boy and the same age as my cousin. I visit my aunt's place every year and have met them once. Things seemed fine among them. My cousin used to work in another province, but 4 years ago, with some money pooled by the family, he took over a fruit orchard, especially since that's harvest time, and they live right there in the orchard. This morning, a little after 5, my cousin went home and thought to drive the 2 kids to school since it was the first day back. But when he got home, he found his son's room empty. Chen Xiangyu was gone. He immediately searched the bathroom and the yard. The doors were all closed. There was no sign of the child. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. The school bag and uniform were still on the chair, so he immediately woke up my aunt and his wife. Everybody was baffled, saying they turned off the lights and went to bed around 8 o'clock last night. Upon hearing this, my cousin panicked, quickly called the police, and the Beijai police station responded fast. They conducted an investigation, but there were no leads. At 7:30, he called me to say they had looked everywhere nearby, but the child was still missing. I have a feeling this matter isn't that simple, which is why I wanted to bring you guys over. Everyone at home was asleep by 8:30 last night, and according to Lu Yufei's account, Chen Xiangyu is an 8-year-old boy. Yingtaoga village remains a remote place, and although there are many fruit trees planted on the hillside, wild animals are still present. It's unlikely that a child would wander off by themselves. If Lu Yufei has suspicions, there must be some basis. Otherwise, their involvement in the search wouldn't be significant. After a moment of silence, Lu Yufei continued, "In June, I visited my aunt's place. At that time, her health wasn't great. Ever since my uncle passed away, she's been struggling, and recently her blood pressure has been worryingly high. Managing 2 kids, especially the mischievous one, was becoming too much for her. Moreover, she was alone at home, with her daughter-in-law working at a hotel in Yonko, unable to handle the stress. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. So, she wanted to discuss with her daughter-in-law the possibility of sending her son, Yu Liang, to live with his grandma, with the fees and living expenses to be provided by them. Once she felt better, she would bring him back. When I visited, it was the weekend, and I didn't see either of the kids. My aunt told me that Yu Liang had been sent to his grandma's at the end of May. Although Chen Xiangyu wasn't much of a burden on Zhu Weiwa's expression wasn't exactly pleasant, especially when my cousin returned. He always seemed to find an excuse to lose his temper. My aunt's mood was constantly down, which didn't help her blood pressure. She fluctuated a lot. Afterward, when we talked over the phone, She didn't mention anything else, and I didn't know if it was because someone was nearby and it was inconvenient to talk, or if their relationship had improved recently. After all, in our line of work, we see a lot, and if a stepmother happens to be unhappy. Liu Yufei didn't finish her sentence. It wasn't that she was biased against stepmothers, but a woman with her own child might subconsciously favor her own offspring. It's only human nature, not an indication of a poor character. However, there are still many such cases. Since Liu Yufei had shared these concerns, her impression of Zhu Weihua was evidently not good. It was unclear whether this was due to subjective feelings or objective problems, as family ties can sometimes make it hard to evaluate situations impartially. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao gave Liu Yufei a look, trying to console her. Don't be so pessimistic. After all, it's our job to always consider the worst-case scenario, but things might not be as complicated as they seem. It's possible the kid just got carried away with holiday fun, doesn't feel like going to school today, and hid somewhere. Let's face it, it's not just kids. None of us like getting up early for work, right? Mr. Zhao's words seemed to calm Liu Yufei a bit. Before she could fully relax, Sun Gaodai, clutching the back of his seat, suddenly stood up. He noticed another police car driving alongside them, a different kind, with a cage-like barrier in the back. What's that? Liu Yufei glanced over. We've asked the K9 unit to come and lend a hand. They're needed for the search. Sun Gaodai looked puzzled, removed his earphones. Apparently, he had been listening to music and hadn't paid attention to the previous conversation, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? The kid got into trouble?" Before he even finished his sentence, the back of Sun Gaodai's head suffered a swift smack. Slap. Ow/P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 391 to 373. The taste on the phone. Watch _1. Chapter 391. Chapter 373. The taste on the phone. Watch _1. Along the way, Sun Gaodai gripped the back of his head. Yang Xuedong had hit him with full force. This guy really deserved a beating, and none of them consoled Liu Yufei anymore on the road. After all, talking too much was useless, and the more they tried to console her, the less likely she was to think positively. The motorcade roared into Yingtaoge village. This place was not far from the last Xianzi village, both belonging to the same jurisdiction. This area was a typical hilly region, connected to the Tongshan scenic area, without any particularly tall mountains. These not-so-tall hills, although they were in the mountainous areas where irrigation was difficult, the Qidong area was foggy and rainy with suitable temperatures. Hence the fruits planted here were high in sugar content and tasted good. Especially in this region where every household had cherry, plum, apricot, peach, and pear trees. It was probably seeing the neighbors make money that Liu Yufei's cousin also came back to engage in planting. However, this was hard-earned money, toiling day and night in the mountains, especially when the fruits ripened. Then one had to guard them diligently as villains could appear at any time. The car unswervingly arrived at a small village, which was actually just a road leading up the mountain. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Along both sides of the road, there were many stone houses with no two touching each other. Liu Yufei quickly moved to the front of the crowd, followed by Zhou Ning and others, while Mr. Zhao directly stopped Sun Gaodai. Gaotai, don't worry. You needn't feel guilty. It's good for you to change your habit of wearing headphones and not listening to case discussions on the road. You blurt out whatever is on your mind, and who can bear that, right? It's only because Mrs. Fei isn't in the mind to deal with you. Otherwise, a broken rib would have been the least of your worries. Sun Gaodai nodded like smashing garlic, non-stop agreeing with Mr. Zhao. At this moment, he felt very apologetic and was just about to speak when Mr. Zhao covered his mouth. Don't go apologizing to Liu Yufei now. Finding the child is the most important thing. Later, just do more and talk less. Take samples when asked, do whatever you're told to do, don't make statements, and respond promptly. That would be faultless. Got it? Sun Gaodai quickly nodded, and Mr. Zhao finally let go of him, rubbing his clothes and then making way for the canine team who came with 2 German shepherds, as they had previously found the remains of a skating team member, and the dogs had played a major role. Entering the courtyard, they saw Tao Da, now to be addressed as Director Tao. Lu Yufei had probably already called him, and without much small talk, Tao Zhinshan briefed the situation on the scene. I questioned Zhu Weiwa alone. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This person is definitely hiding something. His answers came too readily, but from his expression and gestures, I feel he's concealing something. However, finding the person is the top priority right now. I've already sent the old lady to get unwashed clothes of the child. Are the canine team members here? Lu Yufei pointed backward, and the team leader of the canine squad hurried over to greet him. After mutual nods, Tao Zhinshan promptly instructed, "The missing is Lu Da's nephew. We must treat this as our own family matter. The missing child's clothes are ready and photos are printed for distribution. We will head to the mountains to search immediately. Mr. Zheng, you lead a team, and Yufei, you lead a team. No problem, right?" "No problem." Lu Yufei glanced at Zhou Ning. The meaning was clear. She hoped Zhou Ning would have Mr. Chu help check the surveillance. However, Tao Zhinshan could command like this, suggesting there must be a reason, perhaps a clue. "Don't worry, Mrs. Fei. I've asked Mr. Chu to help with the surveillance. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang will each follow a team. You go ahead." Feeling reassured, Lu Yufei nodded, and the 2 teams swiftly headed towards the mountain. At the forefront of each team were the handlers with canines leading the way, each holding a medal containing the child's clothes. After all, everyone was experienced. The scent needed to be preserved and not contaminated. As the 2 teams moved into the distance, the courtyard became emptier. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. An old woman, clutching her chest, sat in front of the house door, gasping for breath as snot and tears streamed down, her complexion pale. Seeing her state of urgency and continuously trembling hands, it wasn't difficult to guess that she was Lu Yufei's aunt. With her only child missing suddenly, she was overwhelmed with self-blame, worry, and panic. She also had high blood pressure. Zhou Ning gestured with his hand signaling Zhu Xingxing to come over. Zhu Xingxing immediately stepped forward to help the old woman measure her blood pressure, while Zhou Ning walked over to Tao Zhinshan and offered him a cigarette. "Director Tao, were there bloodstains in their house or any other findings?" Tao Zhinshan shook his head. "No bloodstains, no signs of struggle or resistance. The child is only 8 years old, in the 2nd grade. But what puzzles me is, how could a child go out by himself after 8 o'clock at night? Their courtyard wall isn't high, roughly 1.60 meters. There were no ladders or stools against the wall. The gate was even locked from the inside. I had people check the 4 functioning village surveillance cameras, but they didn't find anything. I feel Zhu Weiwa's attitude is odd, not worried, but somewhat panicky." Zhou Ning knew this was an old detective's intuition, which was often very accurate. It wasn't about being biased. Experience had taught them about the malevolence of human hearts. "Don't worry, Director Tao. I've asked Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chu to check the surrounding surveillance. Please tell Mr. Chu about the child's photo and the style and color of the clothes he was wearing." Tao Zhinshan nodded, called for an investigator, and they began to search the surveillance footage in the courtyard. They had already checked the village's cameras, so they decided to reverse their approach and examine the cameras outside the village and on other surrounding roads. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 392 to 373. The taste on the phone watch _2. Chapter 392. Chapter 373. The taste on the phone watch _2. At this moment, the stepmother Zhu Weiwa was brought out. Zhou Ning glanced at her. The woman was not tall, of average appearance, and did not seem mean or vicious. However, her gaze was indifferent, occasionally glancing in Tao Zhenqin's direction. She seemed very concerned about the progress of the case. This discovery made Zhou Ning mentally mark a question mark. However, most of them had gone with the search party, so only he and Sun Gaotai were left to investigate the scene. Director Tao, may I take a look at the children's room? Tao Zhenshan nodded. That's what I had in mind. Let's go and take a look together. We didn't find much, but you are the professionals. Zhou Ning called to Sun Gaotai, and the three of them went to the children's room. It was a row of 6 rooms with 2 doors for entry. From the east side, one could tell that there was a living room, dining area, and the couple's bedroom upon entering. The west side door led directly to 3 rooms in a row, the grandmother's and the 2 children's, one for each. The size of these rooms was unmatched by apartment living. Each room was around 30 square meters, with high ceilings and a ridged roof, though with a suspended ceiling. The decor was average, but it all looked very clean. Zhou Ning didn't visit the other rooms and went straight to the children's rooms. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p in one of them. The bed was without bedding, only covered with a bedsheet, apparently unoccupied. This must be the room of Zhu Weiwa's son, Yu Liang. The other room was a bit messy. Behind the desk near the window was a chair, the kind specially for kids to study in, with a school uniform hanging on it. There was a backpack on the chair, and the desk was littered with textbooks and various stationery, quite disorganized. As for the bed, the quilt was neat and tidy, the mosquito net parted to the left and right, as if someone had looked underneath. On the floor, slippers were left in front of the wardrobe to the north side. Zhou Ning put on gloves, motioned for Sun Gaotai to check the desk, and walked over to the wardrobe. Picking up the slippers, he noticed the soles were very dirty, marked with many traces of black grease mixed with dirt, and the surface was even filthier. It seemed the child was mischievous, running around in shoes everywhere. Considering how tidy the room was, these slippers were quite out of place. Inside the wardrobe, clothes for all seasons were mostly folded and placed on the shelves, with those hung up covered in plastic bags, usually winter clothing. Seeing the bright reds and greens, it wasn't difficult to deduce that these were bought by an elderly person. It was rare for young people to choose such heavy and bright styles. Zhou Ning paused, stepped out of the room, and Tao Zhenshan didn't ask further, but followed Zhou Ning to Yuliang's room. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Opening the wardrobe in this room, there were many fewer clothes. However, the winter clothes were still there, probably because they were only intended for a temporary stay at the grandmother's house. But these clothes were very trendy, including a small trench coat and a leather jacket, those fashionable and cool styles. At that moment, Sun Gaotai called out to Zhou Ning from the doorway. "Boss, I checked, and the room hasn't been cleaned for 2 days. There's a lot of food hidden under the bed and in the cabinets, including chips, drinks, spicy strips, and more. Some have even spilled, staining the mattress with chili oil. As for the desk, judging by the homework sheet with instructions given out, it seems like Qin Xiangyu hardly did any. No need to mention the handwritten newspapers. The papers only have his name and some completed blanks, and it's clear that the parent signatures were imitated by himself." Zhou Ning nodded. Qin Xiangyu's clothes were mostly bought by the grandmother, thick and conspicuous, while Yuliang's clothes, all trendy, were bought by Zhu Weiwa. I wonder if Zhu Weiwa took some time off during the National Day holiday. Qin Xiangyu didn't do his homework, likely because the grandmother couldn't supervise. Whose signature did he imitate? Sun Gaotai glanced at a paper and lifted it up, saying, "Lu Xiuhua," probably the name of Qin Xiangyu's grandmother. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. On Tao Zhenqin's side, he had just inquired with an investigator and turned to Zhou Ning, saying, "Zhu Weiwa worked overtime from the 1st to the 6th and rested on the 7th. When I asked her earlier, she said she was at her mother's house all day on the 7th and only returned home for dinner." Clearly, Qin Shaoguang was not at home, and she didn't want to stay with her mother-in-law and stepson. She came back just to have a bite to eat and then to rest. So after dinner, she just rested, correct? Tao Jinshan glanced at his notes, then nodded. At this moment, Sun Gaotai turned over Chen Xiangyu's bed and held up a phone watch saying, "The Decal MQ998 phone watch is quite high-tech. Are kids allowed to bring this into school?" Zhou Ning looked at it and passed an evidence bag to Sun Gaotai. Just as Sun Gaotai was about to put it in, Zhou Ning stopped him. He bent down close to the phone watch with his nose and indeed, at such a distance, could smell a faint scent of ammonia. This discovery made Zhou Ning pause slightly. Tao Jinshan noticed Zhou Ning's reaction and hurried over. "Director Zhou, have you found a problem?" Zhou Ning quickly said, "This phone watch, the plastic strap is torn off, and there's a smell of ammonia on it." "Can you smell it? What does ammonia smell like?" That question left Zhou Ning at a loss for words. Sun Gaotai joined them, his face showing shock as he also took a careful sniff. "You can definitely smell a faint ammonia scent. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P patients with uremia have saliva that produces an ammonia smell when urea breaks down. However, an 8-year-old child is unlikely to have uremia. That leaves accidental ingestion or poisoning. The most likely possibility is paraquat. This pesticide is colorless and tasteless, but to prevent accidental ingestion, ammonia, which has a strong odor, is added to it." "Could it be?" Tao Jinshan was startled. He might not know about other things, but he was familiar with paraquat. After all, in the cases he had handled, there had been many poisonings with it, and it was the kind that could not be treated. He had watched helplessly as the poisoned person died, without any other solution. "It seems we need to hurry and find the child. It's very likely that the child was fed paraquat. I'm going to interrogate Zhu Weihua again. After all, there are only 3 people in this household. 1 missing, 1 is the biological grandmother, so the stepmother is the most likely suspect." As he was speaking, the investigator who had been searching with Mr. Chu entered quickly, excitedly saying to Tao Jinshan, "We've found it. Just now, on a surveillance camera, we spotted Zhu Weihua riding an electric bike out." Before the young man could finish, several people had already rushed out. In the yard, Mr. Chu was standing in front of a notebook, seemingly capturing video segments. Seeing Zhou Ning and the others come out, he hurriedly said, "No time for nonsense. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P at 4:22 a.m. I found a surveillance camera on the road outside the village. It's across from a small path with an unpaved surface, and the streetlight isn't very clear. Look, Zhu Weihua is riding an electric scooter, with a child in front, crouching on the electric bike, and the child's face isn't visible. However, the clothes are indeed a red t-shirt and shorts. The direction they're heading is toward Guojia village." Tao Jinshan was visibly excited, standing up straight. Zhu Weihua's maternal home is in Guojia village. The 2 villages are not far apart, only about 700 or 800 meters. If they went there, indeed the surveillance from the few villages we searched previously wouldn't have seen it, since it's a small dirt road from the north of the village. "It'll take people to Guojia village right now." Zhou Ning stopped him. Catching the person was urgent, but finding the child was most important. "Don't rush, Director Tao. Right now, the most important thing is to find the child." They went to the mountains of Yingtaego Valley, which seems to be a different hill from Guojia village. Perhaps the direction of the search is wrong. "Mr. Chu, open the map and check if next to Guojia village there are hills, valleys, caves, or any such places where someone could hide without being easily found." Mr. Chu immediately opened the map and zoomed in on the area. Some parts were not viewable, but Mr. Chu did something, and moments later, the entire map was revealed. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P indeed, the 2 villages were located on the gentle slopes of 2 ridges. Following the direction southeast of Guojia village, there was another hill, and on the map, there were several spots in slightly darker shades. Mr. Chu pointed to these places and quickly said, "These 3 spots, from the satellite image, seem to be caves. I think we should take a look. Also, from Guojia village to the mountains, this cave is most likely the closest. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 393 to 374 stepmother _1 chapter 393. Chapter 374 stepmother _1 Tao Zhinshan took out his phone and hurriedly dialed Lu Yufei's number, signaling the investigator to call Mr. Xing. Both calls connected simultaneously, and Tao Zhinshan quickly spoke on speakerphone. "You two listen to me. I've had Mr. Chu send you the location. Change the direction of the search. We've found something over here. Hurry and check out the caves to the southwest of Guojia village. These 3 caves seem more likely to be hiding places." Tao Zhinshan spoke very cryptically, without directly mentioning dumping a body. In fact, the first thing Zhou Ning thought of was dumping a body, since in Xi'anzi village previously, after that couple was murdered, they were discarded in the caves on the mountain. Given the similar terrain here, he guessed there might also be similar storage caves in this area. On Mr. Chu's side, he raised his hand and gave an OK signal with his fingers. "It's all sent. Shall we go to Guojia village now? I want to take a look at the actual site so we can correct any issues promptly." Tao Zhinshan nodded. No delays. Director Zhou found the child's torn-off smartwatch stained with a strong ammonia odor. It suspected the child was fed paraquat. "I won't go into how potent that stuff is, but we must find them quickly, otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable." Mr. Chu was startled and immediately, his face also showed anger. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. No wonder Zhou Ning and the others had such serious expressions when they left. "Seems like there is something called the golden hour for treatment, right?" Zhou Ning nodded and glanced at his watch. 6-hour golden hour. We found traces at 4:30, and even if we go by that, it's already 8:30 now. We don't have much time left. Zhou Ning looked around the courtyard and noticed that the electric bike parked in the corner was indeed the same model and color as the one in the video. He waved at Sun Gaodai. "Sample first, then we leave. Director Tao, you can get in the car. Mr. Chu, check the surveillance for Hanjia village." Tao Zhinshan nodded and motioned to his team, bellowing loudly, so loudly that it made several people shrink their necks in fright. "Get Zhu Weiwa on the bus, and you others, find someone from the village committee to come on board too. Also, contact Hanjia village and ask about the location of Zhu Weiwa's maternal home." Sun Gaodai went to take samples while Mr. Chu quickly started searching. Several monitors showed footage fast-forwarding after 4:22. Soon on one of them, Zhu Weiwa's figure appeared, with Chen Xiangyu crouching in front of the car at the time. When she reappeared on the surveillance, it was already a dozen or so minutes later, and she was alone on the car, quickly walking along the ridge by the village. No wonder they didn't see a return image on the earlier monitor. The way back was not the same as the way there. But looking at the position, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu was certain of the location. "Director Zhou, I've found the location of Zhu Weiwa's maternal home. She came straight to this house with a black iron gate. When she got out of the car, the child could still move, but she only stayed for about 15 minutes before leaving the child there and departing. Could my earlier judgment have been wrong?" Zhou Ning shook his head. "Don't overthink it. Let's get in the car first. If the person is in Hanjia village, that's even better. If they've buried the child's body or disposed of it elsewhere, our analysis will be more reliable. Take both steps simultaneously, consider it a backup." Mr. Chu felt his breath catch, bit his lip, packed up his laptop, and ran towards the outside. He knew that moving faster wouldn't delay everyone else's actions, and if they could find the child sooner, perhaps, everything would be in time. Zhou Ning and his team also hurried into the car, and Tao Zhinshan waved his hand, directing the vehicle towards Hanjia village. Mr. Chu indicated the way, and after confirming with the villagers, indeed, the Black Gate was the maternal home of Zhu Weiwa. Soon, the car arrived at Hanjia village. Zhu Weihua, handcuffed, was dragged out of the car. Zhou Ning stopped 2 criminal police officers. These people were all seeing red after all. How could they lay hands on an 8-year-old child? Sun Gaotai, come over here and take sample swabs from his fingers. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P clip off his nails directly. If she touched anything, there would be residue. It's not something that ordinary water can wash away. Then have someone look for the paraquat bottle along the way. I'm sure there will be fingerprints on it. Tao Jinshan understood what Zhou Ning meant. Having so many police officers standing in front of Zhu Weihua's maternal home, cuffing Zhu Weihua, attracted a considerable crowd from the village. This put a tremendous amount of pressure on Zhu Weihua. Indeed, as soon as he said this, Zhu Weihua began to struggle. Don't King try to scare me. I'm not easily frightened. The kid went missing. What the hell's the point in looking for me? With so many officers, go search for him. Oh, because I'm a stepmother I must be vile, right? Can't a stepmother treat children properly? His words were coherent, there wasn't a hint of fear, and it seemed someone heard the commotion. The black gate opened, and an elderly lady walked out. Seeing a face that shared a striking resemblance with Zhu Weihua, one didn't need to guess to know this was Mrs. Zhu. Mrs. Zhu, seeing so many police officers, felt her legs weaken and almost collapsed. Leaning on the low wall by the door, she trembled as she spoke. What's going on? Why are you handcuffing my demon? Tao Jinshan walked over, gesturing to Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, holding a laptop, showed the screenshot. No need for nonsense, we have no time to waste with you. We've checked the surveillance footage. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P this morning, around 4 o'clock, Zhu Weihua rode an electric scooter and took Chen Xiangyu to your house. We have already verified that Zhu Weihua fed the child paraquat. Now, I want to know where the child is. Is he at your house, or have you hidden him somewhere else? If you speak now, I can consider it as you coming clean voluntarily. But if we find him on our own, for the crime of murder, both principal and accessory, neither of you mother and daughter will escape. It's not just about not going to prison. Think about your children. They can forget about passing political reviews for school admissions in the future. Their lives are ruined. Do you understand? The old lady was so frightened that she seemed about to speak, softening a bit, but Zhu Weihua, mustering strength from who knows where, suddenly pounced in front of her mother and headbutted Tao Jinshan. There was a thud. Tao Jinshan was largely unaffected, but Zhu Weihua fell down sprawling, the back of her head hitting the low wall, and blood immediately began to flow. Mrs. Zhu was terrified and tried to help Zhu Weihua up, but the 2 criminal policemen rushed over and handcuffed her hands behind her back again. They then hauled her up by her arms. Zhu Weihua could no longer yell, grimacing in pain. Tao Jinshan, with a somber face, glanced at the time on his wristwatch. Each minute's delay was critical for the child's life. Add assaulting an officer to the charges. Fine then, don't cherish your chance, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, we won't ask any further. Bring someone to take both of them back to the station for interrogation. At that moment, parting the crowd from behind, Lu Yufei's cousin, Qidong, who somehow followed over, saw the 2 cuffed individuals. Qidong knelt before them with a thump and kowtowed 3 times. You can take money, anything, I won't pursue it. Just tell me where the child is, please, I beg you. Zhu Weihua spit out contemptuously, while Mrs. Zhu, by now somewhat dazed, still instinctively glanced toward the southwest. Zhou Ning had a sudden hunch. He briskly walked up to Tao Jinshan and, lowering his voice, pulled Tao Jinshan aside. Separate the 2. Take Zhu Weihua to the car and put pressure on Mrs. Zhu. If the child is hidden, I suspect Mrs. Zhu the most. Plus, she just glanced toward the mountain in the southwest direction. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 394 to 375 am going to kill you. Underscore 1 Chapter 394. Chapter 375 am going to kill you. Underscore 1 Tao Jinshan was taken aback. Okay, that means our previous judgment was not wrong. Zhou Ning nodded. Take the police dogs over. There might be many caves in the mountain, and the dogs can easily pick up the scent when we get closer. Oh, and bring the vomit that Gao Tai just found. Its smell is distinctive. Tao Jinshan hurried to make arrangements. Zhu Weihua was placed in the last police car, while Mrs. Zhu was taken to another car in the front. After getting the people into the cars, he went to ask personally. Zhou Ning glanced back at Mr. Chu and Sun Gaodai, both of whom had tense expressions on their faces, with Mr. Chu checking his watch from time to time. You two go to the Zhu family's place and look for any signs of beating and, of course, check for vomit as well. The smell is strong, and children might have a severe reaction after drinking paraquat, since some people die of suffocation from the vomit after consuming it. The two hurried in, and as time ticked away, Tao Jinshan got out of his car and immediately made a phone call. Seeing this action, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief, glad they had been summoned. After that, a team was drawn from the remaining criminal police, carrying the stretchers from their cars, and quickly went up the mountain according to Tao Zenshan's instructions. Tao Jinshan then came over, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p wiping off his sweat, he handed Zhou Ning a bottle of mineral water, while the remaining police force began to clear the onlookers from the scene. Your analysis was spot on. This morning, Zhu Weihua brought the half-dead child here, and the kid threw up as soon as he was left. Mrs. Zhu was startled. Zhu Weihua told her to dump the child on the mountain. Mrs. Zhu disagreed. They argued. Zhu Weihua said if his mother didn't go, he'd tell the police it was she who had poisoned the child. Frightened by this, after Zhu Weihua left, and before it was fully light, Mrs. Zhu hurriedly rode a bike on a shortcut up the mountain and dumped the child in a cave on the southwest side of the mountain, a place with a huge drop. I've sent someone from the local village committee to lead the way. Let's wait for news now, he said. Zhou Ning sighed deeply but quickly became serious again. Director Tao, still have someone look around the Qin family's area for a bottle of paraquat, and don't overlook any drink or milk bottles that might be with it. That stuff has a strong smell and is hard to swallow on its own. Looking for the bottle is to confirm Zhu Weihua's fingerprints, finding it would be solid evidence. If the child is alive, we can also identify the brand and composition, which is helpful for treatment. I'm going to contact the hospital now to get ready for treatment. Tao Jinshan quickly went to mobilize manpower, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In fact, he had brought many people, and many were searching the mountain, in addition to those who had just been dispatched. There weren't many people left now, but he still hurried to arrange things. Zhou Ning called Mr. He, who, surprisingly, did not respond with annoyance, but asked carefully what Zhou Ning needed. You know Lu Yufei, right? Her cousin's child was fed paraquat by the stepmother, likely around 4 in the morning. The child will be brought to you for emergency treatment soon, so prepare whatever you need to. As for how much was consumed and how much was vomited, we still don't know. We haven't found the child yet. Mr. He was shocked and then cursed. Son of a bitch, what kind of people are these? How old is the patient? 8 years old. Before long, Sun Gaodai and his team hurried out, with Sun Gaodai holding several evidence bags. I don't have a camera, so I had to use Mr. Chu's phone to take pictures. The photos are quite clear. We found vomit and some pieces of rope, and oh, a clump of hair that seems to have been yanked off. The hair is very fine and light yellow. I remember Chen Xiangyu's hair in the photo is light and fine like this. Zhou Ning looked at the evidence and the photos taken, some material mixed with sand and dirt, appearing indeed to be vomit, blue-green in color and very noticeable. Seeing this, Zhou Ning was even more certain of his judgment. However, there were also some jelly-like chunks of milk mixed in, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. It seems that it really is paraquat, and the white chunks might be milk. Milk curdles into lumps when it comes into contact with paraquat. Gautai has made significant progress. Very meticulous. Well done, he said. Praised by Zhou Ning, Sun Gaodai did not feel any joy but still looked worried. How about it, did they confess? If we wait any longer, that child really will die. I know paraquat poisoning ultimately leads to pulmonary fibrosis, suffocating slowly. For an 8-year-old, it's just too cruel. How can the family live with this? Mr. Chu patted Sun Gaodai on the shoulder, signaling him to control his emotions. Zhou Ning didn't say anything. He didn't know how to comfort him since he also wasn't sure if they could find the child. If Mrs. Zhu was lying at this moment, their hope of saving the child would become even more slim. Just then, Zhou Ning's phone rang. The caller was Mr. Zhao. He had gone with Lu Yufei's team. A call probably indicated a discovery. Hello, Mr. Zhao, did you find it? We found him, and he looks to be in bad shape. The locals and the police dogs found the cave. The kid is unconscious and unresponsive. There's a lot of vomit around, and the drop inside the cave is significant. It seems his arm is also broken. I've collected samples, and we're carrying the kid down as fast as we can. Has the ambulance arrived? Zhou Ning glanced over and had called for an ambulance on his way from Yingtaego Valley. By now, it was already parked behind the convoy of vehicles. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He signaled to Sun Gaodai to call over the medical staff before saying to Mr. Zhao, don't worry, they're here already. I've contacted Mr. He to organize a rescue team. You can just go straight there. Mr. Zhao sighed in relief as Sun Gaodai ran towards the ambulance to summon the paramedics. A large crowd rushed down, carrying the child hastily. Lu Yufei, upon seeing Zhou Ning, nodded at him. I'll pass on the thanks. I need to get the child to the hospital first. You coordinate the investigation with Director Tao here. But with such a delay, is there still a chance to save them? Mrs. Fei, don't panic. I've already contacted Mr. He. The investigation here is nearly finished. All that's left is the questioning. We need to bring the person in for sure. Mr. Yang and Mr. Sun will stay behind to continue inspecting the cave and the 2 houses, as we haven't found the paraquat bottle nearby. I'll go with Mr. Zhao to the hospital, and I'll fill you in on the way. Lu Yufei nodded at Zhou Ning gratefully. At that moment, Chen Xiaodong and his mother ran over, and Lu Yufei stopped her aunt. You have high blood pressure. If you just stay at home and take your medication, I'll let my cousin go to the hospital with me. I've contacted all the necessary doctors. Your crying and wailing won't help the rescue efforts, and if you get worked up, who will we be rescuing, you or the child? Every minute you delay is a risk to the child's life, do you understand? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The old lady, surprisingly obedient this time, did not push forward. Chen Xiaodong followed the ambulance, while the others boarded the police cars. With 2 police cars leading the way, Mr. Zhao drove the Iveco truck closely behind the ambulance, and the vehicles headed for the central hospital. Watching the convoy disappear, Tao Zhinshan took a deep sigh as he looked at Mr. Yang and the others, then at his watch. It was nearly 9 o'clock by now. They had found the person, but everyone was exhausted. Let's get to work quickly. I'll dispatch a few more people to search. As Zhou Ning said, we must find the paraquat bottle. I'll go interrogate Du Weiwa urgently. If she can talk, things might go smoother. Sun Gaodai hesitated, raising his hand. Tao Zhinshan raised his chin towards him. Speak up, I'm not Director Su. At that comment, everyone laughed, guessing that Su Dayuan might be sneezing right now. Director Tao, I've already searched the Zhu family home once and have collected the evidence. According to Mrs. Zhu, the child was brought over by Zhu Weiwa and started vomiting in the yard. I've found the vomit, and it indeed contains the blue-green paraquat. But mixed in with the vomit were gelatinous chunks of milk. I suspect she mixed the paraquat with the milk to give to the child. From the Qin family in Yingtaegu Valley to the Zhu family in Hanjia village, it's less than a kilometer. a few minutes by bike, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The reaction was so swift, most likely because the child drank it at home. So, I think we should search the Qin family home thoroughly. Perhaps it wasn't discarded in the trash or by the roadside at all, but hidden at the Qin family's place. Tao Jinshan clapped Sun Gaotai on the arm, smiling broadly as if relieved now that the person had been found. Then well do as you've suggested. However, keep looking on the way. Let's go check out the Qin family. As they got into the cars, onlookers continued to point and comment, while a little boy stepped out of the Zhou family yard, wearing a pale yellow t-shirt and shorts, fearfully watching the police. Some people noticed him and quickly called someone from the village committee to handle the situation. The Zhou family mother and daughter's actions, poisoning and abandoning someone in a cave, should not implicate their family. It seemed that there was no one else at home, and since it was the first day of school, the boy probably hadn't even gone to school. The village committee director and a women's director came over, trying to pick up the boy, but he pushed them away fiercely, glaring at the police and yelling desperately, "You're the bad guys. Give me back my mom and grandma. Give them back. I'll kill you all." Such a reaction made the crowd sigh and the murmur of discussion grew louder. A woman even spat out in contempt. "This kid is vicious. Wanting to kill the police. You realize your mother is a murderer, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Seems like the incident with her ex-husband wasn't so simple either. Mr. Zing, standing not far away, paused when he heard this. The people next to him had already started discussing amongst themselves. Exactly. Back then, Zhu Weiwa was beaten so badly by that son-in-law that she ended up in the hospital. Afterwards, she went back quietly, and then the son-in-law was rushed to the hospital for emergency care. I heard he nearly died, and that's when he finally agreed to the divorce and gave a hefty sum of money. A slightly younger woman nearby shook her head. You only know part of it. What nearly died? He got his thing cut off. He woke himself up and called the ambulance. He would have been dead if it weren't for that. Living with such a wife is like putting your head on the chopping block, and who wouldn't divorce? Preserving life by sacrificing wealth makes sense. Really cut off? Then isn't he basically a eunuch? The village women were coarse in their speech, their faces unblushing, unflinching. One even took out a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them and sighed, saying, I heard they managed to save it, but it was shorter. He gave them all the money and went to work in the south. If he had been even a bit slower, perhaps the next thing cut off wouldn't have been that head. Back then, when I heard the son-in-law complaining, I thought it was over money. Now I see, it was all for his life. Mr. Zing edged closer. Was Zhu Weiwa's ex-husband also from a nearby village? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 395 to 375 am going to kill you _1 Chapter 395. Chapter 375 am going to kill you _1 Tao Jinshan was taken aback. Good, that is to say, our previous judgment was not wrong. Zhou Ning nodded. Bring the police dogs over. There might be many caves on the mountain. Once close, the dogs should easily pick up the scent. Right, bring the vomit that Gao Tai just found. The smell will be easy to distinguish. Tao Jinshan hurriedly made arrangements. Zhu Weiwa was placed in the last police car, while Mrs. Zhu was taken to a car at the front. After getting everyone into the cars, he personally went to inquire. Zhou Ning glanced back at Mr. Chu and Sun Gaotai with anxious looks on their faces. Mr. Chu kept checking the time. You two go to the Zhu family and look for any signs of beatings. Of course, pay attention to any vomit as well. The stuff smells strong, and a child might have a strong reaction to it after drinking, considering some people die from asphyxiation on the vomit after consuming paraquat. The two of them quickly went inside. As time ticked by, Tao Jinshan got out of the car and immediately made a phone call. Seeing this action, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It was good they responded to the call. Then, from the remaining criminal investigators, a team was dispatched with stretchers from their cars, rapidly heading up the mountain according to Tao Zhenshan's instructions. Tao Zhenshan finally approached. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Wiping sweat from his brow, he handed Zhou Ning a bottle of mineral water. The remaining police force had already started to disperse the onlookers at the scene. Your analysis was spot on. This morning, Zhu Weihua brought the half-dead child here who vomited as soon as he was put down. Mrs. Zhu was startled, and Zhu Weihua told her to throw the child up on the mountain. Mrs. Zhu disagreed, and they had a quarrel. Zhu Weihua said if his mother wouldn't do it, he would tell the police that she was the one who poisoned the child. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhu was terrified. After Zhu Weihua left, seeing that it wasn't fully light yet, she hurriedly rode a bicycle and took a shortcut up the mountain, leaving the child in a cave on the southwest side of the mountain with a huge drop. I've asked locals from the village committee to lead the way, so let's wait for the news. Zhou Ning let out a long sigh but immediately became serious again. Director Tao, let's have someone look around the Qin family's trash for paraquat bottles, and don't overlook any drink or milk bottles that came with it. The stuff smells strong and is hard to swallow on its own. Finding the bottle is to confirm Zhu Weihua's fingerprints, and once we find that, we have solid evidence. If the child is alive, we can also determine the brand and components, which will be helpful for medical treatment. I'll get in touch with the hospital now to prepare for treatment. Tao Zhenshan hurried to muster the people. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He had brought quite a few officers, and many were searching the mountain. After dispatching some just now, there weren't many left, but he quickly arranged for it anyway. Zhou Ning dialed Mr. He's phone. The other party didn't respond with hostility, but asked carefully what Zhou Ning needed. You know Lu Yufei, right? Her cousin's child was poisoned with paraquat by the stepmother. We suspect it was given to him around 4 in the morning. He'll be sent to you for emergency treatment shortly. Prepare whatever you need to. We don't know yet how much he swallowed or vomited. The child hasn't been found. Mr. He was stunned, then cursed out loud. Damn bitch, who are these people? How old is the patient? 8 years old. Soon after, Sun Gaodai and his team came out quickly, with Sun Gaodai holding several evidence bags. I don't have a camera, so I had to use Mr. Chu's phone to take pictures. The photos are clear enough. We found vomit and some rope fibers. Oh, and a clump of hair which seems like it was pulled out. It's very yellowish, soft, and fine. I remember from the photos that Chen Xiangyu has yellowish, soft, and fine hair. Zhou Ning took a look at the evidence and the photos taken, some substances mixed with sand that indeed looked like vomit, prominently blue-green in color. Seeing this, Zhou Ning was even more convinced of his own judgment. However, it was mixed with some jelly-like chunks of milk. It seems it really is paraquat, and the white chunks are likely milk. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Milk turns into these solid chunks when it meets paraquat. Gaotai, you've made great progress. Your attention to detail is excellent. Well done. Sun Gaodai didn't feel thrilled being praised by Zhou Ning and still wore a worried expression. How did it go? Did they confess? If we wait any longer, that child might really die. I know that paraquat poisoning ultimately leads to fibrosis of the lungs, suffocating bit by bit. Such a thing is too cruel for an 8-year-old child. How could the family live with that? Mr. Chu patted Sun Gaodai on the shoulder, signaling him to control his emotions. Zhou Ning didn't say anything. This wasn't the time to offer comfort, as he wasn't sure whether they could find the child. If Mrs. Zhu was lying at this moment, it would only make their hope of rescuing the child even more elusive. Just then, Zhou Ning's phone rang. It was Mr. Zhao calling. He was with Lu Yufei's group, and a call likely meant they found something. Hello, Mr. Zhao, have you found him? We found him, but he doesn't look good. Locals from the village committee found the cave with the help of police dogs. The child is unconscious and has no awareness, with a lot of vomit nearby. The drop inside the cave is significant, and it seems his arm is also broken. I collected samples, and we're carrying the child down now. Has the ambulance arrived on your side? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning glanced over, having already called for an ambulance on the way over from Yingtaogo Valley, which was now parked behind the convoy. He signaled for Sun Gaodai to summon the medical staff, then said to Mr. Zhao, "Don't worry, it has arrived. I've already coordinated with Mr. He to organize a rescue team. Just head over directly." Mr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief as Sun Gaodai ran toward the ambulance to call for help. A large group of people rushed down, carrying the child hastily. Seeing Zhou Ning, Lu Yufei nodded at him. "I won't waste time thanking you. I need to get the child to the hospital first. You can help Director Tao with the investigation here. But with such a delay, can they still save him?" "Mrs. Fei, don't panic. I've already contacted Mr. He. The investigation here is nearly done. Only the interrogation is left. Of course, we need to bring the suspect in. Mr. Yang and Mr. Sun will stay behind to continue inspecting the cave and the two houses. After all, we haven't found the paraquat bottle nearby. I'll go with Mr. Zhao to the hospital with you and explain everything on the way." Lu Yufei nodded at Zhou Ning, her face showing gratitude. At that moment, Qin Xiaodong and his mother also ran over, but Lu Yufei stopped her aunt. "You have high blood pressure, so just stay home and take your medication. Let my cousin come with me to the hospital. The doctors have been contacted, and your crying won't help with the rescue. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. If you get agitated, who should we save, you or the child? We are racing against time. Your 1-minute delay could be life-threatening for the child, you know?" This time, the old lady actually complied and didn't push forward. Qin Xiaodong followed the ambulance, while the others got into the police cars. 2 police cars cleared the way, with Mr. Zhao driving the Iveco closely behind the ambulance, and a few vehicles headed for the central hospital. As the convoy disappeared from view, Tao Zhinshan looked at Mr. Yang and the others, let out a long sigh, and glanced at his watch. It was almost 9 o'clock, but they found the person, although everyone was exhausted. "Let's get to work quickly. I'll send more people to search." As Zhou Ning said, "We must find the paraquat bottle. I'll go to urgently interrogate Du Weiwa. If she can talk, this matter will be easier to handle." Sun Gaodai hesitated for a moment, raising his hand. Tao Zhinshan gestured for him to speak. "Speak up, I'm not Director Su." At those words, they all laughed, guessing that Su Daiyuan was probably sneezing right now. "Director Tao, I've already searched the Zhou family's place once and gathered all evidence that should be collected. According to Mrs. Zhu, after Zhu Weiwa brought the child here, he started vomiting in the courtyard. I've found the vomit, which indeed contains blue-green paraquat. However, mixed with the vomit were jelly-like chunks of milk. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P greater than I suspect. She mixed paraquat with the milk and gave it to the child to drink. From the Qin family in Yingtaogo Valley to the Zhu family in Hanjia village, it's less than a kilometer, just a few minutes by bike. For such a reaction to happen, he must have drunk it at home, so I think we should search the Qin family's place thoroughly. Perhaps it wasn't discarded in a garbage can or by the side of the road, but hidden somewhere in the Qin family's house." Tao Zhinshan patted Sun Gaodai's arm and laughed, seemingly relieved that they had found the person. "Then let's do as you suggest, but still keep searching along the way. Let's go check out the Qin family's place." As they got into the cars, onlookers continued to point and gossip, while a little boy came out of the Zhu family's courtyard, wearing a light yellow t-shirt and shorts, eyeing the police with fear. Someone noticed him and hurried to inform the village committee members to take care of it. The Zhu mother and daughter's actions of poisoning someone and abandoning them in a cave shouldn't bring trouble to their family. It seemed there was no one else at home, and today was the first day of school. This little boy probably didn't even go to class. The village committee director and a female director came over, trying to embrace the boy, but he pushed them away fiercely, glaring at the police and shouting desperately, "You are the bad guys. Give me back my mom and grandma. Give them back. I will kill you all." /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Such a reaction prompted a wave of murmurs and louder gossip among the onlookers, with one woman spitting in disgust. This kid is really vicious, wanting to kill police officers. His mom is a murderer. It looks like her ex-husband's incident from the past wasn't so simple either. Mr. Zheng, standing not far away, paused at these words as the people around him began to discuss it spiritedly. For sure, Zhu Weiwa was beaten so bad by her son-in-law that she ended up in the hospital. Afterwards, she went back without a word. Then the son-in-law was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, nearly lost his life, and that was when they agreed to the divorce, with a substantial sum of money given. A slightly younger woman shook her head. You only know half the story. How close was he to losing his life? The second little brother was cut right off. He called the emergency number himself after waking up, otherwise, he would have died. Living with such a wife was like strapping one's head to a belt. He wouldn't dare not divorce. Sparing wealth to save his life was more important. Really cut it off? Didn't that turn him into a eunuch? The village women didn't hold back their crude remarks, talking unblinkingly, with one even taking out a bag of sunflower seeds and cracking them open, shrugging and sighing. I heard he managed to save it, but it ended up a bit shorter. He gave all his savings to those two women and went to the south to work. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If he hesitated for a moment longer, perhaps what would be cut off next wouldn't be that head. At the time, I thought his complaint was about money, but now he obviously did it to save his life. Mr. Zheng moved closer to the conversation. Was Zhu Weiwa's ex-husband also from a nearby village? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 396 to 375. Chapter 396. 375. Tao Jinshan was taken aback. Good, that is to say, our previous judgment was not wrong. Zhou Ning nodded. Take the police dogs over there. There may be many caves in the mountains. When the distance is closer, it's easier for the police dogs to pick up the scent. Oh, and bring the vomit that Gaotai just found. That smell is easy to identify. Tao Jinshan hurried off to make arrangements. Zhu Weiwa was placed in the last police car, while Mrs. Zhu was taken to a car at the front. After getting everyone into the cars, he went to ask in person. Zhou Ning glanced back at Mr. Chu and Sun Gaotai. Both faces were tense, with Mr. Chu frequently checking the time. You two go check the Zhu family's place for any signs of beating and, of course, look for vomit. That stuff smells strong. After drinking it, a child might have a strong reaction. After all, some people die from asphyxiation caused by choking on their vomit after ingesting paraquat. The two hurried in. Time ticked by every second, and soon Tao Jinshan got out of the car and made a direct phone call. Seeing this action, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they had been called. After that, from the remaining criminal police, a team was dispatched with the stretchers from their vehicles, and quickly, following Tao Zenshan's arrangement, they ascended the mountain. Then Tao Jinshan came over. Wiping off sweat, he handed Zhou Ning a bottle of mineral water. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The remaining police force had already started to clear the spectators from the scene. Your analysis was spot on. In the morning, Zhu Weiwa brought the half-dead child here. Right after being left, the child vomited. Mrs. Zhu was startled, and Zhu Weiwa asked her to abandon the child on the mountain. Mrs. Zhu disagreed, so Zhu Weiwa quarreled with her. Zhu Weiwa said if she didn't go, he would tell the police it was her who fed the poison to the child. Frightened by this, after Zhu Weiwa left and before dawn broke, she quickly rode her bike, taking a shortcut up the mountain, and abandoned the child inside a fairy cave on the southwest side of the mountain, which has a huge drop inside. I've asked locals from the village committee to lead the way. Let's wait for news. Zhou Ning took a long breath, but quickly became solemn again. Director Tao, still have people search around the Chin family's garbage heaps for the paraquat bottle. Of course, don't overlook any drink or milk bottles that might have been with the paraquat. That stuff smells strong and is difficult to swallow on its own. Finding the bottle is to confirm Zhu Weiwa's fingerprints. If found, it's conclusive evidence. If the child is alive, we can also determine the brand and composition, which will help with treatment. I'll contact the hospital now and prepare for the treatment shortly. Tao Jinshan hurried to gather more personnel. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. In fact, he brought many people with him, and quite a few were deployed for the mountain search, plus the ones just sent out. Now there were not many left, but he quickly made arrangements regardless. Zhou Ning dialed Mr. He's phone. The person on the other end did not respond with crossed brows and coldness, but instead asked Zhou Ning carefully what he wanted. You know Lu Yufei, don't you? Her cousin's child was fed paraquat by his stepmother. We suspect it was given around 4 in the morning. We'll send him to your hospital soon for emergency treatment. Prepare whatever you need. As for how much he ingested or vomited, we don't know yet. The child hasn't been found. Mr. He was stunned for a moment and then cursed. Damn it, what kind of people are these? How old is the patient? 8 years old. Before long, Sun Gaotai and his team stepped out briskly, with Sun Gaotai holding several evidence bags. I don't have a camera, so I had to use Mr. Chu's phone for photos. The pictures are still clear, though. We found vomit and some string tips, and also a tuft of hair that seems to have been pulled out. The hair is very yellow and fine. I remember Chen Xiangyu's hair is just like that from the photos. Zhou Ning looked at the evidence and the photographs taken. Some substances mixed with sand and soil did look like vomit, blue-green in color and quite noticeable. Seeing this, Zhou Ning became even more certain of his judgment. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. However, there were also some jelly-like chunks of milk mixed in. It seems it really is paraquat. As for the white chunks, they're probably milk. Milk curdles into chunks upon contact with paraquat. Gaotai has made significant progress. His attention to detail is commendable. Well done. Despite the compliment from Zhou Ning, Sun Gaotai did not feel any joy. His face still wore a look of concern. So, have they confessed? If we keep waiting, that child really will die. I know that the ultimate result of paraquat poisoning is fibrosis of the lungs, slowly suffocating. It's too cruel for an 8-year-old child. How could the family go on living? Mr. Chu patted Sun Gaotai's shoulder, signaling him to control his emotions. Zhou Ning didn't say anything. At this moment, he wasn't sure how to console them, as he wasn't certain they would find the child. If Mrs. Zhu was lying at this crucial time, then their hopes of rescuing the child would grow even dimmer. Just then, Zhou Ning's phone rang. It was Mr. Zhao calling. He was with Lu Yufei's group. If he was calling, there must be a discovery. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Have you found him? We found him. He looks in bad shape. The locals and the police dogs found this cave together. The child is unconscious and without awareness, surrounded by a lot of vomit. There's a big drop inside the cave, and it looks like his arm is broken too. I've collected samples, and we're carrying the child down the mountain now. Has the ambulance arrived? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning glanced over and, when coming from Yingtaego Valley, had already called for an ambulance, which was now parked behind the convoy. Signaling Sun Gaotai to fetch the medical staff, Zhou Ning then said to Mr. Zhao, "Rest assured, it's already here. I've organized a rescue team with Mr. He's help. We can head straight there." Mr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief as Sun Gaotai ran towards the ambulance to call the medics. A large group of people rushed down, carrying the child quickly. Lu Yufei saw Zhou Ning and nodded at him. "I won't say thanks now. I need to get the child to the hospital first. Can you and Director Tao help with the investigation here? However, with such a long delay, can the child be saved? Mrs. Fei, don't worry. I've already contacted Mr. He. The investigation here is almost done, except for the interrogation. Of course, we need to take the people in for questioning. Mr. Yang and Mr. Sun will stay behind to continue inspecting the scene inside the cave and the two houses since we haven't found the paraquat bottle around here. Mr. Zhao and I will go with you to the hospital. I'll explain in detail on the way. Lu Yufei nodded at Zhou Ning with gratitude. By that time, Qidong and his mother also ran over, but Lu Yufei stopped her aunt. You have high blood pressure, so just stay at home and take your medicine. Let my cousin go with me to the hospital. All the doctors have been contacted. Having you there crying won't help the rescue effort. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P, what if you get too excited? Who should we save then, you or the child? Every minute you delay is a risk to the child's life, you understand? The old lady actually listened this time, hesitating to move forward. Qidong followed the ambulance while the others got into police cars. Two police cruisers led the way, with Mr. Zhao driving an Iveco, closely following the ambulance as several vehicles sped towards the central hospital. Watching the convoy disappear, Tao Jinshan looked at Mr. Yang and the others, let out a long sigh, and glanced at his watch. It was nearly 9:10. Finding the person had left everyone exhausted. Let's get to work quickly. I will assign more people to search, and as Zhou Ning said, we must find the paraquat bottle. I am going to interrogate Zhu Weihua immediately. If she can talk, this might get easier to handle. Sun Gout I hesitated before raising his hand. Tao Jinshan gestured to him with a nod. Speak up, I'm not Director Su. With that remark, a few people laughed, probably thinking Director Su would sneeze at that moment. Director Tao, I've already searched the Zhu family's house once and collected all the evidence that should be collected. According to Mrs. Zhu, the child was brought here by Zhu Weihua and started vomiting in the courtyard. I've found the vomit, and it indeed contains the blue-green paraquat. However, mixed in with the vomit, there were jelly-like chunks of milk. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I suspect. She mixed the paraquat with the milk and gave it to the child to drink. From the Qin family in Yingtaegu to the Zhu family in Hanjia village, it is less than a kilometer, just a few minutes by bicycle. For such a reaction to occur, it must have been drunk at home. So, I think we should still search the Qin family's home carefully. Perhaps it wasn't discarded in the garbage or near the road, but merely hidden in the Qin family's house. Tao Jinshan patted Sun Gout-Ai's arm and started laughing, seeming less worried now that they had found the person. Then let's do as you say, but still, keep searching on the way. Let's go to the Qin family's house and have a look, he said. As they got into the car, onlookers continued to chatter, while a little boy emerged from the Zhu family's house. He was wearing a pale yellow t-shirt and shorts, looking at the police with fear. Someone noticed him and hurriedly called for village committee members to deal with the situation. The Zhu family's mother and daughter's act of poisoning and abandoning someone in a cave shouldn't affect the rest of the family. It seemed there was no one else at home, and today was the first day of school. The boy probably hadn't gone to class. The village chief and a women's director came over, trying to pick up the boy. He fiercely pushed them away, glaring at the police and screaming, "You're the bad guys. Return my mom and grandma to me. Give them back. I'm going to kill you all. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Such a reaction made the onlookers sigh. The volume of chatter grew louder and a woman even spat. The kid's really wicked, wanting to kill the cops. Your mom is a murderer, you know. It seems that the incident with her ex-husband years ago wasn't so simple. Mr. Zhang stood nearby, overhearing this comment, stopped in his tracks. The surrounding people had already started gossiping more. That's true. Zhu Weihua was beaten so badly by that son-in-law that she had to be hospitalized. Afterwards, she returned silently, and then the son-in-law was rushed to the hospital, nearly losing his life. That's when he agreed to the divorce and paid her a hefty sum of money. A younger woman nearby shook her head. You only know part of the story. Nearly losing his life? The thing was actually cut off. He woke up himself and called 120, otherwise, he would have been dead. To live with such a wife was like walking with your head tied to your belt. He dared not refuse the divorce. Saving his wealth to save his life mattered more. Really? That thing got cut off? What does that mean? Did he become a eunuch? The village women, blunt in their speech, talked without a blush, and one even took out a bag of sunflower seeds, cracking them and muttering with a sigh. I heard it was saved but shortened. He gave all his money to the mother and daughter and went to work in the south. If he had been a bit slower, maybe it wouldn't have been that which got cut off next time. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. At that time, I thought the son-in-law's complaints were because of money, but now it seems he was genuinely worried for his own life. Mr. Zhing moved closer. Was Zhu Weiwa's ex-husband also from a nearby village? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 397 to 376 hitting someone _1 Chapter 397. Chapter 376 hitting someone _1. The woman was just about to open up when she turned around and saw Mr. Zhing, a new face to her. Although he wasn't in uniform, it was evident he was a police officer, as very few people sported a crew cut like his. The woman seemed to recoil a bit. Don't be nervous. Just tell the truth. Did she divorce her ex-husband because she intentionally injured him? We just want to understand the situation, as it's beneficial for the subsequent trial. After all, the child is innocent. If you were in Chen Xiaodong's shoes, you'd probably have all sorts of thoughts, wouldn't you? The woman looked around at the others as if making up her mind and then said, "The man is from Xi'anzi village, named Zhang Peiji. In the Chen family's house in Yingtaoga village. The rooms had been thoroughly searched." Sun Gaotai wore a look of apology, his earlier confidence now gone. "Mr. Yang, was I too hasty? We've almost turned the place upside down and still haven't found the bottle. If Director Tao were here, I'd probably have a more accurate hunch." Yang Xuedong glanced at him. Your analysis made sense. Even our director hadn't thought of that before. After all, in the rush of time, our attention was focused on finding the child. But if you said the poison was consumed with milk, could it be a plastic bottle, kept to sell for some cash? No sooner had Yang Xuedong finished speaking than they both ran to a corner of the courtyard. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. There was a storeroom here, piled with tools and all sorts of clutter. Cardboard boxes weren't even unpacked and were just thrown haphazardly around. However, hanging on the wall was a bag full of liquor bottles and plastic drink bottles. They both lifted a high-powered flashlight, refraining from hastily removing the bag. Sun Gaotai stepped up on a metal bucket to stand a bit higher. Squatting in front of the bag, he sniffed. From this distance, a strong ammonia scent was noticeable, a discovery that made Sun Gaotai smile. Ammonia scent. It seems our guess wasn't wrong. Yang Xuedong reached out, directly removed the bag from the wall, and brought it out into the courtyard. Tao Zhinshan and a few other officers gathered around. They searched and sniffed, and before long, they found a yellow bottle of Nutrient Express on the bottom layer. When opened, a strong smell of ammonia wafted out. Yang Xuedong excitedly held up the evidence bag, signaling to Sun Gaotai to carefully place it inside. Hurry up, no more talking. Bag it. I suspect fingerprints must be on the surface. Zhu Weiwa isn't well educated. She might not have even thought to wipe them off. Keep looking to see if there's a paraquat bottle, he ordered. Before Yang Xuedong finished speaking, another officer rummaged through the contents and pointed downwards, shouting, Here, this green bottle must be paraquat, right? Sun Gaotai also became excited. They'd found both items. Zhu Weiwa's denials would be meaningless now. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Tao Zhinshan took a deep breath and glanced towards the direction of the room, restraining the excitement and joy in his heart. After all, the child was still fighting for life in emergency care, and Lu Yufei's aunt had stayed home instead of accompanying her to the hospital, probably more worried. Quickly, get these tested. I'm going back to interrogate them both. Oh, where did Mr. Zeng go? While speaking, Mr. Zeng entered quickly, out of breath, and said, I found out something in Hanjia village. Zhu Weiwa divorced her ex-husband because she cut off his third leg. To save his life, her ex-husband gave all his money to Zhu Weiwa and didn't even dare to ask for the child. He just went south to work. This ex-husband is from Xianzi village, named Zhang Peiji. I've just asked around and got Zhang Peiji's number. I called and asked. He said that Zhu Weiwa has mental illness, not that she curses people, but she actually has an illness, something called manic syndrome or manic disorder, and she had been prescribed medication at a hospital. So he doesn't want to pursue matters any further. This revelation made Tao Jinshan pause, then he became serious. Sun Gaodai was anxious, recalling that ever since Zhu Weiwa had been arrested, during interrogations or inquiries with Mrs. Zhu, she was indeed quite volatile. Rarely had a female suspect reached such a degree. But if it were mental illness, would she be exempt from criminal responsibility? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, what do you mean? Will Director Tao exempt her from criminal responsibility? Not all mental illnesses lead to exemption. Everything depends on our director's judgment to determine whether her mental state was normal during the premeditated murder. As long as it's proven normal, she can be held legally responsible, he declared. Tao Jinshan patted Sun Gaodai on the shoulder comfortingly. What are you getting worked up about, kid? Nothing's settled yet. Let's head back to the precinct. No, wait. Straight to the city bureau, to avoid the Zhu family from going there, which could interfere with our trial process. This way we also get the test results firsthand. Let's go quickly. Mr. Zeng, you escort Zhu Weiwa personally and keep the law enforcement recorder on the entire time. Outside the emergency room, Lu Yufei was beside herself with worry, standing at the door, peering inside through the small glass window. Mr. Zhao kept comforting her. Don't worry, Mrs. Fei. Zhou Xiao has gone in with them. Inside, there's Mr. He and the rescue team he has organized, all prepped and ready. You shouldn't worry now. Panicking won't be of any help at this moment. Lu Yufei nodded. She understood everything Mr. Zhao was saying, but she couldn't control her worry. She turned around and saw Qin Xiaodong squatting to the side, staring blankly, just squatting on the ground dumbfounded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lu Yufei grabbed the collar of Qin Xiaodong's shirt and yanked him to his feet, taking off her police uniform short-sleeve top and tossing it to Mr. Zhao quickly. Before anyone could react, she had already punched Qin Xiaodong in the stomach. Qin Xiaodong doubled over in pain on the ground, and Mr. Zhao was shocked silly, quickly rushing over. Mrs. Fei, my dear sister, let's keep it under control. This is a hospital. If anyone around here takes a video, it could be misconstrued out there. Besides, what's the use of hitting him? Will it make the child suffer any less? I'll thrash him for you. You just say the word. Lu Yufei's fingers were trembling with anger as she finally let go of Qin Xiaodong and pointed at his nose, scolding, if you can give birth, you ought to be able to provide. You leave the child at home. Your mother's blood pressure is so high, she can hardly take care of herself. They are both your own mother and son. Are you expecting others to offer filial piety beside their bed and to raise your offspring? And about the wife you found, tell me the truth. I don't believe she would poison the child for no good reason, let alone leave them in a cave. She wanted the child dead. Beyond what you've told me, what else are you hiding? Don't leave out a single word, speak. Mr. Zhao raised his hand to intervene, but seeing it was ineffective, he quickly grabbed the two of them and headed straight for the doctor's office. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Along the way, he continuously bowed and apologized to the emergency doctors and nurses. Having been in the ER for so long, they'd seen a lot and didn't pay much attention to these events, especially since He Shanxuan had already briefed them. They wouldn't say anything more. Once in the doctor's office, Lu Yufei let go of Qin Xiaodong's collar. Looking at Qin Xiaodong, who had turned a ghastly pale, she pulled over a chair and sat down. Speak. Qin Xiaodong remained standing, actually feeling somewhat relieved after being hit by Lu Yufei. I'm not hiding anything. In the spring, my mother's blood pressure was high, and we switched medications several times, but it wouldn't come down. The doctor said she needed to rest, but with 2 kids at home who needed care for all their basic needs, it wasn't easy to rest in peace. One eats pastries, the other wants rice, and making meals became a competitive event. How could she possibly rest with that? After much deliberation, I sent Yu Liang to his grandma's. I send money every month, and when Zhu Weiwa is not working, he brings the kids back. It worked fine when we started this arrangement in June. At that time, someone in the village also drove their kid to school every day, so I just paid him to take mine along. But after school started in September, that person had a car accident and broke a leg, which wouldn't heal quickly. Finding a car at the last minute was inconvenient. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It was possible for me to ride a motorbike to drop them off, but picking them up became a problem. So, I let the 2 kids walk back on their own. After all, it wasn't winter. The days were still bright. Zhu Weiwa got mad at me, saying I didn't care for the kids. They were too young to walk back and forth on their own. I lost my temper too and argued with her. She works in a hotel and doesn't earn much in a month, sometimes leaving for 10 to 15 days at a stretch, not caring about home at all. Normally, isn't it the old women who take care of picking up and dropping off kids? Now it's the busy season for fruit harvesting, and a morning run to school can delay work by 2 hours, with many tasks left undone. I said we're not desperate for her 2,000 yuan salary. If she would quit her job and stay at home, apart from usual household expenses, I'd give her a salary. Then the kids would be taken care of, and she could also look after her own family. I never even thought she'd do anything for my mom. It's my mom, not hers, and I understand that. Then she exploded at me, and even had a fight with my mother, claiming the old lady instigated it. My mom knew nothing. What could she possibly instigate? I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. After all, we have both been divorced once. We couldn't just get divorced again. I guess I might not have handled things well. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. That's why these past days, I just stayed up in the mountains, trying to see her less, so at least if we didn't meet, there would be no quarrel. But she hasn't been back at all these days. I was still holding back my anger. I never thought that when she finally came back, she would go after my son. I regret it profoundly. By the end, Qin Xiaodong glanced in the direction of the emergency room. He squatted down, holding his head, and his tears came pouring down. It was evident. This man truly loved and was dutiful to his child and his old mother. But during the tourist season, it was indeed the busiest time for fruit farmers. If they didn't work hard to earn money now, wouldn't the whole year be wasted? Mr. Zhao helped Qin Xiaodong stand up and consoled Lu Yufei. Mrs. Fei, don't be so upset. Your cousin didn't know he'd encounter such trouble. We've seen a lot of cases, and many people act unreasonably. Maybe Zhu Weiwa just got overly fixated. The child is still in resuscitation. What good will your anger do to your cousin? All right, everyone just calm down. I'm going to check on the emergency room. Nothing is more important than the child's resuscitation. Control your emotions and don't go there for now. Mr. Zhao rushed out, exhaling deeply once outside. There was a crowd blocked outside the emergency room doors, their voices louder and more clamorous than Lu Yufei's group, faces red and necks swollen with anger. Mr. Zhao moved closer and found Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He in the middle, surrounded by 4 people who each had a resemblance to him. Clearly, they were siblings. He Shansuan started with gentle persuasion, but the more he spoke, the more agitated the siblings became. He Shansuan, too, became irritated and abruptly shook off the siblings' grasp. After so many years in the emergency room, I've seen my fair share of life and death. It's the first time I've come across siblings arguing over property while their elderly parent is being resuscitated. And you've even dragged me into this to hear you out. What, do you expect me to play the judge? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 398 to 377. Strike first for the upper hand _1 Chapter 398. Chapter 377. Strike first for the upper hand _1. He Shan Kun's eyes blazed with fire, and his voice rose a degree as he continued. Have you all come to the wrong place? This is the emergency room of Central Hospital, not a court. I am just a doctor, only skilled in treating illnesses and saving lives. I'm really puzzled. Looking at you all, aren't you a bit old? The four of you together must be over 200 years, right? Why are you all acting so irresponsibly? Oh, when she was raising the four of you alone, she managed just fine, didn't she? Feeding, bathing, toilet, not a thing missed, never delayed a medical treatment, and let you all grow up this big. And now you four can't take care of her in her old age? If you don't want to treat her, you shouldn't have come to the hospital at all. You want others to see you as filial, to earn yourselves a good reputation, but once you're here, you complain about the doctors not saving lives. I want to ask you, how can treatment proceed without payment? You're making a scene in the hospital, talking about waiting for the house to be demolished or selling it right now, and the money for the urgent medical treatment has to be deducted from that, according to the proportion each of you should get so no one takes advantage of the other. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I don't care what you do or how you split the house, but Granny isn't at the point of receiving a critical illness notice yet. Hurry up and pay so we can begin treatment. Otherwise, I will call the police. Luckily, we have an officer right here, so they can witness your behavior. After such a tirade, Mr. Zhao hadn't expected to be included as well. He quickly put on a stern face and walked up to He Shansuan, brandishing his work ID with a flick. I didn't catch it all. Which one of you tell me, what exactly is going on here? Mr. Zhao's stature, along with his anxious look, made him really seem like a leader when he stood there. His gaze moved deliberately across the faces of the four, all of them becoming deflated, losing the energy they had just moments before, and hastily taking the bill from each other. The oldest among them slightly bowed to Mr. Zhao. Officer, we just don't understand. Just consulting with the doctor a bit. The old lady is sick, and we're all anxious. We got into a spat without meaning to. We're all trying to get the old lady treatment. Rest assured we're going to pay right now. As he spoke, he turned and ran towards the payment counter. The remaining three, seeing this, didn't dare to stand around any longer. After all, everyone was pointing fingers at them, and they all felt incredibly embarrassed at that moment. Once the four had left, the area outside the resuscitation room finally quietened down. He Shansuan motioned to the head nurse not far away, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Did you get that recorded? The head nurse nodded, showing He Shansuan the video. Don't worry, it's all recorded. I'll report to the medical affairs office in a bit. I have experience with this kind of situation. He Shansuan let out a sigh of relief. I'm going to be a father soon. I don't want to lose money over this, end up exhausted and still not appreciated. That would make me dirty. Thanks for your hard work, Mrs. Liu. Mr. Zhao pressed his forehead, but seeing He Shansuan still able to laugh, that meant the inside was going well. How's it going inside? Can the child be saved? He Shansuan nodded. Fortunately, when he drank the paraquat, it was mixed with milk, and the child seems to have been vomiting continuously, not causing any choking. The amount remaining in his body is very little. Now we're doing gastric lavage, inducing vomiting, carrying out defecation, dialysis, and at the same time hydrating intensely to correct the water and electrolyte balance. We're using medication to prevent pulmonary fibrosis, and, of course, the most fortunate thing is that he was brought to the hospital in time. Relieved by this, Mr. Zhao took a deep breath. That's good, that's good. In your doctor's office, Lu Yufei beat up her cousin. If something happened to the child, Mrs. Fei wouldn't be able to live with herself, and the whole family would fall apart. By the way, where's Zhou Xiao? Is he still inside? He Shansuin shook his head, looking around but not seeing Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He stayed for a while, then just went out to answer a call. Has the child regained consciousness? Why not let Lu Yufei and his father see him, so they can worry a little less? He Shansuin glanced inside and shook his head slightly. Let's wait a bit, I need to check the lab report in a while. Dialysis isn't finished yet, though the child is conscious and his mood is fairly stable. I'll come to call you when the dialysis is over. Also, don't let Zhou Ning in, his police uniform makes the patients nervous. All right, I'll let him know in a bit, Mr. Zhao replied with a nod, smiling as he Shansuin quickly put on a mask and headed inside. A moment later, Zhou Ning entered from outside. Mr. Zhao stopped him, summarizing everything the doctors in the office had said and what Mr. He had mentioned. Zhou Ning sighed and nodded. We're still fortunate. If we had found them even 2 hours later, the child might not be in the state he is now. Let's go see Lu Yufei and the rest. I'm worried about her being alone. Mr. Zhao hurriedly followed Zhou Ning toward the doctor's office. As they entered, they saw a doctor sitting in the corner at a computer, typing away furiously and occasionally looking towards Lu Yufei. The doctor really was quite handsome, and the way he looked at Lu Yufei, there was something different in his gaze. Seeing Zhou Ning come in, Lu Yufei hurried over. Director Zhou, how is the situation inside? Don't worry, the rescue is timely. Mr. He is busy right now. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Fortunately, the child has been vomiting, so there's not much left in his system. Plus, we got him to the hospital in time, so all the measures are effective. But he is currently undergoing dialysis and it's not convenient for him to move. He also shouldn't get too excited. You going in might upset him, so it's better to wait until the dialysis is done. Seeing him for yourself will put your mind at ease, won't it? Lu Yufei nodded forcefully, her eyes reddening. Her previous strength and the tension she had been holding onto suddenly snapped, and she sat down on the chair, taking deep breaths. Qidong immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Zhou Ning. He was at some distance from Zhou Ning, and with such a sudden action, Zhou Ning didn't even have time to react. Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao quickly helped him up, comforting him. Don't be so anxious, no one wishes for such things to happen. If it could have been foreseen, you would have avoided it for sure. So, don't feel guilty or blame yourself. The recovery is going to take a while. I think, before you go see the child, you should make arrangements. Ask the village committee members to help with picking the fruits in the orchard. The people from the village committee, as well as the neighbors, will also be eager to help. Qidong hesitated, holding an old-fashioned cell phone, unsure of what to do. Lu Yufei turned around and gave him a glance. When I tell you to go, you should hurry. Call the village head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Whether it's crying or begging, just explain the situation thoroughly. Everyone can understand. The community will give you a hand, and later, you can go thank each one in person. That's better than wasting a whole year's effort, isn't it? Upon hearing Lu Yufei's words, Qidong finally stood up and went out to make the call. A fruit farmer's entire year's effort really rested on this moment. Otherwise, it would all be for nothing. Lu Yufei looked at Zhou Ning and after a long pause, she finally spoke. Thank you, Director Zhou. Mr. Zhao came over from the side, joining in with a grin. Why call him Director Zhou? Just call him Zhou Xiaozhou. After all, we've been partners for more than a day or two. You coming to us with a problem makes us happy. It'd be like treating us as strangers if you didn't. Later, why don't you give a call to your aunt to let her know everything is safe? Lu Yufei shook her head. There's no rush. Once we see the child and he's able to speak, having him say a word will be more reassuring than us explaining 100 times. That's the best medicine for lowering blood pressure. All right, you're Mrs. Fei, and whatever you say is right. Don't be downcast now. We found the child and got him medical attention in time. He was even able to organize such rescue resources. We should be grateful. It's good that the child has an aunt like you. Otherwise, who knows how others might handle it, and they wouldn't have your alertness, Mr. Zhao said. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Lu Yufei shook her head, clearly exhausted by now. Zhou Ning got to his feet. You rest here for a bit. We're not leaving. Well, just wait outside the emergency room. When the child is done with dialysis, we'll come get you. It'll ease our minds to be here with you. Without adding more, Lu Yufei acknowledged, and Zhou Ning, pulling Mr. Zhao with him, went out. Mr. Zhao looked confused. Hey, what's the rush? There's no use in urging too much. The more you do, the more Lu Yufei will want to hit Chen Xiaodong. Frankly, I feel like hitting him myself. Sun Gaot I just called, said Mr. Zeng, found out some things. That Zhu Weiwa's ex-husband has been confirmed, and the diagnosis was seen. Zhu Weiwa has a temper disorder. It's a sort of intermittent mental illness. I'm afraid the Zhu family might use that as an excuse. But luckily, the surveillance footage is very clear, showing her driving the child to Hanjiazhuang with a stable mental state, looking both ways and avoiding pedestrians. If she were in the throes of the disorder, she wouldn't have any discernment whatsoever. Wait here for a bit. I need to go back to the tech department. This issue is not something you can dismiss as trivial. I need to deal with it, get a professional to perform a psychological evaluation on them, and we should take the initiative. Mr. Zhao's eyes widened, not expecting Zhou Ning's phone call to be about such an issue, but after thinking about it, he nodded in agreement. You go ahead. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. I've got things under control here. By the way, the doctor back in the office seems to have a thing for Lu Yufei. Although he was typing, what he produced made no sense, probably because he was listening to us and not focusing on his work. I'll have a word with Mr. He and maybe we can help them get together? Zhou Ning paused, recalling the doctor and realizing he looked familiar. Then, it hit him. I remember now, that's Dr. Chen. He was the one who treated Fang Hua before, and also helped us with Wang Wenjing's case, the Jinko District 7.4 vehicular homicide. Mr. Zhao had an epiphany. Now I remember. I knew he looked familiar. Well, this Dr. Chen seems decent. You go ahead, I know what to do. Zhou Ning raised his finger in a warning gesture, giving it a slight shake. I don't mind you playing matchmaker, but not at this time. Lu Yufei is on edge and looks like she might hit anyone who comes close. Don't blame me if you don't heed this warning. When it comes to emotional intelligence, you don't need to worry about me. I can see things clearly. You should worry more about yourself. Now, go on, stop dawdling. Zhou Ning wasted no more words and left the hospital immediately, not bothering to say goodbye to He Shansuan. After all, he was his brother-in-law, and things were smoother than before. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 399 to 378. Mrs. Zhu Confesses. Part 1, Chapter 399. Chapter 378. Mrs. Zhu Confesses. Part 1. Rushing back. Zhou Ning returned to the technical department only to realize that his stomach was growling. Glancing at the time, he discovered it was already 12 o'clock. No wonder he felt hungry. As he entered the office, only Lu Yongxin and Xia Momo were present, with a large pile of boxed lunches sitting on the table, evidently left for them. Zhou Ning looked apologetic. Sorry, I was just too busy to inform you guys. Mr. Zhao probably won't be back for lunch. He's at the hospital waiting for the rescue results. As for Mr. Yang and the others, I'm not sure if they've returned with the evidence yet. Lu Yongxin waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Xia was asking about that. Everyone except Mr. Zhao has come back, but they're at Mr. Cui's office and haven't returned here yet. Gaotai did quite well today, so don't you worry about these things. Tell us, how did the rescue turn out? Zhou Ning quickly filled them in. Upon hearing the final outcome, Lu Yongxin patted his chest. That's a relief. I've seen too many paraquat suicides. They look fine at first, but they gradually get worse day by day until they ultimately suffocate to death right before our eyes. After all, there's no antidote for that stuff, and it doesn't give you a chance to regret it. So many teenagers just slip away like that. The three of them sighed deeply. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, Xia Momo updated them on the progress here, as well as the discoveries made by Sun Gaotai's team, and Zhou Ning was also pleasantly surprised. Gaotai's doing well, his judgment is commendable. Did we manage to retrieve any fingerprints? On both the Nutrient Express and Paraquat bottles, we found Zhu Weiwa's fingerprints. It was tough taking her fingerprints, though. Several detectives couldn't hold her down, even handcuffed. She nearly broke her own wrist getting free. Mr. Liu went to check on her, and it had been dislocated. Zhou Ning was taken aback. She was a tough character. Lu Yongxin fell silent for a moment before pulling out his phone. Just like my apprentice said, she does have severe agitation. Today's incident probably triggered her, leading to an episode. But I fixed her wrist. Now, she's handcuffed with her hands behind her back. That way there's no more struggling. I'll contact an old friend who can conduct a psychiatric assessment. With double confirmation, we won't have to worry about any nagging doubts. After saying this, Lu Yongxin made a call and walked to the side to talk. Are you retired yet? If not, I have a job for you. Help me with a psychiatric assessment of a criminal suspect. Don't tell me you're too busy or need to schedule. This is urgent. Plus, we've found multiple surveillance recordings of her during the time of the incident, which I think would serve as strong evidence for her mental state at the time, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, all this rapid-fire talking, is that how you ask for a favor? Forget it, forget it. I owe you one, so where's this suspect of yours? I'll send someone to take a look and assess her. I'm telling you, I am actually busy. We can do it right away, and I'll have results by tonight. Just don't bombard my trainees with work, okay? When have I ever had such a bad temper? It's because I'm familiar with you that I speak like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother. Haha, all right. I'll send someone over right now. By the way, this is for your prized apprentice, isn't it? You really care about her. Without further ado, Lu Yongxin, but everyone clearly heard the conversation because he was on speakerphone. Xia Momo covered her mouth and chuckled. Although Lu Yongxin was Zhou Ning's mentor, he treated Zhou Ning better than a son, and Zhou Ning likewise did his best to look after Lu Yongxin. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yongxin approached and slapped the snickering young Qidong on the back. Tell Mr. Peng to come over. They have a template for the psychiatric assessment at their place. Go ahead and make one since you all saw what happened at the scene firsthand, and the surveillance footage shows Zhu Weiwa deliberately avoiding the cameras, even knew to hide the bottles of Paraquat and Nutrient Express. She didn't even act directly, but had her mother dispose of the child's body. This series of arrangements doesn't suggest a mere fit of rage. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, just report the results directly. You've become quite articulate after spending time with Mr. Zhao. Make sure you explain everything clearly, and don't leave out any details. Bring the video with you too. Yang Qidong nodded, taking the camera and quickly went to find Mr. Peng. Zhou Ning washed his hands and grabbed a boxed lunch to eat. Although he was quite hungry, his movements remained graceful. Xia Momo poured him a cup of warm water and sat across from him. She also poured water for Lu Yongxin and offered him a boxed lunch. Contentedly, Lu Yongxin looked at the way the two interacted and refrained from joking, only smiling knowingly. The others went to listen to the interrogation. I'm not sure how that's progressing. Director Su seems to be out of the office. If he knew about this case, he'd probably want to check it out. Zhou Ning swallowed the food in his mouth, looking at Lu Yongxin with some confusion. Director Tao has been at the Tangshan Sub-Bureau for some days now. Wouldn't it be better to conduct the case over there? Why did they bring it here? Lu Yongxin waved his hand. He's the deputy chief in charge of criminal investigations. During this time, he hasn't encountered any major cases, and he wants to achieve results. However, if this case were to be handled by the Tangshan Sub-Bureau, There are concerns that people might interfere and disrupt the pace of the investigation. Another concern is the family going over there and causing a scene. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. So, it's best to wrap it up quickly and efficiently right here. It all depends on whether Zhu Weihua is willing to talk. No sooner had the voice faded than the door opened, and young Qidong and his colleagues returned. The last to enter was Tao Zhinshan. Zhou Ning was taken aback for a moment, wondering why Tao wasn't in the interrogation room but had come up here when they were just talking about getting this done swiftly and straightforwardly. Tao Zhinshan was not shy at all. He came in, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and drank more than half of it in one go. Then he reached for a box of food, opened it, and started to eat noisily. After he had wolfed down his meal and let out a satisfied burp, he leaned back in his chair contentedly. The others also picked up their lunchboxes and found places to eat. Tao Zhinshan looked at Sun Gaotai and his group and said to Zhou Ning with a smile, "You sure have patience. How's it going at the hospital? Did the child make it?" Zhou Ning nodded. It looked quite critical, but since the child kept vomiting, there wasn't much toxin left in his system, and the necessary corrections have been made. I left before the dialysis was finished, but it seems there shouldn't be too much danger to his life now. However, there will be some lung damage. Fortunately, he's young, so he should recover well afterward. Come on, Chief. You've just come in and started eating without telling us how the interrogations are going. Are we supposed to just watch? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. But looking at you, things must have gone smoothly. Did Zhu Weihua confess? Tao Zhinshan wiped his mouth and shook his head decisively. Zhu Weihua is stubborn and refused to open her mouth no matter how we asked. I didn't bother with her and directly questioned Mrs. Zhu, who, when slightly intimidated, spilt the truth. She couldn't remember the exact time, only that it was early in the morning when the sky was still dim. She was asleep at home when she heard someone knocking on the window, which startled her. When she got up, she found it was Zhu Weihua who had returned. The old lady quickly got dressed and went out, only to see Chen Xiangyu curled up on the ground like a shrimp, apparently with stomach pain, writhing on the ground. The old lady asked Zhu Weihua what had happened and whether the child needed to go to the hospital. Why didn't she call Chen Xiaodong? If something happened to the child, Zhu Weihua wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. But Zhu Weihua got annoyed, pushed the old lady away. The old lady was frightened by Zhu Weihua's expression. Then, Zhu Weihua said that both the father and son were worthless, especially the younger one. If it hadn't been for him, they wouldn't have fought, and she wouldn't have been told to stay home and look after the child instead of working. So she might as well poison him and be done with it. The old lady was shocked and quickly asked what had been given to the boy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhu Weihua told her not to be nosy, saying she had fed him paraquat, which is fatal once ingested. However, today was the first day of school, and Chen Xiaodong would probably come back in the morning to take the child to school. Zhu Weihua instructed the old lady to throw the child into a cave on Nan Mountain. The old lady was afraid to do so and tried to persuade Zhu Weihua, but Zhu Weihua got angry again, grabbed the old lady's neck, and said as if she had gone mad, "You want me to die, you want help me, so hurry up and clean up what Chen Xiangyu has vomited, and dispose of him in the cave. When Chen Xiaodong returns, they just have to play dumb." Considering the child's age and playfulness, even if they get the villagers to search the mountain and neighboring towns, they wouldn't think of Nan Mountain near Hanjiazhuang. In this hot weather, the body won't last many days before it decays and won't be found. The terrain here is complex, and even the police won't be able to locate it. Zhu Weihua also reminded Mrs. Zhu not to throw the body into the caves too close to the village, but rather into the highest one, the cave with a 4 to 5 meter drop 50 meters in, which is the most hidden. After saying all this, Zhu Weihua left. Mrs. Zhu saw that Chen Xiangyu was exhaling more than inhaling, his face deathly pale, vomiting blue-green and white chunks. She felt the child was not going to survive. Leaving a dead body at home would be troublesome to explain. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. So, she dressed up, found a snakeskin bag, put the child in it, laid him on an electric scooter, and took the back road up the mountain. When she reached the cave, she inverted the bag, tipping the child out. She heard a thump but no whimper from the child, and she quickly went home to clear up as if nothing had happened. Mr. Zhou, who had returned at some point, came up to Tao Jinshan, holding his lunchbox, and asked with confusion, "When I went to Hanjia village, I observed that unlike Yingtega Valley, their houses are joined in a row. With such ruckus between neighbors, especially in the wee hours, how could it have gone unnoticed?" Zhu Weiwa has a loud voice. Tao Jinshan smiled and patted Mr. Zhao's arm. "You're sharp, kid. I've already sent people to investigate house to house." Before the incident, neighbors could cover for each other, but now that it involves murder, no one dares to hide anything. The village committee and office staff are also involved, and I think we'll have results soon. Also, I'm waiting for the lab report. When will the results be ready here? Zhou Ning had finished eating by then and looked towards Sun Gaotai, who quickly covered his lunchbox and stood up to wipe his mouth. "I'll go take a look at the forensics department. We've finished the fingerprint comparison here, and the report will be out shortly." After Sun Gaotai left, young Qidong moved to the computer and printed out the results of the fingerprint comparison. It was very clear. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhu Weiwa's fingerprints were found on 2 bottles, even with blue-green traces of paraquat on them. Boss, the fingerprint report is printed. However, the DNA test will probably take a few more hours, around 2 in the afternoon, I guess. We sent it for analysis just after 9. Tao Jinshan waved his hand. "No rush. I will wait for the report to come out at 2 in the afternoon before interrogating Zhu Weiwa again. Even if she doesn't admit it, it's still incontrovertible evidence." But has the child woken up yet? I'd like to get a statement from him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak.